Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 109, in hand. Fifth Avenue, Manhattan, the Grizzly Club. This was a private members-only club, designed in the retro style of the last century. The walls were adorned with meticulously carved lettering and symmetrical, intricate patterns. The tops of the doors and windows featured floral decorations and relief carvings. The chairs and tables were made of deep red hardwood, and the bar was decorated with a target board and an old-fashioned hunting rifle. The overall atmosphere exuded an antique yet elegant charm, as if transporting visitors back to the Victorian era. Sean stepped through the entrance and, accompanied by the soothing strains of a piano melody, made his way to the second floor. Compared to the design downstairs, this level was far more opulent and brightly lit. A dazzling crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, refracting brilliant light. A plush, deep red carpet, soft as cotton, stretched across the floor, while the expansive walls were adorned with large oil paintings. Regardless of the guests' artistic tastes, one thing was certain: these pieces were undoubtedly exorbitantly expensive. General Ross lounged on a sofa, carefully rolling a long matchstick to slowly roast the body of a cigar. Unlike his usual stern and rigid demeanor, he displayed remarkable patience in this moment, unhurried and deliberate. Sean took a seat without interrupting the general's enjoyment of his fine cigar. Only after Ross exhaled a thick plume of smoke did Sean finally speak. "Umbrella will remember this gesture of friendship from you, General." After the Fantastic Four incident, the steel-encased statue of Victor Von Doom would inevitably have been confiscated by S.H.I.E.L.D. Sean had asked General Ross to intercept it before the agency could take possession. The Latvian native still had other uses for him. "Just a fair trade," Ross replied, puffing on his cigar. "Many of my finest soldiers lost limbs in combat. They were once the elite of their units, good men who loved their country. But because of their disabilities, they had no choice but to retire with regret, living off meager monthly pensions." The general's tone carried a hint of melancholy as he looked at the young man across from him with an appreciative gaze. "The media calls you the second Tony Stark, but I think they're underestimating you. You have far more potential than that playboy. The limb regeneration technology developed by Umbrella will solidify your foothold in the pharmaceutical market. It's not impossible for you to even surpass Worthington's position." Compared to his previous aloofness, General Ross was now far more enthusiastic. On one hand, Sean had demonstrated his considerable potential. Regardless of whether Umbrella had any involvement in Worthington's downfall, the company, alongside Oscorp, was rapidly seizing market share. On the other hand, Ross genuinely admired the young man's promising future. He had seen his fair share of young prodigies who rose to success early in life. There was Tony Stark, born at the pinnacle of privilege, gifted with both wealth and intellect. Then there were those like Victor Von Doom, who achieved extraordinary feats through sheer diligence and effort, though the latter had now been reduced to a steel statue. Others, like Bruce Banner and Reed Richards, were geniuses with astonishing talents in their respective fields. Yet they all had their flaws, whether it was narcissistic arrogance or naive idealism, lacking a deeper understanding of reality. But Sean was different. General Ross found it difficult to pin down the young man's temperament. He wasn't an idealist like Banner, nor was he an insufferably arrogant figure like Tony Stark. Sean often wore a gentle smile, his deep, calm eyes revealing nothing of his true emotions. Yet Ross, with his military background, could sense the dark undercurrents that occasionally emanated from Sean. The ruthless tactics employed after Worthington's collapse made it clear that this New York prodigy was no merciful fledgling. Instead, he possessed the instincts and nature of a predator. What was even more commendable was Sean's merciless approach to enemies, swiftly carving up Worthington's lucrative assets alongside other capitalists, while simultaneously offering generous incentives to allies and partners. This duality earned him the admiration of a man like Ross, who stood at the apex of human society. Sean responded to the general's lavish praise with a faint smile. Such was the way of powerful men. When you were on the rise, they would elevate you to the heavens like a dazzling star. But the moment you fell from grace, no one would extend a helping hand, nor even spare a glance, let alone offer sympathy. Once Dr. Connor's limb regeneration technology, the Chrysalis Serum, passes clinical trials, will provide the military with 3,000 free treatment slots for soldiers with missing limbs. And your Thunderbolt squadron will receive priority access. Not long ago, Dr. Connors had achieved a breakthrough in his lifelong research on cross-species genetics. He successfully integrated the limb regeneration properties of lizards into human biology without triggering genetic rejection. Sean had used this as leverage to persuade General Ross to retrieve Victor Von Doom from S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, a steel statue of Dr. Doom was of no use to the agency. "What do you want with this hunk of metal?" Ross asked curiously. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military had conducted tests on the statue. Victor Von Doom's vital signs had completely vanished, his body was partially metallized, making even dissection and analysis difficult. Let's just say I have an eccentric collector's habit, Sean replied lightly, deflecting the question. The future Dr. Doom couldn't simply exit the stage like this. He would return as a fearsome and formidable villain, though how much of Victor Von Doom's original personality would remain was another matter entirely. Seeing Sean's reluctance to elaborate, the experienced general didn't press further. Their conversation then turned to the progress of replicating the super soldier serum. The project wasn't proceeding as smoothly as expected. Even a genius like Banner was struggling to recreate the serum from existing records and samples. Of course, the main reason was that Ross had concealed his true objective, leading Banner to believe he was working on radiation resistance experiments. Otherwise, the scientist would never have agreed to participate. However, due to the fallout from Magneto's attack on Worthington, William Stryker had gained strong support from the White House and the military. He was currently assembling a specialized unit to deal with mutants. Meanwhile, Ross' own project, despite heavy investment, had yet to yield results, leaving him increasingly impatient. Watching the frowning general, Sean couldn't help but think that perhaps it was this relentless pressure that would drive Banner, who was eager to prove himself in front of his beloved girlfriend, to recklessly test the serum on himself. The result? An accidental transformation into the world's most terrifying beast, the Incredible Hulk. Returning to Umbrella by car, Sean found the crate delivered by the general awaiting his signature. Beside him, Gwen, holding a stack of documents, asked curiously, "What's this?" "New lab equipment." "Just experimental material," Sean replied with a smile. His gaze lingered on the heavy crate being unloaded, a shadow flickering in the depths of his dark eyes. Chapter 110, Brainwashing. A hazy light pierced through his eyelids, rousing his dormant consciousness. His fragmented memories played like a poorly edited, drawn-out film, fleeting images flickered past like a hurried parade. Familiar figures loomed indistinctly in his mind, his old classmate Reed, his ex-girlfriend Susan, and other blurred faces. Some smiled, others wore cold expressions, all like actors on a stage, donning false masks. A cacophony of noise flooded in like a torrential downpour, invading his brain. The biting, scornful words grew clearer, each syllable dripping with venom. Negative emotions burned like poison in his gut. Susan leaving him, Reed's sanctimonious advice, the betrayal of his business partners, these scenes replayed endlessly in his mind. From now on, there is no Victor Von Doom. Only Dr. Doom. In the haze, he saw himself shattering a glass case and donning the steel mask gifted by the Latvian government. Electric current surged across his metallic body as a wave of hatred and resentment overwhelmed him. He wanted to scream, but his consciousness felt trapped in a tiny bottle, unable to even turn over. A rage, ignoring him, Sean busied himself with attaching electrodes to Doom's metallic body, securing horseshoe-shaped coils to his temples. Skynet, begin the test. Before Doom could react, a violent surge of electricity tore through him. Crackling currents danced across his body like serpents, and a searing pain, as if a sharp awl had been driven into his temples, engulfed him. "Ah!" Sean remained unfazed by the agonized screams, increase the output. This isn't enough to satisfy Mr. Doom's appetite. The current intensified. Doom's eyes bulged as he desperately tried to focus, struggling to control the electricity coursing through him. A whip-like arc of lightning lashed toward Sean. "I swear, I'll make you experience this yours." Before his vengeful oath could fully leave his lips, a powerful energy pulse erupted. Sean's brow twitched. A faint golden glow emanated from his body, solidifying into a visible force field. He caught the lightning whip in his bare hand, the violent current dissipating as if absorbed into nothingness. You were also affected by the cosmic storm. Your genes changed." Doom's voice trembled with shock and fear. His unshakable confidence wavered for the first time. Sean didn't bother explaining. He gazed down at the disbelieving Doom and said softly, "Look at how insignificant you are now. You thought yourself an invincible titan, only to realize you're nothing but an ant. Your inflated ego crumbles, and now you feel fear. Look at you. Victor Von Doom, the self-proclaimed god of destruction, reduced to this." Meeting those indifferent, fathomless eyes, Doom felt a chill crawl up his spine. Before he could retort, another surge of electricity racked his body. Though his metallic form was durable, the repeated shocks inflicted excruciating pain on his nervous system. The high-voltage current stimulated the nerves beneath his metal skin, as if thousands of needles were stabbing into him. "You madman. What do you want?" For nearly 20 minutes, Doom endured the torment, first screaming, then cursing like a madman. Slowly, his pride and confidence eroded. Electrotorture is an ancient art. Since nerves transmit signals via electricity, electric shocks can directly stimulate them without severely damaging the rest of the body. And because the current can be easily adjusted, the victim doesn't build resistance to the pain. Compared to other methods, electrotorture is safer and can be used for extended periods. Sean paced slowly, watching Doom's metallic body convulse under the current. His voice remained calm. Some once believed it could cure illnesses, that electroshock therapy could break addictive behaviors. But I'm using it to make you forget Victor Von Doom entirely. Because your body conducts electricity so well, these currents will penetrate your metal skin, traveling through your nerves to every cell. You'll feel every fiber burning. Your nerves will be stunned, the electricity seeping into your veins, your marrow. Your body will convulse uncontrollably, boiling from the inside out. Even steel bones won't endure it. Sean lectured like a professor, detailing the nuances of electrotorture. Meanwhile, Doom's iron will teetered on the brink. The currents acted like a scalpel, dissecting his psyche with precision. Time crawled by like a sluggish river. Please, stop. I've never wronged you. The once arrogant Dr. Doom now lay broken, his voice weak and pleading. Even his last shred of dignity had been stripped away. Sean checked his watch and smirked, not even 6 hours. I woke you up, restrained you with high-tensile alloy, and treated you to this lavish experience. Did you really think I just wanted to hear worthless begging? He stepped closer. Doom didn't even twitch, he had tried countless times, but his lightning attacks had no effect on this monster. Then what do you want? Doom barely mustered the strength to speak. He couldn't fathom Sean's goal. To make you the true Dr. Doom. I am. Sean cut him off with a wave. Coldly, he stared at the broken figure before him. You're just the weak, pathetic Victor Von Doom, an ant who grew arrogant after stumbling into power. You're a failure, a wretch who lost everything and could only think of revenge. A fool whose mind is filled with nothing but rage. As Sean's voice echoed, Doom's fragile consciousness began to shift. A grand, commanding voice reverberated in his mind, battering his psyche. Each time he resisted, another bolt of electricity lanced through him, drowning his defiance in pain. After countless cycles, Doom finally surrendered. He let the voice reshape his mind, submitting to its relentless indoctrination. I am Dr. Doom. The uncrowned king of Latveria. The founder of the cult of Doom. The unsurpassable, the supreme. His whispered declaration echoed through the empty chamber. Read ahead by 50 to 160 chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 111, The Test Subject. Umbrella Corporation, Main Research Building. The researchers, usually buried in their work, had all set aside their tedious experiments and tests, forming a loose gathering. When Dr. Connors walked through the door, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Bang. Hiding in the crowd, Gwen popped a party popper. Colorful confetti rained down from above. Dr. Connors froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. His eyes reddened slightly as he removed his glasses to wipe them, then sincerely thanked his colleagues around him. Doctor, congratulations on finally fulfilling the greatest ambition of your life, Sean said, looking at the beaming Dr. Connors. In the original timeline, the disabled scientist had dedicated himself to cross-species genetics research in pursuit of limb regeneration. The middle-aged doctor had drawn inspiration from lizards' ability to regrow lost tails, leading to the development of a serum infused with lizard DNA. However, due to genetic rejection, the serum triggered severe side effects. While Dr. Connors did regrow his arm, he also transformed into a half-human, half-lizard monster, the infamous lizard. But now, Dr. Connors' fate was entirely different. Back when Oscorp faced crisis, he had been forced to test the unstable serum on himself prematurely. However, Sean's intervention had altered his tragic path. After joining Umbrella, Dr. Connors had ample time and resources to refine his research. With unlimited funding and a top-tier scientific team, the disabled scientist could immerse himself fully in his work without pressure. There was no need for such a grand gesture, Dr. Connors said, slightly flustered. Don't thank me, this wasn't my idea. Sean pointed at Gwen, who was stifling a laugh in the crowd, mercilessly throwing her under the bus. Your thoughtful student wanted to surprise her mentor. Who was I to refuse? Besides, you deserve this honor. The release of the chrysalis serum will bring hope to those suffering from disabilities and discrimination. Doctor, you've saved their lives. This is the proudest achievement of my life, Dr. Connors admitted, unable to contain his excitement. He glanced at his empty sleeve, his voice thick with emotion. Ready to prepare your acceptance speech? Sean teased, I'm sure the betting agencies will list you as a frontrunner for the next Nobel Prize in Medicine. With Métis serum for neurodegenerative diseases and chrysalis serum for limb regeneration, Umbrella was poised to reap immense profits, solidifying its foothold in the medical industry. As a cutting-edge research institution, this year's financial reports were bound to be impressive. After the brief celebration, everyone returned to their busy work schedules. After all, that was the rhythm of daily life. When the crowd dispersed, Gwen tiptoed up behind Sean like a mischievous kitten, a playful grin on her pretty face. Hey, Sean suddenly turned around. Caught red-handed, Gwen let out a startled yelp and stumbled straight into his arms, almost as if she had thrown herself at him. The intimate proximity made the usually cheerful blonde blush furiously. After hesitating for a few seconds, she pushed Sean away, grumbling, "You scared me. Are you sure you weren't just caught in the act?" Sean smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. Flustered, Gwen raised her fists, scrambling for an excuse, "You sold me out." Sean endured her half-hearted punches without complaint. There was no need to expose the girl's innocent crush, keeping things ambiguous added a little spice to life. "I'm such a good person," he thought to himself. "Dr. Connor said you've been holed up in the lab lately. Found a new research project." Gwen quickly changed the subject to mask her embarrassment. Sean nodded slightly, his gaze meaningful. "Studying the effects of high-voltage currents on brain responses to pain, as well as memory manipulation and thought implantation." "Sounds like something a supervillain would do," Gwen muttered. After exchanging a few more casual words with the love-struck Gwen, Sean returned to his private laboratory, a restricted zone within Umbrella. Unauthorized personnel who ventured too close would be flagged by the Red Queen as intruders, triggering security protocols. Closing the door behind him, he stepped into the dark room where a lone figure sat. Without turning on the lights, Sean walked into the shadows and took a seat opposite. "What is your name?" he asked gently. "Victor Von Doom," a hoarse voice answered. "Are you sure?" Sean pressed. The metallic figure trembled slightly, as if recalling something terrifying. Then, hesitantly, he corrected himself, "Dr. Doom." The answer was uncertain, his mind was a battleground between two conflicting identities. Yet the searing white electricity that had drowned his memories resurfaced, reinforcing the new persona. "Correct." Sean nodded approvingly. "Can you tell me about your past? Do you remember anything?" Doom shook his head in confusion. Fragmented memories flickered in his mind, but whenever he tried to focus, they were swallowed by blinding light. Like a broken radio, static noise buzzed in his skull, leaving him agitated. "Your name is Victor Von Doom. You hail from Latveria, the Pearl of the Balkans, a war-torn, impoverished nation nestled between Hungary, Serbia, and Romania." Sean's calm narration carried an almost hypnotic quality. The metallic figure began repeating the words, creating an eerie scene like cultists chanting dogma in the dark. "Through relentless struggle, you earned admission to Columbia University, escaping your destitute homeland for the glittering metropolis of New York. There, you became a celebrated genius, even winning the admiration of Susan Storm, the campus beauty. But your old classmate, Reed Richards, envied everything you had. Reed convinced you to invest in his experiment, then deliberately miscalculated, causing a catastrophic accident. Your fortune vanished overnight. Your business partners conspired to oust you. The woman you loved abandoned you. You lost everything." Victor Von Doom was left with nothing. As Sean spoke, the metallic figure's breathing grew ragged. His fists clenched, electricity crackling along his arms, white-hot energy dancing across his form. "Betrayed time and again, you swore vengeance." Victor Von Doom, the Wall Street magnate, was no more. In his place rose Dr. Doom. Sean's voice resonated with overwhelming authority, reshaping Doom's psyche. "You will return to Latveria. You will lead its war-ravaged people toward a brighter future. Like a shepherd, you will become their revered leader, establishing a theocratic regime. You will ascend to godhood, worshipped as a supreme being." "No. I want revenge." Amid the chaotic memories, Reed's smug and triumphant face loomed large. Doom refused to accept exile to that barren, war-torn wasteland while his rival basked in glory and adoration. "I will kill them. All who stand in my way." His voice, thick with fury, echoed through the room. Had the soundproofing been any weaker, the entire lab would have heard. Electricity flared, illuminating the darkness. The metallic figure rose abruptly, his emerald cloak billowing. Behind the steel mask, his eyes burned with hatred and vengeance. Sean remained seated, his expression cold. With a flick of his wrist, a searing beam of light lanced out and slammed Doom into the reinforced alloy wall with a deafening clang. "Know your place. And remember, until I permit it, you will suppress your rage. Be a tamed beast." Sean stepped forward, his palm glowing crimson. The energy beam sliced through Doom's metal skin like a laser scalpel. A bestial howl of agony filled the room as the once proud villain writhed. "You are a caged animal. Disobedience earns only the whip." Watching Doom tremble at his feet, Sean withdrew the energy beam and healed the wounds with a surge of life energy. "Play your part, and soon you'll leave this place. You'll return to Latveria, a paradise tailor-made for you. So, the next time I come, impress me." Sean's figure vanished into the shadows. Left alone in the darkness, the broken figure of Dr. Doom curled into himself, muttering incessantly. "I am Victor Von Doom. Dr. Doom. Latveria." Through repeated torture and relentless indoctrination, the lines between truth and fabrication had blurred beyond recognition. The man who had once been Victor Von Doom was gone. In his place was a puppet, his will subjugated by the devil who now ruled his mind. Only one thing kept him going: vengeance. He blamed Reed for his downfall. His hatred burned hotter than ever, like a poison flame that would consume everything in its path. Chapter 112, A Peaceful Life. Weekend holiday, Manhattan Children's Amusement Park. Sean and Gwen sat on a bench under the bright sunshine. Tall evergreen trees lined the pathways, and waves of visitors, mostly families with children enjoying their holiday, flowed endlessly through the park. Unable to resist Mindy's pitiful pleading, and considering her recent good behavior, Sean had temporarily set aside his brainwashing of Dr. Doom to bring the little girl to the amusement park. He had also invited Gwen, who happened to be free. But today, Miss Stacy seemed a little off. Normally lively and cheerful, she was now unusually quiet. Occasionally, when their eyes met, she would immediately look away like a startled deer. "Sorry to drag you out on your day off," Sean said, leaning back on the bench as a gentle breeze rustled the trees. "I'm not exactly great at taking kids out for fun." His soft voice lingered in Gwen's ears. She gazed at his sculpted features, feeling a faint stir in her heart. This young man, not even 22 yet, was already the head of a private research institute with remarkable scientific achievements. Most people only saw the dazzling halo around him, but few ever glimpsed his true self. "You're really good to Mindy," Gwen murmured, swinging her ponytail slightly. She watched the little girl laughing gleefully on the pirate ship, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Every time Gwen tried to get closer to Sean, he always maintained a subtle distance, which frustrated the usually carefree Miss Stacy. "Probably because we've had similar experiences," Sean replied casually. Though his gaze seemed fixed on Gwen, he was actually observing a few men and women sitting not far away. On the surface, they looked like ordinary visitors, but they had been tailing him since he left home. Despite changing shifts, they couldn't escape detection. With Skynet's omnipresent surveillance, these field agents' tracking skills were useless. Sean could even listen in on their encrypted communications. "Why are you staring at me?" Gwen lowered her head, sensing that Sean, who usually kept her at arm's length, seemed different today. "Ah, I was just thinking how pretty you look today," the young man complimented, finally turning his full attention to her. It wasn't an empty remark. Today, Miss Stacy was indeed special. A touch of delicate makeup enhanced her youthful beauty, making her glow like the sunlight itself. Her simple plaid skirt and modest heels accentuated her tall, graceful figure. Clearly, she had prepared carefully for this outing. The two on the bench seemed to inch closer. Gwen's heartbeat quickened, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She could even feel the warmth of his breath. A breeze rustled through the trees, the leaves whispering like rolling waves, blending with the wind's melody to create a suddenly intimate atmosphere. Gazing into Sean's deep eyes, Gwen, who still clung to a shred of restraint, felt her fluttering heart tremble. Just as she closed her eyes in anticipation of her first passionate kiss. "Want a soda or mineral water?" The romantic spell shattered. Gwen gave a vague answer, watching Sean's retreating figure with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. She stomped on fallen leaves with her heels, venting her irritation. What she didn't know was that the moment Sean stood up, the nearby surveillance cameras had mysteriously malfunctioned. Several men and women sitting close by had quietly followed him. The subtle shift was like a pebble dropping into water. It was barely noticeable. Trailing Sean were a young man and a middle-aged man, a classic pairing straight out of a Hollywood spy movie, the impulsive rookie and the seasoned veteran. Together, they were supposed to take down the mastermind lurking in the shadows. "Target is on the move, no anomalies detected. B-team, hold position. Wells and I will continue surveillance," the young agent whispered into his comm, pretending to adjust his camera. "BZZZT." Static crackled in his earpiece. As he pulled it out in annoyance, Sean emerged from the crowd and bumped into him. A towering ice cream cone splattered onto his shirt. Before the young agent could mourn his brand new Armani, a strange force invaded his mind. He looked up into Sean's eyes, which were like deep, swirling voids that seemed to pull at his very soul. "Matthews. You okay?" His partner, Wells, snapped him out of it with a firm shake. Blinking, the young agent turned to see Sean already back on the bench, laughing with the blonde girl as if nothing had happened. Matthews frowned. His memory felt fragmented, like waking up after a heavy night of drinking. He couldn't recall a single detail of the past few minutes. Shaking his head at his partner, he signaled that he was fine. The day passed swiftly. Before they knew it, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the city in golden twilight. Sean drove and dropped Gwen off at her upscale Manhattan apartment. Though, before getting out of the car, Miss Stacy hesitated, as if she wanted to say something, but she ultimately left with mixed emotions. "That car has been following you forever," Mindy grumbled from the back seat. The former hit girl scoffed at the amateurish surveillance. These rookies weren't even trying, they should have at least rotated vehicles or changed license plates to avoid detection. Smartass, Sean chuckled, unfazed. Shield surveillance was expected. From the young agent's memories, he knew his monitoring level wasn't high. If nothing unusual happened, the spies would likely withdraw within a week. Judging by the timeline, Nick Fury's focus should be on Tony Stark right now. The famed Iron Man wasn't having an easy time. Having lost the Department of Defense's backing, Stark Industries was rumored to be pivoting from weapons manufacturing to energy. Driving through the city at dusk, the cool breeze flowing through the windows, and Mindy chattered excitedly about visiting a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. For Sean, who constantly navigated a world of power struggles and dangerous figures, this rare moment of peace was precious. Isn't this the kind of life he was fighting for? Under the amber glow of streetlights, the car gradually disappeared down the highway. The radio played, "Shape of My Heart," the singer's low voice blending with Mindy's laughter until both faded into the wind. Chapter 113, Charity Dinner. Ignoring S.H.I.E.L.D.'s covert surveillance, Sean continued his life as usual. With the troublesome obstacle of Worthington removed, both Oscorp Industries and Umbrella Corporation were rapidly expanding. This resurgence had even reinvigorated the usually lazy and complacent Harry, who had reportedly begun attending board meetings more frequently, gradually asserting his influence. Meanwhile, Dr. Connors was busy overseeing the clinical trials for the chrysalis serum. This was the crowning achievement of his life, and he preferred to handle it personally. Gwen, her brief vacation over, had also thrown herself into the tedious work of collecting test subject data, monitoring vital signs post-injection, and compiling reports. With everything progressing smoothly, Sean, as the administrator, found himself with unexpected free time. He used Skynet to keep tabs on recent developments. Stark Industries, now having shut down its weapons manufacturing division, had publicly announced its pivot toward the energy sector, selling off its arms business and factories to fellow defense contractor, Hammer Industries. This news sent shockwaves through the energy industry. Traditional energy giants were stunned. Had it been any other company attempting such a crossover, these oil barons and energy magnates wouldn't have batted an eye. New entrants were expected to play by their rules. But Tony Stark was different. Leading what was once the pinnacle of the military-industrial complex, Stark was now charging into the rigidly stratified energy sector with groundbreaking new technology. This was a silent challenge to the established order. The powerful figures who had built their fortunes on energy monopolies would never stand idly by while the playboy disrupted their domain. Even Stark Industries with its vast influence couldn't recklessly encroach on this lucrative territory. An undercurrent of tension was building, waiting for the right moment to strike a fatal blow against Tony Stark. While Iron Man faced mounting challenges, the Fantastic Four had become New York's darlings. Compared to the scandal-ridden playboy, Americans, who valued family ideals, preferred the warm-hearted Reed, the stunning Susan, the lively Johnny, and the lovable Ben. This quirky, wholesome team had won the hearts of the public, even spawning dedicated fan blogs with substantial followings. This left Iron Man somewhat resentful. Despite his role in stopping Dr. Doom, certain tabloids had painted him as little more than a clown. Such were the recent developments among the superheroes. Meanwhile, the mutant situation had grown more precarious following Magneto's dramatic appearance. With strong backing from the White House and the military, William Stryker had begun assembling a specialized unit called Weapon X to combat mutant extremists threatening societal stability. Sean's eyes gleamed. This might be the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the mutant factions. Let Stryker deal with Professor X. As for the other mutant leader, Sean looked forward to a direct confrontation with the infamous Magneto. Jean Grey. Sean tapped the desk thoughtfully. In truth, the most dangerous mutant might not be Professor X alone. The Phoenix, with her immense latent power, could manipulate matter at the molecular level once her dark persona awakened. At full strength, even Professor X and Magneto together might not be able to stop her. By mutant classification standards, Jean was an Omega-level mutant, the highest tier which represented near-limitless potential. The world's most powerful telepath, Professor X, was merely an Alpha-level mutant. Though his psychic abilities bordered on Omega-level, he still paled in comparison to the host of the Phoenix Force. Jean wasn't the only mutant with Omega-level potential. Take Bobby Drake, Iceman, for example. He could freeze moisture in the air, arbitrarily lower internal and external temperatures, and create ice without any medium. By the laws of physics, this defied nature itself. Yet Bobby's powers weren't overwhelmingly strong. Omega-level denoted immense latent potential, not absolute power. Currently, among mutants worldwide, several possessed Omega-level potential. But the only one who had truly manifested such power was Jean Grey, the chosen host of a cosmic entity capable of manipulating the molecular structures of matter and energy. Almost no mutant could harm her. With a soft sigh, Sean turned his attention to an invitation on his desk. Stark Industries' 3rd Annual Firefighters Family Fundraising Gala, he read aloud. Does Iron Man really have the leisure to attend such events? Sean had assumed Tony would be preoccupied with the palladium poisoning in his bloodstream, the deadly toxin slowly spreading through his veins, threatening to kill the armored hero. Later, prompted by Nick Fury, Stark would discover a new element in his father's legacy, synthesizing it to replace the palladium core in his arc reactor. Perhaps it's time to meet the reborn Iron Man, Sean mused. The fundraising gala for firefighters' families should have been held 6 months prior. But back then, Tony had been holed up in his lab building the Iron Man suit. Then, following Obadiah Stane's betrayal, the event that was supported by local elites, wealthy donors, and government officials, had been shelved indefinitely. It wasn't until Pepper Potts took over as Stark Industries CEO that the idea resurfaced as a means to rehabilitate the company's tarnished reputation. Stark Mansion, Underground Lab. Amid pulsating music, Tony replaced the palladium core in his chest reactor. He pulled out a portable blood toxicity scanner. The reading showed 14%, which was higher than before. But as time passed, Obadiah, the man behind the scenes, grew unwilling to remain in Tony's shadow. The legacy he had fought for all his life ended with all the credit going to the Starks. Consumed by greed and jealousy, he resolved to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his. Thinking of Obadiah who had died in the explosion at the industrial park, Tony's eyes dimmed. Aside from Pepper and Rhodey, he could no longer bring himself to truly trust anyone. Given his personality, he didn't have many genuine friends to begin with. After all, befriending the arrogant Tony Stark was no easy feat if you didn't possess a devilish figure and angelic face to stir a man's hormones, or a brilliant mind to match his. Then at the very least, you needed an exceptional tolerance for Tony's sharp tongue and relentless narcissism. "Tony, I have 8,011 things I need to discuss with you." Pepper stormed in, her tone fierce. Appointed as Stark Industries' new CEO by her employer, the secretary was both thrilled and overwhelmed. The military-industrial giant was now a mess of problems with no easy solutions. Tony's insistence on shutting down weapons manufacturing had stripped the company of its core business, infuriating the board of directors. His sudden announcement of entering the energy sector had also drawn hostility from established energy giants. Though they hadn't yet made any overt moves, no one welcomed another competitor at the table. "Leave the company matters to you. No need to involve me," Tony said, avoiding Pepper's furious gaze. He had no intention of telling his secretary that he was dying. If he did, Pepper would undoubtedly nag him into abandoning Iron Man and seeking proper medical treatment. But what could Tony do without the Iron Man suit? Return to his old life of debauchery? Or become a successful arms dealer, a cold-blooded capitalist? People called him a playboy, a billionaire, a genius inventor, but no one had ever called Tony Stark a hero. He had waited half his life for this chance to become a better man, to use his abilities to change the world. Tony wanted people to know that the reckless playboy wasn't just about chasing women and partying. He could also do some real good. "You can't lock yourself in the lab and expect me to handle everything." Pepper's eyes reddened. The usually sharp and capable secretary had been under immense pressure lately. Even with mutants and the newly risen Fantastic Four dominating the headlines, Stark Industries remained in a precarious position. Without military backing, the former arms giant was like a juicy piece of meat attracting hungry wolves. Just as vulture-like capitalists had swarmed to carve up Worthington's assets after its downfall, Stark Industries now faced the same threat, especially after announcing its energy sector ambitions. The established energy magnates watched this new challenger with cold, malicious disdain. The crushing pressure and the company's operational burdens had left Pepper exhausted. She had once longed for a bigger stage to showcase her talents, but bearing the weight of an entire corporate empire alone was proving too much. "I called you over 30 times. You promised to attend tonight's charity gala, and yet you haven't even changed your clothes. For Stark Industries, this is a crucial opportunity to re-enter the public eye and rebuild our reputation." Her gentle yet alluring elegance was a magnetic pull for the seasoned playboy. "Wait, who the hell is that guy she's with?" Amid the flowing music, Pepper, who rarely indulged in dances with men, was swaying gracefully in the arms of a young man. Her blue gown fluttered like a blooming lotus, stunningly beautiful. It took Tony a moment to place the guy. He'd seen him before in Las Vegas. The newly risen genius of New York, who was often compared to him in the media. The bastard's hand rested lightly on Pepper's waist, and Tony, with his extensive experience, could tell at a glance this guy was a player. The way he maintained just the right distance, close enough to create intimacy, but not enough to make his partner uncomfortable. It was a trick Tony himself had used countless times. A surge of irritation rose in Stark's chest, like a child watching his favorite toy being snatched away. After Obadiah's betrayal, Pepper was one of the few people he still trusted. She had always been by his side, handling all his messes. Without her, Tony Stark would be a dysfunctional mess. He would be a man who couldn't even remember his own social security number. Pepper was his caretaker, his anchor, and maybe even more vital than Jarvis. "Excuse me, I'd like to borrow my secretary for a moment. I hope you don't mind." Tony strode over, cutting in smoothly as the music softened. He tilted his chin up at the young man with the annoyingly pleasant smile. "He's a little younger than me. Pepper wouldn't go for a smooth-talking pretty boy. Someone mature and reliable like me is more her type." Tony mused. Sean ciphers. I know you. You took quite a bit of my money in Vegas. Tony gave him a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with his usual arrogance. The papers love comparing you to me. I wonder if the so-called genius of New York is half as smart as he is lucky at cards. Sean released his hold on Pepper's waist. He had originally come to gauge Iron Man's current condition but had instead run into Tony's personal secretary. The poised woman had been sitting alone at the bar in an elegant blue backless dress, nursing a drink. A casual conversation later, Pepper, upon learning Sean's identity, instinctively shifted into professional mode. They discussed the future of new energy technologies. Umbrella had previously expressed interest in the energy market, and Dr. Otto Octavius, a renowned nuclear physicist, was leading a project on artificial sun technology. None of this was classified. Pepper kept tabs on the energy sector, so she was well aware. Sean's easygoing charm and sharp wit had left a good impression, though whether that was purely professional or partly personal was unclear. Right now, Stark Industries desperately needed a reliable ally. The rising Umbrella Corporation was a solid candidate. At the very least, headlines about two geniuses joining forces would grab New York's attention. Seeing Tony's obvious misunderstanding, Sean smiled faintly. I've also wondered whether the rumors are true, that Mr. Stark's intelligence is directly proportional to his insufferable personality. Genius is like virtue, knowledge like wealth. Unfortunately for you, I happen to possess both. Tony stroked his goatee, never one to shy away from self-praise. I understand the mindset of young people like you, thinking you can change the world. But in reality, your abilities fall far short of your delusions. True geniuses never need to show off. They're like candles in the dark, they naturally draw eyes. Tony spoke with condescension. Though he lacked the height advantage, his status and achievements dwarf Sean's. Compared to Tony's glittering resume, arms dealer, head of Stark Industries, scientific prodigy, Sean was still a nobody. After all, real genius had to stand the test of time. Right. Mr. Stark's humility is truly one of a kind. I'm sure the entire country knows about how you built a circuit board at 4, engineered a motor at 6, and graduated from MIT with honors at 17. Sean's smile didn't waver, but his tone carried a hint of mockery. He had no intention of indulging the arrogant Iron Man ahem. Tony coughed awkwardly. Those childhood genius tales had been part of Obadiah's PR campaign. The truth was, his reputation wasn't built on intellect alone, marketing had played a role. No one cared about an unknown prodigy. Stark was undeniably brilliant, but even the greatest scientists needed applause. All right, Tony, I thought you weren't attending. Pepper smoothly redirected the conversation before things escalated. If this kept up, any potential collaboration between Stark Industries and Umbrella would be doomed. I got tired of being cooped up and felt like taking a drive. The Tsundere billionaire would never admit he'd come because he missed his secretary. He shot Sean another glance, and puffed up like a preening peacock, simultaneously showing off while warding off the perceived rival. Sorry, but Pepper and I have some private matters to discuss. Sean shrugged, unbothered. He plucked a champagne flute from a passing waiter's tray and raised it toward Tony. To your health. Tony's expression darkened briefly before he masked it. Grabbing Pepper's hand, he led her toward the balcony. The usually carefree playboy was, for once, feeling the sting of competition. Watching the pair disappear into the night, Sean chuckled. It seems the timeline hasn't shifted much. Iron Man was still plagued by palladium poisoning, and soon, he would face even bigger headaches. Like, say, a congressional hearing on his armor. Chapter 116, The Defense Plan. The White House, Oval Office. The leader of the nation frowned in thought, his hands resting on the famous, resolute desk, a gift from Queen Victoria to President Hayes in the 19th century, crafted from the timbers of the British Arctic exploration ship, HMS Resolute. Later, President Kennedy placed it in the Oval Office as the president's official desk. In the Baroque-style office, Stryker sat on the sofa. The usually self-willed colonel now appeared remarkably restrained, leaning forward slightly like a soldier ready to rise at any command. He could be ruthless toward those evil mutants and dismissive of corporate plutocrats, but when facing the true authority of this nation, even if only nominally, Stryker couldn't help but feel tense. Magneto's brazen attack on Worthington had thrust the mutant issue into the spotlight. To Stryker, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. He had originally planned to stage a fake mutant assassination attempt on the White House to secure attention and resources, but Worthington's sudden collapse had effortlessly achieved his goal. As for the unfortunate Worthington, no one cared. Even without the mutant's intervention, Stryker would have found a way to act. He had long grown weary of those greedy vultures, sharks drawn to the scent of blood, swarming for profit while refusing to offer even a shred of sincerity. William, I've reviewed your mutant defense plan. When it comes to dealing with these people, you're the foremost expert, the president mused before continuing. How is your Weapon X team coming along? Nearly complete, Stryker answered immediately. He had long harbored plans for the Weapon X program. Those damned mutants possessed extraordinary abilities, especially veterans like Magneto and Professor X. Even the military struggled to counter them. So, Stryker conceived the idea of using mutants' own powers to create the ultimate weapon. Wolverine, Logan, had been one of his proudest creations. The fusion of science and mutant genes allowed Stryker to forge weapons no less formidable than mutants themselves. Take Wolverine, for example, infused with adamantium, possessing unparalleled regenerative abilities, ferocious and indestructible. A perfect human weapon. If only the brainwashing hadn't failed, letting that lone wolf escape. The president nodded in satisfaction but added cautiously, I grant you the authority to search, detain, and interrogate. But I don't want to see dead mutant children splashed across the 6 o'clock news. Stryker suppressed his excitement. The stern, often unfeeling colonel finally saw his lifelong ambition within reach. His sole purpose was the complete eradication of those godforsaken freaks, strapping them to operating tables or tossing them into prison cells. By the way, I've arranged 2 assistants for you. The president pressed a buzzer on his desk. Truthfully, the mutant problem gave him a headache. Beyond the media firestorm, there was pressure from various power blocks. Magneto's audacity had shaken the elite, making them realize their wealth and influence couldn't fully guarantee their safety. That was why Stryker had suddenly gained favor, securing robust support from the White House and military. The emergence of these superpowered individuals terrified the upper echelons, who feared mutants would disrupt society's long-standing rules and destabilize the entrenched hierarchy. A one-eyed black man in a black trench coat entered first, escorted by Secret Service agents, followed by a young man with dark hair. At the president's gesture, both took their seats. Stryker recognized one of them. The hard-faced one-eyed man was Nick Fury, head of an enigmatic organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. No mistakes. Under the piercing gaze of the nation's most powerful men, even Stryker lowered his head. Such was the weight of authority. That final statement was both an order and a warning. Stryker understood, if anything went wrong, he'd be the sacrificial lamb, just like the unfortunate research director in the Worthington scandal. A sudden chill crept through the colonel's body, dousing his earlier excitement. He began outlining his offensive strategy against the mutants. I've been tracking Eric Lencher's movements. Since the Manhattan incident, the Brotherhood has gone underground. But through surveillance of radical mutants, we've traced them to a secret base in northern Alberta, Canada. Stryker presented detailed intelligence and tactical plans, earning a nod from the president. His goal was to purge mutants from this land, and the once overlooked colonel was now his sharpest blade. Before dealing with Eric Lencher, I recommend neutralizing the mutant school in Westchester. It's led by a mutant named Charles Xavier, who possesses terrifying telepathic abilities. If we're to eradicate mutants completely, he's an obstacle we cannot ignore. Stryker opened a folder containing satellite images of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Professor X's sanctuary for mutants and the covert base of the X-Men. Charles Xavier won't be an easy target, Nick Fury remarked coldly. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he opposed rash action against mutants, especially the school faction led by Professor X. Unlike Magneto's Brotherhood, they maintained a delicate balance. Stryker's interference would shatter that equilibrium, inevitably triggering all-out war. But S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't well liked by the federal government. As a special agency rooted in this land, yet beyond White House or military jurisdiction, it made the president and generals deeply uneasy. Chapter 117, The War Horn. Charles Xavier was born into a wealthy family, attended Oxford University, graduated with honors, and holds multiple doctorates in genetics, biology, and psychology. He is, by all accounts, a representative of the elite class. Stryker flipped through the documents. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long since investigated the 2 mutant leaders thoroughly, compiling detailed records of these individuals deemed high-risk targets. Unlike Eric Lencher, another mutant radical, Charles Xavier harbors no hatred for humans. He is a morally near-perfect hypocrite. To deal with someone like him, I don't even need guns or bombs. He'll walk right into the trap on his own. Out of caution, Stryker skimmed over the specifics of his plan, focusing instead on Magneto. The colonel knew all too well the Brotherhood leader's terrifying power over magnetic fields. Modern weaponry, high-powered artillery, precision-guided missiles, all of it would be rendered useless against him. Even the slightest trace of metal could be turned against them, becoming instruments of their own slaughter. To counter this, the Department of Defense had procured a batch of polymer-based weapons from Stark Industries. No matter how formidable Magneto's abilities were, he was still flesh and blood. If exposed to weapons crafted from non-metallic materials, he could bleed. He could die. Stryker had devised an exhaustive strategy for this war of mutant eradication. Whether it was Professor X or Magneto, he had a plan to neutralize them. Even Nick Fury, a top-tier strategist, couldn't help but acknowledge Stryker's deep understanding of mutants after hearing his methods. Professor X, the telepath, appeared invulnerable, but his compassion and moral code were precisely what made him vulnerable. As for Magneto, with his control over metal, the key was to avoid dense urban centers. Engage him in open terrain with minimal metallic presence, armed with polymer weapons, and he wouldn't be nearly as unstoppable as imagined. Though the one-eyed director disliked Stryker's radical ideology, he agreed with the underlying premise. Humans evolved over millennia to dominate this planet. What gives mutants the right to replace us? Some primitive superpowers like throwing rocks. Listening intently on the side, Sean nodded inwardly. William Stryker hadn't earned the title Mutant Butcher for nothing. No wonder, in the original timeline, both mutant leaders had nearly fallen to him. The Colonel's ruthlessness and insight into mutant psychology and weaknesses were unmatched. Sean ciphers. Stryker glanced at the silent young man after outlining his strategy. My team includes top scientists who've dissected more mutants than you've seen lab rats. Sean smiled faintly, yet they haven't found a way to strip Magneto, or any mutant, of their powers permanently. His presence in this office, his involvement in Stryker's mutant defense plan, wasn't just due to General Ross's recommendation. The real reason was Umbrella's takeover of Worthington's research, extracting serum from the boy Jimmy to develop mutant power suppressants. That was why the military and White House had such confidence in this war. Stryker's pupils contracted slightly. He reassessed the young man with a faint smile, discarding his earlier dismissiveness. Anyone who could carve out a piece of Worthington's collapsing empire was far from harmless. The Colonel knew one truth. To judge a man's mediocrity or brilliance, first look at the seat he occupies. No one reaches the top of the pyramid by being a docile lamb. After 2 hours of deliberation, the president approved Stryker's plan, though, as a seasoned politician, he reminded the Colonel to minimize casualties and public fallout. The debate over mutant rights remained divisive. Nick Fury pledged S.H.I.E.L.D.'s full cooperation, while the low-profile Sean nodded along, promising Umbrella would expedite production of the mutant suppressants. With comprehensive support secured, Stryker was satisfied. He knew he was just a pawn in the hands of greater powers. But so what? If it meant exterminating those damned mutants and erasing his hatred, he'd sacrifice anything. As Stryker exited the Oval Office, Fury caught up to him. The one-eyed director fixed him with a cold stare. Do you truly want to start a war, Colonel Stryker? The Colonel's brisk stride didn't falter, his smile vanishing. I know you were an outstanding soldier. But when you were still a spook, I was already leading special ops in Vietnam. So don't lecture me about war. The horns sounded long ago, the moment they first appeared on the world stage. The Cuban Missile Crisis, the Paris Peace Summit, Worthington Tower in Manhattan. Mutants have never faded away. They've gone from scattered individuals to two factions. If we don't strike hard now before they unite, what will we face? A separate species operating outside human society. Behind his glasses, Stryker's eyes gleamed with icy intensity. You all think mutants are just a threat. No. They're a bomb capable of reducing modern civilization to rubble. Watching Stryker's retreating figure, Fury sighed inwardly. He'd let the Colonel handle the mutants. He had his own agenda, recruiting Tony Stark for the Avengers Initiative, then scouting other candidates. The young man dubbed New York's prodigy passed by, offering a faint smile. The one-eyed spymaster frowned. He'd heard of Sean's ciphers. After the Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom incident, the boy had landed on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watch list. 2 months of surveillance had yielded nothing. Reports indicated the young man rarely left Umbrella's labs, with no suspicious calls or online activity. As Coulson put it, he's so clean he doesn't even browse porn sites. DNA analysis of hair and skin samples showed no anomalies. Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four had confirmed that genetic mutation was probabilistic. Not everyone exposed to cosmic storms would develop powers. With doubts dispelled, Fury had withdrawn the surveillance team, and refocused on Tony Stark. Exiting the White House, Fury watched Sean's car pull away. A spy's intuition nagged at him. There's something hidden beneath that youthful smile. The thought flickered and faded. It was probably just his professional paranoia. He had scrutinized the file. Aside from a teenage entanglement with gang violence, there was nothing noteworthy. So there was no need to obsess over him. Gazing at the sky, Fury noted the gathering storm clouds. They were thick and leaden, spreading like ink across the horizon, and casting a pall over the earth. A downpour was coming. Chapter 118, The Bait. The first light of dawn rose from the horizon, painting the sky with a pale glow as warm sunlight bathed all of Westchester. This affluent suburban county in northern New York, bordering Connecticut and Long Island to the east, Putnam County to the north, and the Hudson River to the west, was renowned for its economic prosperity and as a hub of education. To outsiders unaware of the truth, the Gothic-style castle nestled in the Westchester countryside appeared to be nothing more than an elite private school. In reality, it was a special institution for mutants that was privately funded by Professor X. It offered free education to young mutants, teaching them to control their abilities while instilling ideals of peaceful coexistence with humanity. Jean pushed the wheelchair-bound old man through the sprawling school grounds. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, peppering the lawns and tree-lined paths. On the open field, children engaged in various activities under their teacher's guidance. Passing by the picturesque gravel-lined lake, they reached a small dock that concealed far more than met the eye. Beneath it lay a World War II-era bunker, repurposed by Professor X into a training ground for young mutants, a place for combat drills and tactical exercises. It was here that the first generation of X-Men had honed their skills, back when Charles and his friend Eric had not yet parted ways. Together, they had mastered their abilities, shared dreams of the future, and united against villains who sought to destroy the world. As they strolled along the breezy lakeshore, Jean wheeled the professor under the shade of a large tree, a spot where she had often sat reading Jane Austen novels as a student. Seated in his wheelchair, Charles gazed at the distant forests and wetlands, the crisp morning air brushing against his face. Faded memories suddenly sharpened into vivid clarity. Back then, he hadn't needed the wheelchair. He was still fresh out of Oxford, and was still full of vigor and idealism. Eric and I once stood beneath Lincoln's statue, discussing the future of this nation. We collaborated with government agencies to stop Sebastian Shaw, a terrifying scientist who drew power from mutant genes and sought to overthrow the world order. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the professor's eyes. Since his reunion with Eric in Manhattan, he had often questioned himself. Who was right, him or Eric? With the fallout from the Worthington attack escalating and the Mutant Registration Act gaining traction, the plight of mutants had worsened. The fragile peace he had spent years building was crumbling, leaving the usually steadfast leader adrift. He refused to embrace Eric's extremist path, which would plunge the world into war. Yet hiding in the shadows no longer seemed a viable route to peace. You and Magneto defeated him. McCoy never tires of recounting those glory days, though he mentions Mystique most often. Jean covered her mouth, laughing softly. She was well aware of Hank Beast McCoy's unrequited crush on the shapeshifter. Hearing the familiar name, the professor smiled faintly. He knew the story well. But Raven had chosen Eric's side, joining the Brotherhood in their fight against human governments to forge a mutant homeland. Jean, I want you, Scott, and Aurora to go to Los Angeles. Find a mutant named Kurt Wagner, a circus performer who can teleport. The professor rested his hands on his knees. He has reached out to the school, saying the military is hunting him and that Eric and the Brotherhood are being targeted. We can't ignore this. Charles often used Cerebro to locate powerful mutants. Those with unstable abilities were easy to detect, while children with underdeveloped powers often slipped under the radar. The teleporting circus performer appeared to hold critical information, which was why he was being pursued. Through intermediaries, he had sent a distress signal to the school. Do we need to send so many? Jean asked, concerned. The professor nodded. Fearing potential clashes with the military, he had dispatched the younger X-Men. Their combined strength would ensure safety, even against the Brotherhood. It's a shame Logan isn't here. He left to search for his memories. Charles sighed. With Wolverine around, unforeseen threats would have been trivial. At the word memories, Jean's eyes flickered in a flash of fiery intensity which vanished as quickly as it appeared, unnoticed even by the professor. Washington, D.C., Secret Operations Center. Stryker watched satellite footage of the X-Jet taking off from Xavier's school with a smirk playing on his lips. Lure away the strong, then deal with the leader. Under the White House's name, he had invited Charles Xavier to discuss Magneto's capture and human-mutant relations. The unsuspecting professor had accepted readily, though his decision to bring along a certain blue-furred powerhouse had initially posed a problem. Without Umbrella's mutant suppressants, Hank Beast McCoy's immense strength and intellect might have derailed Stryker's plans. Now, it was no longer an issue. The hulking McCoy, once a CIA scientist, had been discovered by Xavier and Magneto. Initially, his mutations were limited to oversized feet and enhanced physicality. But Hank, who was deeply insecure about his appearance, had developed a serum to cure himself, only to trigger further mutations, covering his body in blue fur and earning him the nickname Beast. I don't think you should be here, Charles, Hank muttered, eyeing the Secret Service agents with unease. As a veteran of the mutant-human conflict, he harbored deep wariness toward humans. With tensions at their peak, Xavier's presence in the White House was tantamount to walking into a lion's den. Peace requires effort, Hank, the professor replied calmly. His telepathy had scanned the agents. Their hostility was directed at mutants as a whole, but there was no immediate threat. Hank wheeled Charles into a White House meeting room. A secretary brought coffee, smiling politely. The president will be with you shortly. As the door closed, Hank's instincts flared. Tiny vents opened in the walls, releasing a cloud of ether gas. Xavier's eyes narrowed. His telepathy surged outward, only to be met with a screeching sonic pulse that lanced through his skull like a blade. The professor clutched his head, his mental powers scattering. Hank reacted instantly and hurled a sofa at the wall, but it bounced off with a dull thud. Snarling, the beast lunged for the door and tore it open like paper, only to face a squad of armed soldiers. Sharp needles pricked his skin, injecting a cold fluid. His roar died in his throat. The blue fur receded. Before he could process the change, darkness swallowed him. Breathing in the ether, Xavier's consciousness wavered. Through blurring vision, he saw a uniformed officer stride forward and clamped a metallic device around his head. His boundless telepathy was now caged, like a giant that was squeezed into a tiny box. Agony racked his mind. Before blacking out, the professor glimpsed a cold, familiar face, William. William Stryker. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 119, The End of Mutants. The sound of dripping water roused the professor from unconsciousness. His blurred vision gradually sharpened as a figure emerged from the darkness. William. He spoke the name softly. Instinctively, he reached out with his telepathy, only to slam into an impenetrable wall. Dizziness washed over him as he realized the strange device clamped to his head was blocking his powers. This is called a neural inhibitor. It keeps your abilities in check, Stryker said, tapping his own temple with a smirk. How does it feel to be powerless, Charles? He had waited years for this moment. Previously, the sheer might of mutants, especially Professor X's unpredictable telepathy, had forced him to tread carefully. Now, that restraint was gone. What did you do to Hank? The professor thought of his companion, his voice urgent. He should be thanking me. Stryker sneered. I freed him from the beastly fur. He's normal now. Charles tried to move his arms, only to find himself strapped tightly to the wheelchair. The memory of what he'd seen before blacking out sent a chill through him. William, why are you doing this? The professor attempted reason, knowing the root of Stryker's hatred. You wanted me to cure your son, but mutation isn't a disease. It's genetic evolution, humanity's next step. Shut up, Charles. Stryker's composure shattered. His bloodshot eyes burned with venom as he glared at the helpless old man. Spare me your sermons. You turned my son into a monster. After returning from your school, he took pleasure in torturing my wife and me as he twisted our minds. He blamed us for everything. Our heads were filled with nightmares, screams haunting us day and night. In the end, my wife, she drilled into her own skull to silence the voices. The usually ice-cold colonel trembled, his voice thick with grief and rage. He blamed mutants, and Charles, for his family's ruin. The irony was cruel. A man who dedicated his life to studying mutants had fathered one himself. Fate had mocked Stryker, and in his torment, he'd vowed to eradicate every last mutant. Only their extinction could bring him peace. As much as I despise your kind, I can't deny mutants have their uses. He nodded to his secretary, a Japanese woman with an impassive face. This was Yuriko Oyama, codenamed Lady Deathstrike. Like Wolverine, she had been enhanced with adamantium as part of Weapon X. A living weapon obedient to Stryker's will. That distress signal from Los Angeles, it was a trap. The professor's mind raced, piecing it together. Obviously. Stryker circled the wheelchair like an artist admiring his masterpiece. I know you're kind. Mutants aren't invincible. In some ways, you're easier to break than ordinary humans. Take you, for instance, a hypocrite draped in morality, preaching peace. Luring you in was child's play. A coerced circus performer sends a cry for help, and the noble Professor X dispatches his students like knights to the rescue. And with the young mutants gone, dealing with you became trivial. Stryker polished his glasses, gazing down at the powerless old man. The legendary Charles Xavier, the omnipotent telepath, was now his prisoner. The colonel studied the professor's eyes, no longer fearing mental intrusion. The neural inhibitor's blue glow pulsed on the bald man's head, caging the world's most powerful mind inside a frail body. Of course, you're not the endgame. Neither is Eric Lencher. My goal is the extinction of mutants. Hatred burned in Stryker like a furnace. Only vengeance could soothe him. I've dealt with mutants as long as you have. But the real challenge was always finding them. After all, how do you hunt what you can't see? His glasses glinted coldly. That was until I realized, you were the answer, Charles. Panic surged in the professor. His telepathy battered against the invisible walls of his mind, but the inhibitor was an unbreakable cage. The world's strongest telepath was locked inside his own skull. Pity. Conventional suppressants were too weak for you. So I had to improvise. Stryker gestured, and soldiers shoved forward a hollow-eyed man in loose linen clothes. Surgical scars crisscrossed his scalp, and metallic tentacles snaked from his neck into his brain. It was a grotesque sight. Meet Subject 143. His cerebral fluids can override free will. It's still experimental, of course. Jason. The professor gasped in horror. My God, William, this is your son. What have you done? Stryker's face was stone. His pain and rage had hollowed him out, no emotion remained. No, Charles. My son died. What stands here is another mutant freak like you. With a final icy glance, he strode out. The school's mutant children awaited his attention. Once they were dealt with, Magneto would be next. And Charles Xavier's mind. It would become Stryker's ultimate weapon. Outside the containment room, Stryker spotted Sean in his white lab coat. The young man had recently arrived at the Alkali Lake base to assist in mutant capture and research. Congratulations, Colonel. I hear you've bagged the famous Professor X. Sean's smile was, as always, mild and pleasant. Stryker frowned, eyeing him warily. Stay in designated areas, Mr. Cyphers. This place is crawling with dangerous mutants. You never know when one of those beasts might lash out. Of course. I know my boundaries. Sean nodded amiably. I always follow the rules. Watching the young man walk away, Stryker turned to his men. No one enters that room without the correct codes. Shoot intruders on sight, including me. He knew of Mystique's shape-shifting abilities. With his orders given, Stryker boarded a helicopter bound for Westchester. Tonight would mark the end of mutants. Yuriko Oyama. Chapter 120, Conversation with the Professor. T/N, don't forget to drop a review please. Stryker's secret base was hidden beneath the Alkali Lake Dam. The location was chosen for its secrecy and defensive advantages. Should any mutants attempt to breach the facility, they would face a deluge of floodwaters enough to crush even the likes of Magneto or Professor X into oblivion. Tonight, the dam base buzzed with activity. A massive transport plane unloaded its cargo, mutant children. They were drugged and caged like zoo animals, then carried into the base's holding cells by soldiers. Most were young mutants, but some older students had also been captured. Without the X-Men or the Professor to protect them, these untested fledglings stood no chance against Stryker's forces. Unlike the original timeline, where Wolverine led an escape through underground tunnels with Iceman and others, this time, there was no one to mount a resistance. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, the events of Liberty Island never occurred. Wolverine had left early to search for his memories, leaving the school vulnerable. Against trained soldiers armed with suppressants and adamantium bullets, even gifted mutants were powerless. Sergeant White, where is Colonel Stryker? Sean, who was clad in his white uniform, watched as another mutant child was tossed into a cage. Face streaked with camouflage paint, the young officer shot him a wary glance. The colonel is handling some loose ends. Sean wasn't surprised by the vague answer. He smiled faintly. No doubt Stryker was securing Cerebro, the ultimate weapon, powered by the world's most powerful mind. Exterminating every mutant would be impossible, even with the White House and military backing. Hidden among society, mutants were like rats in the sewers. They were numerous and elusive. But one man could find them all. With Cerebro, Charles Xavier could connect with every mind on the planet. If he focused on a specific group, he could kill them all unless they, too, were telepaths. This was why Stryker saw the Professor as the greater threat. Even Magneto, who was capable of leveling cities, ranked lower in the Colonel's hierarchy. Carrying a stack of files, Sean strolled unchallenged into the containment chamber. The dozen soldiers guarding the door ignored him, continuing their patrols as if he were invisible. Inside the dim, damp room, the Professor writhed in agony under the neural inhibitor. Across from him, Jason toyed with the world's most powerful telepath's mind. The man who had spent his life guiding others now endured the torment of relentless hallucinations. Stop. Jason. The shrill command sawed through Charles's skull. Vivid illusions dragged him back to the school, familiar rooms, familiar faces, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. Powerless, the Professor was no match for the master of illusions. Layer by layer, the hallucinations tightened their grip, reducing the once mighty telepath to a puppet. Hello, Professor. A clear voice shattered the illusions like a tolling bell. Charles gasped as the mental assault receded. Blinking, he saw a dark-haired young man seated before him, while Jason slumped lifelessly to the side. That doesn't work on me. The young man tapped his temple, smiling. His mental defenses were impervious to the illusionist's attacks. With a casual strike, he rendered the hollow-eyed Jason unconscious. Stryker's son, stripped of free will, was now little more than a broken tool. I'm Sean Cyphers. His tone was polite, almost deferential, scientific advisor to the Mutant Defense Initiative. You're a mutant too. The Professor assumed he was facing a fellow outcast. Sean shook his head. He carried no X gene. Studying the gentle leader of mutant kind, he knew that without his mental shields, he might never have risked this meeting. He might have even let Stryker dispose of the old man. Before this, I hesitated, Sean admitted, his voice solemn. How does one persuade an idealist to face reality? But I believe that once you know the truth, you might stand with me. Charles Xavier, mentor to mutants. The neural inhibitor's blue glow pulsed faintly as the Professor listened. Though the young man seemed earnest, his cold eye sent a chill through Charles. I understand mutants' history. Unlike your dreams of peace, I agree with Magneto. Every species rejects the different, and humans are no exception. Especially when mutants are stronger. Sean paused, meeting the old man's gaze. Lions don't coexist with sheep, and sheep don't expect friendship with lions. Inequality breeds conflict. Stryker's fears aren't unfounded. Mutants are only weak because they lack unity, a stable societal structure. The young ones crave normalcy, but as your generation fades, this fragile balance will shatter. Humans will drive you out. Mutants will fight back. War is inevitable, and the peace you long for is a utopian lie. You've been deceiving yourself, Professor. Each word struck like a blade against Charles's convictions. Yet a lifetime of belief wouldn't crumble so easily. So you're Eric's messenger. The professor's expression remained unshaken. Who could sway the will of the world's strongest telepath? No. I seek your support. As for Magneto, he'll receive my invitation soon. Sean steepled his fingers, his youthful demeanor and courteous tone making him seem like a student debating ethics with a stubborn teacher. Rising, he stepped closer. His dark eyes gleamed as he reached for the neural inhibitor clamped to the professor's head. With a soft click, the device came loose. Professor, Sean said, his voice rough with intensity, come with me to the future. Read ahead on my p@trian.com/myamatengel. Chapter 121, Days of Future Past. In the realm of the mind, two invisible forces clashed. A majestic, sacred temple stood upon the earth, towering like a mountain. Pure radiant light rippled outward in concentric circles, surging like tidal waves with thunderous roars. No one could have imagined such terrifying power residing within that frail, aging body. Psychic energy howled like a storm churning violent waves. At the temple's center sat the bald old man bathed in a holy glow. It was as if a deity had manifested in the flesh, inspiring an almost instinctive urge to kneel in worship. This was Charles Xavier, the world's most powerful telepath, the undisputed sovereign of the mental realm. Opposing him was a golden sun radiating boundless light and heat. Countless scorching rays emanated from the dark-haired young men at its core, spreading outward in all directions, their energy waves shaking the void like cosmic tides. In terms of pure psychic power, Sean might not have been the professor's equal. But bolstered by his formidable physical strength, he held his ground without faltering. What do you truly want? The old man's voice carried confusion. His restraints had been removed, yet no clear hostility emanated from the young men before him. As I said, Professor, I want you to witness the future of mutants with your own eyes. From the golden sun, countless psychic threads unfurled. Rather than attacking, these intangible tendrils converged into a roaring river of fragmented images, scenes and figures from different eras flashing past at blinding speed, like shattered reflections upon rippling water. The psychic threads wove together into a shimmering tapestry of light. Seated within his temple, the professor's composed expression finally flickered. His consciousness, like an invisible hand, reached out to touch the floating fragments. Forgotten memories surged forth like a tidal wave, breaking through the barriers of time. 1973, no, this is an illusion you've created. In the future, the last surviving mutant sent someone back through time to rewrite history. A new timeline overwrote the old. Everything started anew. Sean's voice resonated endlessly across the psychic plane. Staring into the professor's eyes with eyes brimming with immeasurable power, he declared. The future has already shown you the truth, Professor. The peace you long for never came, and never will. In the original timeline, facing extinction by the Sentinels, mutants had used Kitty Pryde's powers to send Wolverine's consciousness back to 1973. There, he united the younger Charles and Eric, altering the course of history and averting mutantkin's doom. Rather than waiting passively for peace, why not fight to claim it? The professor's eyes were deep and clear as crystal, they held not a trace of darkness. Gazing up at the young men, he said softly, I've met men like you, whose eyes burned with ambition, craving ultimate power, desperate to stand atop the world. You're no different from Eric. At least he fights for his kind. But you. As a human, what reason do you have to help mutants? Because I've never seen mutants as a threat. Sean's voice remained calm even as the professor's psychic might pressed inward, the golden sun now like a tiny boat in a storm and on the verge of capsizing. A new era is coming. In the future, there will be superhuman heroes, ancient extraterrestrial civilizations, alien conquerors, even beings who seek to wipe out half of all life in the universe. Compared to them, mutants are insignificant. As Magneto said, you're merely the next step in evolution. You think I'm some opportunist looking to exploit mutants, but I can offer you a new future. With a wave of his hand, the luminous tapestry shifted. The overwritten past vanished, replaced by scenes the professor had never seen. If the altered timeline doesn't convince you, then let me show you another possible ending for mutant kind. Chapter 122, Logan. Outside the containment chamber at the Alkali Lake Dam base, the guards shifted uneasily. The heavy steel door emitted a faint, ominous hum, and dust shook loose from overhead pipes. The squad leader tightened his grip on his submachine gun, recalling his superior's warnings about the dangerous mutants inside. A wave of tension gripped him. An invisible force radiated outward from the containment room, spreading rapidly in all directions. The overwhelming psychic energy warped reality itself, freezing time in an instant. Every guard's eyes glazed over, their thoughts grinding to a halt. It was as if the world itself had been paused. Inside the room, only three remained conscious: the comatose illusionist Jason, the wheelchair-bound professor, and Sean, standing tall. Their gazes locked, psychic forces clashing. In terms of pure telepathic prowess, the young man was no match for the bald elder. But his goal wasn't to defeat the professor. "Professor, come with me to the future that belongs to mutants." Fleeting images swirled like a river around the towering sacred temple. At its center, the old man tilted his head slightly, peering into the flickering fragments of light. Within them, he saw a familiar face. Logan. The professor murmured the name. But this was not the cigar-chomping, rough-edged loner he remembered. The Logan of this future was a shadow of his former self, unkempt, unshaven, dressed in a cheap black suit. Were it not for the attire, he might have been mistaken for a homeless drifter. The once indomitable warrior now carried an air of weary resignation. The psychic storm abruptly weakened. The professor stared stunned, as Logan, the man who never aged, was beaten down by common thieves, even taking bullets to protect a rented car. What happened? The words slipped out in a daze. How could Wolverine, Stryker's perfect weapon, fall so far? The scene shifted, revealing a Logan utterly unlike the one in the professor's memories. Gone was the reckless, unstoppable berserker. This Logan moved slowly, his temper dulled, his body littered with unhealed scars. Even his legendary regenerative abilities seemed to be fading. He no longer went by Logan. Using his birth name, James Howlett, he worked as a rideshare driver, holding umbrellas for passengers, squinting through glasses to read medicine labels. Not a trace remained of the fierce warrior from his prime. This was a broken man. Delving deeper into the fragments, the professor's consciousness became an omniscient observer surveying this bleak future. He watched Logan return from Texas to the Mexican border, where he found another shocking sight, himself, but decades older. A toppled water tank lay in the dirt. Logan carried medicine into a dim, crumbling room. The wise, benevolent Charles Xavier had become a babbling old man. He was bedridden, deranged, and far cry from the mutant leader he once was. "What is this?" The professor's voice trembled. He refused to believe this was his destiny. As the psychic storm subsided, Sean stepped into the sacred temple, the professor's impregnable mental fortress, as effortlessly as walking through an open door. "Don't you see, Professor? Even after rewriting time and creating a new future for mutants, the outcome remains unchanged. Future humanity found another way to eradicate your kind. Mutants dwindled into obscurity. For 20 years, no new mutants were born. Your people were systematically erased. And you, Charles Xavier, the world's most powerful mind, were stricken with Alzheimer's. Isn't that fate's cruelest joke?" Grief flashed in the old man's eyes. He saw himself lying in a farmer's bed, confessing his guilt. During one episode, he had killed hundreds innocents, a memory so horrifying, his mind had buried it. Only over a quiet dinner did the truth resurface. When Logan's clone drove claws through the old man's heart, Charles made no protest. Past and future seemed to converge in that moment, just as they had when the younger professor confronted his future self in Days of Future Past. The visions faded. Tears welled in the professor's eyes as doubt and despair took root. Had Sean wished to strike now, the old man would have been defenseless. Recalling the future he'd witnessed, Charles felt a pang of sorrow. An aged Logan whose healing factor seemed to be receding had hidden him away on the Mexican border, medicating his deteriorating mind. The once proud warrior drove strangers across the city, saving every penny for a boat, having a dream of escaping to the open sea, to live out their final days in peace. Yet even in this tragic tale of flight and survival, the ending never changed. Charles was buried by a grassy riverbank, and Logan finally found rest in death. Decades later, mutants became mere comic book characters. No one believed the X-Men or the Brotherhood had ever existed. They were relics, forgotten beneath the dust of time. "How do you know all this?" The professor's voice was raw with anguish. He couldn't accept that his life's work would lead only to this. Not even in death would he see the peace he longed for. Even with time rewritten, Mutantkin's extinction was inevitable. "Think of me as a traveler swimming upstream through time. This world is my final stop." Sean's smile was gentle. Studying the conflicted old man, he said softly, "Peace is never won through pleas. It must be taken. I want mutants to join my cause because in the future I envision, they won't be wiped out. They'll live in the utopia you dreamed of. Do I have a choice?" Bitterness laced the professor's words. He understood Mutantkin's predicament all too well. Magneto's dramatic re-emergence had galvanized governments into action. Even if he escaped this dam, where could he go? Hide elsewhere. Join Eric's Brotherhood in open rebellion. Charles had realized the truth, retreat solved nothing. But would defiance bring a better tomorrow? Professor, you can start by trusting me. By your moral standards, I may not be a good man. But I keep my promises. Sean's smile was knowing. No matter how much the professor sympathized with humanity, when faced with his people's extinction, the mutant leader would make choices contrary to his ideals. You've convinced me. But Eric will never compromise. The professor knew true unity was impossible unless his old friend could be reined in. Sean's grin widened. Persuasion is a specialty of mine, whether through words or other means. Chapter 123, Confrontation. T/N, we're still withholding those reviews. Even this late into the story, this book has no rating. Imagine that, sad face. Northern Alberta, Canada, Lofen City. The noisy, run-down bar was alive with excitement. The frigid weather outside did nothing to dampen the crowd's enthusiasm. Travelers and long-haul truckers, unable to continue their journeys on the icy roads, had gathered here to rest. The bar's second floor offered rooms for rent. Pay enough, and you could even get hot water and food. Shouts rose like tidal waves. At the center of the space stood a massive iron cage, where two burly men brawled violently. Blood and brutality were timeless themes. People always reveled in watching beasts or their own kind tear into each other, a thrill to jolt their numb nerves. Some brawny gamblers, after losing money, would jump into the cage themselves. They usually ended up beaten to a pulp by the professional fighters. Those who couldn't pay were tossed out into the cold without a second thought. No one here would call a doctor for you. Survival in these parts left little room for charity. In a room on the second floor, Magneto sat in silence, absent from the public eye for some time. Compared to the grimy hovels nearby, this cleaned-up space was decent. Yet the Brotherhood's leader, who was accustomed to grandeur, frowned with visible distaste. The military has been tracking us. Many of our kind have been exposed. I had to be cautious, explained a hat-wearing subordinate. Magneto gave a slight nod. Since the Worthington incident, human authorities had intensified their pursuit, forcing the Brotherhood to retreat from the United States to Canada. This Maple Leaf nation, with its sparse population and weak military, was often mocked as America's backyard. Its vast, unguarded borders made it an ideal hiding place. But his public appearance hadn't been in vain. Magneto's stirring speech outside Worthington Tower had drawn many hidden mutants to the Brotherhood's cause, all eager to join his vision of a mutant homeland. It was a prime opportunity to expand. Previously, only radicals, those who'd suffered human oppression, flocked to Magneto's banner. But now, even mutants who'd once clung to Professor X's ideals found themselves swayed by his rhetoric. History proved people favored charismatic orator, like a certain Third Reich leader who had mastered the craft. Caliban, keep searching for more of our kind. I want them gathered. Only when mutants truly unite will humans learn fear. The pale, robe-clad man named Caliban nodded eagerly. His mutant ability to sense others within a 25-mile radius made him invaluable for recruitment. Yet something felt off. The former black market dealer seemed unusually tense today. Before Magneto could ponder further, the world outside fell silent. The raucous noise of the bar faded as if snuffed out. Patrons and staff alike moved like puppets, filing out wordlessly. Shooting Caliban a glance, Magneto stepped out. Though alone, his followers dispatched on other missions, the proud elder feared no threat. Even an entire army would be trivial. Clad in his signature purple helmet and flowing cape, Magneto descended the stairs like a king surveying his domain. The once boisterous bar now stood empty, save for the vacant fighting cage and the roaring fireplace. Charles. Magneto called out skeptically. Only the telepathic professor could orchestrate such a mass exodus. Yet he refused to believe his old friend would side with humanity. A tall figure pushed through the door, letting in a gust of icy wind. The professor didn't want to face you. I understand why. This decision pains him, his guilt weighs heavy. But sacrifices are sometimes necessary for greater outcomes. Magneto remained on the stairs, looking down at the newcomer. Firelight glinted off the form-fitting black suit, and decades of combat instincts prickled at the faint aura of danger the young man exuded. A glance back confirmed Caliban's disappearance. Who are you? Magneto demanded. Sean Cyphers. The young man smiled. The original plan was different. Shield and Stryker intended to coerce that poor mutant into luring you here. Then they'd deploy mustard gas from World War I, blood agents or similar biochemical weapons. All fast-acting, agonizing, and lethal. The black suit absorbed the firelight like ink. Sean took a step forward, spotlit as if on stage. But Nick Fury preferred luring you to an open area. No metal gear, just elite troops with polymer weapons, resin shields, and mutant power suppressants. The director favors capture. Striker. He'd rather you were dead. Suppressants. Magneto seized on the term. Sean nodded proudly. I expanded on Worthington's research. While the X gene is deeply rooted and nearly impossible to remove, it can be temporarily suppressed, stripping you of your gifts. Your Brotherhood members have already experienced its effects. Magneto's pupils contracted. With a flick of his wrist, steel beams twisted like living things, their jagged tips aimed at Sean. The Brotherhood's leader had heard enough. Whatever scheme this boy had, power would decide the outcome. Even an army outside wouldn't faze him. The entire bar trembled as its metal skeleton reshaped into a fortress around Magneto. Sean's warnings had put him on guard. This armored shell would negate any tricks. Young men are always reckless, blind to the dangers of power they don't understand, the elder sneered. Like a striking serpent, the steel beams lashed out. Chapter 124, Collision. Magneto raised his hand, and several twisting steel beams intertwined, forming thick metal spikes. Propelled by magnetic force, they tore through the air as they shot toward Sean, who stood at the center of the bar. Reckless. The young man snorted softly, feeling the sharp wind rushing toward him. Surging power coursed through his body, and a faint golden light enveloped the surface of his black combat suit. He reached out and grasped the massive, serpent-like metal spike as if it had plunged into solid rock. Even under magnetic control, it couldn't break free. The sharp metal spike vibrated violently, emitting a piercing, buzzing hum. Golden energy surged from his palm, and with a tremendous force, the struggling metal spike was torn apart with a mournful screech. Sean looked up at Magneto, who was encased in his sturdy fortress, his eyes cold and indifferent. With a powerful push from his legs, the wooden floor beneath him shattered, and the air exploded with a muffled, thunderous explosion. Bang! In Magneto's vision, the black figure shot through the air like an arrow, appearing before him in an instant. A heavy fist slammed into the thick steel plate like a cannonball striking metal. Caught off guard, the veteran master of magnetism was sent flying out of the bar. The wall collapsed into a gaping hole, and icy wind-carrying snowflakes rushed in. Sean pressed his advantage. With another muffled impact, the black figure flashed forward like lightning, delivering a whip-like kick to the twisted steel plate. Before the dazed Magneto could recover, he was sent flying again. His defensive fortress was already deeply dented, clearly unable to withstand many more such brutal attacks. The dark steel fortress crashed into a large truck parked outside the bar. The multi-ton vehicle flipped over upon impact. Seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted as flames surged like a tidal wave. The intense heat melted the snow-covered ground. A disheveled Magneto, still shielded by his steel, burst through the flames and fled at high speed. His majestic purple robe was singed and stained with sweat. Magneto levitated midair by manipulating the magnetic field. His initial carelessness had nearly cost him the fight against the relentless young man. The opponent's immense physical strength and lightning-fast speed had caught the Brotherhood's leader off guard, dealing him a heavy blow. The black figure stood firm in the snow, framed by the raging inferno behind him. Flames twisted and danced, melting the falling snowflakes into droplets that evaporated into thin wisps of smoke. Not bad, Magneto conceded grudgingly. As a seasoned veteran among mutants, he wasn't one to admit defeat easily. Wiping sweat from his brow, his previous dismissive attitude shifted to one of caution. Raising both hands, the dilapidated bar trembled violently. Even the snow-covered trucks nearby weren't spared. Any object containing metal was summoned by the magnetic force, surging toward the airborne elder like a raging storm. His momentary lapse had allowed Sean to gain the upper hand, but now, with distance between them, Magneto could control the endless tide of metal at will. He could toy with the young man, who lacked long-range attack capabilities, and watch as he was torn apart by the storm of steel. The unsupported bar collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dozens of cargo trucks were dismantled, their metal fragments joining the swirling storm. Razor-sharp blades of steel, thin yet deadly, reflected a cold, merciless glow. Magneto, his robes billowing dramatically, resembled a stern general setting up an impenetrable defense. Sean's blistering speed and overwhelming strength had left a lasting impression. Are you a military super-soldier? Or one of Stryker's experiments, some abomination stitched together from mutant genes? The mutant leader's taunt carried on the howling wind, reaching Sean's ears. The young man merely smiled faintly and looked up at Magneto, who believed himself untouchable. Warm-up is over. The declaration cut through the snowstorm. Then, Sean shot forward like a fighter jet at full throttle. The ground beneath his feet cracked like a spiderweb as a deafening boom echoed through the night sky. Arrogant fool. Magneto sneered. Blades of metal, sharp enough to slice through flesh, shot out like predatory birds, intercepting the airborne figure. The experienced mutant leader knew Sean couldn't fly, he was merely leaping with sheer physical power. With precise control, Magneto wove a net of death from the whirling metal blades, aiming to ensnare the black figure midair. Amid the thunderous impacts, Sean, who radiated cold killing intent, kicked aside the high-velocity metal projectiles. Then, a faint golden glow surrounded him, forming an impervious force field. The incoming blades collided with it, producing dull, resonant thuds. Landing lightly on one of the blades, Sean pushed off, using it as a springboard to launch himself toward Magneto again. Like a diving eagle, his silhouette, illuminated by the blazing inferno, cut through the darkness like black lightning. Thick metal plates rose to shield Magneto. With the finesse of a master conductor, he plucked the strings of magnetism, sending the swirling storm of metal into a frenzy. The air hummed with the vibrations of countless blades, their eerie chorus echoing across the desolate landscape. As a veteran among mutants, he knew how to control the battlefield, shrinking the arena step by step. To the helmeted elder in his regal purple and red robes, Sean's relentless assault was futile. By tightening the noose of the metal storm, he could gradually crush the young man. No matter how strong or fast his opponent was, trapped within the steel tempest, he would eventually kneel in surrender. With a flick of his wrist, the metal blades Sean had kicked away transformed into dozens of sharpened spikes, raining down like javelins. Amid the shrill whistling, a solid energy barrier materialized and deflected the assault. Yet Magneto only smirked. Twisting the magnetic threads once more, the disarmed metal melted and reformed into countless resilient wires, weaving into a net that expanded upward, ensnaring Sean from below. The magnetically controlled net closed like a giant's fist aiming to trap the dodging figure. Above, a spinning blade sealed off any escape route, while the surrounding storm of metal tightened its grip. The lightning-fast black figure found every exit blocked. Even with the formidable energy barrier, once caught in the steel web, any chance of breaking free would vanish. What followed would be an endless onslaught, the waiting storm of metal ready to grind Sean into pulp. A triumphant grin spread across the elder's face. Victory was within reach. The trap was set. No matter how ferocious the prey, all that remained was to enjoy the spectacle of a cornered beast's struggle. Once this mysterious opponent was defeated, Magneto would descend like a god to rescue his imperiled Brotherhood members. His indomitable prestige would soar, uniting the scattered mutants under his banner. Not even his old friend Charles could stand in his way then. Chapter 125, The Victor. Outside the battlefield, AC-141 transport aircraft hovered in the sky. Dressed in red and black tight-fitting attire, Elektra, along with the bald old man beside her, watched the intense battle unfolding in the mountainous forest through satellite-transmitted footage. In the spacious rear cabin, aside from Mystique, Raven Darkholm, the other members of the Brotherhood were all confined within electrified iron cages. While Magneto was lured into a trap, they too suffered a devastating blow. The elite ninjas of the Hand had infiltrated the Brotherhood's secret base. With the aid of copious amounts of anesthetic gas and mutant-suppressing drugs, the mutants, who had previously held their own against entire armies, were rendered nearly powerless against the fully armed elite warriors. Even formidable beings like the Juggernaut, with his thick skin and immunity to bullets, could only submit like docile lambs when faced with guns loaded with mutant-suppressing drugs and adamantium bullets. In truth, well-trained elite forces equipped with means to counter mutants could easily dominate them. Combined with the premeditated use of anesthetic gas, the Brotherhood members were effortlessly captured in one fell swoop. Eric's strength is not to be underestimated. Without a way to counter his abilities, defeating him would be impossible, the professor remarked as he observed the fierce battle on the screen. Based on the power Sean had displayed so far, he was no match for Magneto. Having been both friends and adversaries for years, Charles knew Eric all too well. With his formidable magnetic abilities, Eric had rarely encountered a true rival. Ever since acquiring the helmet that shielded him from telepathy, even the professor could not harm him in a one-on-one confrontation. You place too much faith in your old friend, Elektra sneered. She harbored an inexplicable, unwavering confidence in Sean. As she watched the shadowy figure dodging and weaving on the screen, the new leader of the Hand showed no trace of concern. The man who had dragged her into the abyss of darkness never engaged in battles he couldn't win. Unnoticed, Elektra rested the hand holding her iron sai against the professor's back. On the battlefield, time seemed to slow. Sean's gaze was calm as the golden torrent within him surged violently. His fists clenched, releasing a torrent of energy from his body. An invisible force field erupted into a raging storm, expanding outward in all directions. The air itself seemed to ignite like volatile gunpowder, the thunderous explosions shaking the earth. The converging steel wires were pulverized by the terrifying energy, while the surging shockwaves twisted and deformed the metal blades like a hurricane. A golden radiance erupted like a sword piercing through darkness, as the shadowy figure wreathed in thunderous force tore through the void and crashed into the stunned Magneto. Feeling the unending surge of power within him, Sean propelled himself off floating metal debris, each step unleashing tremendous force that sent ripples through the air. It was as though he were moving through viscous tides, only, his superhuman physique allowed him to tear through the intense air resistance. Amidst the relentless muffled booms, the black figure closed the distance in an instant. Snapping back to reality, Magneto raised layer after layer of steel shields with a wave of his hand. But the shadowy figure merely smirked coldly, his fists shattering the thick, reinforced metal like paper. The mutant leader was jolted awake from his delusions, and hastily manipulated the magnetic field, summoning nearby metal-like tidal waves while retreating rapidly, desperate to avoid letting his terrifying opponent get close. The metal objects disintegrated and dispersed, melting into countless smooth, gleaming steel spheres that reflected the pale moonlight. They arranged themselves in orderly formations mid-air, and at their master's command, they surged forth like an overwhelming silver tide, unleashing a deafening shockwave. Thousands of steel spheres spun at high speed, their friction generating sparks of blazing white lightning. This was Magneto's trump card, originally intended for the troublesome X-Men but now unleashed prematurely upon Shawn. Carrying immense kinetic energy and penetrative force, the spheres scattered in all directions, weaving back and forth like a deadly net of crackling electricity. An overwhelming pressure bore down like an icy gust. Shawn took a deep breath as snowflakes swirled around him. In his mind's eye, he could see countless silver threads extended from Magneto's body, forming a dazzling intricate magnetic field. Some of the nearly imperceptible threads even reached deep into the earth. Had this master of magnetism attained the ability to manipulate the planet's core or polar magnetic fields, Shawn would never have dared oppose him. Such unimaginable power could effortlessly destroy an entire world. Though you are not one of my kind, you are far superior to ordinary humans. If you join the Brotherhood, there will still be a place for you in the world to come. Magneto spread his arms as the omnipresent magnetic forces responded to his will. The gleaming steel spheres spun faster, their shrieking whine growing ever more piercing. For the leader of the Brotherhood, even this much patience was a rare concession. If this fool still refused to yield, he would be torn apart by the storm of electrified steel. Shawn plummeted from the sky like a cannonball and cratered the ground with a web of fissures. He glanced at Magneto, who commanded the silver tide, and shook his head slightly as the energy within him reached its peak. The gleaming steel spheres expanded, rotating faster as faint electricity crackled around them. The intense magnetic field distorted the very air, making it seem like shattered glass reflecting bizarre, shifting images. You've squandered your last chance. Magneto swung his arm, and the steel spheres, now wreathed in blazing sparks, shot forth like electromagnetic railgun rounds, their scorching penetrative force capable of shredding even the toughest metal bodies. Shawn's eyes narrowed. A crimson beam erupted from his palm and collided with the oncoming spheres, triggering a deafening explosion. Boom. The white-haired old man hovering midair looked startled. He hadn't expected his opponent to possess such an ability. His face darkened with anger as he intensified the magnetic field, the spinning spheres forming an impenetrable barrier. The spheres arranged meticulously in the air and bombarded their target like artillery shells. The night sky lit up with fiery explosions as Shawn's crimson beams, like molten blades, intercepted and detonated the incoming steel orbs. The earth trembled under the onslaught, and towering fir trees toppled like dominoes. Magneto's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. While he controlled the barrage of spheres, he also subtly manipulated scattered metal fragments on the ground. He couldn't fathom how a new powerhouse had emerged among humans, but one thing was clear, this man stood in the way of Mutantkin's ascent. After his impassioned speech in Manhattan, the aging leader had begun pondering the future of mutants. He realized that while his kind held a combat advantage over human armies, they lagged far behind in numbers and organization. Thus, the Brotherhood's leader resolved to gather more of his kind and bide his time. Perhaps mutants weren't yet ready to challenge humanity, but one day, as their numbers grew, they would rule the world. And when that day came, Magneto would be the great leader who guided his people to glory. Shaking off his reverie, the old man, his robes flapping in the wind, steeled himself to end this battle. The young always overestimated themselves, believing nothing could stand in their way. Such arrogance rarely ended well. The metal fragments around Shawn writhed like living things, forming razor-sharp needles that glinted coldly in the snow. Hidden in the muck, they silently closed in. Suddenly, Magneto noticed Shawn's movements falter. Recklessly unleashing energy beams must have taken its toll. Magneto deduced. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Magneto willed the needles to strike. Like a swarm of deadly wasps, they lunged, eager to pierce flesh and drink warm blood. The spinning needles tore through the air like a storm. Yet Shawn's lips curled into a faint smile. He spread his arms, then clenched his fists violently. A torrent of energy erupted, igniting the air like countless barrels of gunpowder. The explosions roared endlessly, the shockwaves kicking up dust and debris. The dense swarm of needles crumbled as if crushed by an immense force. A sonic boom shook the earth as the Shawn tore through the turbulent air, closing the distance in less than a second. His cold eyes locked onto the stunned Magneto. With unstoppable momentum, he shattered every defense. A powerful hand seized the mutant leader's throat. The icy grip of death enveloped the old man, as though an endless blizzard had frozen him solid. One more second, and he would be a lifeless corpse. Thank your old friend. If not for Professor Xavier including you as part of the deal, I would have snapped your neck myself. Sean ripped off Magneto's helmet and unleashed a surge of energy, reducing the telepathy-blocking artifact to dust. Returning to solid ground, Sean tore off his tattered black combat suit. Even its specialized material couldn't withstand the power he had unleashed. He tossed the disheveled old man aside, his dark eyes exuding an abyssal aura, like the void itself. Mutants will rise, but that future has nothing to do with you. Sean gazed at the night sky and murmured, the old era is over. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, A Conversation in the White House. T/N, 2 more reviews. In the Oval Office of the White House, news media affiliated with major television networks underwent security checks by the Secret Service before entering this pinnacle of national power. Today, the president would deliver a public statement addressing the mutant issue and the proposed Registration Act, expressing the federal government's stance and position. Surrounded by his advisors, the nation's leader stepped into the room. Facing the live broadcast cameras, he appeared composed and calm. For a seasoned politician, the camera was both his stage and his best opportunity to showcase his charisma to the public. As the countdown began, the president put on a warm yet dignified smile. Truthfully, he had a headache over this matter. He had initially hoped William Stryker would cleanly resolve the mutant problem, eliminating those troublesome individuals once and for all. But just yesterday evening, the dam base at Alkali Lake suffered a catastrophic breach from a terrifying flood. The colonel, who had sworn to eradicate mutants, tragically perished in the disaster. According to intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D., an extraordinarily destructive battle had taken place in the wilderness of northern Alberta, Canada. Due to the satellite footage being too blurry, the only discernible detail was that one of the participants was likely Magneto. Meanwhile, Charles Xavier, who had been captured by Stryker, had already returned to the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters in Westchester. All signs pointed to the colonel's plan ending in complete failure. Both major mutant leaders remained unharmed. Since the root of the mutant problem could not be decisively eliminated, the politician in him naturally chose to act as if none of it had happened. All blame could be conveniently pinned on the late William Stryker. However, considering the wary financial and political elites, the president still needed to assert his stance. That is, to frame mutants as adversaries of humanity, at least to prevent public opinion from spiraling further out of control. Glancing at the scrolling teleprompter, the president cleared his throat, preparing to launch into a passionate, emotionally charged speech. He aimed to project an image of fearless leadership by condemning mutant atrocities, perhaps even gaining more public support and votes in the process. Before the first word could leave his lips, a blinding bolt of lightning split the sky. Rolling dark clouds swiftly blotted out the heavens, turning the bright blue sky pitch black in an instant. The teleprompter flickered twice before shutting off, along with the lights in the room. Is the broadcast still live? The president asked. He looked around at the Secret Service agents and journalists in the room. They stood frozen like statues, their eyes vacant and unresponsive. Sensing something amiss, the president turned toward the window. Leaden clouds churned like tidal waves, while dazzling arcs of lightning danced like silver serpents. An oppressive, storm-laden atmosphere filled the air. When he turned back, the room was no longer empty. A group of strangers had appeared, led by a bald man in a wheelchair who smiled amiably. Under the flickering lightning that pierced the clouds, the president recognized their faces. They were the mutants from Stryker's files. A surge of panic spread through him, but the nation's leader forced himself to remain composed. He instinctively rose from his seat and took a few steps back. Relax, we mean no harm. I believe you already know my name, Mr. President, the wheelchair-bound man said gently. Storm stepped forward and placed a stack of documents on the famed Resolute desk. These files concerning mutants were recovered from William Stryker's private office. The president glanced at them. They were the meticulously detailed mutant containment initiative. He sat back down. I've never seen these documents before. And I don't negotiate under duress. This isn't duress. This is an opportunity for peace, Mr. President, the professor said softly. Thinking of the recent suffering mutants had endured, he spoke earnestly. There are people in this world, both human and mutant, who believe war is inevitable. These documents prove that someone has been trying to incite conflict between our species. If that happens, both sides will suffer. Mr. President, this is a pivotal moment. As you address the world regarding mutants, please do not repeat past mistakes. Change is possible. We can work together to build a better future. As thunder roared and lightning flashed, the dark clouds suddenly dispersed. Light returned to the world. The president, still seated, noticed everyone staring at him as if nothing unusual had happened, as though it had all been a hallucination. The politician stared at the teleprompter, then down at the documents now resting on his desk. His mind was made up. Mutants were not weak lambs to be slaughtered at will. Even if they were to be dealt with, now was not the time. In Westchester, at the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, Sean sat in the professor's chair, sipping a cup of rich black tea. When the professor returned with the younger generation of mutants, this uninvited guest, who had made himself at home, smiled faintly, as though he were the true master of the school. "I trust the president won't refuse the goodwill extended by mutants," Sean said with certainty, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. The professor in the wheelchair nodded. He wasn't sure whether collaborating with this enigmatic young man was wise, but he had little choice. Even his old friend Magneto had fallen to him. Opposing Sean now would only bring devastating consequences for mutant kind. This is just the first step. Next, you'll need to strengthen ties with the government. You must establish a liaison office to facilitate communication with federal agencies. This will help reduce unnecessary misunderstandings. Then, promote a few congressmen who will champion mutant rights. If Senator Kelly could gain political capital by opposing mutants, why can't someone step forward like Lincoln emancipating the slaves, to lead mutants and humans toward peace? Sean spoke eloquently. To fully align the professor's faction with his own goals, he needed to show sincerity. Besides, in his view, the mutant issue wasn't fundamentally unsolvable, it merely lacked the right timing. When the new era arrived, this world would be filled with all kinds of superheroes, even post-human beings standing at the forefront of evolution. By then, what would mutants even matter? People feared the unknown and rejected those different from themselves. But if they themselves gained the potential for superhuman abilities, their hatred and prejudice toward mutants would likely diminish greatly. For mutants to be accepted by society, you must first win the battle of public opinion. Make everyone understand that mutants are not diseases or freaks, you are the result of genetic evolution and natural selection. The professor's heavy heart gradually eased. Though he didn't fully grasp Sean's ultimate motives, the young man had shown no hostility. Nor did he seem to intend to use mutants as weapons or stepping stones for personal ambition, as initially feared. The X-Men nearby watched this exchange with confusion. They still didn't fully understand what had transpired. When the younger mutants returned to the school, they found their former sanctuary looking as though it had suffered a terrorist attack. The mutant children were all missing, and the professor and Beast had vanished without a trace. Just as they were at a loss, the missing professor returned safely, and the children, sedated by tranquilizers, were brought back. Only then did the X-Men learn that William Stryker, the mutant butcher who had once traumatized them, had nearly succeeded in capturing every mutant at the school through deceit. The realization left them all shaken. "Sean, I need to speak with these children," the professor said, glancing at the composed young men with a quiet sigh. Sean tactfully stood, offering the others a faint smile before leisurely exiting the room, ignoring their wary gazes. Chapter 127, Warning. Who's he? Scott Summers, also known as Cyclops, voiced the question on everyone's minds after Sean left the room. The first thing they had done upon returning to the school was follow the professor to the White House for what amounted to a demonstrative conversation. This was completely contrary to the bald elder's long-held principle of staying hidden and low-key. They felt as though the men who had guided them like a lighthouse had undergone some kind of change, a subtle shift in his vision for the future of mutants. His name is Sean Cyphers. If you follow scientific news, you might have heard of him, the professor explained methodically. On the surface, he is the founder of Umbrella Corporation, a promising genius from New York. As for his true background, even I don't fully know. The professor wheeled himself to the window, where sunlight streamed in. He watched the mutant children running and laughing outside, recalling the fragments of the future he had glimpsed in Sean's memories. If mutants were truly destined to face such a cruel fate, perhaps cooperating with the self-proclaimed time traveler wasn't such a bad idea. Eric and his brotherhood have already fallen into his hands. And as for me and the children here, we were all rescued by him. Hearing this, the others' wariness toward Sean diminished significantly, though Scott, who harbored deep-seated resentment toward humans, remained prejudiced. His childhood had been marked by human oppression, and he had nearly become one of Stryker's experimental subjects. Had it not been for the professor's guidance, the traumatized Cyclops might have long since defected to Magneto's brotherhood. "What about Stryker?" Scott asked, his voice thick with hatred. As I mentioned at the White House, Stryker and his son Jason were locked in the containment chamber. When the dam was destroyed. The professor's eyelids lowered slightly. In truth, the reality was far more brutal than he let on. Sean had trapped Stryker and his son, Jason, in a room together. The uncontrolled master of illusion had tormented the ruthless colonel like a masterful horror director, subjecting him to unbearable agony before opening the floodgates and obliterating the dam facility, a place built upon the bones of countless mutants. At the time, the professor had hesitated over whether to intervene. But every time he met Sean's mocking gaze, he was reminded of the broken Wolverine and the near extinction of mutant kind. As the young man had said, peace could not be begged for, nor could kindness alone erase humanity's hatred and disgust. Hearing of his enemy's death, Scott felt an unexpected hollowness. After regaining his composure, he turned to the professor. "That human isn't trustworthy." Perhaps due to some instinct, he sensed something in Sean that reminded him of Stryker, an aura of cold calculation. Neither man was simple, both were scheming and cunning, always plotting their next move. Of course, part of his dislike might also stem from the way Sean had been staring at Jean the moment she walked in. Just like that bastard Logan. Cyclops grumbled inwardly. The professor didn't elaborate further on his reasons for cooperating with Sean. These young students had long been under his protection, and revealing the future of mutants to them so abruptly wouldn't be wise. Moreover, the bald elder wasn't entirely convinced by the sudden appearance of this young man. Doubts and wariness lingered in his mind. Unfortunately, Sean also possessed formidable psychic defenses, preventing the professor from casually reading his thoughts as he could with others. After a brief discussion, the X-Men dispersed. Though the school had nearly been wiped out by government forces, life had to go on. They would simply have to be more cautious and vigilant from now on. "I'll be watching you. Don't even think about pulling anything shady," Scott warned as he passed Sean, who was leaning against the doorframe. Amused by Cyclops' childish display, Sean shrugged and turned his attention to Jean Grey in her high-neck sweater. "So your power is putting up with him." Jean could only sigh at Scott's hostility, quickly steering her sullen boyfriend away. Storm and the others watched the exchange with amusement. It was a familiar scene, especially back when Logan was still around. Sean observed Jean's retreating figure, catching a glimpse in the psychic realm of a dazzling inferno, a black phoenix spreading its wings, ready to take flight. "Interesting," he murmured with a faint smile before turning toward the professor's office. Closing the door behind him, Sean faced the wheelchair-bound telepath. Without the neural inhibitor controlling his powers, the bald elder seemed to Sean like an unfathomable ocean, a being who frequently navigated the vast seas of human consciousness. In terms of sheer psychic power, few in this world could rival him. "What do you plan to do with Eric?" Unsurprisingly, the professor was still concerned about his old friend. "At the very least, the Brotherhood's leader needs some time to cool off," Sean replied lightly. He had no intention of releasing Magneto to wreak havoc. As for the other Brotherhood members, however, they could be useful. Those radical mutants who had followed Magneto for years were better suited for certain, unsavory tasks than the X-Men. In Sean's eyes, Charles's well-behaved students were like lambs he had domesticated, untested by blood and fire, their only adversaries being Magneto's Brotherhood, with conflicts rarely escalating beyond skirmishes. In the original timeline, even Stryker and his elite forces had managed to storm the underprepared Xavier Institute, capturing the young students and mutant children with ease. It was proof of their lack of combat readiness. Living in a human society filled with hostility and suspicion toward mutants, Charles had neglected to properly train his students in combat. Beyond teaching them to control their abilities, he had done little to develop their potential. "Professor, you'll soon realize that mutants don't need to hide. If you can reshape your image, you could become as beloved as the Fantastic Four. At their core, they're no different from mutants." Sean worked to ease the professor's concerns. Trust had to be cultivated gradually. Mutants were a formidable force in this world, one that could prove to be a valuable asset if properly utilized. "Do not attempt to get close to Jean." The professor's gaze turned stern as he issued a grave warning. "I know you enjoy taking risks, but some things must not be touched, especially those beyond your understanding or control." The kindly old man's eyes suddenly sharpened, his immense psychic presence surging like a tidal wave, crashing against Sean's mind. "Why do you keep her locked away?" Sean asked lightly. "The more you suppress a flood, the more violently it will burst free when released. Can't you see her suffering, Professor? Enduring nightmares every night, those violent, destructive emotions piling up inside her. When darkness falls, two personalities battle for control. Professor Charles Xavier, can you truly not hear that little girl's cries for help? She wants you to reach out, to free her from this torment." Sean paused, his dark eyes glinting with malice, and yet, the teacher she respects most chose to lock that terrifying persona away in a mental cage. "Is it because you fear unleashing a world-destroying demon, or because you're afraid you can't control her?" "Enough." Pain flickered in Charles's compassionate eyes as he cut Sean off. "I will handle Jean's situation. Until then, you should worry about yourself," the bald elder said coldly. "There are those in this world who hold great hostility toward wanderers of time and space, especially otherworldly souls like yours. Hide yourself well. Don't let them find you." Sean fell into thought, standing silently for a moment before finally turning and leaving the room. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 128, Backstage. Wind speed 30 knots, altitude 15,000 feet, you are cleared to enter the landing zone. With the pilot's announcement, Tony Stark, clad in his sleek red and gold armor, leaped from the aircraft door. The eye-catching Iron Man suit descended in a free-fall pose, cutting through the night sky amidst dazzling fireworks. Energetic music blared across the stage as spotlights converged on the outstretched arms of the armored hero. Behind him, a row of long-legged dancers kicked in perfect sync, while the audience below erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. This was the Stark Industries Expo in Flushing, New York. Despite Pepper Potts' objections, Tony had stubbornly gone ahead with this grand solo performance. The circular stage beneath him rotated open, and several mechanical arms emerged, swiftly disassembling the armor. Dressed in a sharp black suit, the playboy billionaire reveled in the deafening cheers. He loved this feeling, the sensation of the world's attention focused solely on him. The adoration of the crowd momentarily reignited his heart, which was slowly being poisoned by palladium toxicity. A giant screen displayed the waving flag of the United States as Tony stood at the center of the stage. He had just finished testifying before the Senate Armed Services Committee, where military officials had tried, and failed, to seize his Iron Man technology. Though energy conglomerates continued to smear his new energy initiatives with negative press, their baseless accusations couldn't shake Tony's resolve. At this moment, Iron Man was brimming with confidence. Even without being a weapons manufacturer, he believed he could usher in a new era of energy under the Stark name. Justin Hammer, that clown isn't even fit to lick my boots, Tony thought, smirking at the memory of Hammer's ridiculous antics during the hearing. Some say the world's prolonged peace is because of me. Others claim that Playboy Tony Stark rose from the ashes, transforming into a superhero, that Uncle Sam can sit back and sip iced tea because a meddling overqualified Iron Man is out there saving the world. True to his narcissistic style, Tony basked in the crowd's frenzy like a rock star, their enthusiasm threatening to ignite the night sky. As Pepper had warned, Stark Industries had been mired in controversy and criticism lately. Without the Department of Defense as a backer, the military-industrial giant was struggling to pivot. The new energy sector faced a lukewarm market, and the boardroom was rife with discontent. If not for Pepper's tireless mediation, Tony would have long been buried under the mess. But I'm here to tell you none of that is true. The world's lasting peace isn't because of me. No single person can work miracles. What one man does isn't important, what matters is legacy. What we leave behind for the future. So starting next year, for the first time since 1974, the brightest minds from around the world, across all disciplines, will gather here to share their vision and build a better tomorrow. We are not important. The legend stands behind me. Thank you, and please, no more talk about me. Welcome to the Stark Expo. The massive screen behind him began playing decades-old footage of Howard Stark, Tony's late father and former chairman of Stark Industries, delivering a speech. Stepping off stage, Tony took a deep breath, lingering on the euphoric cheers. He loved the lights, the stage, the adoring gazes, the intoxicating thrill of being the center of attention. Especially now, when he knew this playboy, with all his accolades and personas, would soon no longer be able to enjoy such moments. I wonder if anyone will miss me when I'm gone. Well, Pepper will definitely cry her eyes out. Alone backstage, Tony pulled out a portable blood analyzer. The palladium toxicity levels had risen yet again. He pursed his lips and exhaled a nearly imperceptible sigh. Death was humanity's greatest fear and its ultimate destination. How rare. Tony Stark actually being humble. A mocking voice came from behind. Damn it. Do I have to see you everywhere? Tony pocketed the analyzer and turned to face Sean, who had inexplicably appeared. Truthfully, Tony rarely admired or despised anyone, most people weren't worthy of either reaction. But this dark-haired young man somehow managed to earn both. Tony respected Sean's meteoric rise from obscurity to prominence, yet some innate male competitiveness made him dislike the guy. Perhaps the incident at the gala had subconsciously cast Sean as a rival. This is Ms. Potts' invitation. I heard Stark Industries' pivot hasn't been smooth, only securing contracts for wind farms and exhaust treatment plants. Coincidentally, Oscorp has some ideas about new energy as well. Sean spread his hands. He knew Tony's seemingly reckless decision to shut down weapons manufacturing wasn't impulsive. The genius had found a far more lucrative goldmine. If new energy took off, it could reshape the world's landscape. That was why energy conglomerates kept targeting Stark Industries. The old guard that monopolized the market through traditional energy would never tolerate Tony rewriting the rules. The Senate hearing was just the opening move, harsher tactics would follow. Sean's smile faded. You might not know this, but Oscorp has made significant strides in energy, smart grids, for instance. Nearly all of New York's power supply and circuitry is our work. And Dr. Otto at Umbrella has been developing a cost-effective new energy source. You've probably heard of the Artificial Sun Project. Tony's defensiveness waned. He had heard of Dr. Otto and had even considered recruiting him for Stark Industries before Umbrella snapped him up. I've left all that to Pepper. No need to discuss it with me. Tony glanced at Sean's youthful face, a shadow passing through his eyes. As a halfway decent biologist, I feel obliged to warn you, palladium poisoning is a painful way to go. Sean could see the darkened veins beneath Tony's makeup. The palladium toxin was like a sinister flower, creeping from his chest toward his neck, slowly killing the arrogant playboy. You still have options, Tony. Before the toxin consumes you completely, there's still time to fix this. The men called Iron Man fell silent. For once, his usually flippant expression turned solemn. The dim light in his eyes flickered back to life. You wouldn't understand. Tony tapped the arc reactor in his chest. We all have to leave something behind when we go. My father built Stark Industries, etching our name into history. Tony Stark's departure won't be remembered, he's just a lucky, reckless playboy. But Iron Man. He's worth remembering. Is this Tony Stark's hero complex? Sean asked. It's every man's hero complex, Tony replied. The young man studied the mustached genius whose eyes burned with determination. Softly, he said, if there were drinks here, I propose a toast to Iron Man. I don't make a habit of drinking with men. Tony flashed a carefree grin before vanishing into the backstage shadows. Read ahead by up to 190+ chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/mymatengel. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Terms of Cooperation. Are you planning to put me on a dissection table like Stryker did? The white-haired old man in a restraint suit sat calmly in his all-plastic cell, idly flipping through a newspaper to pass the time. This was the 11th underground level of the Umbrella Laboratory. The space was a fully enclosed circular area roughly the size of a football field. Originally built for small-scale biosphere experiments, the project had been shelved due to funding and logistical issues. Sean had repurposed it into a temporary prison for Magneto. With the mutant gene database from the Alkali Lake base already in my hands, what use do I have for you? The young man chuckled lightly. Truthfully, compared to working with the professor, he much preferred bringing Magneto to his side. The bald elder leading the Xavier Institute was shackled by too many moral constraints. Even after glimpsing the future of mutants, he remained unwilling to act decisively. Magneto, however, was entirely different. He would sacrifice anyone to achieve his goals, even his loyal longtime companion Mystique, whom he had abandoned multiple times. To the Brotherhood's leader, the future of mutantkind was all that mattered. Everything else was trivial. This had been Magneto's lifelong pursuit. His early years defined by vengeance, culminating in the murder of Sebastian Shaw with a Nazi coin during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Yet the story didn't end there. Erich Lenscher, who loathed Nazis and mad scientists, had unwittingly inherited Shaw's ideology from another angle. Did you strike a deal with Charles? Magneto set down the newspaper. This young man's appearance had disrupted all his plans. Originally, he had intended to consolidate mutant forces, lie low, and bide his time for the right moment to lead his people to ascendancy. He had even prepared to establish a sovereign nation for mutants, much like Charles's school. Sean nodded. He and the professor maintained a certain degree of tacit understanding. While Magneto's abilities indeed posed a significant threat, killing him would only sow chaos among mutants and provoke hostility from both Xavier and the Brotherhood. Thus, like in the original timeline, imprisonment was the simplest solution. A plastic cell isn't enough, you even administer regular inhibitor injections. I've never met a young man quite like you. Magneto couldn't help but feel disheartened. Buried 130 feet underground in this high-security facility, with an AI-controlled elevator as the only entrance, even an outside rescue attempt would be nearly impossible. You're one of the most renowned mutants, master of magnetism, manipulator of metal. If I weren't careful, the one with a headache would be me. Sean spoke plainly. If Magneto's powers ever advanced to the point of controlling planetary magnetism, escaping this prison would be trivial. Not to mention Mystique was still at large, likely plotting her leader's rescue. What I'm curious about is how you convinced that stubborn Charles. Given his temperament, he'd never cooperate with someone like you. Through the plastic barrier, Magneto studied Sean. The young man's formidable strength was undeniable. He had lost in a direct confrontation, a heavy blow to the proud Brotherhood leader. Aside from a few defeats by Charles, he had rarely encountered true equals. I simply showed him the truth. Nothing more. Sean's gaze rested on the white-haired old man, his eyes glinting faintly. From the Brotherhood members, I learned of your vision for mutantkind. Honestly, are you interested in working with me? At this moment, the young man resembled Faust's Mephistopheles, his earnest facade masking icy detachment. Since he intended to wield mutants as a tool, he might as well utilize them efficiently. I won't bow to you. Magneto refused without hesitation. After escaping the camps, I swore never to live in subjugation again. I can be defeated, killed, but I will never kneel to anyone. The old man's words rang with conviction, his bearing regal even in captivity. Sean chuckled. He hadn't expected Magneto to willingly serve him anyway. For the proud, submission was worse than death, much like Tony would rather die from palladium poisoning than relinquish his armor and return to being ordinary. I meant an equal partnership. The young man remained patient and unruffled. In my blueprint for the future, mutants have their place. The professor will handle public relations with governments, fostering a positive image. But we also need someone to showcase mutant power, a vanguard who takes a hardline stance. I thought I'd been sentenced to life imprisonment, doomed to rot here forever. Magneto laughed heartily, masking his inner turmoil. Who didn't crave freedom? Especially those with grand ambitions. Confining them to a tiny cell, letting time slip meaninglessly away until death arrived, such psychological torture could drive anyone mad. Sean observed the old man's subtle shifts in expression as understanding dawned. He had no intention of keeping Magneto locked up permanently. This cell was merely a temporary measure. I can provide mutants with sovereign land. The distant African continent, ravaged by war and disease, steeped in poverty, fractured by warlords and political instability. The young man's dark eyes bore into the elder, his calm tone carrying immense persuasive power. You can choose to bring them war or peace. The vast underground space fell silent. Magneto lowered his eyelids, pondering before finally speaking. What do you want in return? There's a Jewish proverb, what comes for free is only poverty. Nothing in this world is free. Tell me the price, and I'll decide if the risk is worth it. Mutants are merely the vanguard. That distant continent will one day captivate the world's attention. By then, mutants can formally take the global stage, whether by building a utopia or founding a nation. No one will stand in your way. Sean's voice took on a prophetic timbre. I need a force to conquer a hidden kingdom for me. Seeing Magneto lost in thought, the young man smiled slightly and turned to leave. There was still plenty of time for the Brotherhood's leader to make up his mind. In the quiet, empty underground space, the restrained Magneto slowly settled back into his seat. He picked up the newspaper but found himself unable to focus on a single article. Chapter 130, Dr. Octopus. At the main experimental building of Umbrella, reporters from major media outlets swarmed in. Today was undoubtedly a major event that would shake New York. Stark Industries, under immense public pressure, was about to form a preliminary strategic partnership with this emerging research institution that had just gained a foothold in the biomedical industry. One was an established industry giant at the pinnacle of its field, the other a rising young star. No one had expected these two geniuses to join forces to challenge the traditional energy sector and promote new energy solutions. The news exploded like a bomb, instantly capturing the attention of insiders and outsiders alike. The reporters seated in the audience weren't focused on Dr. Otto Octavius delivering the speech. A nuclear physicist alone couldn't generate this much buzz. Most were here for Tony Stark and Sean Cyphers, two frequently compared geniuses now teaming up to challenge the old energy order. That was the real headline. People loved stories like this, straight out of fiction. Just as they endlessly speculated about the feud between Edison and Tesla, no one truly cared which of the two great minds was right or wrong, or who had been the true villain in the long-running war of currents. The truth rarely mattered to the public. They preferred carefully packaged legends. Take Tony Stark's popularity for instance. Not every New Yorker was a die-hard fan of Stark Industries. More often, they were far more interested in hearing which cover models the Playboy had betted this month. Umbrella welcomes you all. Today, you will witness the birth of a new energy source, safe, efficient, capable of providing uninterrupted power to cities, and most importantly, incredibly affordable. The stocky Dr. Octavius stood on stage, a massive screen behind him alongside a metal machine shrouded by a red curtain. Gripping the microphone, his round face couldn't hide his excitement. What the hell is that thing? Tony leaned backstage, looking utterly bored. He was supposed to be in Monaco for the Grand Prix, where he was a member of an elite club. Mechanical arms developed by Dr. Octavius. Like your JARVIS, they assist him in nuclear fusion experiments, withstanding high temperatures and magnetic forces during the process, Sean replied calmly. The two should have been the stars of this press conference, yet here they were chatting behind the scenes. Tony was tired of the reporters' endless questions, while Sean maintained his usual low profile, preferring to remain an ordinary spectator unless absolutely necessary. You don't look so good. I heard Playboy Stark has turned over a new leaf. Guess the tabloids got it wrong again, the young man teased. A glance at Tony's neck beneath his collar revealed increasingly prominent blackened veins, clear signs of worsening palladium poisoning. Unwilling to remove the arc reactor and the shrapnel in his chest, death would come for him sooner or later. Do I look that bad? Iron Man laughed, though his makeup couldn't fully conceal his ashen complexion. Probably just overworked and underslept, he reasoned. Lately, he'd been obsessively upgrading the Mark armor. His botched debut against Dr. Doom still rankled, prompting numerous enhancements to the suit's capabilities. You sure those octopus tentacles are safe and controllable? Tony watched as Dr. Octavius strapped on the AI-powered mechanical arms, skepticism in his voice. The four heavy mechanical tentacles were directly controlled by Octavius through neural interfaces, with nanoprobes connecting to his synapses for seamless movement. Relax. The Red Queen oversees the arms. Even if Dr. Octavius loses control, nothing will go wrong, Sean assured confidently. This wasn't the original timeline. Here, the nuclear fusion experiment wouldn't damage the inhibitor chip, turning Octavius into the infamous Dr. Octopus, controlled by his own creation. With Skynet's computational models correcting minor errors in Octavius calculations, the artificial sun project had already succeeded. Now, they just needed to showcase the results before the media's flashing cameras. The Red Queen. Tony's interest shifted from the stage to Umbrella's AI. Similar to your JARVIS. She's a capable little girl managing Umbrella's operations and security systems, Sean said with a shrug. As they chatted, Dr. Octavius began the nuclear fusion demonstration. The hall darkened, curtains drawing back to reveal a peculiar metal device. Time for the main event. Octavius brimmed with confidence. After countless tests and calculations, his team had finally achieved this lifelong dream. The key ingredient, highly rare tritium, of which only 25 pounds exist worldwide. All thanks to Umbrella and Sean's generous support. The tentacled doctor made sure to flatter his young employer. With deft movements, a tiny yellow crystal was extracted. Donning protective goggles, the four-armed scientist initiated the reaction. Beams of light struck the suspended tritium, triggering a rapidly expanding orb of energy, a miniature sun. Nuclear fusion achieved. The display indicators stabilized, prompting congratulations from Octavius' assistant. Applause erupted, camera flashes popping incessantly. The nervous doctor shared a relieved smile with his wife, their faces alight with joy. Fame and accolades awaited. Impressive work, Tony admitted grudgingly, the glow highlighting his pallor, still not quite my arc reactor, though. Sean gazed contentedly at the blazing orb as his hand outstretched as if grasping the sun itself. While he could absorb multiple energy forms, some whimsical part of him still cherished warm, life-giving sunlight. If he ever met that Kryptonian, would he mistake Sean for one of his own? I need a break in Monaco. When my expo opens, I'll invite you as guest speaker. Edison and Tesla, huh? Reporters really have wild imaginations. Tony smirked dismissively. He was Iron Man, one of a kind. Only tabloids desperate for sales would peddle such nonsense. Perfect timing. When you return, I'll introduce you to another weapons manufacturing prodigy, Sean said, his smile unreadable. Tony snorted, sliding on sunglasses, that title is cheap now. There are only two types of geniuses. Tony Stark, and everyone else. Chapter 131, The Collection Game. Returning to his normal work routine, Sean found himself buried under mountains of documents and postponed meetings. At Umbrella Labs, Dr. Connors, his fellow administrator, was a pure scientist who focused solely on research and experiments, offering little help beyond academic matters. As the lab expanded and collaborations with Oscorp and Stark Industries deepened, the sheer volume of trivial affairs threatened to overwhelm Sean. Even with Skynet's assistance, these matters still consumed a significant portion of his time and energy. This made him seriously consider Harry's earlier suggestion, perhaps it was time to hire a secretary or assistant to share the burden. However, this position was far too critical to be filled carelessly. If Gwen hadn't been uninterested, Sean would have gladly chosen the diligent, straightforward blonde girl for the role. Buried in paperwork, the young man lamented his shallow foundation, not enough manpower, and a lack of trustworthy subordinates. Magneto's Brotherhood wasn't yet ready to be utilized, requiring more time. As for the professor's well-behaved students, they certainly wouldn't be willing to serve as his enforcers. Currently, his only reliable assets were Elektra's Hand and Wesley from Hell's Kitchen. But as his status rose, so did the caliber of his opponents. The bright young men had long since moved past the bloody, brutal phase of primitive accumulation. Street gangs and underworld organizations could no longer keep up with his pace. After efficiently wrapping up his tasks, Sean toyed with a pen, consoling himself, the road to success is always long and bumpy. Opportunity favors the prepared. At the very least, he had already tied many people to his chariot. If the next phase of his plan succeeded, Umbrella might even extend its reach into the military-industrial sector. With Stark Industries' exit from the field, the previously suppressed Hammer Industries had seized the opportunity, acquiring factories sold off by their old rival and preparing to secure massive profits from Department of Defense contracts. Unfortunately, Justin Hammer, the company's leader, lacked a genius intellect, and Hammer Industries' technical capabilities were laughable. Were it not for his substantial backing, vast financial resources, and army of researchers, the company would never have gained a foothold in the military-industrial arena. Monaco. Sean smiled faintly, recalling Tony's mention of attending a Formula One club event. He should thank me. This time, Tony wouldn't encounter his old nemesis, Whiplash. The heavily tattooed Russian had nearly pushed the arrogant Iron Man to the brink in the original timeline. Driven by a family vendetta, Ivan Vanko had ambushed Tony during the Monaco Grand Prix with self-made plasma whips, humiliating the armored hero. Later, Justin Hammer secretly sprung him from prison, employing him as a weapons designer to replicate the Iron Man suit. Born in Russia, Ivan had lacked proper education and nurturing. Yet despite harsh conditions, he had managed to recreate Tony's arc reactor and enhance it into devastating plasma whips. His ability to single-handedly challenge Iron Man spoke volumes about his extraordinary talent. Sean needed precisely this kind of talent. He relished collecting those who had been stifled by circumstances or led astray by their experiences, like playing a card-collecting game. Compared to the victors and heroes of the original storyline, he far preferred ambitious, risk-taking antagonists. In many ways, they were more driven and easier to motivate with benefits than superheroes. Glancing at his watch, Sean estimated that the father-son duo with a deep grudge against the Starks should have already arrived in New York. Half a month prior, he had dispatched agents to track them down in Russia. 2 hours later, Sean welcomed his guests in his office. Gwen, temporarily acting as secretary, escorted the Vancos into Umbrella. The pale, gaunt old man sat in a wheelchair, a thick blanket draped over his lap. Behind him loomed a burly, unruly giant like a Russian brown bear, his eyes sharp and defiant. "Welcome to Umbrella." Sean smiled warmly, shaking the old man's hand. "I've heard of your reputation. General Ross once ranked you alongside Howard Stark as one of the rarest geniuses." At the mention of his enemy, the frail man suddenly gripped Sean's arm. Anton Vanko had once been a Soviet physicist who defected to the US in 1963, meeting Howard Stark, who was already a military-industrial tycoon. Together, they had worked on advanced energy sources for powerful new weapons. But 4 years later, Anton was accused of espionage and deported. Stripped of his research, reputation, and status, he returned to Russia in disgrace. After the Soviet Union's collapse, the political turmoil left the once great physicist in poverty, his past work for the US government making life even harder. "I never imagined I'd set foot on this land again," the old man whispered, his trembling voice thick with bitterness. He should have shared glory and wealth with Howard Stark. Stark Industries, now an industry titan, should have been half his. Instead, he had been robbed of everything, forced to slink back to Russia like a stray dog, living out his days in misery. "I know your story. The world is full of injustice, and fate rarely favors those with true talent," Sean said sympathetically. "I, too, started with nothing. So I understand your pain, Dr. Vanko. A new future awaits you." Releasing the old man's hand, Sean studied him. Anton Vanko and Tony's father had developed the prototype of the arc reactor, though material limitations had stalled progress. As a shrewd capitalist, Howard had recognized the invention's potential and used his connections to eliminate Anton, whose questionable background made him an easy target. "Thank you, Mr. Cyphers," Anton said gratefully, pulling his son forward. "This is my boy, Ivan. He's even more gifted than I was. Though he has a troubled past, I swear he won't cause you any trouble." The bear-like Russian crouched slightly, transforming into a docile lamb before his frail father, suppressing his usual dangerous aura. "I'm aware of Ivan's history. During the Soviet era, he sold weapons-grade plutonium to Pakistan and was sentenced to 15 years in Kapaysk prison. But that doesn't matter. What young man hasn't made mistakes? Even I did reckless things in high school to prove my courage. Everyone has childish phases." Sean's gaze settled on the muscular Ivan Vanko, the future Whiplash. This man was the true prize, his trump card for securing military favor and contracts. After some small talk with the elderly Anton, Gwen wheeled him to a restroom. The long journey and his frail health left him like a candle in the wind, flickering weakly. Alone in the office with Ivan, Sean faced the Russian's unrestrained ferocity. The man stared at him like a predator. "I'm not some fool you can trick or buy off. Thinking a few dollars can trade for my father's life's work? Too naive." Unbothered by the man's rudeness, Sean replied, "At the very least, I can restore your family's honor and give you a fair shot at defeating Stark." He extended his hand. "I believe in fair deals. Mutual benefit." The rough-faced Ivan hesitated. If this young man wasn't scheming, he wouldn't mind offering genuine gratitude. As their hands clasped, the tattooed Russian who looked more like a mob boss frowned. Facing Sean felt like standing before a towering mountain that radiated overwhelming pressure. "To a pleasant partnership," the young man said, releasing his grip with a warm smile. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 132, Abnormal Fluctuations. Southampton, New York. Dressed in casual attire, Sean swung a golf club with the unmistakable posture of a beginner. Yet against all expectations, the white golf ball traced a perfect parabola through the air before landing with precise accuracy on the distant putting green, leaving the nearby caddy wide-eyed in astonishment. "Whoa. I refuse to believe this is your first time holding a club." Harry's boisterous laughter rang out as he enthusiastically slapped his friend's shoulder, his admiration evident. "Beginner's luck," Sean replied modestly, handing the club back to the waiting caddy before leisurely walking across the vast expanse of meticulously manicured emerald turf. They stood on the hallowed grounds of the National Golf Links of America, a course so exclusive it had hosted only one major men's championship in its storied history, the 1922 Walker Cup. The club's elite membership and stringent admission policies made it virtually inaccessible to outsiders. When did you develop an interest in this particular pastime? Sean inquired, studying the energetic Harry with mild amusement. The young Osborn heir seemed in unusually high spirits lately, likely due to finally escaping his previous role as the boardroom's token figurehead. Ever since Worthington Corporation's dramatic downfall, Oscorp had aggressively expanded its market share using Umbrella's revolutionary serums, carving out a dominant position in the pharmaceutical industry. Even before its official market release, the limb-regenerating chrysalis serum had already secured massive military contracts. The same Department of Defense officers who once treated Harry with cold indifference now groveled before him like performing circus clowns. Just keeping the old guard entertained, Harry shrugged nonchalantly, flashing his trademark playboy grin. It's not like I can take those fossils to gentlemen's clubs for lap dances. He leaned in conspiratorially. Here's the thing. I might get outmaneuvered when those silver foxes start talking business strategy, but when it comes to leisure pursuits, us young guns have the clear advantage. Harry's tone carried not a shred of embarrassment. The days when he desperately tried emulating his father's cutthroat business acumen were behind him. He'd learned the hard way that forcing himself into roles he despised only bred resentment. It was better to embrace life's pleasures. This carefree version of Harry Osborn, unburdened by the original timeline's obsessive vendetta against Spider-Man, had charted an entirely different course, one where he wouldn't have to lose everything before dying tragically in his best friend's arms. With New York's resident genius watching my back, what challenge could possibly intimidate me? Harry declared with theatrical bravado. Sean discreetly extricated himself from Harry's overfamiliar embrace. As he walked across the springy turf under the golden afternoon sun, he allowed himself a rare moment of genuine relaxation. Occasionally, dark doubts would surface. Were his relentless ambitions truly worth the sacrifices? But whenever he considered the apocalyptic threats looming on the horizon, the answer became clear. Without establishing his power base and accumulating sufficient strength, he'd be helpless against the coming storm. The fundamental law of survival remained unchanged through the ages, only its presentation had evolved. In this modern era, brute strength alone no longer guaranteed dominance. Now, the weapons of choice for society's predators were wealth, influence, and intellect. Why are we partnering with Stark Industries again? Harry's question shattered Sean's philosophical reverie. Tony is walking on thin ice these days. The military is forming committees to confiscate his armor tech for mass production. Those Pentagon fat cats want to strip him down to his last screw. The Osborn heir lowered his voice. Isn't it risky for Umbrella to get involved right now? Connors keeps worrying we're overextending, barely established in biotech and already diving headfirst into energy markets. Noticing Harry's cautious phrasing, Sean responded with an enigmatic smile. He accepted the putter, a specialized club designed for precise greenside shots. Professional golfers typically carried 14 different clubs to handle any situation on the course. With practiced ease, Sean sent the white ball rolling smoothly across the manicured grass. A gentle tap produced a satisfying plop as the ball disappeared into the cup. This is actually the perfect time to enter the energy sector, Sean explained, setting down his club and gazing across the rolling landscape. Stark makes the ideal lightning rod. The transition to new energy is inevitable. What civilization needs now are affordable, sustainable alternatives with unlimited potential. He guided Harry toward a waiting golf cart, those fossil fuel barons sitting atop their gilded thrones. Their time is running out. Do you really think Stark closed weapons production on some moral whim? Sean's lips curled in quiet amusement. That kind of fairy tale belongs in children's storybooks. As the electric cart hummed along the path, Sean elaborated, our dear Ironman discovered something far more valuable. That miniature arc reactor in his chest generates 3 billion joules per second. That's the real game changer. Let Stark battle the energy conglomerates. They'll be too busy defending their high-end markets to notice us capturing the mid to low-tier sectors. Between Octavius' artificial sun and Oscorp's smart grid technology, we'll be swimming in profits. Sean's eyes gleamed with calculated ambition. The industry titans won't perceive us as threats. To them, only Tony Stark poses an existential danger to their empires. The golf cart continued its leisurely progress as Sean laid out his vision. Tony Stark's monumental ego would never permit him to play second fiddle to anyone. Stark Industries' bold energy venture represented nothing less than an attempt to overthrow the existing world order and establish a new Stark-centric paradigm, which perfectly aligned with Sean's own objectives. Umbrella's energy ambitions posed no immediate threat to the established powers. By focusing on affordable civilian applications rather than military contracts, they could expand quietly while the industry giants remained fixated on Stark's disruptive technology. When the arc reactor inevitably destabilized global oil markets and strategic energy reserves, the resulting chaos would create perfect conditions for Umbrella's rise. You're always 10 moves ahead, Harry marveled, shaking his head in admiration. His concerns alleviated, the young Osborn heir immediately reverted to his usual vivacious self, chattering excitedly about his latest hedonistic adventures, including an upcoming vacation to Mexico promising tequila-fueled escapades among ancient ruins. Or perhaps you're just after those famously passionate Mexican señoritas, Sean teased with a knowing smirk. Suddenly, Sean's body tensed. His head snapped toward an empty stretch of the course. The sprawling greens lay peaceful under the afternoon sun, manicured hills rolling toward the horizon in picturesque tranquility. Sean's brow furrowed. For the briefest instant, he could have sworn he saw strange sparks flicker in midair before vanishing, accompanied by an almost imperceptible ripple in reality. A gentle breeze rustled through distant trees, the scene utterly undisturbed. Then realization dawned. The professor's cryptic warning echoed in his memory, and a shadow passed behind Sean's eyes. The mystics had finally taken notice. Chapter 133, The Mystics. Declining Harry's party invitation, Sean drove alone back to Umbrella Laboratories in Long Island. A shadow of unease lingered in his heart, the sensation of being watched from the shadows was deeply unsettling. Especially when those observers were the reclusive mages who guarded the boundaries of time and space, defending against interdimensional invasions. They represented a formidable power hidden behind the veil of the mundane world. According to the professor, their lineage stretched back tens of thousands of years, scattered across the globe, worshipping a Trinitarian supreme being. Magic had a long and storied history in the Western world. Disciplines like tarot, witchcraft, alchemy, astrology, divination, and even obscure fields like symbology, herbology, and necromancy all fell under its umbrella. Even in this age of advanced science and civilization, many still fervently believed in gypsies who could glimpse the past and future, or charlatans who claimed to summon spirits of the dead. According to the theories of these mystic sorcerers, beyond this world lay countless dimensional realms inhabited by powerful beings labeled as angels or demons. These entities constantly sought to break through the cracks in spacetime to invade the material world. The weaker ones aimed to harvest human souls as nourishment, while the more formidable beings sought to devour the entire world, dragging this beautiful planet into darkness. It was for this reason that these ancient, enlightened mystics had formed a vast organization known simply as the Masters of the Mystic Arts. They styled themselves as the Watchers of the World, using powerful magic to repel foreign invaders. And as for an otherworldly soul like Sean, he naturally fell into the category of a potential enemy, a heretic who needed to be either eliminated or controlled. Navigating through congested traffic, Sean's brow remained furrowed. He had only just resolved the mutant situation, hoping for a period of stable development, only to have the Sorcerer Supreme come knocking at his door. While he didn't fear the powerful mage, he had no desire to see his peaceful life disrupted. The car radio reported on the high-profile collaboration between Stark Industries and Umbrella. The Stark Expo, which had been heavily promoted for weeks, was now in full swing. Without Ivan Vanko's interference this time, Tony's pet project would likely proceed without a hitch. At the expo, Umbrella's 2 serums and Dr. Octavius' masterpiece would be showcased, though the main attraction would undoubtedly remain Tony's Iron Man armor. Everything was proceeding smoothly, which made the potential disruption by these mysterious mages all the more irritating. Any trace of good humor evaporated from Sean's demeanor, replaced by a cold glint in his eyes. If these reclusive mystics proved unwilling to negotiate, he was no helpless lamb waiting for slaughter either. The Time Stone. The mere thought of that reality-altering infinity gem made Sean's head throb. Before facing the Sorcerer Supreme, he needed to locate another stone. With his current capabilities, he stood little chance against the rule-breaking power of an infinity gem. His thoughts tangled like knotted yarn as the black sedan merged onto a highway. The evening sun cast a golden glow, its soft light gradually sinking below the horizon. The dense forest of skyscrapers began lighting up, the bustling Big Apple never truly slept. In fact, nightfall only amplified its vibrancy. In a momentary daze, Sean noticed sparks flickering in the air. A glowing ring expanded rapidly, swallowing the speeding black car whole. After a split second of disorientation, Sean found himself driving along the side of a skyscraper. He opened the door and stepped out, standing perfectly parallel to the glass windows while his brand new car collided with an adjacent building in a fiery explosion. A figure draped in voluminous yellow robes materialized from the void. With casual waves of their hands, the entire world turned upside down. Skyscrapers stacked upon each other in impossible configurations as the laws of physics seemed to dissolve. Cars from the highway and entire city blocks floated midair, sliced apart and rearranged at will. As the figure approached, bricks and steel plates in the endlessly extending space assembled into intricate patterns beneath their feet, as if the seemingly infinite dimension existed solely under their command. Their aura burned like an erupting volcano. Sean took 2 steps forward. In his mind's eye, the figure resembled a towering furnace drawing boundless energy from some unfathomable void. Without exaggeration, in terms of pure power, this mysterious yellow-robed entity was the strongest being Sean had ever encountered. Professor Xavier's psychic abilities were unmatched, but he lacked combat skills and awareness. Magneto's control over magnetism remained unrefined, it was devastating against weaker opponents, but lacked decisive advantages against peers. Sorcerer Supreme. Sean addressed the approaching figure. Such a direct confrontation was unexpected. Did the mightiest of the mystics truly believe Sean posed no threat? Oh. you know my title. The figure pushed back the hood, revealing a gleaming bald head and androgynous features. Do all the powerful beings in this world go bald? Sean mused silently. The current Sorcerer Supreme twirled an exquisite folding fan, their youthful face belying eyes brimming with ancient wisdom. A flick of the fan sent the ground beneath Sean's feet sliding forward as if on an invisible conveyor belt. Surrounded by densely packed, impossible architecture on all sides, Sean studied the mystic warily. The Sorcerer Supreme not only mastered countless spells and possessed immense longevity, but also wielded a formidable artifact, the Eye of Agamotto, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. The Time Stone could bend reality, reverse time, foresee futures, and perform other unimaginable feats. What exactly are you searching for, outsider? The mystic arts user known as the Ancient One chuckled. I stopped carrying the Eye of Agamotto with me long ago. Though I must admit surprise, you actually know its true origins. A faint smile played on Sean's lips. I simply have an interest in the occult. Though I must confess disappointment, you don't actually fly on broomsticks. Amidst the endlessly looping cityscape, the Ancient One stood at the center of intricate patterns, their tone even. Why continue the pretense? Your soul's resonance carries an essence completely alien to this world. Among the infinite multiverse, the occasional lucky stowaway inevitably slips past the sanctum surveillance. The moment you arrived, I sensed your presence from Camartage. The New York Sanctum's subsequent investigations yielded nothing. Unlike other interlopers, you never revealed your true nature. The mages found no trace, allowing you to hide in plain sight. The Ancient One paused. Their gentle gaze suddenly turned piercing as an overwhelming presence erupted from their slender frame. To Sean's senses, it felt like a towering mountain had materialized, its crushing weight bearing down upon him. You should not have tampered with the timeline. All things must follow their destined course, none may alter it. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, The Face of the World. T/N, don't forget to vote and review please. The Ancient One's stern rebuke rang out like thunder, an invisible sonic wave infused with psychic energy crashing toward the young man standing his ground like a tidal surge. A faint golden glimmer flashed in Sean's eyes as he took a step back. Surging power erupted from his body, the collision of 2 formidable energy waves causing visible ripples in the air, as if a boulder had been dropped into still waters. The Ancient One's yellow robes billowed violently as though struck by a gale force wind. The Sorcerer Supreme's expression grew slightly more serious. With a wave of her left hand, the ground beneath her feet trembled as intricate patterns coalesced into a human-height wave of bricks and rubble. Sean could sense obscure mystical energies attached to them, likely some form of magical enchantment. If those seemingly fragile concrete blocks touched him, they would instantly transform into an impregnable prison. Compared to mutant abilities or powerful technological weapons, magic was far more insidious and unpredictable. Through complex incantations or elaborate spell formations, it channeled formidable energies with numerous applications capable of attacking both body and soul. No wonder those bizarre creatures from other dimensions viewed mages as their natural enemies. An energy field solidified around Sean, pulverizing the wave of rubble into dust. The ground beneath his feet cracked as tremendous force concentrated into a single point before erupting outward. In the blink of an eye, Sean crossed the intervening space and delivered a devastating punch. Boom. Compressed air exploded with the force of an artillery shell. The Ancient One flicked open her delicate fan, ancient runes flashing into existence to block the crushing blow. With a thunderous impact, her robes fluttered as she was sent flying backward at incredible speed, while the recoil sent Sean crashing through clusters of floating buildings like a bullet tearing through reinforced concrete. Of course the sorcerers all fight in melee. Sean grumbled, shaking his head. Tearing away the tattered remains of his expensive suit, the half-naked young man launched himself like a cannonball toward the recovering Sorcerer Supreme. Every building in his path was obliterated by sheer brute force. Within seconds, the humanoid battering ram closed the distance. Twin massive magical shields materialized instantly, blocking a savage axe kick before shattering with a resounding crash. The Ancient One showed no fear. Over her long lifetime, she'd battled countless world-disrupting evil spirits and interdimensional invaders. Those bloodthirsty demons were nothing before the supreme might of Vishanti. With a flip of her palm, intricate lines rapidly formed a small spell circle. Space itself stretched, the Sorcerer Supreme who had been within arm's reach suddenly became a distant speck. Crimson beams erupted from Sean's palms like red-hot blades, slicing through layers of skyscrapers yet failing to reach their target. You're but a caged beast, the Ancient One's voice echoed through the seemingly endless mirror dimension. No matter how violently you rage, you'll never escape this place. Across the vast distance, Sean sneered, if that's truly the case, why not leave me trapped here? Let this dimensional intruder be driven mad by endless time until I'm kneeling at your feet, begging and wailing. He wasn't fooled by the Ancient One's psychological tactics. Mirror dimensions weren't permanent, merely a training ground or containment measure used by mystics. You're a troublesome opponent, the Ancient One admitted with an amused shake of her head, toying with her elegant fan, neither blindly reliant on strength yet possessing formidable power. Had you continued hiding instead of altering the timeline, I might never have discovered you. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity. What is your purpose? From my observations, you neither harvest human souls like demons nor deceive the ignorant like so-called angels. Could you be a seer who pierces the mists of the future? Perched atop a floating skyscraper, Sean considered both his response and how to close the distance. What if I told you I was just playing a game before being forcibly transported here? Would you believe that, honored mystic? Surprisingly, the yellow-robed sorcerer showed no derision. Tapping her fan against her chin, she appeared genuinely thoughtful. That's not unreasonable, the Ancient One nodded as if having an epiphany. You're hardly unique. Throughout history we've captured many transdimensional souls. Some claimed, like you, to hail from other worlds through bizarre accidents. Others insisted this reality was merely a fictional dimension from comics or films. For once, Sean's composure cracked. The Ancient One's words sent shockwaves through his mind, leaving his thoughts in temporary disarray. Regaining his equilibrium, he asked, then how did I evade detection? The Ancient One smiled faintly. That's a question for yourself. Some outsiders trigger the Sanctum's defenses immediately, while others are subtler. Perhaps due to sharing similar origins, they escape initial notice. Sean remained silent for a moment, wisely avoiding inquiries about his fellow transmigrators' fates. Capture by the Sanctum mystics likely ended poorly. You don't believe them at all? Asked the tattered young man. From the moment one walks the path of sorcery, the boundary between real and illusory must be understood, the Ancient One replied, stepping through the void toward him, because sorcery itself is a force that defies conventional reality. With a wave of her fan, the floating cityscape reassembled itself. The inverted mirror dimension shattered as the sling ring on her hand flashed, the deafening cacophony of the real world suddenly flooding Sean's senses. After a brief darkness, he found himself back on the highway amidst honking cars and rumbling engines, the vibrant tapestry of normal life unfolding around them. One's perception and capacity for learning determines how far they may walk the mystic path, the Ancient One said softly, gazing at the distant cityscape. This planet isn't the entirety of existence, countless overlapping dimensions, hidden realms, the infinite vastness of the multiverse. Do you know how profoundly my soul trembled when I first glimpsed its true face? Turning back to the dark-haired young man, her expression grew solemn. Only now did Sean truly feel the weight of millennia behind those eyes. Every Sorcerer Supreme glimpses fragments of the future, she continued quietly. I can even sense my impending death in the not-too-distant future. That calm acceptance of mortality, that profound understanding of life, these were realms Sean couldn't yet comprehend. Not now. Perhaps not ever. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, The Ancient One's Warning. Truth and illusion hold no importance to me. The Ancient One smiled at the young man, the mysteries of the soul, the true face of the world, who can truly see clearly. For mystics, what we believe must be real, what we doubt must be false. Sean quietly increased the distance between them, ignoring the strange looks from passing drivers. His current state was indeed pitiful, his expensive suit torn to shreds, shoes ruined from the explosive force, making him resemble a homeless vagrant. Yet despite this, the young man's eyes remained vigilant. No more fighting. The greatest sorcerer on earth chuckled lightly, continuing would only be a meaningless battle. Unlike others of your kind who were found in their weak stages and easily dealt with, you're different. Walking along the highway's edge, the Ancient One strode forward with Sean following closely behind, still unsure of her intentions. This Sorcerer Supreme was by far the most unpredictable figure he had encountered. Detaining or eliminating you would require tremendous effort. I dislike trouble. The two strolled under the night sky where the sunset had long vanished beyond the horizon, replaced by a tapestry of glittering stars. Playing with her folding fan, the Ancient One spoke softly, I've prevented countless catastrophic events, yet disasters always come one after another. We maintain the order of time while simultaneously trying to alter its final outcome, a contradiction, yet also perfectly logical. Occasionally, I'm like Charles, he wanders through the oceans of human consciousness, while I traverse the river of time, past and future. Ironically, though I can glimpse the birth and death of all things, my own end remains unclear. I will meet death soon, but when, where, and by whose hand, these details are as blurred as flowers seen through mist. Noticing Sean's silence, the Ancient One scoffed, drop your unnecessary wariness. Though mystics despise stowaways like you, I'm an exception. Had it been my predecessor Agamotto, you'd have been exiled to the dark dimension without hesitation. Sean looked up, recalling details about this Sorcerer Supreme. In the original timeline, the Ancient One had never been one to rigidly follow rules. To prepare for future crises, she had drawn power from the dark dimension to sustain her life. This proved that even the revered Sorcerer Supreme was no infallible saint. The future isn't a straight path, it's the extension of infinite possibilities. Allowing you to remain on Earth will lead to countless outcomes, both good and bad. No one can predict them. Speaking like a teacher to her student, the Ancient One continued, Sean Cyphers, your arrival has introduced endless variables to this world, some beneficial, others disastrous. I tolerate your existence because I hope you'll bring more possibilities, at least granting this world, perhaps even this universe, more chances when that terrible catastrophe arrives. A shadow flickered in Sean's eyes as he studied the Sorcerer Supreme walking ahead. Can the future be changed? If I told you exactly when, where, and how you would die, would your future shift from this moment onward? The Ancient One halted, turning to face the young men as cars streamed past them. After a pause, understanding dawned in her eyes. The bald mystic flicked open her fan with a carefree smile. Past and future, time and space, they're always filled with cycles and paradoxes. That's why I refrain from using the Eye of Agamotto. Delving too deep or interfering too much invites unimaginable disasters. Every new timeline branch adds another variable until the river of time consumes you entirely. Sean, she said gently, knowing everything isn't always a blessing. Finally piecing together his understanding of the Sorcerer Supreme, Sean couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. You don't resist death. I've lived 1500 years, sustaining this form by drawing energy from the dark dimension. My soul is constantly bombarded by whispering temptations, those evil spirits trying to drag me into the abyss. I don't know how much longer I can endure. Even the strongest will eventually corrupt over time. We've seen it happen repeatedly among practitioners of the mystic arts. A red mark faintly glowed on the Ancient One's forehead, the sigil of the dark dimension, similar to those borne by Dormammu's fanatical followers. It symbolized foolish souls who sacrificed themselves to the dimensional entity in exchange for power and immortality. Yet the Sorcerer Supreme had found loopholes in this unequal bargain, drawing dark energy while retaining her free will. I've found a worthy successor. He'll surpass me. A satisfied smile appeared as her eyes swept over Sean before shaking her head. Were you not an outsider brimming with troublesome ambitions and desires, I might have considered you. I want my successor to be someone who breaks conventions. Walking beside this fascinating bald sorceress, Sean shook his head to indicate his lack of interest in becoming Sorcerer Supreme. He'd expected Earth's mightiest mystic to be a formidable enemy, yet surprisingly, even after learning his secrets, the Ancient One showed no hostility. Partly because she wished to avoid unnecessary conflict, but more importantly, it reflected her nature. Having glimpsed future crises in the time stream yet unable to directly intervene, she sought to introduce variables, the key reason for her leniency. Your arrival has subtly altered this world. I'm curious to see what follows, though I won't live to witness it. The Ancient One's face lit up with a childlike grin. Though a mystic's duty was to safeguard the order of time and stability of space, the Ancient One had always questioned, if the future's outcome was truly immutable, what meaning did their efforts hold? Rather than letting the world stagnate along its predetermined path, why not toss in a stray pebble like Sean and observe the ripples? Are there any enrollment restrictions at Camartage? Sean's eyes gleamed as he thought of Dr. Doom imprisoned in his lab. You truly are an unrepentant opportunist. That the Sanctum sorcerers don't consider you an enemy is mercy enough, yet you still wish to study at Camartage. The Ancient One couldn't help but laugh, though she didn't disapprove of his blunt attitude. Everyone chased their desires, the difference lay in whether one became blinded by short-term gains or resisted temptation to remain true. Mystics weren't desireless saints either, they pursued truth and knowledge, using mystic arts to unveil the universe's secrets like devotees worshipping the Trinitarian Supreme Being. Sean Cyphers, I'll be watching you. Remember my warning, you may create ripples in the river of time, but never tidal waves. All changes must remain within boundaries the sanctum permits. Overstep, and consequences will follow. With a casual circle drawn by her sling ring, intricate geometric patterns coalesced in the air as spatial fluctuations shimmered faintly. The yellow-robed figure stepped through the portal and vanished. So I'm on the sanctum's blacklist now. Sean muttered, glancing down at his disheveled appearance before his expression soured. Couldn't you have left me cab fare before disappearing? Chapter 136, Birthday Party. T/N, review and vote please. Under the night sky of New York, Tony Stark drove his red sports car as usual, heading back to his seaside villa. Having just returned from his trip to Monaco, his anxious mood had eased slightly. Although the palladium poisoning issue remained unresolved, along with a pile of troubles at Stark Industries, Tony simply wanted to fulfill his dreams while he still had time, whether it was hosting the Stark Expo or ushering in a new energy era. At least this way, someone will remember me, Tony muttered, his words carried away by the wind. But what troubled him most was that he had recently angered Pepper. His usually attentive secretary now wore a cold expression, seeming indifferent and uninterested in engaging with him. I hope Pepper won't cry too hard when the time comes. With his hands on the steering wheel, Tony imagined his own funeral. Rhodes would undoubtedly show up and deliver some touching eulogy. Pepper, once she learned the truth, would probably cry her eyes out, blaming herself for not noticing sooner. As for the board members, they'd likely pop champagne in celebration. Lost in his thoughts, Tony silently tallied things up and was dismayed to realize that, aside from Rhodes and Pepper, he truly didn't have many friends. Ahem, geniuses are always lonely, Tony consoled himself after a moment of silence. The roar of the wind outside the window and the city lights piercing the ink-black night accompanied the growl of the sports car's engine. Feeling the exhilaration of speed, Tony's lips curled into a smile. This was the only way he could truly experience the vibrancy of life, using it to resist the looming specter of death. The scenery along the highway flashed by in a blur. As Tony reveled in the sensation of speed, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. Instinctively, he eased off the gas pedal, slowing down and pulling over. Well, if it isn't the great genius of New York. Did you get mugged by some street thugs? They didn't even leave you cab fare, how unprofessional. Ignoring Tony's sarcastic remarks, Sean propped himself against the car door and hopped inside. Arguing with this playboy was a waste of time, and he had no desire to be photographed by paparazzi. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines would read something like, Umbrella founder spotted streaking on highway, or New York genius stages bizarre performance art. Ever since the Daily Bugle exposed Worthington scandals, tabloids had followed suit, using exaggerated headlines to grab attention. Not long ago, after Mr. Fantastic and his team demonstrated their abilities on a talk show, one particularly unscrupulous tabloid ran the headline, "Shocking. Famous superhero suffers from erectile dysfunction." Although Reed later clarified that his rubber-like body didn't hinder his daily life, and certainly not in the way people insinuated, the joke still spread far and wide. "Take me to Long Island," Sean said, leaning back in the seat and closing his eyes. His conversation with the Ancient One had left him unusually weary. Compared to the Sorcerer Supreme who frequently traversed the River of Time, he fell short in both power and wisdom. This served as a wake-up call. Even after allying with Professor X and defeating Magneto, the road ahead remained long. This planet was never short of formidable individuals, and he was far from being invincible. "I'm not your chauffeur," Tony grumbled, glancing at the frowning young man beside him before dropping the subject. Setting aside personal biases, his impression of Sean wasn't bad. The guy had both capability and a sharp mind, nothing like that incompetent Justin Hammer. Of course, that was just an objective assessment. The moment Tony remembered this bastard dancing with Pepper, he immediately regretted stopping. He should have taken a photo, sold it to the press, bought a newspaper tomorrow morning, and then called to mock him. That would have been the right move. "This isn't the way to Long Island," Sean remarked after resting his eyes for a while. The tree-lined road suggested they were heading toward Tony's mansion. "Party tonight. A whole crowd is waiting, and the star of the show can't be late," Tony said lazily. Sean studied the playboy thoughtfully, noting the blackened veins on his neck. Even without a blood test, it was clear the palladium toxicity was worsening. Still not reconsidering. Find a top surgeon to remove the shrapnel. Stop using that little gadget, and you might still be throwing pool parties with bikini models at 80. Tony shook his head, his expression resolute. Iron Man was an irreplaceable part of his life. No one could make him give it up. "You don't get it," he said, tapping the arc reactor in his chest, "that feeling of being invincible, soaring through the sky, doing the impossible. For the first time, I'm using my power to help others. That's the life I want to chase, even if it's short." The blinding headlights cut through the darkness of the tree-lined path like a sword. In the distance, the seaside villa perched on the cliffs came into view, the faint pulse of music already audible. "What, feeling sorry for the great Iron Man's impending demise?" Tony tilted his head, a smug grin playing on his lips. Sean remained silent for a moment before replying, "I was just thinking that after you're gone, as a former business partner, I might need to console the grieving Miss Potts." "No need to thank me, it's the least I can do." Tony's smile froze. If he hadn't been gripping the steering wheel, he would have strangled this scheming bastard right then and there. Kathmandu, Kamartaj. The Ancient One returned to her quarters, the sling ring's glow fading as the sparking portal dissipated. Her foremost disciple, Mordo, stood waiting in the courtyard. "How was your trip to New York?" Mordo asked. Though many sorcerers trained in seclusion at Kamartaj, Mordo was the only one who had inherited the Ancient One's teachings. To others, he was the obvious successor as Sorcerer Supreme. "I met an interesting fellow," the bald sorcerer replied with a smile, hands clasped behind her back as she strolled under the night sky. "Across countless timelines, I couldn't glimpse his future. You once said he was an extra-dimensional soul. Perhaps he simply doesn't appear in the future," Mordo suggested softly. Having studied under the Ancient One for years and living in seclusion, he never doubted the wisdom of the great teacher who had saved him from the mundane world. "No. I've seen fragments in the River of Time. He's one of the biggest variables, which is why I chose to let him be." The Ancient One sighed, gazing up at the starry expanse. She cherished the beauty of this world deeply, but couldn't stop death's approach. Stepping quietly into the depths of the sanctum, she approached the Eye of Agamotto resting on its altar. Beneath layers of enchanted casing, the deep green stone pulsed with light. Will he become a threat to this world? She murmured to the empty hall. Her hand hovered over the eye before she quickly withdrew it, as if reluctant to wield the powerful artifact again. He's a conqueror, a predator driven by desire. I shouldn't place hope in him. But without him, how can we avert the coming crisis? The hesitation in her eyes lingered briefly before vanishing. With a flick of her sleeve, the Ancient One departed. The green gem dimmed, awaiting the next Sorcerer Supreme. Read 200+ chapters ahead on my p@Trian, p@Trian.com/myamatengel. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, A Gift. The pounding rhythm of loud, energetic music hit Sean the moment he stepped inside. Having changed into fresh clothes, he frowned at the heavy mix of alcohol and expensive perfume in the air. The lighting was deliberately dim, with colorful strobes flashing and shifting to create a club-like atmosphere. At the center of the spotlight stood Tony, clad in his Iron Man armor, surrounded by adoring fans and vivacious young women. Staggering slightly, he clutched a bottle of Budweiser, his words slurred as he showed off his signature dry wit. "Oh, look who's here." Sean, our genius, spotting the newcomer from the corner of his eye, Tony immediately directed the spotlight toward him, announcing in an exaggerated tone as if heralding a hero's entrance. Navigating through the crowd of enthusiastic women, Sean reached Tony's side and said quietly, "Is this really how you plan to spend your last birthday?" "Absolutely." The drunken Iron Man swayed to the music, seemingly caught in a euphoric high. Below the stage, Rhodey and Pepper exchanged helpless glances. At this moment, Tony was like a willful child, no one could stop his antics. Sean shook his head. The toxins released by the arc reactor were gradually eating away at Tony's body. It wouldn't be long before Iron Man dominated headlines across America again, though this time, in the form of an obituary. In the original timeline, Nick Fury, who had been close to Tony's father, tracked down the dying Playboy. Through hints and guidance, Tony found inspiration in his father's old recordings, ultimately creating a new, more stable element that saved his failing body. "You seem unusually emotional today. Did you take something, or is this your final hurrah?" Sean picked up a martini from a passing tray, the burning liquor sliding down his throat with a pleasant warmth. "These past few days, I've been having the same dream. In it, I'm free from palladium poisoning, a superhero everyone admires. I fight alongside many allies, saving this country countless times, defeating villains who want to destroy the world." Tony fell silent for a moment, draping an arm over Sean's shoulder as he drained his drink. His eyes held a trace of confusion as he murmured, "But then, I watched those allies fall one by one. I couldn't save them. I couldn't save anyone. The only silver lining. You weren't there." Sean's ciphers didn't exist in that dream. He laughed self-deprecatingly, grabbing another glass of strong liquor. The usually vibrant, confident Playboy now seemed like a dying ember, his brilliance fading. "Interesting dream," Sean remarked, patting the Iron Man armor. His gaze drifted to Pepper, who sat alone on a couch in the corner, isolated from the revelry. "You haven't told Pepper. My suffering won't lessen just because someone else shares it. Why make her worry too? I believe she'll be a far better CEO for Stark Industries than I ever was." Tony smiled faintly as he looked at his secretary. Sean said nothing. Tony charged back into the dancing crowd, swaying energetically with the women around him. The music grew even more frenzied as the Playboy launched into his usual repertoire of terrible jokes. "The question I get asked most. How do you go to the bathroom in the Iron Man suit?" Tony paused, adopting a mysterious expression before making a relieved sound, like this. "A safe, controlled filtration system, even drinkable. Aren't you going to stop him?" "I just saw Colonel Rhodes head down to Tony's basement," Sean said, taking the glass from Pepper's hand. It seemed Tony had been giving his poor secretary quite the ordeal lately. Pepper leaned back on the couch, her tall frame forming a perfect curve. "Tony has becoming more and more unfamiliar, like I never really knew him at all. Maybe I didn't. Ever since he came back from the front lines, he's been a different person, sometimes mature and steady, other times even more reckless. I don't understand what's happening to him." Her bright eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Glancing at Tony's wild celebration on stage, Sean said softly, "Maybe he has burdens he can't voice. Men always find it harder to open up than women, especially someone as proud as Tony." Their attention returned to the dance floor, where the birthday boy was now tossing bottles into the air and shattering them with repulsor blasts. The surrounding women gasped in awe, further fueling Tony's excitement as he sent glass and liquor spraying like fireworks. "He treats everything like a game, the expo, new energy, handing Stark Industries to me. Maybe he really does trust me, but I'm terrified of failing him. It's all too much. I don't know if I can handle it." Pepper voiced her fears, the immense pressure of recent days leaving her nerves frayed. "I felt the same when I first founded Umbrella. External scrutiny, constant self-doubt, it's like a boulder pressing on your heart," Sean said, his gaze steady. An imperceptible psychic breeze seemed to soothe Pepper's restless mind. Her anxieties momentarily faded, the turmoil in her heart gradually calming as an unfamiliar peace settled over her. Don't dwell on uncertainties. Tony's just lost right now, but he'll find his way soon, Sean murmured, his voice like a gentle spring breeze. Pepper's eyelids grew heavy, the tension of recent days melting away. Helping the drowsy secretary to a guest room, Sean returned to find chaos outside. The partygoers had fled, leaving behind shattered glass and wrecked decorations. At the center of the devastation, two figures in Iron Man armor clashed, repulsor blasts reducing the remaining glass walls to dust. A shockwave sent debris flying as Tony's best friend, Colonel Rhodes, wearing the unpainted War Machine suit, blasted through the ceiling and into the night sky. Tony slumped against the wall like an exhausted traveler who had journeyed too far. He knew his friend disapproved of his self-destructive behavior, but who could understand the agony of slowly dying? Today's a day worth remembering. Let me give you a birthday gift, Sean said, looking down at the defeated Tony. He didn't want Iron Man to die, not when Umbrella and Stark Industries still had collaborations ahead. Leaving this world with regrets isn't your only fate, Tony. You can change it. The young man's voice echoed in the now silent room. Chapter 138, The Prelude. When Nick Fury tracked down Tony, the latter was lounging on the giant donut sign of a burger joint in his sleek Iron Man armor, devouring a freshly baked cheese pizza. Half a minute later, they were seated inside the famous burger restaurant, casually ordering a combo meal. I don't want to join your Superboy band. Tony dismissed the one-eyed black-clad man's proposal without hesitation. Iron Man never needed teamwork, he could protect New York and save the world all by himself. Moreover, Tony fundamentally despised working for the government. He had no intention of following his father's path, using wealth to gain political capital for higher status. The freedom-loving Iron Man detested being shackled by rules and regulations. You're not doing well, Tony. Nick Fury studied the mustached man with a grave expression. You appointed Pepper Potts as CEO, gave away your assets, and let your friend fly off in your armor. Are you preparing for the end? The one-eyed director had extended an invitation to Tony before. After the Avengers Initiative was approved by the World Security Council, he'd approached Iron Man, only to be bluntly rejected by the then triumphant Stark. Knowing the timing wasn't right, Fury hadn't pushed further. Having dealt with Howard Stark before, Fury understood that father and son shared similar pride and stubbornness. It wasn't until palladium poisoning and public scrutiny weighed Tony down that Fury reappeared. After all, offering help in desperate times always garnered more gratitude than adding flowers to a bouquet. No, I'm doing great. Tony shook his head defiantly, a hint of relief on his exhausted face. A few hours ago, that bastard Sean gave me a lithium dioxide injection. The damn palladium poisoning symptoms have eased significantly. Tomorrow, I'm heading to Umbrella. Apparently some hot scientist developed something called the Cradle, some cutting-edge medical tech that can restore my health. Hearing this, even the seasoned spymaster was stunned. This had been his meticulously planned solution to recruit the unruly Tony Stark, yet someone had beaten him to it. Next, I need to find a palladium substitute, test every possible element combination. Sean was right, I shouldn't give up so easily. The Starks have never been cowards who accept defeat. With his burdens lifted, some color returned to Tony's ashen complexion. His recent reckless behavior had merely been an outlet for the fear and pressure of facing mortality. Not everyone could stare death in the eye without flinching. Though Fury had countless arguments prepared, all were now stuck in his throat. Fortunately, his dark skin masked the frustration undoubtedly coloring his face. That gadget in your chest, it's based on unfinished technology. Your father Howard said it was just a stepping stone to something greater. Back then, he was preparing an energy revolution to leave all competitors in the dust. He'd glimpsed the potential of a super energy source. Compared to it, nuclear reactors are just AAA batteries. Left with no choice, Fury shifted tactics. If benefits couldn't lure Tony, perhaps emotions could. Playing the nostalgia card, he invoked his history with Tony's father. Howard told me only you had the resources and intellect to complete his grand vision. I don't know how you learned about this, but you clearly misheard. My father never acknowledged my talents. My few memories of him are just a cold businessman. He never said he loved me, never said he liked me. His happiest day was shipping me off to boarding school. Yet Fury's calculation failed again. Tony's relationship with his father wasn't as rosy as imagined. Both men were too proud to easily express their feelings. Your father was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founding members. I want you to join us. Honestly, Iron Man has caused me plenty of headaches. What you're about to do will create even more. At the very least, I can keep those Department of Defense officers off your back. With all other options exhausted, the Black Director played his final card. Even after surviving the Senate hearing, military covetousness toward the Iron Man tech remained. Had Stark Industries lacked its extensive connections, those generals might have crashed tanks through the gates to confiscate hazardous weapons, namely, Tony's armor. This wasn't hyperbole, many Pentagon officials had proposed exactly that. Yet even so, without the arc reactor's core technology which only Tony could replicate, the suits would be worthless scrap metal. I'll think about it. Tony nibbled a donut, utterly noncommittal. His sole focus now was solving the Palladium crisis to resume his superhero life. Joining S.H.I.E.L.D. held zero appeal. Nick Fury departed with profound disappointment. Having failed with Tony Stark, he'd have to approach the Fantastic Four next. Phase 1 of his Avengers initiative was off to a rocky start. Back in his modified Land Rover, Fury's expression darkened. Turning to his trusted agent Coulson, he ordered coldly, "Pull all files on Sean's ciphers." Meanwhile, at Umbrella, Sean learned from Skynet about Fury's renewed investigation. He chuckled, unconcerned about what might be uncovered. He was no longer the nobody from Queens who needed to fear S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scrutiny. Now, standing behind the New York genius were rising star Umbrella, Oscorp firmly established in biotech, Stark Industries in strategic partnership, and even General Ross offering covert support. No longer isolated, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. uncovered clues or Fury detected anomalies, without irrefutable evidence, they could only continue watching silently. "Sir, I can erase all traces to ensure S.H.I.E.L.D. finds nothing useful," Skynet's dispassionate voice intoned. Sean shook his head, an inscrutable smile playing on his lips. "Staying behind the scenes is getting boring. It's time for my grand entrance." Thinking of the Ancient One's warning, his eyes turned cold. He was curious to test the limits of the sanctum and camartage. "Let's hope Nick Fury helps me stage this spectacular solo performance." Sean smiled faintly. His aid to Tony hadn't been altruistic. Using Tony Stark to enter S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar, thereby attracting Fury's attention, that was the real objective. This confrontation was inevitable. It was better to control the narrative. Chapter 139, An Encounter at the Expo. Flushing, New York. A sea of people flooded into the Science Museum, where tonight's Stark Industries World Expo would officially commence. Scientific achievements from various countries, after passing rigorous evaluations by the organizers, were granted free exhibition spaces. Sean entered the museum's central area unimpeded through the VIP channel. News reporters from major television networks had already taken their seats, while Pepper Potts busily directed last-minute preparations backstage. For this grand solo performance, Tony had prepared 4 differently painted Mark Series armors, while he himself would take the stage in the latest Iron Man suit for the debut showcase. "Where's Tony?" Sean asked as Pepper approached. The playboy whose life had been hanging by a thread had undergone a week of brief treatment at Umbrella. Lithium dioxide injections temporarily alleviated his palladium poisoning symptoms, while Dr. Helen Cho's cradle technology performed a minor surgery to remove the remaining shrapnel from his body, allowing him to walk out immediately without an extended recovery period. Now, it was up to Tony Stark's genius intellect. In the original timeline, Nick Fury had delivered Howard Stark's belongings to Tony, who then discovered clues about a new element from his father's old recordings, eventually replacing the palladium core to achieve Iron Man's rebirth. Sean had only provided a subtle hint. If Tony truly was the unparalleled genius the newspapers claimed, he would undoubtedly uncover the clues and find the precious legacy his father left behind. Ever since returning from Umbrella, he's been holed up in the lab. "That armor will always be his top priority," Pepper replied with a trace of complaint. The secretary couldn't shake the feeling Tony was hiding something, especially with his frequent recent visits to Umbrella. She looked at Sean expectantly, hoping for answers. "Tony often tells me you're his greatest assistant, more important than even Jarvis," Sean deflected, avoiding Pepper's probing gaze. Now CEO of Stark Industries, Pepper's capable leadership had quelled the board's dissatisfaction with Tony while dispelling unsavory rumors. Sean couldn't help feeling Tony was fortunate, first with Obadiah Stane shielding the playboy from storms, allowing him to indulge freely, and now Pepper managing the company. Without such support, even the most talented individual would eventually drown in trivialities, losing their original passion and patience. Men and women are different. Someone as proud as Tony would never let those he cares about worry. He'll give you everything he owns except the pain in his heart. Sean smiled faintly as a formally dressed Tony approached from backstage. Winking at Pepper, he added, "If you're truly curious, why not ask him directly?" After brief pleasantries, Tony pulled Sean aside with some excuse, whispering urgently in a corner, "What did you tell Pepper?" Facing Stark's interrogation, Sean shrugged, "Miss Potts is just concerned about your health." "So you told her everything?" "Of course not. I promised to keep your secret. But she'll likely figure it out soon. Between selecting a successor and behaving so unusually, like arranging your affairs, anyone would grow suspicious." Seeing Tony's nervous expression, Sean found it amusing. "She'll confront that harsh reality soon enough, so you'd better hurry and solve your problem." Unlike his previous gloomy demeanor, a revitalized Tony grinned triumphantly. "That old man of mine gave me one last lesson 20 years later. Soon, Iron Man will rise from the ashes." Hearing this confidence, Sean guessed Tony had discovered his father's monumental legacy, technology decades ahead of its time, which Howard couldn't complete due to material limitations, leaving the key for his son. Tragically, the industrial titan died in an accident before revealing this secret. "Good luck then," Sean said, patting Tony's shoulder as he prepared to leave. "I heard you've been contacting Department of Defense procurement officers. Are you trying to enter the arms industry?" Tony hesitated before stopping the departing young man. "I sold Stark Industries weapons factories to Hammer Industries." Justin Hammer may be an incompetent fool, but he's got the connections and capital. Umbrella is too green by comparison. As a former defense industry titan, Tony knew the procurement process and its unwritten rules intimately. Generally, becoming a military contractor required Department of Defense qualification, with companies ranked by capability and importance. Higher rankings received more procurement benefits and hidden subsidies. Stark Industries had once topped Category A, dominating military contracts. Companies like Hammer Industries and Cross Technologies, lacking experience or resources, languished in Category B, scrambling for leftovers. Even Oscorp, after past failures, ranked lower, which was proof of the market's cutthroat competition. With Stark Industries withdrawn, Hammer's desperate factory purchase aimed to fill the void, while other arms manufacturers eagerly awaited their share. For Umbrella to enter now, even with General Ross's recommendation, would at best secure a spot on the procurement list without substantial benefits. "Remember that genius weapons designer I mentioned?" Sean remained unperturbed, pointing at Tony's chest. "His achievements won't pale beside yours." Iron Man chuckled arrogantly. "The arc reactor is decades ahead. No one's replicating it within 20 years. He refused to believe anyone could match this invention. If it were so easily duplicated, the military wouldn't be scheming so desperately to obtain it. Sean smiled without responding, anticipating Ivan Vanko's impending surprise. Umbrella's rise had always involved stepping over predecessors' corpses. Strolling through the expansive venue before opening hours, Sean observed the preparations with detached amusement. Hopeless scientists had arrived early with their inventions, seeking discerning investors. Yet most displayed conceptual designs with no practical potential. True geniuses in this world were rarer than mythical creatures, not every day yielded hidden gems waiting to be discovered. As Sean casually surveyed the area, his gaze fell upon a tall figure wearing a baseball cap in the retro exhibition zone, where footage from Howard Stark's 1942 World of Tomorrow Expo played, featuring 64 nations showcasing innovations like tape recorders, magnetic tapes, and nylon, sparking technological fervor. The handsome man watched the grainy footage of Howard demonstrating a hovering car, claimed as revolutionary anti-gravity technology, only for the vehicle to emit sparks before crashing onto the stage. Watching this, the man chuckled faintly, eyes brimming with nostalgia. Despite his youthful appearance, an air of weary melancholy clung to him. Chapter 140, 70 Years of Slumber. The grainy black and white footage captured the technological innovations of the last century, its flickering images seemingly transporting the handsome man back to that era. His face displayed complex emotions, nostalgia tinged with regret, as if he had personally witnessed that chapter of history. Back then, he hadn't been this tall and muscular, merely a scrawny kid weighing less than 100 pounds. His father had died from German mustard gas, while his mother, a nurse, was struck down by a stray bullet. Aside from a best friend who shared similar hardships, he had no other family. Amid World War II's chaos, propelled by patriotic fervor, nearly every young man yearned to enlist and fight for victory. Repeatedly rejected by recruiters for his frail physique, the man's life might have taken a completely different path had he not attended that Stark Expo with his friend, the turning point that altered his destiny forever. Nostalgia isn't always a healthy habit. A clear voice interrupted the man's reminiscence. Turning, he found a young man approaching. The newcomer pointed to the still-playing footage where Howard Stark enthusiastically expounded his vision for future technology. Much like his son, the industrialist who would build a military empire loved the spotlight, though Howard's mercantile instincts ran far deeper. Most people don't linger in this exhibit. Outdated relics hold little appeal, Sean remarked, studying the handsome, low-profile figure in the baseball cap. He hadn't expected to encounter this legendary figure here. Timeline-wise, the men should have only recently awoken and still acclimating under SHIELD supervision. "Watching these makes me feel like I've slept through decades, just waking from a long dream," the man said wistfully, his tone carrying the melancholy of a veteran recalling past glories. His name was Steve Rogers, the legendary Captain America, beneficiary of the super soldier serum, who led Allied forces to defeat the Nazis and thwart Hydra's planetary conquest. "You resemble a friend of mine," Sean observed quietly. The man's features bore striking similarity to Johnny Storm, the Human Torch of the Fantastic Four. Were it not for his composed demeanor, utterly lacking Johnny's characteristic flamboyance, Sean might have mistaken his identity. "Sounds like a tired pickup line," the man chuckled, casting a final glance at the concluded footage, a bygone era forever lost to him. "I'd never use such clumsy tactics to approach a war hero," Sean smiled faintly. Standing beside the man, he watched as the tape reset, Howard's voice once more filling the quiet space with 1942's faded grandeur. Surprise flickered across the man's face. You recognize me. How many American children haven't read your comics? Collected Captain America trading cards? Visited World War II museums? Sean studied the tall, athletic figure with amusement. Hello, Captain. Caught off guard by the recognition, Steve Rogers seemed taken aback. Freshly awakened from his icy slumber, everything felt alien, like drawing back curtains after a long sleep to find the world utterly transformed. Friends and lovers were either gone or aged beyond recognition, leaving him utterly alone. People still remember relics like me. Steve's laugh held self-deprecation. After S.H.I.E.L.D. recovered him from the glacier, the super soldier had gradually regained consciousness. The plane crash's immense pressure and sub-zero temperatures had instantly frozen him mid-fall. His serum-slowed metabolism preserved him perfectly across 7 decades. Waking to a world where victory was long secured, his sweetheart was now elderly, and most of his comrades were deceased, this indescribable isolation had prompted Nick Fury to assign him a S.H.I.E.L.D. psychologist. Heroes never go out of style, Sean hummed softly, who's strong and brave, here to save the American way. Hearing the familiar jingle, Steve's cheek twitched. Those were Bond promotional tours ranked among his most cringeworthy memories. As the sole successful super soldier, instead of being deployed to the front lines, he had been reduced to a propaganda tool, reciting scripted lines in ridiculous costumes daily. Had he not rescued his captured friend, Bucky Barnes, Steve might never have become a war hero. Sean Cyphers, the young man, introduced himself, dropping the teasing. Time possessed magic to reshape all things. Once an inspiring anthem, the song now rang hollow, proof of how drastically eras had shifted. No wonder the resurrected Captain America wandered lost in this new century. The nation he had sworn to defend no longer needed his protection. I've been learning to use the internet. Your name pops up frequently, Steve said with genuine warmth, shelving his musings. The modern world demanded gradual adaptation. 70 years had stolen everything, love, and purpose, leaving only fading memories. Noticing black-suited figures in the crowd, Steve's expression turned apologetic. I'm afraid I must leave. I live in Brooklyn. I'll treat you to a drink next time. Clapping Sean's shoulder with characteristic earnestness, the captain departed. Being constantly surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, psychologists, and officials would weary anyone. Even this rare solo excursion still hadn't escaped surveillance. Watching the black-suited entourage disappear, Sean's smile faded. He wondered what methods S.H.I.E.L.D. might employ to investigate him. Once Stark Expo concluded, perhaps the Asgardian prince would descend upon Earth, consequently lifting the veil on the 9 realms' mysteries. If Iron Man's birth heralded the age of superheroes, the Asgardians' arrival would shatter humanity's illusion of cosmic solitude. Only then might people realize that beyond this blue planet lay infinite galaxies awaiting exploration. A single world could no longer contain civilization's rapid advancement. Having conquered sky and sea, mankind would finally turn its gaze starward. Sean's stern expression softened unconsciously. He eagerly anticipated that day. He yearned to personally welcome the dawn of humanity's cosmic era. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Fury's Suspicions. Night enveloped the Earth in silence. By the Potomac River, the iconic Triskelion, headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., stood facing the Washington Monument across the water, with the famous Lincoln Memorial nearby. The gleaming white Greek-style structure built of granite and marble was particularly striking. Nick Fury strode into his office, followed by his trusted aide Coulson. Since his failed attempt to recruit Tony Stark into S.H.I.E.L.D., the one-eyed director had turned his attention to the Fantastic Four. Unfortunately, Reed Richards preferred focusing on research over close collaboration with government agencies. Phase 1 of the Avengers Initiative now faced an awkward predicament. Having finally secured approval from the World Security Council, Fury found himself struggling to recruit members, an ironic twist. Fortunately, one piece of good news emerged. With the awakening of the war hero who had slept for 70 years, the Avengers had found their first member. Captain America, the super soldier from World War II with unwavering willpower and noble virtues. Government officials dismissed the outdated war hero, while the military sought to crack the secrets of the super soldier serum. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. could shield him from these pressures, and so Steve Rogers became part of the clandestine organization. Captain Rogers went out today, Coulson reported upon entering the office. The legendary figure known to every American had only recently awakened. A misunderstanding had initially caused quite a stir, but once fully conscious, Steve, true to his military nature, cooperated fully with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s examinations, including weekly psychological evaluations. This pleased Fury immensely. Unlike the unruly Tony Stark who constantly caused headaches, Steve Rogers was the ideal soldier, willing to comply with reasonable requests, even entertaining White House officials and military personnel. He's the world's finest soldier. We don't need to worry about him going AWOL. Fury settled into his black chair. Since Stryker's failed plan, Magneto's Brotherhood had seemingly vanished, while Xavier's Institute remained quiet, easing the director's concerns about potential mutant unrest. Captain Rogers just needed some air. Don't overthink it. For a soldier who slept through 70 years, the war is over. He has nowhere else to go, said Fury. Coulson nodded silently, wondering when he might get his idol's autograph. As a lifelong fan of Captain America comics, he had collected stacks of trading cards. What about that Playboy Stark? Fury asked after a moment's thought. He hadn't abandoned hopes of recruiting Iron Man. Beyond the combat capabilities of the armor, Fury valued Stark's scientific brilliance. Coulson shook his head, busy with his expo. And judging by his physical condition, the palladium poisoning seems to have eased. The Playboy remained elusive. Even his rapport with Pepper Potts yielded little intel. Fury's expression remained unreadable. After consideration, he ordered Coulson to retrieve Sean Cypher's files, emphasizing physical copies. Databases and video records can be unreliable. Old-fashioned methods are often safer. Fury eyed the file box his subordinate brought in. The Rising Stars dossier wasn't extensive, containing nothing particularly noteworthy. To an outsider, it read like a rags-to-riches tale, the kind journalists might embellish into an inspirational underdog story to move readers. But Nick Fury was a seasoned spymaster with sharp instincts. His single eye gleamed like a patient hunter tracking prey through darkness. Coulson, do you believe such people exist? Fury lifted the file with a cold smile, orphaned, used compensation money to finish high school, displayed genius in college by developing groundbreaking gene therapy with a struggling scientist. No vices, no drinking, no womanizing, none of youth's arrogance. Polite, humble, impeccably mannered. If this guy ran for president, even I'd vote for him. Coulson was speechless. The file had seemed ordinary, but Fury's perspective revealed something unnervingly perfect. Pulling up a holographic micromap, Fury began marking locations, muttering to himself. Gangland slaying. Frank D'Amico, around the time Sean Cyphers was on graduation trip with Harry Osborn. Oscorp stock plummets. Curtis Connor's lab reclaimed, then receives unexpected funding. Interesting. The money came from James Wesley, Hell's Kitchen's real estate mogul, formerly Wilson Fisk's right-hand man. And coincidentally, the so-called Kingpin died in a terrorist attack. Red circles bloomed across the map. With sharp intuition and S.H.I.E.L.D's vast resources, Fury easily traced the faintest clues, a hunter following crushed grass toward his quarry. The Hand. Fantastic Four. Worthington's collapse. Mutant Defense Initiative. Alkali Lake Dam Base. Stryker's death. Mutants vanishing. As connections formed, an invisible web emerged, with the smiling young man at its center. Fury's voice dropped to a growl, "Got you." Watching this, Coulson felt an inexplicable chill. He had met Sean Cyphers, who, by all appearances, was an exemplary young man. Yet who could have imagined Director Fury would uncover so much from mere suspicion? Only a veteran spymaster would link a brilliant rising star to shadowy conspiracies. We lack concrete evidence, Coulson cautiously reminded. James Wesley's funding went through SUNY's official accounts as charitable donations. And the night Frank D'Amico was killed, Sean Cyphers' alibi holds. And no cameras captured the assassin. Perhaps Fury's suspicions were correct, but S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked proof. The director's web of connections remained speculative, logical, yes, but equally dismissible as baseless conjecture. Fury's eye gleamed thoughtfully. Tapping the desk, he stared at the hologram where Sean's radiant smile gave no hint of hidden depths. No one hides perfectly. Even beasts leave traces. The director's gaze turned icy as he addressed Coulson. Soon enough, we'll see what this golden boy truly is. Chapter 142, Arrest. The cool autumn wind swept through the tall trees lining the road, sending yellow leaves spiraling in the air before they eventually fluttered to the ground or drifted into the lake. Sean stepped out of his car as it arrived in Washington, D.C. His black trench coat fluttered slightly as he stood beneath the Lincoln Memorial. Not far away were the Capitol building and the Washington Monument. Even from a distance, he could clearly read the inscription on the statue, "Lincoln shall live immortal in the hearts of his people." The most renowned president in U.S. history sat solemnly, his hands resting on the arms of the chair, his lifelike eyes seemingly exuding a hint of sorrow. Beside the young man stood a Japanese woman dressed in office attire, her black ponytail tied neatly behind her head. Her sharp, professional clothing contrasted with her delicate, cold expression, making her quite striking. This was his first secretary, Yuriko, who was once Stryker's right-hand assistant. She's a genetically enhanced mutant whose abilities were nearly on par with Wolverine's. After Stryker's death at the dam base, all research data and genetic material on mutants had been reclaimed by Sean and stored in Umbrella Corporation's secure facilities. As for the late Colonel's Weapon X team, they had now become the young man's enforcers. These were genetically modified test subjects implanted with mutant abilities, making them top-tier killing machines. These men were elite soldiers handpicked by Stryker from the military, including ruthless mercenaries and highly skilled thieves. They had no concept of morality, patriotism, or loyalty. Simply put, they were easily bought. Having witnessed Sean's brutal handling of their former superior, none of these living weapons dared to resist or betray him. One mercenary, who had relied on his impenetrable, tough skin, had tried to challenge the young man only to be sliced apart by a crimson energy beam. The horrifying display of power had cowed them all into submission. At 3 p.m., you and Mr. Osborn are scheduled to meet Vice President Frances Underwood near the Capitol building in Washington. Yuriko had adapted quickly to her role as secretary. Compared to the dark days under Stryker, she much preferred her current life at Umbrella. At least she wasn't treated as a mere weapon or tool anymore. Any other appointments? Sean gazed at the sprawling buildings along the Potomac River, his tall figure standing beside the black sedan. The pleasure-seeking young Osborn heir seemed to have no concept of punctuality. Hopefully, he wasn't too entangled with some supermodel to show up. Dinner with Miss Stacy at River Park in the evening. I reserved the best seat with a view of the Hudson East River. Chef Evans would be delighted to serve you. Yuriko paused before continuing. Tomorrow noon, Mr. Reed Richards has invited you to his yacht party. Sean gave a slight nod at the well-organized schedule. Since acquiring a competent secretary, he no longer had to waste energy on such trivial matters. With Umbrella's rapid expansion and Oscorp's dominance in the biotech market, Sean only needed to remain the undisputed supplier at the top of the chain, controlling the raw materials and pharmaceutical distribution. As for the energy sector, that depended on Stark Industries' influence. And when it came to military contracts, General Ross's support alone wouldn't be enough to secure more than a minor spot on the Pentagon's procurement list. This was a massive pie that countless factions were fighting over. Without the right connections, Umbrella stood no chance against other well-established defense contractors, unless they could offer something truly irresistible to the military's top brass. But Sean had long prepared for this. Once Ivan Vanko successfully replicated the arc reactor, plenty of buyers would come knocking with hefty contracts. As his thoughts drifted, 6 or 7 black Humvees screeched to a halt, forming a semicircle around him. Dozens of black-suited agents stepped out, led by a middle-aged man with an unassuming, honest face, followed by a team of formidable operatives. Let me introduce myself, Phil Coulson. The man with the receding hairline extended a hand, his tone polite. I'm with S.H.I.E.L.D. We'd like to invite Mr. Sean Cyphers to come with us for questioning regarding several serious criminal cases. Before Sean could respond, Yuriko's gaze sharpened instantly, her fragile demeanor vanishing as if she were a beast baring its fangs, ready to strike at any moment. It's fine. The young man gently soothed his secretary, who seemed seconds away from violence. If you want me to go with you, you'll at least need to show me an arrest warrant, or some other legal document. Otherwise, wouldn't that be trampling on the very spirit of this nation's laws? Coulson studied Sean's calm demeanor. He'd encountered men like this before, those who remained unshaken even when facing arrest, as if they were merely heading out for a vacation. Without solid evidence to break their composure, they would never yield, instead smiling as though they were upstanding law-abiding citizens. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't need signed paperwork to arrest criminals. A tall, rugged young agent beside Coulson smirked, his voice icy. Instead of counting on your money and status to escape justice, maybe you should prepare some tissues. Wouldn't want you crying like a mess later. Coulson immediately shut down Grant Ward's taunts. His meticulous nature never left room for mistakes. Given Sean's wealth and influence, he could easily summon an army of lawyers, but unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't a court or the NYPD. As an intelligence and enforcement agency, they weren't bound by conventional legalities. Looks like I have no choice. Sean shrugged. He glanced back at Yuriko. Tell Harry and our esteemed guest that I might have to cancel. There wasn't a trace of anger on the young man's face as he extended his hands. Do I get handcuffs, Agent Coulson? The mild-mannered agent didn't refuse. If Director Fury's suspicions were correct, Sean, having participated in the same extraterrestrial experiment with the Fantastic Four and Doom, might possess some unknown abilities of his own. Agent Ward stepped forward, clamping alloy cuffs around Sean's wrists before covering them with a black suit jacket, granting the New York prodigy a shred of dignity. You'll love S.H.I.E.L.D., the young agent muttered under his breath. There's plenty of two-faced lying scum just like you. Coulson sighed, escorting the surprisingly cooperative Sean into a specially reinforced armored vehicle. With S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters nearby, the agent couldn't shake the feeling that Sean had anticipated this arrest. It was as if he'd walked right into their hands on purpose. Left behind, Yuriko followed her employer's instructions and dialed Mr. Osborn's number. This was like a stone cast into still waters. The ripples would spread, and who knew, perhaps they would eventually swell into a towering wave. Chapter 143, Interrogation Room. Half an hour later. Sean was taken into a sealed room. Coulson did not restrain his movements. Instead, he removed the alloy handcuffs and gestured that he was free to move around. The room was sparsely furnished, a metal table bolted to the floor with a dim desk lamp on top, and a one-way mirror embedded in the side wall. It was safe to assume that a number of people were observing his every move from the other side. Then came an excruciating hour of waiting. No one came in to torture him, no one shouted questions at him, it was as if he had been forgotten. The dull, tedious time crawled by. Sean removed his black trench coat and sat calmly in the chair, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, his face betraying no trace of impatience. Your tactics aren't very effective, Coulson. Garrett, rough-mannered as a cowboy, chuckled at his friend. Behind the one-way mirror, they observed Sean, locked inside the room. This guy's mental fortitude isn't as weak as you think. Even if we left him here for an entire day, he wouldn't show a hint of agitation. The seasoned agent shook his head and glanced at his protege. Let Grant give it a try. He's good at extracting confessions. Coulson hesitated. He shot a look at the cold machine-like young agent. This was just a simple probe. Given Sean's current status, even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't act recklessly. If news got out about abuse or beatings, even Director Fury would be deeply embarrassed. Keep it measured. After a moment, Coulson nodded. The sharp-featured young man smirked and strode out. Soon, he appeared on the other side of the one-way mirror. Grant Ward pulled out a chair and sat across from Sean, slamming a stack of files onto the table. Very much your style, overwhelm the opponent with presence first, seize control of the conversation. Coulson murmured. Garrett chuckled. This young man was his prized student, a rising star within S.H.I.E.L.D., a level 7 agent. Handpicked and trained by him, Grant had become an expert assassin. Aside from his lack of teamwork skills, he had almost no flaws. Ward leisurely opened the files, his sharp eyes fixed on the young man across from him. He slid his finger to the first document. Do you know him? Sean stopped tapping the table, a faint smile curling at his lips. Mr. James Wesley. He donated to Dr. Connor's lab. Everyone says he's Hell's Kitchen's finest philanthropist. Pushing aside the first file, Ward pulled out another. What about him? Wilson Fisk. I saw his obituary in the news. Heard he was attacked by a bunch of deranged terrorists. What followed was a simple Q&A, both sides speaking in calm, measured tones, no different from a routine police interrogation. One by one, the files were opened, each detailing individuals with complicated backgrounds, a mob boss killed in a vendetta, a real estate tycoon who met an unfortunate end, a military colonel who died in an accident, and so on. All of them had some vague connection to Sean. You can't just accuse me of plotting to assassinate the president because I took a stroll near the White House. The young man's smile remained unshaken as he countered softly, this Frank D'Amico fellow was a drug lord on the West Coast. I was just a student on a graduation trip with friends. The two have nothing to do with each other. As for Wilson Fisk, I was in the school lab all night, Dr. Connors can vouch for that. All this seems like baseless conjecture. Or slander. Sean concluded. He leaned forward slightly, a mocking grin spreading across his face. I thought S.H.I.E.L.D. was supposed to be an official agency like the NSA. Turns out you're just an extension of the NYPD, handling these kinds of cases. Ward remained unfazed. He wasn't provoked by the taunt. As a level 7 agent, if he couldn't keep a cool head, he'd have been on the casualty list long ago. Though he very much wanted to smash that infuriating face in, Ward suppressed the impulse, considering the trouble it would cause. You think we don't have enough evidence? You think some powerful friends will swoop in to save you? You think this is a courtroom where a high-priced lawyer can get you off the hook? Ward sneered, his eyes sharp as blades, as if trying to pierce through Sean's smiling facade. Even if you sit here for 42 hours, no one, not even the federal government, can take you out of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s custody. In 4 hours, a team of operatives will come for you. You'll be hooded, taken to a black site, and locked away for years. Maybe no one will even remember you. Sean's ciphers will vanish from the world, forgotten until you die. You're not like Tony Stark, with unshakable backing. The people aligned with you for profit won't go all out against S.H.I.E.L.D. Your so-called allies will weigh the costs, calculate the benefits. Ward's tone was devoid of emotion, as if he were simply stating inevitable facts. The dim room, the glow of the desk lamp casting shadows across the young agent's hardened face, it all created an overwhelming sense of pressure. But Sean's expression didn't change. Like a relentless current crashing against an unyielding rock, the young agent's threats had no effect. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a formidable organization, but not everyone feared it. The young man, Sean, sat back comfortably in his chair, adjusting his collar. Let me tell you what's going to happen next, Mr. Ward. His tone was light, his gaze gentle, devoid of agitation or fear. A faint smile played on his lips, as if this weren't an interrogation but a friendly chat. Soon, you'll get a call from the White House, or the military. Maybe both. Then your superior will knock on the door, pull you outside, and give you a helpless look before telling you that the bastard sitting in that room has a vice president and an army general backing him. That Stark Industries, the former weapons giant, is his business partner. That Harry Osborn, rising star of biotech, was his college classmate. That he himself nearly received the National Medal of Science from the president. 4 hours from now, I'll walk right out of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s doors. Even if every accusation against me holds up, I'll still leave this room unscathed, return to my life of luxury, maybe even make the papers as a great genius. And you, Grant Ward. You'll have to watch as this criminal walks free. You might want to beat me into pulp right now, but you won't dare lay a finger on me, unless you want to spend the rest of your life in federal prison. No matter how much your superiors value you. That amiable young face still wore a friendly smile, but beneath the calm tone was an arrogance that seemed to regard no one as a threat. He pointed at the one-way mirror, his mocking grin widening. Know why I'm cooperating? Because even if everything you said is true, even if I'm a villain guilty of countless crimes, can you actually put me behind bars? Noticing the young agent's clenched fists, Sean shifted into a more comfortable position, resting his hands on his knees, the picture of relaxed nonchalance. I don't feel like talking anymore. If it's not too much trouble, get me a coffee. No sugar. Just as Ward, his fury reaching its peak, was about to throw a punch, the door opened. Coulson and his mentor, Garrett, stood in the shadows. Meeting Sean's taunting smile, Ward pressed his lips into a tight line, gathered the files, and turned to leave. Don't forget my coffee, Agent. The young man's voice followed him out. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 144, 3 phone calls. Night was falling. Nick Fury stood by the window, gazing at the surging Potomac River. In the faint glow of emerging lights, a marble obelisk pierced the sky like a sword, the monument built for the first president of the United States, George Washington. Tourists often flocked to it, taking high-speed elevators to the top to glimpse the city's panorama through small windows. Due south of the Washington Monument lay the White House, its lawns lush and green. 20 minutes earlier, the one-eyed director had received a private call from the vice president's office. There was no expected reprimand or sharp rebuke, only a friendly inquiry from the politically ambitious vice president, who exchanged pleasantries for a few minutes before hanging up. Fury remained silent for a long time. He had just learned that this vice president, a seasoned politician from South Carolina and the House Majority Whip, was not only a man of political ambition, but also a doting father. Francis Underwood's daughter suffered from a right leg disability, a source of sighs for his wife and a trigger for the girl's mild depression. According to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intel, the golden-haired angel had once attempted suicide. The yet-to-be-released, chrysalis serum from Umbrella was specifically developed for patients with limb deficiencies. It was likely through this connection that the radiant young man had forged ties with Vice President Underwood. Whether deeper transactions existed remained unknown. I don't believe you can always stay one step ahead. Fury stared coldly at the holographic projection of Sean. His initial suspicion had stemmed from a spymaster's instinct, but deeper investigation revealed the young man was indeed suspicious. He always hovered on the periphery of events, seemingly uninvolved yet surrounded by unsettling oddities upon closer scrutiny. Having held high-ranking positions in multiple intelligence agencies, Nick Fury knew there was no such thing as repeated coincidence in this world. If it happened, it was orchestrated. A vice president's pressure alone wasn't enough to make S.H.I.E.L.D. back down, though the bald director was well aware of the long-standing discontent from the White House and the military. This could easily become another opportunity for politicians to corner him. Sir, a call from the Pentagon. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he picked up. General Ross's voice came through, and he could almost picture the hawkish officer's arrogant face. If the White House's dissatisfaction with S.H.I.E.L.D. stemmed from its insulated power, even the president couldn't directly command this massive covert agency. The military's hostility arose from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s terrifying authority, which overshadowed the Pentagon and other intelligence bodies. This deeply rooted organization could recruit directly from the 4 major intelligence agencies without seeking funding from the IC, intelligence community, or the Department of Defense, freeing it from White House and military constraints. With global branches and a strict confidentiality system, it wielded immense autonomy. The World Security Council likely never imagined, when expanding the Strategic Scientific Reserve into this behemoth, that it would grow into such a sprawling, unchecked power. Listening to the stern reprimand over the phone, Fury responded calmly, "Of course I know Mr. Cyphers is an outstanding young man. I merely invited him to assist in a minor investigation. Rest assured, General, we'll return him safely." How long? Well, you know how these things go, inquiries take time. Though he despised politicians, the one-eyed director had to admit their deflection tactics were useful now. About 40 minutes later, the conversation had veered from Sean's release to military operations in Central Asia and the Pentagon's intelligence network. No matter how General Ross roared, Fury chatted amiably as if catching up with an old friend. With a loud bang, the call ended abruptly. The bald director smirked, still so hot-tempered at his age. Setting the phone down, his smile faded. Fury's single eye gleamed sharply, like a seasoned hunter watching trapped prey struggle. Who's next? Oscorp. Or some other corporate giant? He snorted. The suspected New York prodigy did have impressive connections, a high-ranking vice president, and a Pentagon general, all willing to speak for him. But S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't like other agencies. Even under pressure from two heavyweights, Fury believed he could hold firm. He watched the video feed of Sean being interrogated by Grant Ward. This was just the first step. More methods awaited. Even Nazi fanatics during World War II, once processed by S.H.I.E.L.D., spilled every secret unless they succeeded in suicide. This organization, ostensibly maintaining global order, hid just as much bloodshed and terror as its infamous counterpart, Hydra. As his thoughts drifted, the phone rang again. Fury glanced at it. It was not Oscorp or any corporate entity, as expected. Tony. Didn't expect your call. The one-eyed director sounded surprised. Pepper told me you took Stark Industries' hard-won partner away. The playboy's voice was languid. By tomorrow morning, all of New York will know a promising young man, the epitome of the modern American dream, was violently detained by some shadowy agency. No warrant, no congressional or official approval. The backlash will be brutal. The White House won't side with you. Politicians will pile on, preaching about checks and balances. Tony Stark spoke casually, as if it were trivial. You think the World Security Council will let this slide? You've got no proof against Sean. Even if you did, the big shots would call it overkill. Not exactly world-ending, is it? Hardly worth S.H.I.E.L.D.'s time. Nick Fury was silent for a long moment. Since when do you know so much about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Well, honestly, your database firewall was too simple. It took me just over an hour to crack. I didn't get to the core files. But don't worry, I patched the holes on my way out. Tony sounded smug, while the bald director's expression darkened further. Ignoring the provocation, Fury asked, why help Sean ciphers? I don't get it. If you're asking why I'd help someone who might secretly be a villain, that's a meaningless question. At 8, I learned my father was an arms dealer. That's when I realized the world isn't split into pure good and evil. He always said, more people die from smoking than weapons, but cigarettes still get sold. At least my guns come with safety locks. Of course, the lie that arms dealers sell weapons to protect the nation is just pretty packaging. There are 3 types of arms deals: white, legal; black, illegal; and gray, Stark Industries' favorite. A successful arms dealer does all 3. From his breezy Stark Manor balcony, Tony reclined, the arc reactor in his chest gleaming anew, vitality surging through him. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Good and Evil. I never bother lying to make people think I'm a good person. Remember how the media used to describe Tony Stark? Merchant of Death. Tony reclined in his chair, sipping soda. He was finally free from that god-awful chlorophyll drink. He tilted his head back, gazing at the star-studded night sky, the darkness strewn with glittering pearls. You knew Howard, so you should know how he did business. Fund one warlord, and more would come buying Stark weapons because they needed more. War is just you hit me, I hit you. Only arms dealers are truly impartial, they don't care why you start wars, or where you're from. Pay enough, and they'll sell you their souls. Howard was never a good man. Tony spoke his father's name plainly, neither was I. I never cared whether the money I spent on sports cars or supermodels was bloodstained, or if the bullets I sold killed terrorists or civilians. If I had to think about all that, if my moral compass were that rigid, I'd never sleep at night. Fury was silent. As a seasoned spymaster, he could have spouted lofty rhetoric, but the usually flippant playboy had left him speechless. But none of what I did before stops me from trying to be good now. Tony stretched, the once irresponsible playboy now exuding unexpected steadiness. We both know how the world works. I don't know why you took Sean, but it's definitely not because he's not a good guy. That's just child's play, dividing the world into heroes and villains, clear-cut teams. Nick Fury took a deep breath. Tony's call had given him pause. S.H.I.E.L.D. might disregard the White House and the military, but the World Security Council had direct authority over him, even he couldn't act recklessly. The bigger issue was that Sean, who had cooperated so calmly, didn't seem like an easy target. He had left no concrete evidence, whether for the mob bosses killed in vendettas, or Colonel Stryker's unfortunate demise. He left only faint traces. The one-eyed director's initial goal had been to uncover the New York prodigy's true face. But now, it seemed the plan had backfired. After a moment's thought, Fury sighed. He didn't want tomorrow's papers filled with bad press, and S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't ready for public scrutiny. Stay away from him, Stark. Sean Cyphers isn't as simple as you think. I've dealt with countless villains, he's the trickiest kind. Fury warned. Relax, I'm not into men. Tony's tone was breezy, utterly dismissive of Fury's warning. I just owe him a favor. But let's talk about your Superboy team another time. I'm starting to get curious. With that, the revitalized Iron Man hung up, touching the glowing arc reactor in his chest, a pleased smile tugging at his lips. Tony scoffed. If not for owing Sean, he wouldn't have bothered with Fury. Dressing up actions in righteous justifications didn't make them holy. Since when was the world so black and white? What was the difference between the president in the White House and a Hell's Kitchen thug? Just a better dressed, harder-hitting villain. He curled his lip, privately mocking the bald director's hypocrisy. If the Bible were right about evildoers going to hell, the place would be overcrowded by now. Shaking off the thought, Tony pondered how to spend the long night. Maybe he'd find Pepper, share his joy, and squeeze in a romantic date. The reborn Iron Man made up his mind. 10 minutes later, a streak of fire shot from the mansion into the night sky. Release him. Ward frowned, turning to his mentor Garrett, then why bring him in? Just for show. SHIELD isn't the NYPD, we don't let scum waltz in and out. Coulson looked uncomfortable. Honestly, Fury's order had surprised him too. In his memory, SHIELD rarely backed down, even against the White House or the military, unless the president himself intervened. Things didn't go as planned. Sean Cyphers has deeper connections than we thought. A public scandal would hurt SHIELD's image, Coulson explained, rubbing his temples. If the young man had only a Pentagon general backing him, SHIELD wouldn't flinch. But add an ambitious vice president, Oscorp, and Stark. That was enough to make them reconsider. Besides, Fury's goal had only been to probe Sean. Uncovering secrets would have been a bonus, but without leverage or extreme measures, retreat was the smarter move. It wasn't like SHIELD would stubbornly detain New York's golden boy over dead mob bosses or a disgraced colonel. Their motives might be just, but that didn't make them righteous vigilantes enforcing court verdicts. Coulson patted the young agent's shoulder and stepped into the interrogation room. Sean was as unruffled as ever, glancing up at Fury's right-hand man. It seems I'm leaving early. I thought I'd have to wait for the morning news. He picked up his black trench coat from the chair, smiling, appreciate the hospitality. The mild-mannered Coulson forced a smile, leading the way without a word. The hallway was empty. Stepping out, Sean blinked teasingly at Ward, his lips curling mockingly. The elevator ride down revealed little. Sean's eyes gleamed, apparently, he'd been kept in a low-clearance public area, nowhere near SHIELD's core secrets. With the gleaming eagle emblem at his back, Sean stood at the entrance. A black car waited outside. Yuriko, poised on the steps, took the coat and draped it over his shoulders. A chilly autumn wind swept past, carrying icy air. Sean glanced back at the emblem in the lobby, then descended the steps and slid into the car. From his window, Nick Fury watched the tiny figure below. He had meant to catch a small fish, only to find a razor-toothed shark. For now, the one-eyed director couldn't tell whether Sean was just another ambitious climber or something far more dangerous. Sean's style reminded him of an old enemy, a shadowy organization fanatical in belief and pervasive in infiltration. It was why SHIELD had such strict clearance levels, they could never let their guard down. Author's note, I couldn't help laughing while writing this line. Forgive me. Elevate Sean Cyphers' priority. And, recall Natasha, Fury ordered the new deputy director. Maria Hill, SHIELD's sharp-witted commander, nodded, what about Stark Industries? Tony Stark isn't a concern. Sean Cyphers is the focus. If he shows no signs of special abilities, pull Natasha back. Fury's expression was cold. There was much ahead. Anomalous objects in New Mexico required Coulson and Hawkeye's attention, not to mention vigilance against the lurking terror named after the mythical Hydra. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Peter's Transformation. Laughter echoed through the night sky as Spider-Man, who's been absent for some time, made his dramatic return. Unlike his usual playful taunting of criminals, New York's friendly neighborhood hero seemed to be in an unusually foul mood tonight, striking without restraint. Every criminal lurking on the streets was mercilessly beaten. I'm Spider-Man, a superhero. The black-clad figure scaled and leaped between towering buildings before suddenly plummeting from the sky. A web line carried him swiftly past speeding traffic below. The unparalleled thrill and the swelling satisfaction in his chest propelled him higher and farther. This newly returned Spider-Man had undergone subtle changes. His usual red suit had turned a deep black, blending into the night, and he had become far more talkative. You really don't learn, do you, punk? This is my turf. It's because of Spider-Man beating down scum like you that New York stays safe. After taking down a car thief, Spider-Man struck several heroic poses for a camera fixed to a lamppost with webbing, while the bruised criminal beside him made for a stark contrast. This black-suited Spider-Man was nothing like his usual self. Not only was he ruthless, but he was also incessantly chatty. I'm so sick of you criminals. When do I get to face a real challenge? A world-ending supervillain would be perfect. Dun 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 dun, Spider-Man swoops in at the last second to save the day. Now that's a perfect script. But where are the actors? Perched atop a skyscraper, Spider-Man grumbled to himself, oblivious to the changes in his personality. A dark, creeping influence amplified his frustrations, eroding the once kind and righteous hero like a parasitic virus. His feet clung firmly to a glass window as he studied his reflection, flashing a grin that was utterly unlike Peter Parker's usual demeanor. He could faintly sense the black suit's side effects, but it enhanced his strength, reflexes, and agility. The sudden surge of power was intoxicating. No one could resist this feeling, least of all him. Memories of his recent powerless days, the agony of being ordinary, the helplessness against thugs, flashed through his mind. Though he had regained his abilities, he now craved even greater strength. I'm not that insignificant Peter Parker anymore. I'm Spider-Man. A beloved superhero, someone people worship. The black-suited hero dangled his legs over the edge of the building, muttering to himself. Lately, he had finally gotten together with Mary Jane, but reality had been far from the dream he imagined. Financial struggles had dulled the sweetness of love. Juggling crime-fighting, his girlfriend's emotions, and making ends meet had left the once idealistic hero feeling lost. Life had punched him hard. Thanks to his old classmate Sean's tip, Peter had landed a job as a photographer at the Daily Bugle, only for a young rival named Eddie Brock to appear out of nowhere, intensifying his anxiety. Problems piled up relentlessly. As Peter Parker, he was exhausted. Recent fights with Mary Jane over work and rent had left him drained. Only as Spider-Man did he feel free. Pathetic Peter. Wake up. Spider-Man is the star, no one cares about the face behind the mask. With great power comes great responsibility. What a joke. A voice in his head sneered, as if his mind had split into two arguing personas, Peter Parker, the ordinary boy, and Spider-Man, the superhero. Whatever. Who cares? Peter scoffed under the black mask, grinning wildly. Firing a web line, he swung back into the city's skyline, scanning for crime in the shadows untouched by neon lights. New York needed Spider-Man. The black figure soared recklessly through the air, weaving past billboards and obstacles as if the entire city lay beneath him, every corner exposed to his sharp gaze. Ooh, something fun. Spider-Man hooped, spotting a burly man in a blue-striped shirt sneaking toward an apartment. Burglars are the worst. Time for a lesson from Spider-Man. He fired rapid web shots and lunged at his target like an excited child toward a new toy, eager to leave a lasting impression. The muscular man hesitated outside an apartment building. Flint Marko, recently released from prison, had a daughter battling illness and a wife struggling to survive, both suffering because of his past mistakes. I need money. A lot of it. His body had undergone strange changes, filling him with newfound confidence. Desperate, Flint had resolved to rob a bank. But before he could reunite with his family, an intruder slammed into him with devastating force, only for his chest to burst apart in a shower of sand, instantly reforming. Whoa. Christmas came early. A real supervillain. Tell me, are you planning to blow up the block or attack the Empire State Building? I'm getting serious Darth Vader vibes. Spider-Man cackled, thrilled by the Sandman's resilience. He lunged again, his fists striking like hammers against shifting grains, but Flint remained unharmed. I mean no harm, Flint growled, his body swelling like a living dune before a crushing punch sent Spider-Man flying. Stay out of my way. My daughter needs medicine. Flint turned to leave, unwilling to let his family see him like this. Not so fast, Sandy. Spider-Man sprang up, firing rapid web blasts that punched holes through Flint's sandy form. With a yank, he catapulted himself like a cannonball, slamming into the Sandman with enough force to scatter his body into a raining cloud of grit. Laughing maniacally, the black-suited hero reveled in the victory, until a massive fist of compacted sand smashed him into a lamppost. I remember you now, you bastard. You shot an old man, a cold-blooded killer. Spider-Man's suit darkened further as rage consumed him. You murdered him. Destroyed a family. Blinded by fury, he attacked with brutal precision, his next punch exploding Flint's head into a burst of sand. But even as the grain scattered, the hatred in Spider-Man's heart refused to fade. Chapter 147, Black Suit Spider-Man. That was an accident. And I've paid the price for it. The scattered sand reformed as Flint Marko roared. Originally unemployed and desperate, he had teamed up with some gang-affiliated friends to rob a bank. After the heist, they encountered Uncle Ben outside. Flint had only wanted to steal the old man's car to escape, but his panicked partner shot and killed Ben. Though it wasn't his fault, Flint was still sent to prison. My daughter is sick, she needs treatment. Stay out of my way. Flint bellowed, his body erupting into a swirling storm of sand, growing taller and more massive until he loomed like a monstrous giant. A massive sandy hand ripped a lamppost from the street and swung it at Spider-Man. The black-clad figure dodged effortlessly with the symbiotic suit enhancing his reflexes to inhuman levels. To him, Flint's attacks were slow, clumsy, and laughably easy to avoid. Oh, what a noble criminal. Stealing to save your sick daughter. I'm so touched I could cry. Want a round of applause, Sandy? Spider-Man sneered, completely ignoring Flint's explanation. His voice dripped with venomous mockery. You're just a bug hiding behind a mask. Spider-Man. A superhero. You don't deserve that title. Flint retaliated furiously, his arms dissolving into a whirling sandstorm. The grains lashed out like bullets, pockmarking walls with rapid-fire impacts. I faced consequences for my mistakes. But you? Who gave you the right to judge others? You're just a pathetic, self-righteous jerk. The insult ignited Spider-Man's rage. Firing a webline, he launched himself like a human slingshot, his body a black blur as he tore through the sandstorm and kicked Flint's head apart in an explosion of grit. I am a superhero, Sandy. The cops can't catch every criminal, that's why New York needs me. I make this city safer. But physical attacks meant nothing to Flint. His sandy body simply reformed, unharmed. You gonna keep dodging like a cockroach? Flint growled. Though unhurt, he was growing frustrated, this fight was going nowhere, yet the spider wouldn't back off. Then stand still and let me arrest you. Spider-Man shot web after web, dancing around Flint's sluggish strikes. He shattered the Sandman's arm with a kick, ducked a crushing punch, then swept Flint's legs, only for them to dissolve into harmless dust. Unbalanced, Flint scattered into the wind before reforming. His sand-based physiology made him nearly invulnerable to brute force. Spider-Man snarled in frustration, until his eyes landed on a nearby fire hydrant. A wild grin split his face. Catch this, Sandy. Webbing the hydrant, he wrenched it free with a powerful tug. Flint merely snorted and crushed it in his sandy fist, but the broken pipe unleashed a geyser of water. Merry Christmas. Here's your present. Spider-Man rode the pressurized spray, directing the jet like a fire hose straight at Flint. The water hit like a freight train, drenching the Sandman's body. Instantly, his movement slowed, grains clumping together like wet cement. Like your gift. Too bad naughty boys don't get Santa's blessings. Spider-Man sending you straight to jail. A spinning kick shattered Flint's half-melted form. His head took agonizing seconds to reform. Trapped in the downpour, his body was breaking apart, dissolving into sludge. Let me get the money for my daughter's treatment, then I'll turn myself in, Flint pleaded, his voice desperate. He wasn't a good man, but his love for his family was real. You think I'd fall for that? Spider-Man's no idiot. With a deranged laugh, the black-suited hero reared back for a finishing blow. Daddy. A frail voice cut through the chaos. Spider-Man froze. A little girl in an oxygen mask leaned out from an apartment window, her wide eyes fixed on Flint's crumbling form. Don't hurt my daddy. The words hit Peter like a bucket of ice water. His fury instantly evaporated. Staring at his reflection in the rainwater, he barely recognized himself. What am I doing? The battlefield's devastation horrified him. This wasn't Spider-Man's work. Panicked, he fired a webline and fled into the night. Meanwhile, Sean's car glided through Long Island when his phone rang. On the line, Dr. Connor's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. After listening, Sean's eyes gleamed. Peter, you've just handed me a gift. Chapter 148, Symbiote. Umbrella Corporation, Laboratory Number 3. This was the weapons development department belonging to Ivan Vanko. The heavily tattooed Russian brute chewed on a toothpick while teasing a white parrot perched on a stand. Beside him stood an excited Dr. Connors, the first test subject for the chrysalis serum, whose empty right sleeve now housed a strong, newly grown arm. Sean, who had rushed over immediately after receiving the call, stepped through the doors of Laboratory Number 3. As a rising star in scientific research, Umbrella had 4 dedicated independent laboratories. Laboratory Number 1, Dr. Connors focused on limb regeneration research. Laboratory Number 2, Dr. Octavius dedicated to the new energy source of the artificial sun. Laboratory Number 3, the Vanko father-son team, the weapons R&D division, currently working on replicating the arc reactor. Umbrella's resources and researchers were primarily allocated around these 3 labs. Beyond them, however, there was a secret, Laboratory 0, located in the core area, Sean's private research facility. Without authorization from the Red Queen, no one could enter. Harry told me what happened. Sorry to call you over so late. Dr. Connors apologized, having just learned about Sean's earlier ordeal. Don't worry about it. It was nothing. The young man waved a hand, exuding confidence that immediately eased the scientist's unease. I did say to notify me immediately if there were any breakthroughs in the experiment. Sean smiled warmly. He had previously discussed with Dr. Connors the creation of a new suit capable of withstanding extreme energy output. During his battle with Magneto, even specially reinforced uniforms had proven too fragile. After Ivan Vanko joined Umbrella, the rough but brilliant weapons expert had also contributed to the project. The two often exchanged ideas. Dr. Connors, specializing in genetic biology, believed traditional armor was too bulky and inflexible, while Ivan, favoring brute force, proposed a liquid nanotech suit after considering the feedback. However, due to material and technological limitations, the project had been temporarily shelved until now. Subsonic explosive power, superhuman strength and speed, extreme endurance, and energy output. Dr. Connors murmured, "I made some improvements based on the armor you provided, but it still wasn't perfect, until Peter brought me this." The middle-aged scientist pointed to a glass container holding a writhing black substance. According to Peter, he and Mary Jane had discovered it on a meteorite during a camping trip. Sean leaned in. The squirming black mass was, more accurately, a shape-shifting liquid organism. Under a high-powered microscope, its cellular structure revealed an alien parasitic life form. One highly active and requiring a host to survive. Be careful. Once it latches onto a host, it's nearly impossible to remove. Dr. Connors warned urgently. Its composition doesn't match 1970s chondrite meteorites. It's likely extraterrestrial. It's capable of amplifying a host's emotions and traits. Dangerous, yes, but its radiation resistance, regenerative properties, and structural resilience make it perfect for a liquid-based suit. Sean stared at the violently pulsating black mass. It seemed to sense something as it slammed against the glass with alarming intensity. "It really likes you." Dr. Connors sounded surprised. "No. It won't." Sean smirked and lifted the glass lid. The symbiote lunged, then froze. The primitive consciousness within the black ooze recoiled in terror. The life force radiating from this being was unlike anything it had encountered. This being's life force was as dense as a collapsing star, dwarfing even its previous host, Spider-Man, who now seemed pitifully weak in comparison. Little thing. Though it couldn't understand human speech, the symbiote sensed something far worse, an aura of cosmic annihilation, like a supernova's fury compressed into human form. The once ferocious parasite dropped mid-air, shrinking into a trembling black puddle. Ivan, still teasing his parrot, suddenly stiffened. His animalistic instincts screamed at him, something about his young boss's smile was wrong. Few people could unsettle the battle-hardened Russian, but Sean Cyphers was one of them. The oblivious Dr. Connors placed another glass container over the cowering symbiote. "My plan is to cultivate it in nutrient solution, use electromagnetic waves and sonic pulses to suppress its consciousness, then harvest its cells as the base material for the liquid suit." Sean nodded. It was a solid approach. Neutralizing the symbiote's corrupting influence while retaining its regenerative and shape-shifting properties. However. Ivan. Your thoughts? The weapons expert scoffed. "Defensive capabilities are lacking. Radiation resistant. Yes. Self-repairing. Sure. But weak to sonics and electromagnetics, and heavy firepower would shred it. You don't need a bulletproof vest, you need an indestructible suit. This thing is flawed." Dr. Connors took the blunt criticism in stride. Sean fell silent. He recognized the symbiote, an alien symbiotic organism that enhanced its host at the cost of amplifying aggression. He wasn't worried about its influence. His mental strength could crush its will effortlessly. But Ivan was right, as armor, it had critical weaknesses. Merge it with your existing high-tech suit. Combine their strengths to create something perfect. Ivan proposed. Sean's lips curled. The Kryptonian battle armor he'd recently exchanged for all his system points was powerful, but cumbersome. If not for that, he wouldn't have sought alternatives. A metal cabinet slid open, revealing a sleek black exosuit. Its design was streamlined yet imposing, with a flowing cape reminiscent of ancient warriors. The chest bore a Stark S emblem, though Sean knew this wasn't the last son of Krypton's armor. Glancing between the cowering symbiote and the dormant Kryptonian armor, Sean smiled. "I look forward to the finished product." Chapter 149, The Cruise Ship and the Bell Tower. Joyful music reverberated through the night sky as a luxury cruise ship adorned with colorful lights departed from New York Harbor. Inside the spacious cabins, guests mingled and laughed, bursts of merriment erupting periodically. The ceiling, which was decorated with countless balloons and ribbons, bore a prominent banner, "New York thanks the Fantastic Four." The presence of NYPD officers and government officials among the guests made it clear this was no ordinary private party. "Sorry, I only meant to host a small gathering, but Johnny just couldn't keep his mouth shut." Reed pulled Sean aside into a corner, looking somewhat embarrassed. What was supposed to be an afternoon get-together had, thanks to Johnny's big mouth, turned into a crowded affair. Fire department officials, NYPD officers, journalists, freelance writers, and a bevy of glamorous models now filled the ship. Unprepared for the turnout, Reed had no choice but to reschedule the party for the evening and upgrade to a larger luxury yacht. At least he was no longer as financially strapped as before, when he could barely afford rent. Since Dr. Doom's rampage through Manhattan, the Fantastic Four had gained immense exposure. Though Reed's scientific pursuits had stalled, with no investors willing to approach him after Doom Industries' collapse, an alternative path to fame had opened. Endorsement deals, talk show invitations, and media coverage had turned the team into household names overnight. It's a great party, though just a bit loud. Sean shook his head as the booming music nearly drowned out his voice. The Thing sat at the bar, chatting amiably with a blind woman, while Sue, unable to tolerate the noise, had retreated to a quieter room. Ironically, the guests of honor had become sidelined, with only Johnny thriving in the spotlight, dazzling a crowd of beautiful women by shaping flames into dazzling displays with his fingertips. Reed watched the scene with a headache before sighing and leading Sean out to the deck for some air. I heard S.H.I.E.L.D. came after you. The young man nodded. Tony's intervention had forced Nick Fury to back down, a development that left Sean somewhat disappointed. He had prepared numerous countermeasures for the one-eyed director's interrogation, from a media blitz exposing S.H.I.E.L.D. to leveraging White House and military pressure on the World Security Council. He had even considered having the Red Queen hack into Arnim Zola, Hydra's digital overseer, to ignite internal strife within S.H.I.E.L.D. Had Fury refused to yield, Sean wouldn't have hesitated to deal a crippling blow to the organization. Instead, Tony had swooped in, likely patting himself on the back for helping and repaying a favor. They approached Sue and me too, wanting the Fantastic Four to join. I refused. Reed leaned against the railing, his voice quiet. As scientists, especially ones with powers, we shouldn't get too entangled with government agencies. The elastic genius seemed troubled. Despite his newfound fame, Reed longed to return to being an ordinary scientist, buried in research rather than juggling TV appearances and magazine interviews. All of New York loves the Fantastic Four. Even Iron Man can't match your popularity. Sean chuckled. Unlike Tony, who meddled in global conflicts and obsessed over armor upgrades, the Fantastic Four, like New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, focused on grounded heroics, stopping bank robberies, assisting firefighters, and the like. Naturally, the public favored those who made a tangible difference in their daily lives. When are you proposing to Sue? Sean clapped Reed on the shoulder. Even superheroes worried about life's mundane dilemmas. The stretchable scientist blinked before smiling wryly. We're both hesitating. Marriage is a big step. A new family, children, it's more daunting than subatomic chain reactions. To Sean, whom he respected, Reed confessed his fears openly. For a man devoted to unraveling cosmic mysteries, the prospect of domesticity was as terrifying as it was alluring. Sean raised an eyebrow. Do you love Sue? Of course. Reed admitted with no hesitation. Do you love science? Obviously. He answered again, just as firm. If you had to choose one. Reed. Watching Reed agonize, Sean burst out laughing. Children make choices. Adults take both. Reed froze, then laughed at himself. The answer had always been that simple. In Queens, a disgraced Eddie Brock trudged into an aging church, dipping his fingers in holy water and crossing himself. Slumping onto a pew, he stared up at the sorrowful crucifix, pouring out his bitterness. I'm Brock. I come before you today, humbled and humiliated, to ask for one thing. Kill Peter Parker. Before the engraved image, Eddie confessed his hatred to an all-knowing God. Being a young photographer for the Daily Bugle, he had strived to earn a permanent position, only for Peter to ruin everything. Whether it was exclusive shots of Spider-Man or scoops on Umbrella's latest projects, Peter always had the edge. No matter how hard Eddie worked, he could never measure up. Jameson, the stingy editor, would never hire two photographers. Without a breakthrough, Eddie would lose his freelance gig. Damn Peter Parker. Damn Spider-Man. He seethed, recalling how his brand new camera, purchased with his savings, had been crushed under Spider-Man's boot. A bell tolled. Amid its mournful peals, Eddie thought he heard a groan. Following the sound, he climbed the neglected bell tower, peering up to see a dark figure writhing atop the belfry, clawing at itself as if in agony. Hey, you need help? Eddie asked worriedly. He got no answer. The bell continued to ring as the figure slammed against the massive bronze instrument, desperately tearing at something on its body. Probably a junkie. I better get out of here. Eddie turned to leave just as a droplet of black ooze dripped from above, landing on his arm. The bell tolled again. The liquid slithered up his limb like living shadow, rapidly engulfing his body. In seconds, the young photographer vanished, swallowed whole by the ravenous darkness. Chapter 150, The General's Predicament. T/N, don't forget to vote and review. Grizzly Club, 5th Avenue. When Sean saw General Ross again, the spirited old soldier who had once exuded authority now sat with his left arm in a sling, his face gloomy and dispirited. A lit cigar rested nearby while half a bottle of strong liquor had already been consumed, clear evidence of the general's foul mood. For a man of such iron will to resort to drowning his sorrows in alcohol spoke volumes. I couldn't be of much help with Shield Fury is even more stubborn than I am. I've suggested countless times that bloated organization needs oversight, they're all dangerous elements with no sense of national honor. Ross grumbled bitterly. No one in the military liked those black-suited agents. They unanimously viewed S.H.I.E.L.D. as an uncontrolled time bomb and had repeatedly demanded Nick Fury relinquish some authority, particularly by granting the Department of Defense access to their databases to ensure national security and resource sharing. Unfortunately, the one-eyed director had never directly responded, always deflecting, or in other words, outright ignoring the military's proposals. Your willingness to speak up for me was help enough, General. Sean poured the older man another drink. I saw the news about the explosion at Culver University in Virginia, heard you and Betty were hospitalized, and thought I should visit. Ross's expression softened slightly. At least this young man wasn't some sycophant chasing power. I tried accelerating the experiment's progress. To keep Banner in the dark about the project's true purpose, I only involved him in preliminary stages, no weapons applications. He thought he was working on radiation resistance research. But he grew overconfident, even testing the serum on himself. The result was catastrophic, though in a way, it achieved my original goal. You've never seen that beast, a near-perfect creation, unmatched in strength and ferocity. Far superior to any super soldier. The old man sipped his liquor, eyes gleaming with fanaticism. He could never forget the Green Goliath's overwhelming might. 100 elite soldiers couldn't match its destructive power. In my view, Banner's body rightfully belongs to the U.S. military. Yet he escaped. Despite my manhunt, he slipped away. Ross slammed his glass down, his voice thick with frustration. The project's failure had dealt a severe blow to his reputation, especially with critics calling super soldiers obsolete relics compared to Tony Stark's Iron Man suits. The general scoffed at the notion. A single suit cost tens of millions. More so if fully armed with weapons, energy systems, and AI, the price tag easily surpassed $100 million. Only that Playboy billionaire could afford such extravagant toys. What's the deadliest weapon in history? Ross slurred, clapping Sean's shoulder, the AK-47. Over 60 years, it's killed millions. Sean nodded. Of course he knew the iconic rifle stamped with Soviet coins, Mozambican flags, and Zimbabwean emblems, widespread from Afghan mountains to Iraqi deserts. There was even a saying, its black market price gauged a nation's stability, $230 to $400 meant relative peace, $100 signaled sudden conflict cessation, over $1,000 indicated prolonged warfare. In the 1970s, a saying circulated, America exports Coca-Cola, Japan exports Sony, and the USSR exports AK-47s. The world's most popular assault rifle never jammed, overheated, or failed, even if buried in mud. It was so simple, even a child could wield it. The best weapons should be like the AK, accessible globally. Super soldiers aim to create an invincible army. Stark suits. Overpriced toys. Ross sneered, his bandaged arm twitching. Imagine our troops with Captain America's physique. Spartan warriors, fearless and mighty. His mind kept circling back to Banner, or rather, the escaped green monster. General, I've brought you a new weapon. Its cost is negligible compared to Stark's machines, and it's ready for mass production. Sean produced a glowing, spinning device from his palm, Ivan Vanko's replicated arc reactor. Ross recognized it instantly, the power source for Iron Man's suits. The military had closely monitored Stark's technology, but miniaturizing a nuclear reactor remained an insurmountable hurdle. Your insights resonate with me. Can billion-dollar war machines truly become mainstream arms? Does the military have Stark's bottomless budget? Sean toyed with the replica. Pursuing Iron Man tech was folly, even with Rhodes' war machine suit, no one could replicate it. Without Jarvis-level AI, an armored division would be impractical for large-scale combat. This represents warfare's next evolution. How long did it take to progress from blades to bullets? Now, this little device can leapfrog firearms into energy-based combat overnight. His gaze burned into Ross. The military had long researched energy weapons, but power consumption and miniaturization issues kept them theoretical. Soberness cut through Ross' drunken haze. You can deliver viable energy weapons. Here was his redemption, a chance to salvage his standing after the super soldier debacle. Of course. I've secured a weapons expert who rivals Stark himself. Sean's smile oozed confidence. No one can replicate the arc reactor for 20 years. Sean chuckled inwardly. Tony won't know whether to laugh or cry when we meet again. Glasses clinked over ice as Ross boomed, God bless America. Sean sipped his drink silently, smiling. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, The Female Neighbor. The weather gradually turned cooler. Just as people were reminiscing about the scorching summer, autumn arrived with its chilly winds, prompting pedestrians to don long sleeves and scarves. Sean lounged on the sofa in the vast, quiet apartment. The usually chatty lowly shut-in, unwillingly burdened with a backpack, had been forced back to school with the start of the new semester, leaving him alone at home, which created an oddly desolate atmosphere, as if he were some lonely old man left behind. Shaking his head to dispel the bizarre thought, Sean listened to Hotel California, playing on the stereo as his mind gradually settled into tranquility. After his first encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D., the secretive one-eyed director seemed to have taken no further action. His trusted agent, Coulson, along with Hawkeye, had departed for New Mexico. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, having regained his health, had grown interested in Fury's Avengers initiative. To the playboy billionaire, assembling the world's mightiest team of superheroes sounded like an amusing way to kill time. Thinking of the Asgardians soon to arrive on Earth, Sean felt a stirring of excitement. The once mighty civilization that had ruled the Nine Realms, defeated the Dark Elves, and driven out the Frost Giants, their influence had stretched across the cosmos. There was no denying Asgard's glorious peak. To Sean, they represented humanity's key to the stars. Yet, the thought of the formidable Odin forced him to bury such ambitions for now. There'll be opportunities. His thoughts drifted with the music. Closing his eyes, Sean reflected on how his life had settled into an oddly dull routine after everything fell into place. The Red Queen handled the lab's daily operations. Yuriko organized all documents that required his signature by priority and classification, saving him considerable time and energy. Dozens of research teams across Umbrella's various labs toiled away. Dr. Connors and Dr. Helen Cho led the biomedical division, while the Vankos and Dr. Octavius collaborated smoothly on energy projects, from arc reactor-powered weapons to the Artificial Sun Initiative. Though Umbrella couldn't yet rival giants like Stark Industries, its vitality had already won many admirers. Sean had rejected all outside investors. This was his private kingdom. Anyone foolish enough to covet it would regret their ambition. On this point, the usually easygoing young man was unyielding. Even when Pepper Potts had hinted at a stock swap between Stark Industries and Umbrella to solidify their alliance, he had politely declined. The brilliant secretary quickly realized Sean shared her boss's possessive streak. That is, what he claimed as his own, he never relinquished. His foundation stood firm. External threats had been neutralized. The mutant issue awaited the right moment. He had already dangled irresistible bait before the ambitious Vice President Underwood. The statesman who brokered peace between humans and mutants would earn historic acclaim. During the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, regardless of its true motives, etched his name into history as a symbol of justice and compassion. A politician like Underwood would recognize that achieving human-mutant harmony could propel his career to unprecedented heights. Sean suddenly chuckled at himself. Even on a rare day off, his mind buzzed with schemes, as if the sudden calm left him unsettled. Like a battle-hardened veteran returning home, he lay restless in comfort, startled awake by silence. Perhaps knowing the future kept him perpetually vigilant, his nerves taut as bowstrings. While Iron Man shrugged off palladium poisoning, the Hulk began his fugitive journey, Captain America stirred from icy slumber, and Asgard's fallen prince arrived on Earth. The world turned as usual, with Sean biding his time. Not that he lacked distractions, managing Umbrella, dating Gwen, playing parent at Mindy's school meetings, even seeking out Dr. Doom for electrotherapy sessions. And a gravity training chamber was under construction. Yet these activities felt like role-playing, the dazzling surface of a sun, warm and bright, while its core remained unseen. As if his psyche had split into two harmonious yet separate entities. When the music stopped, Sean opened his eyes, emerging from his reverie. Splashing cold water on his face in the bathroom, the icy shock brought full alertness. Studying his reflection, he murmured, "I'm Sean. Sean Cyphers. Dum dum dum." A knock sounded at the door. After a brief pause, he crossed the living room and opened it. The visitor surprised him. It was a red-headed woman in an apron, her wine-red curls slightly disheveled, a few strands clinging to her damp forehead. She held a steaming tray with a radiant smile. "Hi, I'm your new neighbor." Her floral sundress exuded homely charm. "I baked some cookies." Sean blinked, his expression briefly odd before accepting the offering. "I'm Sean. Sean Cyphers." Ushering the stunning woman inside, they chatted on the sofa. She introduced herself as Scarlett Johansson, an aspiring actress who'd moved from LA to New York, now residing in the Baxter Building. "Your experiences sound fascinating," Sean remarked sincerely, handing her a glass of water. Miss Johansson had modeled in Tokyo before drifting to LA, where a Girl with a Pearl Earring inspired magazine cover landed her a cameo in a Barcelona director's film. Now she has returned to the big city. Lounging gracefully, her curves accentuated by crossed legs and folded arms, the redhead smiled. "Mr. Cyphers, I see your name in the papers daily. Call me Sean." He waved modestly. "Those are just trivial accomplishments." Their pleasant exchange lasted 20 minutes. Scarlett shared Hollywood tales while Sean charmed her with witty remarks, earning admiring laughter and glances. Under normal circumstances, mutual attraction might soon sweep them into romance. Unfortunately, this was all an elaborate act. After closing the door, the demure Miss Johansson's eyes sharpened with intensity. Behind the door, Sean's lips curled in amused recognition. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, The Assassin. On the highway leading to Stark's mansion, a revitalized Tony Stark faced Pepper Potts' interrogation. The secretary's flushed face made it clear she was furious at her employer for hiding his palladium poisoning. "So you were planning to wait until you were hospitalized and declared dead before telling me the truth?" Pepper turned away, her eyes slightly red, refusing to acknowledge the flustered Iron Man. Tony, usually so adept at handling women, found himself at a loss for once. In his panic, he deflected the blame. "I wanted to tell you, but Sean insisted we shouldn't burden women with such news, they supposedly can't handle the shock." Stark put on an innocent expression, secretly proud of his quick thinking. After all, he'd helped Sean when S.H.I.E.L.D. took him in, taking the fall now was no big deal. Pepper, half convinced, reluctantly forgave the seemingly sincere Tony while feeling a surge of relief. Since graduating and joining Stark Industries, becoming this man's personal assistant, she has grown accustomed to this life, managing everything for her careless, playboy boss, serving as secretary, housekeeper, and nanny all in one, arranging his affairs and cleaning up after his one-night stands. It had become a habit formed over time. If anything ever happened to Tony, she wouldn't even know how to start a new life. While Pepper was lost in thought, Tony stole a glance at her from the driver's seat. Her conservative beige dress only accentuated her dignified, unapproachable aura. The infamous playboy, known for chasing beauty, harbored complex feelings for the woman who'd stayed by his side all this time. Having been betrayed by those he trusted, Tony now understood how precious it was to have someone reliable beside him. So he resolved to seize this opportunity and cherish this hard-won relationship. As for Sean's threat, he knew Pepper wasn't the type to easily open her heart. With the advantage of proximity, how could the ever-victorious playboy Stark lose to some young upstart? "How are things with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Pepper asked softly after composing herself. She knew some government-affiliated organization had recently been in contact, apparently inviting Tony to join some team. Unimaginative concept. No independent action, just following their orders. What kind of superhero is that? Tony complained, disliking Nick Fury's methods intensely. Maybe you should lay low. The government's stance on superheroes is still ambiguous, the perceptive Pepper pinpointed the issue. While the public saw superheroes as applauded champions of justice, negative voices persisted, accusing them of trampling legal principles, damaging property, and fostering rebellious ideologies that defied government control. Superheroes weren't omnipotent. World order still relied on national governments. While they could rescue countless lives and uphold justice, they also represented instability. Causally speaking, they were both beacons of hope and sources of chaos. Currently, the government maintained an ambiguous stance due to public opinion. But should superheroes ever lose the people's trust, their conflict with authorities would erupt in full force. Tony scoffed. He refused to accept that Iron Man should bow to government control. Heroes were meant to be free, why cage themselves? Pepper shook her head. She knew her sometimes childish boss hadn't truly listened. Just as she sighed in resignation, a black figure suddenly materialized ahead on the sparsely trafficked overpass, blending seamlessly into the night. "Brake," she urgently warned Tony, hoping to avoid a gruesome accident. Before the car could slow, the shadowy figure raised a black grenade launcher. Surprisingly, no muzzle flash followed, only a disc-shaped explosive that latched onto the chassis like a spinning frisbee. With a thunderous boom, the 2-ton red convertible flipped skyward before crashing down, scraping violently across the asphalt in a shower of sparks, leaving deep scars on the road surface. The attacker was a man in black armor, his face masked, with a metallic arm. Sidestepping the tumbling vehicle, he discarded the launcher and wrenched open the twisted door. The luxury car's bulletproof and crash-resistant frame tore like paper under his strength. Warning. Step away from the vehicle. Black-clad bodyguards swiftly surrounded the assailant with overlapping fields of fire. The slightest provocation would unleash a hailstorm of bullets. These were elite soldiers turned professional security after retirement. Many such military service companies now protected VIPs, most famously Blackwater, which boasted the world's strongest private army, one highly sought after globally. The dangerous figure turned, his eyes cold and vacant, as if devoid of independent thought, moving purely on instinct. A dozen bodyguards had him surrounded, all heavily armed. They were Tony Stark's professional security team. Then, as if receiving some command, the man raised his metal arm defensively, his body coiling like a leopard before springing forward. The guards opened fire, their muzzle flashes merging into a continuous blaze. Most bullets deflected off the whirling metal limb, the few that penetrated his armor did negligible damage. In seconds, he breached the cordon. With superhuman physique and that metal arm, he slaughtered the highly trained professionals with terrifying efficiency. Firearms crumpled in his grip. His unbelievable strength, lethal precision, and machine-like coldness left the battle-hardened bodyguards helpless. With the guards eliminated, the men approached the overturned car. Thanks to their sacrifice, Tony and Pepper had escaped the wreckage. Without his high-tech armor, Iron Man was just flesh and blood, a single bullet could end him. Through his earpiece, the assassin received his final order. Kill Stark. Read ahead on my Patreon. patreon.com/mymatangel. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, The Briefcase. Throw me the briefcase. Tony, who had just crawled out from under the car, shouted at the terrified Pepper. Watching the black-clad figure effortlessly slaughter his elite bodyguards like chicken sent a chill down his spine. As if suddenly awakened, the secretary bent down and reached into the overturned vehicle, her hands trembling as she pulled out the red briefcase wedged between the driver's seat. With all her strength, she hurled it toward Tony's feet. The black figure, having finished off the bodyguards, stepped over the wreckage. His eyes were cold, his face concealed by a black mask, and his metallic arm glinted ominously. Upon receiving the order to kill Stark, he acted like a machine executing a command, immediately locking onto his target, who was now stepping onto the red briefcase. But before he could strike, the situation changed abruptly. The briefcase unfolded like a precision machine, its internal mechanisms activating instantly. Tony grabbed the mechanical arms that sprang out and yanked them upward. The arc reactor in his chest flared to life, pumping out immense energy as countless components and armor plates rapidly assembled around his body. Bullets ricocheted off the armor's surface, sparks flying. The emotionless man raised a submachine gun and opened fire at the now armored Iron Man. Now clad in his portable suit, Tony showed no fear. He kicked aside the overturned car, raised his mechanical arm, and fired a repulsor blast, only for his opponent to dodge with agile movements. With eerie calm, the black figure lunged forward like a pouncing panther, delivering a devastating punch to the helmet before twisting his body and slamming a brutal elbow into the chest reactor. Sparks erupted as Tony staggered. This portable armor, Mark V, was designed for emergencies. Foldable into a briefcase for easy transport, it sacrificed durability for convenience. With only a single-layer design and minimal weaponry beyond palm repulsors, its offensive and defensive capabilities were limited. Worse, its energy supply was strained. Shaking his dazed head, Tony quickly activated JARVIS's AI system, blocking several more heavy blows before seizing the attacker's shoulder and slamming him to the ground. The black figure rolled aside, narrowly avoiding a crushing kick from the armored boot, then sprang up and charged again. This time, however, with the assistance of JARVIS, Tony gained the upper hand, pummeling his opponent until the man crashed into a concrete bridge pillar. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, a repulsor blast shattered the pillar, but the assailant had already flipped over the railing and vanished. Damn it. Tony cursed under his breath before rushing to comfort the shaken Pepper. As for the chaotic aftermath, someone else could clean that up. Through the omnipresent surveillance of the Red Queen, Sean learned of Tony's attack immediately. He hadn't expected the energy conglomerates to act so swiftly and brutally, resorting to assassination like cornered beasts baring their claws. An overreaction, Sean mused in Umbrella's lounge. Thankfully, Tony had his portable suit. Otherwise, the cold-blooded killer from the footage, with his powerful metal arm and machine-like precision, was unmistakably the Winter Soldier. Who would have thought those corporations had ties to HYDRA, even deploying their ultimate weapon? Captain America had only just awoken, yet his old comrade had already become a killing machine on the enemy's side. In the original timeline, this man, James "Bucky" Barnes, had been Steve Rogers' closest friend, the only Howling Commando to die in service. After falling from a train, Hydra recovered him, grafting on a metal arm and brainwashing him into a mindless assassin. Had events proceeded unchanged, this man would later trigger an Avengers civil war, fracturing Captain America and Iron Man's friendship. But thanks to a time-traveling butterfly's wings, that future might never come to pass. Stark Industries isn't having an easy time, Sean remarked with a faint smile. The energy giants clearly felt threatened. Tony's new energy era didn't just challenge individual interests, it threatened an entire entrenched system. Beyond oil magnates, it would destabilize chemical, transportation, and countless linked industries. This was precisely why Sean had targeted the mid to low-end consumer market first. Challenging the energy sector head-on invited vicious retaliation. Tony's assassination attempt proved that. More attacks would surely follow. If even Stark Industries faced such heat, Umbrella charging in blindly would fare far worse. But this wasn't Sean's concern. While Stark Industrial pushed flashy new energy, Umbrella, through Oscorp's smart grid projects, had quietly introduced Dr. Octavius solar technology to the mass market. Compared to Tony's disruptive approach, Sean's gradual conquest of the low-end sector was far wiser. Currently, Umbrella faced minimal resistance, with its affordable and efficient solar products warmly received. Not that Tony was reckless, given Stark Industries' resources, any energy market entry would provoke backlash. Rather than clawing up from the bottom, he chose to strike directly at the summit. Umbrella, lacking comparable scale, benefited from having a bigger target drawing fire. Sean's strategy. Silently feasting at the table, avoiding notice until strong enough to claim more, and eventually, the throne itself. Things are getting interesting. Shifting focus from corporate battles, Sean turned his attention to his new neighbor. A smirk played on his lips. So Nick Fury had chosen this form of surveillance. A spy game between a femme fatale and a supervillain. Now that was an entertaining way to kill time. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Hydra emerges. The night was deep. Gazing out the window at the twinkling city lights stretching into the distance, Alexander Pierce sighed and downed his glass of iced whiskey in one gulp. For a high-level agent like him, alcohol couldn't shake his iron will, only warm memories from the past could truly shake his inner convictions. It was hard to imagine this ordinary-looking middle-aged man, who resembled a government clerk, had once served as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and now held an important leadership position in national security, adorned with countless glorious titles. It was he who had personally appointed Nick Fury as the next director and shielded S.H.I.E.L.D. from countless criticisms from Congress and the White House. Yet who could have guessed that beneath Alexander Pierce's illustrious image and prominent status lay a hidden identity that would shock everyone. Winter Soldier's mission failed. Commence cleanup operations immediately. Pierce coldly tossed aside his earpiece, issuing the final order. At his command, the mysterious organization lurking in the shadows sprang into action like a precision machine powering up, mobilizing immense resources to erase all traces that might lead back to the assassination attempt. If those foolish energy tycoons hadn't been scared out of their wits by Stark Industries' expansion plans, who would have proposed such a reckless scheme to assassinate Tony Stark? Never mind the massive waves it would cause, just Nick Fury's investigation alone would make those profit-driven interest groups regret their actions. Pierce complained helplessly. Having infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, he knew exactly how highly Nick Fury regarded Tony Stark. This wasn't just special treatment for the son of an old friend, the one-eyed director genuinely saw immeasurable value in that playboy. Unfortunately, Hydra's internal factions were incredibly intricate and tangled. Beyond Pierce's S.H.I.E.L.D. spies, there was another faction led by Whitehall. This unimaginably vast secret organization had countless capital groups and vested allies behind it, most of whom didn't even know who they were truly cooperating with. Pierce was well aware of Fury's long-gestating Avengers initiative. With superheroes appearing more frequently, the current director had growing headaches. S.H.I.E.L.D. was the World Security Council's special agency for handling unconventional threats, yet, embarrassingly, it lacked the power to confront superhumans directly. To ordinary people, national laws were social rules to obey, but to superhumans, they were mere scraps of paper without deterrent force. Evolving from its predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, to the Strategic Hazard Intervention Espionage Logistics Directorate, S.H.I.E.L.D. had ultimately become directly subordinate to the World Security Council. This special department's original purpose was to address major crises that human governments couldn't handle, precisely why Fury was so passionate about the Avengers initiative. Only superhumans can deal with superhumans. Pierce murmured Fury's words thoughtfully. S.H.I.E.L.D. had expanded tremendously under Fury's leadership, even he no longer knew the agency's full capabilities. But it didn't matter. The stronger S.H.I.E.L.D. grew, the more the mysterious organization could parasitize its body, feeding off its expanding influence. After a long wait, the world was about to usher in a new era. Pierce's eyes gleamed with fanatical brilliance as his ambitious words echoed quietly in the room. Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. Hail Hydra! Wichita, Kansas, a sprawling estate. A middle-aged man with graying temples smashed his phone against the wall. Fred Koch, in the prime of his life, stood tall with glasses perched on his prominent nose, softening his otherwise stern and predatory countenance slightly. Utter trash. His furious roar reverberated through the study. Fred was livid. He had thought those mysterious partners from the secret organization could successfully eliminate the playboy Tony Stark, only to receive news that the assassination had failed. This 40-year-old was the helmsman of Koch Industries, managing the world's largest privately held company spanning oil, energy, chemicals, lumber and more, a behemoth with tentacles in countless industries. With Stark Industries promoting new energy, Koch Industries, at the pinnacle of the industry, undoubtedly felt invisible pressure. This opponent was no rootless small fry. The opponent had massive influence and capital. Allowing Tony Stark to enter the energy sector would be like handing over bags of cash directly. Koch Industries owned refineries across Alaska, Texas, Minnesota, controlled oil pipelines, and operated North America's largest liquefied petroleum gas processing group, holding 25% of the market. Just in crude oil trading, annual volumes exceeded 700 million tons. It was also America's 6th largest electricity supplier, operating in all 50 states. Fred Koch, who steered this colossal empire, stood unquestionably at the pinnacle of money and power in this nation. Yet facing Stark Industries' energy market advance, Fred felt threatened. Tony's new energy was genuinely more attractive, with far cheaper production costs compared to the profits generated, and backed by substantial resources that gave him the qualifications to challenge industry giants. Without this real pressure, he wouldn't have risked cooperating with those shadowy figures. His father had warned him repeatedly to avoid dealings with those lurking in darkness. Fred, is the world ending? A white-haired old man in a wheelchair was pushed into the study by a young nurse. Jonathan Koch, former helmsman of Koch Industries and Fred's father, was the frail old man who in just over 60 years had expanded a small refinery into America's, and the world's, largest private company without relying on capital markets, securing the industry's top position through brilliant management and acquisitions. "Father, did I wake you?" The usually domineering Fred showed no authority before the old man. "The whole estate heard your roar. I thought doomsday had come, why else would the leader of Koch Industries be so irritable?" Faced with his father's teasing, Fred smiled awkwardly. He had merely lost composure. After all, assassination attempts hardly counted as fair business competition. Among powerful figures, unless in life and death battles, few breached the rules, especially something as unsavory as contract killings. "Still thinking about that Stark playboy?" The old man glanced at his son, his murky eyes shifting as he reached out a skeletal hand to grasp Fred's. "Our family descended from Dutch immigrants. Your grandfather bought our first refinery and passed it to me. Many ask my business secret, it's just one phrase: never trust capital market financial games. Remember what I said when handing you the company. Unless you die, Koch must never go public." Fred half-kneeled, pressing his face into his father's bony arm. "We're rooted in this nation, our influence radiates across sectors. Stark may be driven and daring enough to break rules, but pioneers often pay dearly. Koch Industries fears no challenge, and none can truly topple us." The old man stared intently, speaking slowly, "Don't fear non-existent dangers. Many covet the feast, but we're not sharers, we're the makers." Fred nodded in understanding. Creating a new energy era wasn't an overnight endeavor, it might take generations. He'd merely overreacted to Stark's bold moves. Business isn't just enemies. If the new era is inevitable, we too can cooperate with Stark. The old man patted his son's shoulder meaningfully. "Don't cling blindly to family legacy. I avoided financial games because I couldn't afford to lose then, but you can. So don't fear the gambling table. Adapt with the times. Oscorp's smart grid is excellent, make it your first step forward." Fred committed this to heart. Before leaving, the old man fixed the air with a stern gaze like an aging lion whose dignity still endured. "Never work with those people again. They're insatiably greedy serpents who'll devour you whole." Chapter 155, The Second Meeting with the Professor. A black sedan drove into the Mutant Academy in Westchester. Younger students playing on the campus cast surprised and curious glances. Their daily lives were confined to the school's vicinity, and they rarely saw outsiders visit. On the balcony of the main building, Jean pushed the wheelchair-bound professor as they watched the young man step out of the car, occasionally offering gentle smiles to the mutant children passing by. After exchanging a distant greeting with Storm, who was instructing students on the lawn, Sean entered the main building with his secretary, Yuriko. They walked down a long, dimly lit corridor, passing many young students along the way, among them, the still youthful Bobby Drake and his friend John Allardyce, who peeked out from a classroom. During Stryker's invasion of the school, they had been utterly defenseless against the heavily armed elite soldiers. Later, they learned it was Sean who had rescued them and single-handedly destroyed the dam base imprisoning their kind. This naturally piqued the curiosity of the older students. After all, even the seemingly omnipotent professor had suffered a major setback at the hands of the so-called mutant butcher. "He looks like an ordinary human," John muttered, unimpressed. This savior of the Mutant Academy was neither a muscle-bound powerhouse nor an intimidating force of nature. Then how did he defeat Stryker? Bobby countered, watching Sean's composed demeanor with confusion. Behind him trailed a seemingly delicate female secretary. To them, he didn't even seem as formidable as their history teacher, Logan. At least the man called Wolverine exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance, especially with his adamantium claws and unbreakable skeleton. Many believed that if Logan had been present during Stryker's attack, the military wouldn't have captured everyone so easily. "Maybe he's like Tony Stark, he has a high-tech suit," piped up a small voice from behind the Ice and Fire duo. It was Rogue, the newest addition to the school. Her explanation earned nods from Bobby and John. Sean did seem more like a wealthy tycoon often seen on TV than a fighter. "Get back to class." Scott Summers barked, dragging the three daydreamers back inside. He shot a wary glance at Sean in the hallway. Cyclops, born Scott Summers, possessed eyes that emitted powerful optic blasts. Rescued and recruited by the professor into the X-Men, Scott harbored a subtle hostility toward humans due to childhood bullying and discrimination after his mutant identity was exposed. the young mutant, perpetually wearing ruby quartz glasses, viewed Sean as a scheming opportunist. He had noticed subtle shifts in the professor's stance on human-mutant relations, less emphasis on peaceful coexistence, more tactical training. This unsettled Scott, and he traced these changes back to Sean. Reaching the end of the corridor, Sean left Yuriko outside and pushed open the heavy mahogany doors to the study. The professor sat at his desk while Jean stood on the balcony, sunlight casting a radiant silhouette around her. Closing the doors, Sean took a seat across from the bald elder, meeting his gaze calmly. "Has the Sorcerer Supreme visited you?" the professor asked softly. He was acquainted with Earth's mightiest sorcerer, having once been part of a secret group called the Illuminati. They occasionally met, both were extraordinary beings with their own responsibilities to uphold. "The Ancient One paid me a personal visit," Sean replied casually, omitting any details of their agreement. "You said peace must be fought for, that mutants must wait for the right opportunity," the professor said, studying the young man. "Have you come today to tell me that opportunity has arrived?" Sean smiled, glancing out the sunlit window where ivy climbed brick walls and children's laughter echoed in the distance, brimming with vitality. "In the future's blueprint, mutants will have their place, this I promise you," he answered. "The first step toward peace is always the hardest. The rights mutants seek won't come easier than they did for Black Americans. Even 150 years after Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, racial discrimination still stains the so-called land of the free." The professor lowered his eyelids, weariness flickering across his face. The future fragments glimpsed from Sean's memories haunted him, relentlessly challenging his long-held beliefs in peaceful coexistence. "So what do you propose?" The professor looked up, curious about this confident young man's solution. "I've found a politician who shares our vision for peace. He will publicly advocate for mutant rights, much like President Lincoln once did." "Such help surely isn't free," the professor remarked, his wise eyes glinting. He was no stranger to political deals, having briefly collaborated with U.S. intelligence alongside Eric during the Cuban Missile Crisis. "Of course not." Sean nodded frankly. Momentary compassion fades, mutual interest endures. "First, Congress will pass the Mutant Registration Act." The professor's gaze sharpened instantly, a tsunami of mental pressure crashing through the room. The wheelchair-bound elder seemed to grow towering, his kindly face now radiating immense authority. "History teaches us that peace requires compromise," Sean continued unfazed. "The government needs stability, mutants crave freedom and equality. These aren't mutually exclusive. Why must mutants hide in society's shadows, living humble or fleeting lives?" His voice rose unconsciously. He wasn't surprised by the professor's strong reaction. This man had once trusted the government, only to see his students weaponized and sent to Vietnam's battlefields. That betrayal had nearly broken a younger Charles Xavier. "The vice president has agreed to publicly support mutants. Offices will open in Manhattan or Washington, staffed by mutant liaisons. A proposal will be submitted to the UN for a mutant peace ambassador." Each word carried weight. The mental storm subsided as the professor's eyes gleamed with cautious hope. Can politicians' promises be trusted? The bald elder had paid for his naivety before. This time, he had to hesitate. This is a transaction. The vice president gains political capital, mutants gain breathing room. No longer must they hide, no more exclusion from neighborhoods or schools. Those suffering injustice can step forward and declare who they are. Your students won't be forced onto battlefields or confined to this campus. They'll have the chance to step beyond these walls. Sean vowed solemnly, Umbrella will be the first corporation to openly hire mutants. Oscorp will provide jobs. These children can earn wages, marry, raise families. These are no longer distant dreams, but tangible futures. And it will happen through your hands. The words shattered chains in the professor's heart. Trembling, he grasped Sean's hand, emotion swirling in his eyes. "I don't know what you truly seek," he said pleadingly, "but don't betray my trust. I can't fail them again." Sean nodded firmly. On the balcony, Jean watched the young man, his earlier words echoing in her mind, stirring something deep within. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, A Day at the Academy. The heavy mahogany doors closed behind them. As the school bell rang, senior students led by Bobby and John gathered outside the study. Storm and Cyclops could only shake their heads helplessly at the children's insatiable curiosity. Without strict school rules, their youthful exuberance often got the better of them. The silver-haired Aurora Monroe stood guard with Scott Summers. Though teachers, they too were curious about what the professor was discussing with the young men. As the professor's students, the young X-Men had noticed subtle changes in the school's atmosphere recently. Though the professor hadn't explicitly stated anything, they sensed a shift in his previously unwavering emphasis on staying low-key. Muffled voices carried through the thick doors. The senior students pressed their ears against them, their initial chatter gradually fading as the conversation inside grew more intense. Their clear, innocent eyes darted about. Though they might not understand every word, they grasped this was a crucial discussion about mutants' future. Sean's impassioned speech rang clearly through the door, leaving everyone silent. The most affected were the seniors, students who had lived normal lives before their mutations emerged, only to lose families and homes overnight. The reserved Iceman, Bobby Drake, blinked back tears. His mutant identity had robbed him of familial warmth, forcing him to leave Boston for New York. His parents still believed he attended a prep school, and he'd nervously rejected their occasional requests to visit. Other young mutants were equally moved. Hadn't they come to this special school precisely because society rejected them? Rogue understood this better than most. Driven from her Mississippi hometown, and even reported to police, she had fled to Canada before meeting Wolverine and finding sanctuary here. Nearly every mutant had similar experiences. Society's hostility forced them into hiding, often rejected by even closest friends and family. Most saw mutations as curses or diseases, thanks to media bias and misinformation. He speaks so well, Rogue whispered, her eyes shining with hope. The future Sean described was what they all yearned for, though reality had crushed such dreams, leaving them to huddle in the small sanctuary under the professor's protection. 20 minutes later, when Sean opened the door, he was startled by the wall of senior students blocking his path. Nearby, Storm and Cyclops looked thoughtful. Even the usually hostile Scott's expression had softened slightly. The kindly professor watched these innocent children, Sean's words still echoing in his heart. His school was a haven, but shouldn't be a lifelong prison. The world outside was vast. If given the chance to live without fear, who would choose to hide in shadows? Perhaps it was time to take that first step. With a quiet sigh, the professor smiled his usual gentle smile. I'd like you to spend more time with these children, he said, wheeling forward. Let me show you around. Sean glanced at his statue-like secretary. Yuriko nodded. No urgent matters required his attention today. Taking Jean Grey's place, he wheeled the professor outside, strolling through the historic estate as the elder detailed its every corner. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their silhouettes, one young, one old, merged into a single beautiful shadow on the twilight lawn. After dinner, Sean stood alone on the balcony, gazing peacefully at the grounds below. His talk with the professor had secured the school's support. Once Magneto and his Brotherhood were dispatched to Africa's vast lands, his basic chessboard would be set. As he had said, momentary compassion faded, only mutual benefit endured. To truly bind mutants to his cause, he first had to show sincerity. Sean was no pacifist, nor suddenly charitable. Mutants simply held a key position in future plans, and he intended to keep them firmly in his grasp. Leaving his room, he wandered the dimly lit hallway until he spotted light from the pantry. Inside, a girl bundled in heavy clothing sat eating ice cream, oblivious to his presence. Won't all that make you fat? His sudden voice startled her. She hastily wiped her mouth and adopted an innocent look, a move so practiced it was almost artful. Sean remained unmoved. The little ruse was all too familiar. The little rascal back home, Mindy, used it constantly. Any whiskey or Budweiser besides chocolate and milk? He rummaged through the fridge unsuccessfully. Sodas in the cabinet, the girl mumbled between spoonfuls. With company present, she seemed too self-conscious to continue her earlier unrestrained enjoyment. After sneaking several glances at Sean, she finally blurted, "Were you serious earlier? That mutants could go to school, work, get married, like normal people. We all need goals. The path may be hard, but where there's hope, we must try." Sean sipped his soda. "I remember you. Anna Marie. They call you Rogue." In his mind's eye, the girl with elbow-length gloves radiated a void-like darkness. She was like a terrifying black hole. She lowered her head, as strands of hair fell over her forehead. She was as wary as a skittish young animal. "Scott says you're not a good person," she murmured, licking her spoon. Sean's mouth twitched. While he certainly wasn't a hero out to save the world, hearing such words from a pretty girl wasn't exactly pleasant. "But you don't seem bad either," the guileless girl added. "Why hide away? You don't seem to join the others much." Sean noticed how she always lingered at the group's edges. "I hurt people," she whispered, still haunted by nearly killing Logan once. Sean suddenly recalled her power, stealing others' abilities and life force through skin contact. Hence the heavy clothing, to avoid accidentally harming someone. In another timeline, this girl had willingly taken Worthington's cure to rid herself of this curse. "It's not your fault. Why fear a gift?" Sean gently brushed her hair aside. "Umbrella has suppressants, but I don't think you need them. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Passion in the Night. The night deepened as the moon was obscured by thick clouds, leaving only faint starlight twinkling in the darkness. The ancient estate lay silent in slumber. After comforting the pitiable girl for a while, Sean returned to his room. He wasn't worried about the professor rejecting his tempting proposal. Unlike the X-Men who were content staying at the school, the older students yearned for the outside world, longing to live normal lives. Mutants had yet to form a complete social system and lacked a sense of identity with their kind. Most longed to return to warm families rather than integrate into the special mutant community. If every mutant were like Magneto and the Brotherhood, proud and arrogant of their gifts, that would be when humans truly needed to be wary. The thick curtains were drawn. A seductive red-haired figure sat in a chair against the wall. Unlike her intellectual demeanor during the day, the night brought out Jean's fiery essence. Did I enter the wrong room? Sean wasn't surprised to see the Phoenix here unexpectedly, instead teasing her with a smile. Clad in a form-fitting turtleneck that accentuated her mature curves, Jean crossed her legs in the darkness and asked softly, "Why are you helping us? This isn't some neighborhood charity. It's a partnership where both sides show sincerity." Sean leaned against the doorframe, openly admiring the sophisticated woman. In his perception, Jean's mental state was highly unstable. The professor's psychic barriers might cage the dark persona lurking within her, but it was merely a temporary fix, like building a dam against floodwaters. As negative emotions accumulated, they would eventually breach her defenses. "I offer mutants hope, and the professor entrusts you to me. A fair trade." The young man shrugged, his tall frame standing firm in the dark room. "I'm neither a philanthropist nor a schemer. I don't pity you, nor do I despise you. To me, mutants are a force significant enough to influence the future. I simply want to prevent you from causing too much turbulence." Sean studied the hidden Jean. In the original timeline, the Phoenix, consumed by darkness, had killed her boyfriend Scott, destroyed the professor's body, and nearly caused irreversible catastrophe. When this Omega-level mutant unleashed her full destructive potential, not even the combined efforts of Professor X and Magneto could stop her. "Has the professor noticed your changes?" Sean chuckled. The bald elder likely still believed Jean remained his docile, intellectual student. "Of course not. I just come out for some air at night." Her elegant voice was like a cat's tongue licking a man's palm, sending tingling sensations through him. Jean Grey, the gentle teacher the children knew, Professor X's obedient student, and Scott's loving girlfriend, was vastly different from her daytime persona. The daytime Jean would never boldly enter a strange man's bedroom. This elegant beauty's mind seemed split in two, one side maintaining the perfect image of a good girl, the other yearning to break free and release her true self. Watching the good girl pretend every day, do you know how dull that is? Jean stretched like a ripe fruit exuding temptation. She once tearfully told her fatherly teacher about the nightmares haunting her every night, the destructive and violent emotions pounding her mind, threatening to burst free. She was too terrified to sleep. Her haunting voice narrated the other self's torment, and do you know what her beloved teacher said? He just told her not to be swayed by illusions and to stay clear-minded. Jean's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as she toyed with a lock of red hair, the world's most powerful telepath, yet all he can say is stay calm, don't yield to darkness. That poor girl was on the verge of giving up, driven to the brink by nightly torment. "So I come out occasionally for air. Tell me, why do people refuse to face their true selves?" When night fell and the good girl slept, her other self took over. One more uninhibited, unbound by morals or rules, and easily drawn to darkness. "The professor thinks he understands minds, but he knows nothing of human nature." Sean shook his head, stepping closer to loom over her. "Humans can never be caged. Especially when the real you is so breathtaking, that radiant life force embodying birth and death, vitality and decay, creation and destruction, contradictions in perfect harmony." Jean looked up, her gaze locking onto him. She saw a dazzling golden radiance, like a rising sun bursting with astonishing energy. In the dark room, an eerie power quietly surged. Jean suddenly stood, her hair cascading as flames blazed fiercely in her eyes. Their bodies drew dangerously close, nearly touching. A warm hand settled on the redhead's slender waist as their breaths mingled, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. "Who are you?" Jean's body tensed briefly before relaxing. She could feel the boiling energy within him, a volcanic force, as if this powerful frame housed an erupting supernova radiating terrifying might. This destructive energy gradually synchronized with the immense power within her. The dark persona in Jean's heart was utterly captivated, envisioning cosmic annihilation, stars shattering, endless light devouring all existence. "I'm like you." Sean's voice turned husky, his warm breath brushing her earlobe. "I also hide another self within, one that craves slaughter and revels in destruction. But I never resist him, because that's my suppressed nature. Arrogant, insatiably greedy, envious of perfection, filled with rage, coveting all beauty. Everyone feels this. I choose to face my desires, never becoming their slave." His hand trailed down her curves, fingertips tracing the blend of youthful vitality and feminine maturity. A tingling current shot through Jean, making her thighs clench involuntarily. "Why hide your beautiful side?" He lifted her chin, their eyes meeting, sparks flying. Behind Jean, a tide of dark power surged violently. Her eyes burned crimson, as if they were filled with raging flames, they exuded suffocating terror. Sean's gaze remained tender as his hand cupped her neck. Golden currents clashed with dark forces, and he sensed a voice roaring to break free from illusion into reality. Their clothes disintegrated into ash. An invisible, destructive wind sought to annihilate Sean's body, but brilliant golden light formed a barrier, containing the cataclysmic power within this confined space. His steel-like physique eroded under the assault, only to be continuously regenerated by overwhelming life energy. As the two forces stalemated, their bodies merged seamlessly in the blinding light, perfect creations of nature, masculine and feminine forms moving in primal harmony. Surging energies overflowed before dissipating into nothingness. In the psychic realm, Sean saw a colossal fiery phoenix spread its wings. Their entwined bodies resonated with each other's energy fluctuations. The annihilating darkness receded like tides. After destruction came rebirth. The flames of life blazed brightly, overflowing with vitality. The crimson fire in Jean's eyes gradually faded. Her flushed face glowed with unprecedented radiance, as if she was baptized anew. Wondrous sensations rippled through her heart. The phoenix force that had chosen her was the embodiment of primordial life and emotion. Eternal yet ever-changing, capable of both destruction and rebirth, not purely dark. Only the childhood trauma had filled Jean with fear, awakening the phoenix while birthing her cruel, violent dark persona. The collision with darkness in the psychic realm ended with golden currents extinguishing the negative persona. Had Sean not possessed both formidable regeneration and mental strength, he would have been reduced to ashes. Now, Jean no longer suffered the torment of dual personalities. The flaming phoenix shone with incandescent light, its intense life energy silently transforming her body like nourishing spring rain. Though the spiritual battle had ended, another kind of struggle continued. Sean embraced the trembling woman, her pliant form seeming to melt into him. Lifting her, he carried her to the soft bed. With her two selves now unified, Jean shed her former restraint. Her seductive moans occasionally teased Sean's senses. Had he not subconsciously erected psychic barriers, those alluring gasps might have woken the entire sleeping estate. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, The Battle Suit. T/N, your beloved translator here is a little curious guys. Is this translation so bad, that it forces y'all to withhold those reviews? The morning light pierced through the clouds. Despite the professor's warm insistence for him to stay longer, Sean had to decline. Yuriko had received a message from Harry. The young Osborn heir's trip to New Mexico seemed to have hit some snags. This place is amazing. Harry's voice came through the video call, his upper body clad in a rather flamboyant printed shirt, paired with beach shorts and flip-flops. There are cliffs, deserts, cacti, tequila, and barbecues. See those hot chicks? Their warm hospitality will make you never want to leave. Sean remained utterly unmoved by Harry's cheerful tone and cut straight to the point. What trouble did you get into? Harry's expression froze momentarily before turning awkward. The young Osborn heir, who had originally gone on this trip to relax, had indeed run into some trouble, the kind that couldn't be solved just by throwing money around. Hence, the call for help. Is my acting that bad? The Harry Osborn who enjoys life wouldn't remember his old friend back in New York unless something went wrong. Sean smirked. Ever since Oscorp got back on track, Harry had dumped nearly all responsibilities onto the family's long-serving butler, even delegating major decision-making authority to Sean himself. As a result, Sean often found himself attending board meetings on Harry's behalf. Is there anything you can't solve with a stack of Franklins? Sean teased. Remember those black-suited agents who took you away last time? Harry sighed and recounted his recent misadventures. I ran into a research team studying astronomical phenomena in New Mexico. There was this lively girl named Darcy, very adorable and charming. Ahem, but that's not the point. While they were collecting data, they bumped into some drunk Norwegian guy who assaulted a doctor and nearly got the cops called. Then, out of nowhere, a bunch of black-suited agents showed up and confiscated all of Darcy's research materials. That has nothing to do with you. Sean feigned ignorance, though he knew full well the young Osborn heir must have boasted something in front of the girl. I punched one of those agents and almost got thrown in jail. Harry scratched his head, looking somewhat sheepish about constantly troubling his friend. Was the team led by Agent Coulson? Sean asked softly. He hadn't expected Harry's vacation to coincidentally intersect with the future girlfriend of Thor. No doubt the Asgardian prince, stripped of his divine power and reduced to a mortal, was now desperately searching for his hammer while Odin, the All-Father, slumbered, leaving Loki temporarily seated on the throne. I'll head over soon. I'm curious to see what surprises New Mexico has in store. Sean ended the call with a smile. The curtain was rising, and familiar figures would soon take the stage. It was time for the Sentinel to make his true presence known. Returning to Umbrella by car, another surprise awaited him. The first-generation battle suit developed by Dr. Connors and Ivan Vanko was now complete. Laboratory number 3 had been cleared of unrelated personnel. The moment Sean entered, an excited Dr. Connors rushed over, while even the usually unflappable Ivan wore a solemn expression. I tried a new design approach, Connors began, speaking rapidly after steadying himself. Using Dr. Helen Cho's regenerative cradle, we cultivated and multiplied the symbiote, then employed electromagnetic waves and sonic pulses to erase its consciousness while retaining its regenerative and shape-shifting properties. The surprise is that this self-repairing organic material also exhibits exceptional compatibility and adaptability. Ivan coughed twice, signaling Connors to wrap up the dry academic report. Their young employer was a pragmatist, only the final product mattered. However, there's one unresolved issue, the Russian interjected, frowning. The new suit requires an immense energy source. Even the arc reactor can't sustain it for long. Moreover, due to the active cells in the suit's material, it has energy absorption properties. Simply put, the more energy provided, the more durable it becomes, and the stronger its functions grow, Connors added. Hearing this, Sean's eyes lit up. He laughed heartily. No, doctor, that's not a flaw at all. I can't wait to see it. Connors walked to the wall, inputting fingerprint and iris verification. A metal cabinet emerged, from which he retrieved a circular golden emblem that was black-edged with a golden base, resembling a black sun devouring all light. It exuded an aura of profound darkness. Sean touched the palm-sized emblem and pressed it against his chest. Like a black sun igniting, it adhered tightly to his torso. In an instant, streams of light flowed across his body as the nanotech battlesuit enveloped him completely. It's not equipped with an energy source yet. Before Ivan could finish, the pure white suit erupted with radiant light, as if electrified. The initially soft material instantly became resilient and sturdy. An endless stream of energy surged from Sean's body, dyeing the suit a deep golden hue with metallic luster. The faceplate retracted, revealing his youthful features. I'm very pleased with this creation, came the low, appreciative voice. Dumbfounded, Connors and Ivan suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Instinctively averting their gazes, they bowed their heads slightly, as if unable to meet his eyes. You'll keep this little secret from me, won't you? The young man took a step forward, the surging energy within him evoking a delusion of godlike supremacy. The golden armor accentuated Sean's muscular frame. With limitless energy fueling it, he no longer had to hold back. The material was indestructible, its resilience beyond measure. It was capable of withstanding intense radiation and even surviving the harsh environment of outer space. This was a flawless masterpiece. I just participated in a weapons R&D project. That's all I know. Ivan was the first to recover, shrugging nonchalantly. He couldn't care less about his employer's true nature. A morally impeccable do-gooder would have made the Russian uncomfortable. Before joining Umbrella, Ivan had been part of the Russian mafia, mingling with gangs and warlords, even serving 15 years in prison for trafficking hazardous materials. As for Connors, he simply nodded repeatedly, and glanced at his newly regenerated arm. He had long been bound to Umbrella's chariot. No matter Sean's true identity, the middle-aged scientist was committed to this path. Besides, this seemingly young and amiable man was no tyrannical dictator. On the contrary, he welcomed suggestions and never skimped on deserved rewards. He was far more generous than your average greedy capitalist. Through the micro-earpiece, the Red Queen's calm voice spoke. After listening intently, the golden faceplate flowed shut like liquid, leaving only a pair of deep, glowing eyes visible. Time to test this suit's capabilities. The imposing figure stepped onto the outdoor platform's elevator. Sean flexed his fingers, energy coursing through the suit's surface like intricate ancient runes flickering to life. Clenching his fists, he exerted force. The sheer power made the entire metal elevator tremble precariously. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, A Moment of Despair. This is NBC Evening News. All citizens of New York are holding their breath. Just 30 minutes ago, police arrived at this shocking scene. A young woman has been taken hostage inside a taxi, suspended in midair at the 80th floor of a building. The area resembles a giant spiderweb, and every attempt by the police to rescue the hostage has been thwarted by a massive Sandman. The crisis continues to escalate. As the news report continued, footage showed the ESU, Emergency Service Unit, tactical team rushing out of armored vehicles. They were a special law enforcement unit under the local police department, specializing in counterviolence and counterterrorism operations, commonly known as SWAT, Special Weapons and Tactics. When necessary, they could even collaborate with the FBI to form joint task forces, carrying out intervention missions across the United States. This fully armed Special Forces unit was equipped with MP5 submachine guns, M4 assault rifles, sniper weapons, and sniper teams. They wore TAC tactical vests reinforced with ceramic plates for added protection, helmets with personal radio earpieces, and carried an array of high-powered gear, including throw phones, fiber optic scopes, and battering rams. Their mobile command platform was a specially modified SWAT truck, a large SUV built on a dual-axle heavy-duty truck chassis, featuring multiple drawer-style compartments inside. The vehicle could receive live video feeds from reconnaissance teams while simultaneously directing individual SWAT squads. The reason the NYPD had mobilized such a heavy response was due to the sheer audacity of the criminals. They had taken a hostage in an abandoned building in the heart of the city, drawing swarms of media coverage. This was nothing short of an open challenge. If the hostage situation wasn't resolved quickly, the police commissioner could expect a flood of complaint letters on his desk. "Look! It's Spider-Man," screamed a bystander in the crowd. From the live footage broadcast by reporters, the tactical team that had stormed the building was swiftly repelled by a dark figure. Even their overwhelming firepower couldn't land a single hit on their elusive target. The elite officers were tossed around like mice being toyed with by a cat. They were played with before being casually crushed. Meanwhile, the line of armored vehicles at the base of the building was being flipped and hurled aside by the enormous Sandman. The scene was utter chaos. Viewers watching from their TVs held their breaths. These two supercriminals wreaking havoc in New York had picked the perfect time. Iron Man was in Los Angeles promoting his new energy market, while the Fantastic Four were in Washington, D.C. preparing for a superhero speaking tour. As a result, the vast city of New York had no one to stop these two rampaging villains. Inside the suspended taxi, the young woman screamed in terror. Anyone dangling 80 stories high would likely react the same way. The hostage has been identified as Mary Jane Watson, a Broadway actress who has rarely performed in recent years. This is April O'Neil reporting live from the scene. Peter paused in front of a cafe's television, staring at the frozen image of Mary Jane, his former dream girl, now pale with fear, crying for help. Above her, the massive spiderweb spelled out in bold letters, "Spider-Man. Come stop us if you dare." An hour earlier, Eddie Brock, whose mind had been corrupted by a black symbiotic substance, later to be known as Venom, had sought out Flint Marko, the Sandman. Eddie wanted to team up with this powerful man who had also suffered at Spider-Man's hands, to eliminate New York's friendly neighborhood hero. From the residual consciousness of the Venom symbiote, Eddie had learned Spider-Man's true identity. The merging of two hated figures into one filled him with both shock and delight. The sudden surge of power had inflated the young photographer's ego, like an ant suddenly gaining the body of an elephant, now believing itself the strongest creature in the world. Flint, who needed to rob a bank to fund his daughter's medical treatment, knew Spider-Man would interfere. Reluctantly, he agreed to the plan, even though he bore no real desire to kill New York's hero. With his partner secured, Eddie then kidnapped Spider-Man's girlfriend, Mary Jane, to lure him out. What Venom didn't realize was that they were only lucky the other superheroes were out of town, otherwise, this would have turned into another spectacular battle. The cold wind at this height whipped through Mary Jane's hair as she clung to the taxi's window. The entire car swayed precariously, as if it could plummet at any moment. Suddenly, the heavy steel frame snapped the resilient black webbing, sending the taxi into a freefall. A terrified scream pierced the night sky as the cab plummeted over a dozen stories before jerking to a stop. The crowd below watched in horror, hearts pounding for the hostage inside. A red figure leaped down from above. It was Spider-Man who had been missing for so long. He landed nimbly on the black web, staring through the window at his beloved. "I'll get you out of here." Before he could finish, Venom struck like a bullet, sending Spider-Man flying into the concrete side of the building. Eddie retracted his mask and grinned triumphantly as he stood atop the swaying taxi, looking down at the stunned hero. The humiliation he had suffered was finally being avenged. "Remember what you did to me. You took my job, destroyed my camera, trampled on my dignity. Now, I'm giving that pain back to you, tenfold." As Spider-Man lunged forward, Venom lashed out with a brutal punch. Now endowed with even greater strength, he had no fear of the hero's retaliation. Peter was knocked back midair, losing control and crashing onto the web below. As he struggled to rise, two sticky globs of webbing pinned him down. Then, the black figure dropped from above, slamming into him with crushing force. The red and black figures clashed in a high-altitude brawl, but Venom clearly had the upper hand. He was faster, more agile, and his fists rained down with devastating force. His maniacal laughter echoed through the night, broadcast live into countless homes. Peter, now at a disadvantage, tumbled onto a pile of sand, only for it to shift and rise, forming a colossal sand giant, towering as tall as a 20 to 30-story building. The terrified crowd and reporters scrambled back. Dodging the giant's slow but crushing punches, Spider-Man fought desperately to break free and save Mary Jane, who was still in mortal danger above. But Venom wasn't about to let that happen. He suddenly appeared from behind, ensnaring Peter's neck with a thick strand of webbing. Unable to move, Peter was pummeled by the massive sandy fists. The abandoned building trembled violently. Unable to fight back, Spider-Man felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. Agony racked his frame as he stared helplessly at Mary Jane, her life hanging by a thread. His eyes filled with despair, while the crowd below shut theirs, fearing this might be the end of New York's friendly neighborhood hero. For the people of New York, this is a tragic day, and it may very well be Spider-Man's last. The news anchor solemnly declared. Countless grains of sand coalesced into a massive fist, slamming down like a hammer onto Spider-Man's chest. Blood trickled from the corner of Peter's mouth. In just a few more minutes, he would be dead. Chapter 160, the debut of the Sentinel. This was destined to be anything but a quiet night. Far away at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters by the Potomac River, beneath the gleaming eagle emblem, junior agents hurried about, compiling detailed reports and vast amounts of surveillance footage before submitting them to their superiors for review. With Agent Coulson away on his journey to New Mexico, the one overseeing operations was Maria Hill, a sharp and efficient female commander. The chaos unfolding in New York was undoubtedly a sign of the growing audacity of supercriminals. After incidents like the Green Goblin's rampage at the Carnival and the Mutant attack on Manhattan, these extraordinary villains and criminals had begun to brazenly step into the spotlight. Eddie Brock, a young photographer for the Daily Bugle, appears to have been parasitized by an unknown alien life form. Until recently, New York citizens mistook him for Spider-Man, codename Venom. Hill handed a file to Nick Fury. The one-eyed director frowned in thought. Hawkeye had accompanied Coulson to New Mexico to investigate a fallen extraterrestrial object, while Natasha was occupied with her own classified mission. Besides, she wasn't a high-tier combatant, she couldn't handle a situation like this. Should we send in Captain America? Fury dismissed the idea. It wasn't the right time yet to unveil the Avengers. Can we reach Stark? Fury asked. Hill shook her head. Tony Stark is currently in Los Angeles hosting a new energy product launch for his company. We can't get through to him right now, and even if we could, he wouldn't be able to make it back in time. What about the Fantastic Four? Fury pressed. We've already notified Dr. Richards, but even with Johnny Storm's flight speed, it'll take some time. The bald director's brow furrowed. These supercriminals were operating in the heart of New York's busiest district. Heavy weaponry was out of the question, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top operatives were spread thin. There was no immediate solution to this crisis. His mind flashed to the military's recent manhunt, rumors that General Ross' super-soldier replication experiment had gone awry, birthing an unstoppable green beast. A glint of calculation flickered in Fury's remaining eye. Perhaps it was time to expand recruitment. Who's the other one? Fury asked. Flint Marko. A bank robber who escaped prison a week ago. His body appears to have undergone genetic alteration. Codename, Sandman. S.H.I.E.L.D. maintained files on nearly every active vigilante and criminal in the city. Satellites orbiting Earth served as an all-seeing eye, and with the vast network of surveillance cameras, tracking anyone's movements was child's play. What a shame. Fury sighed, watching the footage of Spider-Man being overwhelmed. He couldn't help but feel regret. A hero like this, clean record, solid moral compass, was the perfect candidate for the Avengers initiative. The director had planned to observe him a little longer before making an offer. But now, it seemed that chance was slipping away. Still, perhaps this would serve as a wake-up call, a reminder that going solo was a recipe for disaster. Joining an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. was the smarter choice. Nick Fury stepped out of his office and rested his hands on the railing. The S.H.I.E.L.D. lobby buzzed with activity, phones ringing non-stop, agents rushing about. The organized chaos gave the otherwise cold, detached agency a strange vitality, almost like a Wall Street trading floor. The one-eyed director, clad in his signature black trench coat, surveyed the scene. Everyone was working like cogs in a well-oiled machine. Any progress on the Stark assassination attempt? Fury asked without turning. The assassin is codenamed Winter Soldier, a former Soviet ace killer. Highly skilled in firearms and combat. We found no further records, no entry logs, no follow-up traces. The only electronic lead points to an offshore shell company. Fury wasn't surprised. He said nothing, but the memory of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s near destruction before it fell under the World Security Council's jurisdiction sent a chill down his spine. That was why he never fully trusted anyone, not even Coulson or Hill. Painful experience had taught him vigilance. Trust was a luxury he couldn't afford, a lesson paid for with the loss of an eye. Add Venom and Sandman to the wanted list. If Spider-Man dies tonight, we'll need those two to appease public outrage. Fury was preparing for the worst. Spider-Man, caught between two supercriminals, stood no chance. The Human Torch wouldn't arrive in time, Iron Man was unavailable, and even the National Guard would be powerless to stop this tragedy. The live feed showed the chaos. Spider-Man was webbed to a steel beam in the abandoned building, he was immobilized. The colossal sand giant rained down crushing blows, each punch like a wrecking ball. The hero's red suit was in tatters, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Sir! Someone's intervening. Hill's sharp voice snapped Fury's attention back to the screen. A blinding streak of golden light tore through the night sky like a blazing sword descending from the heavens. Amid the suffocating despair, everyone witnessed a towering figure wreathed in radiant flames crash into the sand giant. The sheer heat instantly melted the creature's massive form, turning it into brittle crystal. The golden figure stood like an ancient deity with lightning at his feet, and divine radiance bathing his armor. Tiny particles of energy danced across his suit like miniature bolts of electricity. Behind the dark visor, Sean smirked as he watched the roaring sand monster reform. He clenched his fist, and the air itself trembled, a sonic boom erupted like a hurricane's fury. The abandoned building seemed to shudder under the force. With a single devastating punch, a strike faster than sound, he blasted a gaping hole straight through the sand giant's torso. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the streets. The towering sand colossus staggered, nearly collapsing onto the building behind it. Grains rushed to fill the wound, its massive arm elongating like a striking serpent, lunging at Sean with crushing force. "Just warming up, big guy." Sean laughed softly as his golden form shot skyward. A searing red beam, hot as a molten blade, lanced out, slicing the sand monster apart in an instant. The residual heat fused the grains into glass. Chapter 161, Breaking Free from Earth. Like a collapsing mountain, the massive sand giant, once an overwhelming presence, crumbled apart as if made of fragile porcelain, disintegrating into swirling clouds of dust under the force of the raging tempest. Sean turned his gaze toward the black figure crouched among the steel beams and concrete, his eyes cold. Intense golden flames lifted him effortlessly into the air. During his battle with Sandman, Spider-Man had managed to break free from Venom's control, and hastily rescued Mary Jane from her perilous fall at the last possible moment before retreating from the fight. Amid the swirling dust, the watching crowd could no longer make out the details of the battle. However, Venom's body coiled like a humanoid spider as he felt an instinctive tremor of fear, as though he had encountered an apex predator at the very top of the food chain. His body shivered uncontrollably, unable to even flee. His biological survival instincts screamed warnings at his brain, yet Venom remained frozen in place like a statue encased in ice. His usual agility and reflexes had vanished entirely, his limbs became stiff, and his mind sluggish. To his senses, the golden figure hovering in the air was like a living volcano. The figure radiated terrifying waves of energy and exuded an overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush him entirely. Eddie Brock, whose body was encased in the black symbiote, stared with wide, panicked eyes. Since bonding with Venom and gaining power surpassing even Spider-Man's, he had never experienced anything like this. It was as if the symbiote had been stripped away, reducing him once more to the weak, cowardly Eddie Brock. A mediocre nobody who endured the exploitation and scorn of his boss at the Daily Bugle, someone who could only watch helplessly as others stole his opportunities. Someone powerless to change anything. No. A surge of emotion briefly overpowered Venom's fear. He shot out a strand of webbing, snagged a jagged steel rebar from the wreckage, and hurled it like a spear with all his might. The steel rod shot forward like a fleeting shadow, with enough force to shriek through the air. But Sean merely smirked coldly as he caught it effortlessly before hurling it back with even greater force. The sheer power shattered the rebar mid-flight, leaving only the remaining half to pierce straight through Venom's torso and pinning him to the wall behind. The gaping wound should have been fatal, but the black symbiote writhed rapidly, instantly regenerating the damage. A bestial screech tore from Venom's throat as his fanged maw stretched wide. Sean took a single step that unleashed a shockwave of wind pressure as he closed the distance in an instant. His powerful hand clamped around Venom's throat, golden light blazing from his eyes like twin suns. Then, a streak of golden light tore upward, slicing through the building's upper floors like a blade through paper. The sheer force of the energy storm ripped apart the sky itself. Still gripped in Sean's hand, Venom erupted into flames as they broke the sound barrier. The friction of their ascent ignited the air, turning the black symbiote into a writhing torch as its surface boiled under the intense heat. To any onlooker below, it would have looked like a shooting star in reverse with a blazing trail rocketing upward before vanishing into the clouds. When Eddie finally regained consciousness, he found himself floating in the void of space. Below him stretched the vast, vibrant blue sphere of Earth, while around him stretched endless darkness. Nearby, a satellite bearing the American flag orbited silently. The weightless vacuum should have suffocated him instantly, but the black symbiote coating his body shifted and adapted, allowing its host to survive the harsh environment. The alien organism that had transformed the Daily Bugle's photographer into a supervillain was, in truth, a symbiotic lifeform with rudimentary sentience. It required a host to survive, and in return, granted them immense power. Thus, encased within the Venom suit, Eddie could endure the lethal conditions of outer space, because the symbiote itself was extraterrestrial, capable of altering its structure to preserve its host. Should I call you Venom, or Eddie Brock? Sean's voice echoed directly in his mind. The black symbiote was already repairing itself, its surface charred and cracked from atmospheric friction. At the sound of that terrifying voice, Eddie shuddered involuntarily. The sheer power this man had displayed made him feel like he was back to being that powerless, ordinary man who was incapable of fighting back against anything. But after bonding with the symbiote, everything had changed. He had tasted true strength. He could lift cars with ease, leap between skyscrapers, and move with reflexes sharp enough to track bullets mid-flight. Just like Spider-Man, he had become something more. I won't go back to being ordinary. Eddie Brock is going to make his mark, and that damn Spider-Man, Parker, Jameson, the Daily Bugle, they can all go to hell. The surge of hatred resonated with the symbiote as their minds intertwined. Feeding on his negativity, the alien entity began to exert greater influence until Eddie was little more than a puppet. I am Eddie Brock. The weak thought reached Sean, laced with unmistakable terror. But it wasn't just Eddie who was afraid, the symbiote itself recoiled like prey before a predator. It understood far better than its host just how terrifying the golden figure before them truly was. Still trying to deceive me. You think, as a human, I wouldn't exterminate my own kind. Not bad, for a primitive intelligence. Sean's mental voice dripped with amusement. Holding the floating figure, now more Venom than Eddie, Sean unleashed a surge of golden energy. The black symbiote writhed as if scalded, its surface dissolving like snow under a blowtorch. The alien consciousness shrieked in agony with a soundless cry in the vacuum of space. Then, a final, desperate psychic assault lashed out, a dying creature's last struggle. But the attack shattered harmlessly against Sean's mind. In response, Venom's body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging grotesquely as the symbiote mutated into a monstrous form, a 3-meter-tall behemoth with its surface writhing with black tendrils. It looked like a nightmare ripped straight from hell. Enough. With a single brutal motion, Sean's hands tore outward. Golden light erupted as the symbiote was forcibly ripped from Eddie's body. The black tendrils twisted into grotesque, shrieking faces, desperately trying to reattach to their host. Eddie screamed soundlessly, his arms flailing as he reached for the symbiote. He refused to let go of the power it offered. Sean exhaled softly, and with a final pulse of energy, he reduced both the thrashing alien and its broken host to nothing more than cosmic dust. High above, a surveillance satellite captured every moment, transmitting the footage back to SHIELD headquarters by the Potomac River. From the moment the golden figure appeared, Nick Fury had watched with unwavering focus. Witnessing the effortless defeat of Sandman, and the casual dismantling of Venom in the vacuum of space, the one-eyed director's expression darkened. A superhuman of this caliber appearing out of nowhere was a problem. The footage is too distorted. Can we enhance it? Run facial recognition, anything to identify this target. His threat level is extreme. We need him under observation. Hill tried, then shook her head. The satellite feed was disrupted by energy interference. Even with our databases, we can't match his physique or movements to any known individuals. Seal the file. Classify it as maximum threat priority. Fury's voice was ice. Should we assign a codename? Hill asked quietly. Fury stared at the blurry figure in the video screen and said in a deep voice, Sentinel. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Journey to New Mexico. Santa Fe Airport, New Mexico. By the time Sean arrived in this sun-drenched state of Red Rock Cliffs, it was already deep into the night. After completing the Sentinel's debut performance, he had left New York on a private jet under the guise of a scientific expedition. After all, Umbrella Corporation's operations were running smoothly now, and his constant oversight wasn't required. A car waiting for him honked twice. Sean got in, and the headlights swung around as the vehicle headed toward a prearranged private residence. About 40 minutes later, Sean was met by a visibly apologetic Harry. The young Osborne heir grinned sheepishly and immediately took his friend's backpack like an overeager bellboy. I wanted to pick you up at the airport, but that drunken Norwegian lunatic caused another mess. Sean couldn't help but laugh, tossing his bag to Harry. And where is the lovely Miss Darcy who has captured your heart? Harry scratched his head. His trip to New Mexico wasn't purely for leisure. This 47th state of the Union was rich in mineral resources and home to numerous federal research institutions, making it an ideal market for Oscorp's smart grid project. Business had gone surprisingly well. In just a few days, Harry had secured multiple deals. But along the way, he'd crossed paths with an astrophysics research team, Dr. Jane Foster and her assistant, Darcy. The latter's cheerful personality had deeply attracted Harry, who was currently in an emotional dry spell. Darcy and her professor are camped near the old bridge town. They ran into that crazy Norwegian guy while studying some atmospheric anomalies. The guy is completely delusional, talking like he's some kind of god. Perhaps out of some masculine instinct, Harry had taken an instant dislike to the man who called himself Thor. He injured 4 doctors and 2 security guards at the hospital. Like some kind of barbarian. If I hadn't paid a hefty settlement, he'd be rotting in a cell right now. Inside the private residence, Sean leaned back on the couch as Harry recounted the story. The Asgardian prince, stripped of his power by Odin for his arrogance, hadn't fared well on Earth, first getting hit by a car, then being mistaken for a drug-addled madman. With no money or identification, he would have been deported as an illegal immigrant if not for the kindness of the astrophysicist. And what about those black-suited agents from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Sean asked, his eyes glinting with interest. They claimed they were investigating a security threat and confiscated all of Dr. Foster's research data and equipment. They left a check, but as she put it, most of that gear was custom-built, and none of the data was backed up. So the gallant Mr. Osborn, eager to impress Darcy, punched one of those agents. Sean mocked. At that, Harry's ramble came to an abrupt halt. After a pause, he admitted, not just that. I promised Darcy I'd get her iPad back, along with all of Dr. Foster's research. Sean smirked, resting his hands behind his head. Let me guess, you called every Department of Defense contact, local police chief, and city official you know. Harry slumped in defeat. He'd pulled every string he could, but the black-suited agents had simply ignored him. If not for his status as a high-profile socialite, things might have ended far worse. And what about that troublesome drunk? Sean asked lightly. Heard there's some metal hammer in a crater 50 miles west of town. The lunatic ran off to find it. Harry rolled his eyes. A faint, enigmatic smile played on Sean's lips. I'm rather curious about this Norwegian drunk myself. Outskirts of Old Bridge Town. Under the cover of darkness, a tall, powerfully built blond man crouched in the brush of a low hill. The thick weeds and black night shielded him from the trained eyes of the black-suited agents patrolling below. His gaze burned with intensity as he studied the fortified compound ahead, a temporary structure of steel and plastic walls surrounding a massive impact crater. At its center lay a silver, square-headed hammer, its surface etched with intricate patterns. This was Mjolnir, forged by dwarves from the Uru metal of Asgard, capable of summoning storms, rain, thunder, and lightning. Or so the myths claimed. In truth, the so-called Hammer of the Gods had been crafted from the core of a dying star, and blessed by Odin himself. Without it, Thor was but a shadow of his true strength. Not long ago, the hammer had crashed to Earth alongside its disgraced master, landing in this New Mexican desert. Locals had tried, and failed, to lift it, turning the site into a makeshift tourist attraction. That ended when government agents declared the area a radiation hazard and sealed it off. Stay here, the blonde man whispered to Jane, who had driven him here. Once I reclaim Mjolnir, I'll retrieve your stolen belongings. No. Jane hissed, and pointed at the heavily guarded compound. You think you can just waltz in, take your hammer, and walk out? No. I'll fly out. Thor ignored her concern. With Mjolnir in hand, mortal defenses meant nothing. Since Odin had cast him down to Midgard, Earth, stripped of his power, Thor had been reduced to a mere man, and was mistaken for a madman, no less. Only the rumors of the hammer's landing had given him direction. Above, storm clouds gathered, lightning flickering in their depths. Inside the temporary command center. Magnetic field fluctuations spiking, sir. Readings are off the charts. Agent Coulson studied the monitors. Despite every test, the hammer remained impervious, no scratches, no measurable composition. Then alarms blared. Intruder. We have an intruder. On the screens, a massive blonde man plowed through S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with brute strength and battle-honed reflexes. Thor burst into the crater, rain now pouring down. His fingers closed around Mjolnir's familiar grip. Thunder roared above, as if the heavens themselves acknowledged his return. But the hammer didn't budge. Father, is this your judgment? Am I truly unworthy? Thor roared into the storm, sinking to his knees in the mud. Stand down, Barton. Show's over. Coulson's voice crackled over comms. From the shadows, Hawkeye lowered his bow, watching as agents dragged the broken man away. Far above, beyond mortal sight, a pair of eyes watched from Asgard's Bifrost. A sigh followed, carried by the cosmic winds. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Dr. Donald. The stars were dim, obscured by thick clouds. Sean stood alone on the balcony. He had promised Harry that tomorrow they would visit S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary base to demand the return of the confiscated research data and equipment from Coulson. In the heavy darkness, the vast land lay like a slumbering ancient beast. The breeze brushed against Sean's face, carrying with it a faint, rhythmic sound like breathing. Far in the distance, lightning tore through the dense clouds, unleashing violent surges of energy. Asgardians. I hope they can bring me some surprises. The young man's gaze pierced through the thick night, toward where a makeshift fortress should be. S.H.I.E.L.D. had always been keenly interested in anything supernatural. Recalling the events of the original timeline, he couldn't help but smile. Thor, the exiled prince of Asgard, was probably being detained right now as an illegal intruder, treated like some rogue mercenary by the black-suited agents. Asgard, the protector of the Nine Realms. A faint golden light flickered in Sean's deep, bright eyes. He was looking forward to meeting the so-called God of Thunder. Interacting with Thor would lift the veil of mystery surrounding the Nine Realms and provide him with information about ancient civilizations, such as the Dark Elves from millions of years ago, or the Frost Giants, who had been driven back by Asgard. In the vast universe, Earth was not the only civilization. It was not alone. As his thoughts wandered, Harry barged in abruptly, his face etched with anxiety as if something major had happened. Half an hour earlier, Jane had insisted on rescuing Thor. She was convinced by the blurred humanoid figures in her astronomical photos that his wild claims might be true, that he truly came from another world, a civilization beyond human understanding. Dr. Selvig, who had been brought in to assist with the research, dismissed Thor as nothing more than a delusional liar or a vagrant. He knew all too well how dangerous S.H.I.E.L.D. could be. Those black-suited agents were far from benevolent. Risking Jane's safety for a stranger they'd known for only a few days was out of the question. If there really is an Einstein-Rosen bridge, then something must exist on the other side. An unknown civilization could cross over. Jane pointed at the book on Norse mythology as she spoke earnestly. The stories passed down through generations might not all be fiction. If an advanced civilization truly existed, then in ancient times, we might have worshipped them like gods, just as primitive tribes once did. Dr. Selvig rubbed his temples, unable to dissuade the determined Jane. Reluctantly, he conceded. All done. Darcy, who had tagged along from New York for 6 college credits, flashed a victory sign as she tapped on her phone. Let's leave this problem to Harry. He'll definitely handle it. She had taken quite a liking to the young Osborn heir. Harry mentioned that his friend has connections with S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe they can help. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. temporary facility. You made our men, some of the most highly trained operatives in the world, look like underpaid mall security. That's humiliating. In my experience, it takes serious discipline to take them down like that. Where were you trained? Pakistan. Chechnya. Afghanistan. Faced with the silent intruder, Coulson maintained his patience. He firmly believed that while violence could make most people talk, it wasn't always effective. Psychological pressure and verbal manipulation were far more reliable in breaking a person's defenses. Your fighting style leans toward mercenary work. South Africa, perhaps. I know some organizations pay top dollar for elite soldiers like you. Either way, we'll get the information we want. Trust me, many people here are very good at that. Coulson studied the blonde man, who sat like a statue, utterly despondent. Realizing he wouldn't get much out of him now, he turned to leave. The moment the door closed, the reflection in the glass mirror shifted, revealing a handsome man in a long black coat, a roguish smirk playing on his lips. His eyes gleamed with mischief and exuded a dangerous charm that drew attention, yet instinctively made people wary. Loki. What are you doing here? Thor, who had remained silent until now, looked up in surprise. What's happened? Is it Jotunheim? Let me explain to father. His arrogance and recklessness had nearly reignited the ancient war between Asgard and the Frost Giants, prompting Odin to strip him of his power and banish him to Earth to learn humility and what it truly meant to be a king. Father is dead. Loki's eyes brimmed with sorrow. The infamous trickster of Norse mythology was a master of deception. Your banishment, the threat of war, it was too much for him. Don't blame yourself. I know you loved him. I tried to reason with him, but he wouldn't listen. Leaving Mjolnir within your reach, knowing you could never lift it again, that was cruel. With the All-Father in the Odin sleep and Thor exiled, Loki had seized the throne, temporarily ruling Asgard in his stead. The burden of the throne now falls to me. The truce with Jotunheim requires your permanent exile. Even Mother forbids your return. I came to say goodbye, brother. I'm sorry. Loki's voice was thick with emotion, whether genuine or expertly performed, even he might not have known. No, the apology is mine. Thank you for coming. Thor, ever the warrior, was never skilled in the art of deception. Seeing his once proud brother now broken and believing his lies, Loki turned away, a smirk curling on his lips. He would prove to Odin that Thor was never fit to rule. He would become the king of the 9 realms, wielding glory like the All-Father himself. Goodbye. Thor watched as Loki's form dissolved into the air like an illusion. Goodbye. Coulson, who had just re-entered, raised an eyebrow. I just got back, Dr. Donald. Hard to believe a doctor could have such impressive combat skills. Dr. Donald Blake, born in Norway, an enthusiast of Norse mythology. You think that object in the crater is the mythical hammer of Thor? Doctor, you might want to see a psychiatrist. Coulson walked in, his earlier suspicions seemingly resolved. His tone was no longer cold but almost amused. Your friends are waiting outside, Dr. Donald. Next time, maybe drink a little less. It'd be better for everyone. The mild-mannered agent cracked a joke as he led the bewildered blonde man out. There, Thor saw Jane, her face etched with worry, along with the others he had met in recent days. Hey, Dr. Donald. So good to see you. A young man stepped forward, grinning brightly, as if greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, The Secrets of the 9 Realms. Harry received Darcy's distress text and immediately dragged his friend, Sean, to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary command post. Coulson was usually an agreeable man, at least on the surface, and he was well aware of the deep connections behind the founder of Umbrella Corporation. So even when presented with the flimsy excuse that the blonde intruder was merely a Norwegian doctor and an enthusiast of Norse mythology, Coulson chose to release him, along with all the confiscated research materials and equipment. This wasn't out of fear or intimidation. Keeping the baffling intruder wouldn't yield any useful intel, and the astronomical anomaly data had already been backed up by S.H.I.E.L.D., rendering it of little further value. As long as no direct conflict arose, Coulson saw no harm in doing Sean a favor. As Director Fury often said, a smart hunter knows when to let the prey lower its guard, only then can the right opportunity be seized. Vacationing in New Mexico. The middle-aged agent probed casually. His superior had always maintained a degree of suspicion toward this young man. Indeed. This is a place worth remembering for the American people. In 1680, the Native Americans drove out the Spanish. Over a century later, this land became part of the Union. 16 years after that, the Civil War erupted here. And in 1945, the U.S. detonated its first atomic bomb in this very state, ushering in the nuclear age. Watching as Dr. Selvig and Jane led the blonde man away, Sean spoke with an air of nostalgia, effortlessly summarizing centuries of history in a few light-hearted sentences. Beside him, Harry stared in astonishment, utterly impressed by his friend's ability to spin such convincing nonsense with a straight face. Coulson was momentarily speechless. I didn't think young people these days cared much for history. He had only asked offhandedly, never expecting such a sincere and detailed response. From Sean's earnest expression, it didn't even sound like a rehearsed excuse. History is worth remembering. There are many lessons to be learned from it. There's an old saying. Treat history as a mirror, and you can see the rise and fall of nations, even the shifting of dynasties. Sean smiled faintly. The mild-mannered agent fell silent. Years of intelligence work had taught him that this young man's true nature was anything but the humble, gentle facade he presented. Decisive yet understated, Sean was like a figure shrouded in mist, only by delving deeper could one hope to glimpse the truth. After a brief exchange, Sean and Harry left S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary command post. He had casually fabricated Thor's identity, and Coulson knew it. A simple database search would reveal that Dr. Donald Blake from Norway didn't exist. Thank you for helping us recover the research, and Darcy's iPad. The young astrophysicist was overflowing with gratitude. Covered in mud and looking thoroughly defeated, Thor finally grasped the situation. Gone was his former arrogance. After failing to lift Mjolnir and receiving Loki's devastating news, the Asgardian prince seemed profoundly changed. All credit goes to Harry. Sean smoothly redirected the spotlight to the Osborn heir. After all, he wasn't the one trying to impress a girl. The group returned to the private residence. Along the way, Sean expressed keen interest in Jane's research, and Thor, drawing from Asgardian knowledge, elaborated for everyone. Your ancestors called this knowledge mythology. Jane treats it as science. I come from a place where the two are one and the same. Thor, slowly regaining his bearings, marked key points with a pen. My father explained it like this: your world is one of the 9 realms within this galaxy, all connected by the branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree. This is Midgard, what you call Earth. Here's Vanaheim, and Jotunheim. I hail from Asgard. Dr. Selvig listened with skepticism. As a renowned astronomer and physicist, he struggled to accept that the heroes of myth and religious texts might be real. Meanwhile, Harry and Darcy in the back seat were too engrossed in an iPad game to care. Only Sean listened with genuine focus. He was deeply intrigued by Asgard, which had long positioned itself as Earth's protector. When human civilization was still in its infancy, the Asgardians had descended upon the planet and repelled the frost giants. Before that, it was their armies that had crushed the Dark Elves' attempt to plunge the 9 realms into eternal night. Through these 2 cataclysmic wars, Asgard had cemented its dominance. Odin and his firstborn, Hela, once led the armies of Asgard in conquering the 9 realms, expanding their empire in an era of unrivaled glory. But after Hela and the Valkyries vanished, Asgard ceased its conquests, entering an age of peace and recovery. This history was likely unknown even to Thor, the future king. Odin had buried the truth of Hela and the conquests deep within the annals of time, leaving few aware of that bloody past. As Thor finished his explanation, he gazed pensively out the window at the night sky, missing his family and friends back in Asgard. Perhaps his father had been right, a reckless, battle-hungry king could never bring his people true happiness. Meanwhile, Sean and Jane delved deeper into the astronomical discovery that could shake the world. The astrophysicist suddenly grew frustrated. S.H.I.E.L.D., whoever they are, they'll use their power to ensure this research never sees the light of day. An extraterrestrial civilization. Proof of such a thing would send shockwaves through the world, like a boulder crashing into still waters. An organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., which was dedicated to maintaining global order, would never allow it. And as an unknown in the field of astronomy, Jane lacked the credibility to make such a claim. Even if she published her findings, the academic world would dismiss it as sensationalist nonsense, a fairy tale unworthy of serious consideration. It would end up in the trash. No. Humanity deserves to know the truth. Sean's eyes burned with conviction. Astronomy, the field you study, is the mother of all sciences. From the moment the first Homo sapiens looked up at the stars, the seeds of civilization were sown. To seek truth and uncover facts, that is the duty of every scientist. Jane listened, deeply moved. Dr. Selvig, who had first guided her into astronomy, was himself an unorthodox scientist, a free spirit whose theories were often dismissed as wild fantasies by mainstream academia. Unbound by conventional thinking, Jane felt a surge of determination at Sean's words. "You're right. I shouldn't let fear stop me." A faint smile touched Sean's lips. "Miss Foster, would you consider joining Umbrella Corporation? I'd like to offer my full support for this groundbreaking research." He added warmly, "It would be an honor to witness this revolution." Meeting his earnest gaze, Jane found herself nodding almost instinctively, drawn in by the quiet intensity of the young man's smile. Chapter 165, Visitors from Beyond. At noon the next day, forest guardians dressed in bizarre attire strode into the town of Old Bridge. Their archaic armor, axes, swords, and shields, reminiscent of medieval warriors, drew curious stares from passers-by, as if they had just wandered off the set of The Lord of the Rings. The townsfolk watched the strange group with amusement, wondering if some Renaissance fair was about to take place. Unfazed, the Asgardian warriors, Lady Sif and the Warriors 3, paid no mind to the attention. To them, the humans of this backward world were simply ignorant, never having witnessed the glory of extraterrestrial warriors. In the eyes of these Asgardians, their impression of Earth remained frozen in an ancient, barbaric era, when humans lived in primitive hunter-gatherer societies, far removed from modern technology. After all, Asgard saw itself as the protector of the Nine Realms, believing that peace across the cosmos was maintained solely by their might. Given that Mjolnir landed here, Thor must be nearby. "Should we find some Midgardians to guide us?" suggested Fandral, the swashbuckling swordsman. His tone carried an air of condescension, as though bestowing some great honor upon the locals. He stood tall, and much like a wealthy man inadvertently stepping into a slum, he exuded an unconscious sense of superiority. "Loki sits on Asgard's throne, but Thor is the true heir." "I refuse to bow to a schemer," declared Lady Sif, her voice fierce with conviction. To her, only the mighty thunder god was worthy of ruling Asgard. "But where do we even begin looking?" rumbled Volstagg, the burly warrior wielding a massive axe. With his wild red-gold mane and rugged features, he looked like a character straight out of a fantasy epic. Having risked treason by defying Loki, the four Asgardians paused in uncertainty. They had traveled through the Bifrost, seeking their exiled prince in this remote, underdeveloped world. As they hesitated, the crowd around them grew, some even snapping photos with their phones. The flashing lights made the Asgardians tense, mistaking them for some form of magic or weaponry. Fortunately, language was no barrier. Lady Sif stepped forward, addressing a bystander with regal authority. "People of Midgard, we come from Asgard in search of Odin's son, the mighty and noble Thor." The grandiose introduction only earned laughter from the crowd, who assumed they were just eccentric cosplayers indulging in Norse mythology. "Command, we've got Xena, Robin Hood, and a couple of knights here." Two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, munching on burgers, radioed in with amusement as they observed the Asgardian quartet. Meanwhile, 20 minutes earlier, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary command center had detected a massive energy surge, brief but intense, emanating from a site 15 miles northwest of town. Coulson immediately mobilized a team to investigate, arriving only to find an intricate, ancient symbol scorched into the earth. "Get a linguist in here," Coulson ordered Agent Sitwell, the bald, bespectacled operative beside him. Based on Jane's data, S.H.I.E.L.D. theorized that the atmospheric anomalies were caused by a massive spatial energy discharge, possibly the result of clandestine experiments. But their suspicions were soon overturned. The clear skies darkened abruptly as a funnel-shaped vortex churned above, forming a colossal pillar of swirling dust. As the maelstrom dissipated, Coulson, who was peering from behind a car, saw it. A towering suit of silver armor, gleaming like a metallic giant, standing motionless on the barren earth. "Did Stark build this?" Coulson muttered as dread crept in. The armor, the destroyer, suddenly lurched to life, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground as it advanced toward town. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents opened fire, but their bullets bounced harmlessly off its impervious surface. The destroyer's faceplate slid open like liquid metal, gathering energy before unleashing a devastating beam of white-hot fire. Explosions rocked the area, drawing the attention of the entire town. The distant thunder soon revealed its source, a gleaming, unstoppable titan of destruction. The destroyer. Thor, now reunited with his Asgardian comrades, paled. He recognized the armor instantly, a weapon forged by Odin himself to combat the darkest threats of the Nine Realms. It was invulnerable and relentless. "I must regain my power, or we cannot stop it." For the first time, the Thunder God felt the bitter sting of helplessness. He ordered the warriors 3 and Sif to delay the destroyer while he, now mortal, evacuated the townsfolk. Get Darcy and the others to safety, Sean told Harry, clapping him on the shoulder. As the young Osborn hurried off, Sean smiled faintly. Golden light swirled around him, coalescing into the form of the Sentinel armor. Though this time, it stood empty, its hollow eyes radiating an eerie, lifeless aura. Powered by an arc reactor and controlled by Skynet, the suit was merely a shell. It was capable of no more than 30 minutes of combat. If Sean intervened directly, S.H.I.E.L.D. would take notice. It was better to let the AI-piloted Sentinel test its might against Odin's creation. Amid the chaos, Sean had another objective. Mjolnir. The hammer that could only be lifted by the worthy. Skynet, Sean commanded, let the Allfather see which is greater, the armor of gods, or the creations of men. With that, the Sentinel shot forward like a golden comet as it streaked toward the battlefield. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, The Men Who Lifts the Hammer. The warriors 3 of Asgard faced off against the destroyer armor, which was forged by Odin himself. Their battle skills, which were usually unstoppable, proved utterly ineffective against this indestructible colossus. Soon, they found themselves in the same sorry state as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, scrambling for their lives. Scorching beams of energy ravaged the town, igniting cars and buildings in their path. Thick smoke billowed into the sky as flames roared. From across the vast reaches of space, Loki, seated on the throne of Asgard, manipulated the destroyer with his thoughts. He hadn't initially planned to kill Thor. Even after learning the truth of his frost giant heritage, the bond between them, forged over centuries, still held some weight. But then, Thor's loyal companions had dared to defy his orders. They conspired with Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, to descend to Midgard and bring his reckless brother back. Loki knew he could never measure up to Thor, not in legitimacy to the throne, nor in the purity of his royal blood. Once Odin awoke from his slumber and the lies unraveled, Loki would be cast down, stripped of his princely status. The thought of such an outcome hardened his resolve. The destroyer must finish this. Forgive me, brother. Clad in his horned helm and gripping the scepter, Loki's gaze was icy as he watched from the throne. The warriors 3 were sent flying one after another by the destroyer's relentless assault. Energy gathered within its hollow visor before erupting in a devastating blast. The explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the air, flames and heat rolling outward like an inferno. From a distance, Thor, who was busy helping evacuate the townsfolk, watched in anguish. Sif had told him the truth. Loki, in his bid for the throne, had turned to murder. The valiant warrior woman dodged the destroyer's attacks, leaping high with her sword poised to strike. She drove the blade into the armor's back with all her might, but to no avail. The destroyer had no pilot, no weak point to exploit. Like liquid metal, its torso twisted, the hollow faceplate now locking onto Sif as energy gathered for another blast. Then, a streak of golden light descended like a bolt from the heavens, slamming into the destroyer with a deafening crash. The shockwave hurled Sif backward, her ears ringing as she tumbled through the air. Thor rushed forward and dragged her to safety. The golden figure now standing between them radiated brilliance, as if a miniature sun had taken form. The Sentinel. Though dwarfed by the towering destroyer, its presence was undeniable. Power rolled off its frame in waves, the air shimmering with heat. The two armors clashed with earth-shaking force. Every collision sent shockwaves rippling outward, dust and debris swirling like a storm. The Sentinel's fists blazed with golden fire, each strike denting the supposedly indestructible Asgardian construct. Metal groaned and warped under the relentless assault. The destroyer retaliated, unleashing a torrent of searing energy from its visor. The Sentinel crossed its arms, bracing against the beam as it was forced backward, its feet carving deep trenches into the concrete. If only I could lift Mjolnir. Thor clenched his fists in frustration. As the god of thunder, he had always relied on strength to overcome any obstacle. Now, stripped of his power, he understood the helplessness of the weak. Father, do you still refuse to forgive me? Standing at the edge of the battlefield, he searched for answers. From his throne, Loki scowled as the battle unfolded. Midgard's defenders were proving more troublesome than expected. But it didn't matter. Once Thor was dead, along with his meddling friends, Loki would cement his rule. With Laufey's aid, the throne of Asgard would be his, and the 9 realms would bow before him. I will be remembered as the savior of Asgard. For its future, you must die, brother. Power was intoxicating. None could resist the allure of kingship. At his command, the destroyer abruptly shifted targets. Energy surged through its frame as it unleashed its most devastating attack yet, a beam of incinerating heat that vaporized everything in its path, racing straight toward the exiled prince. Thor's golden hair curled from the blistering heat, the stench of burning filling the air. In moments, Odin's heir would be reduced to ashes. Loki allowed himself a smirk. Once Thor is gone, these Midgardian insects won't stand a chance. May your father protect you. Standing at the bottom of the crater, Sean observed dispassionately. Thor's fate mattered little to him. The Allfather would never allow his firstborn to perish. With S.H.I.E.L.D's temporary command post now abandoned, and Coulson and his agents busy evacuating the town, Sean strolled in unchallenged. The few remaining personnel seemed oblivious to his presence. Only Hawkeye, who was monitoring the feeds, sensed something amiss. Sean reached out and gripped Mjolnir's handle. Golden energy surged through him, causing the ground to crack beneath his feet. A tremendous force erupted from the hammer's core. Like two colliding stars, their power clashed in a cataclysmic tide. The makeshift fortress trembled before being torn apart by the shockwaves. In the depths of Sean's mind, a towering figure materialized, a one-eyed king clad in golden radiance, his gaze piercing the mortal who dared defy divine will. Chapter 167, The Goddess of Thunder. Mortal, release Mjolnir. The sacred weapon of Asgard is not to be defiled by the unworthy. A majestic voice boomed from all directions, transforming into an overwhelming pressure that shook Sean's mental fortitude. A pair of aged, wise eyes slowly opened, piercing through the barriers of time and space. A phantom figure projected from a distant star system materialized into a mighty, golden-armored old man wearing a winged helmet. Two ravens, symbols of thought and memory, perched on his shoulders while his single remaining eye gleamed with cold authority. In his hand was the legendary spear, Gungnir. Sean merely smiled, unfazed by the Allfather's stern rebuke. This cross-dimensional manifestation of Odin hardly warranted his reverence. A sharp golden light flashed in his eyes as a torrent of radiant energy erupted from his body, surging like a cosmic tide to clash against the divine will. The projection of Asgard's king rippled like disturbed water under the impact. Freshly roused from his slumber, Odin had not expected the seemingly insignificant Midgardian to possess power capable of resisting a god. Beneath this human form pulsed a terrifying presence. One like a violently burning sun, ready to unleash unimaginable power at any moment. Honorable Allfather, perhaps I shall visit Asgard soon to pay my respects. Until then, you might want to deal with your own enemies first. Sean chuckled softly as his consciousness sharpened into a mental lance, piercing through the divine illusion. The majestic figure of Odin dissipated like a popped bubble. It was a small trick he'd learned from Professor X, and it worked splendidly against a sleep-deprived Odin. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Sean murmured the inscription while golden flames enveloped the hand-gripping Mjolnir. He would claim this symbol of glory and authority through sheer, unadulterated power. Two violent forces collided repeatedly. The golden torrent raged like floodwaters battering a dam, relentlessly assaulting the hammer's core, a dying star's heart that was sealed with divine energy. His consciousness extended like tendrils of wind, rain, and silk, infiltrating Mjolnir layer by layer. Beneath its indestructible shell lay a colossal flaming sun, its heat and energy woven into an intricate, stable matrix. The blessings of the gods. Sean's gaze flickered as his mental probe advanced along the hammer's arcane runic pathways, bypassing barrier after barrier. The esoteric fluctuations shifted rapidly, like a cryptographic lock constantly altering its combination. Only by matching Mjolnir's exact frequency could one earn its acknowledgement. Sensing the intrusion, the hammer's resistance intensified. Its immense power surged in tidal waves, retaliating through the mental link. A majestic will flooded Sean's mind, lightning crackling like rolling thunder. Yet the golden sun hanging in his mental sky remained unmoved. Through the storm, Sean glimpsed Mjolnir's core, and with golden light entwining the dancing electricity, he gradually permeated the hammer's central heart. This psychic battle manifested physically. Dark clouds gathered overhead as free electrons danced eagerly in the air, drawn to their new master. For a fleeting moment, Sean's consciousness traveled upstream through time. He witnessed a dying star in the vast cosmos. Its core was harvested by Odin, and forged in dwarven fires into the mighty Mjolnir. Worthy. Sean smirked as he effortlessly lifted the hammer from the crater. No longer heavy, Mjolnir felt light in his grip, its magnetic field manipulating surrounding electrons into crackling lightning. This was why it was deemed a divine weapon. Because it was indestructible, energy-adaptive, mass-altering, and electromagnetism controlling. Thor had only scratched the surface of its potential, yet it made him one of Asgard's mightiest. Meanwhile, the battle in town escalated. The Sentinel armor, piloted by Earth's most advanced AI, dominated the fight with blinding speed and precision. The destroyer could only endure the relentless assault. The heat beam meant for Thor froze midair as a spatial vortex yawned open, and Odin's golden armored form began its descent. Odin! A roar interrupted the Allfather's arrival. A towering blue-skinned giant emerged. It was Laufey, king of the frost giants, Odin's lifelong nemesis. Upon learning his true heritage, Loki had secretly allied with Jotunheim, unleashing their forces upon Asgard to strike at his sleeping foster father. The heat beam hesitated just long enough for Thor to roll aside. Gazing up at the charging destroyer, determination hardened his features as he strode toward the battlefield's heart. Brother, whatever I have done to wrong you, whatever has driven you to this, I am truly sorry. No more fighting. Take my life, end this. Thor approached the destroyer openly, his princely pride refusing to let others die for him. On his throne, Loki remained silent. The sounds of battle echoed from the palace. Odin and Laufey were locked in mortal combat. He closed his eyes, there's no turning back now. The destroyer turned, but instead of standing down, it backhanded Thor away, its stored energy erupting in a deadly blast. Within Sean's sensory range, Jane Foster dashed into the battlefield, frantically searching for someone. Foolish woman. That heat beam would vaporize her before reaching Thor. Sean cared little for the consequences of the Thunder God's death, but he wouldn't let this brilliant woman perish. Catch. At the whispered command, Jane instinctively reached up. A lightning-wreathed hammer fell into her grasp. Mjolnir felt weightless in her hand. Blinding electricity lit the surroundings as gentle, yet immense power flooded her veins. The usually poised astrophysicist raised the hammer skyward, and thunder answered. Dark clouds swirled as if the Valkyries themselves had returned. A shockwave of energy deflected the incoming blast. Compelled by instinct, Jane swung Mjolnir downward. The Asgardian armor had no chance. Under the hammer's divine might, the indestructible destroyer shattered into scrap metal. The clouds parted. Sunlight returned. Jane stood frozen, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Days Outside of New York, Part 1. The Baxter Building. Mindy, with her little backpack slung over her shoulders, tiptoed to open the door, her twin ponytails swaying. The spacious apartment was eerily quiet. Thinking of Sean, who had gone to New Mexico, the little girl pouted, tossed her bag onto the floor, and rolled around a few times on the soft carpet before curling up on the sofa like a hamster. After resting for a few minutes, Mindy wriggled over to the cabinet and pulled out a stack of her favorite movie DVDs. She finally settled on Lolita. As the opening music played, the little girl reluctantly got up and bounced over to the fridge. One per day. Reading the note stuck on the fridge, Mindy pursed her lips. Though her little face was full of displeasure, she still only took one ice cream bar. Then she trotted over to the snack cabinet, where another note was taped, 1 bag per day. The little girl's eyebrows shot up. Staring at the shelves packed with chips of every brand, Mindy's heart waged an internal war. It was like 2 tiny voices whispered in her ears. One, a little devil with horns, murmured that since Sean wasn't here, this was the perfect chance to indulge. The other, stern and righteous, warned that if the big bad boss found out, the consequences would be dire. Remembering the last parent-teacher conference, her allowance halved, video games banned for a month, and even soda and chips confiscated. Mindy shuddered at the memory of that torturous month. She shook her head vigorously, grabbed 1 bag of original-flavored chips, and cast a longing glance at the barbecue-flavored one beside it before mustering all her willpower to shut the cabinet door. By the time the movie ended, the bag of chips was empty. Licking her fingers, Mindy lazily curled up on the sofa. For dinner, she could order pizza or call a temp nanny from the housekeeping service. If neither appealed to her, she could always mooch a meal off the nerdy scientist living upstairs. Rubbing her belly, Mindy frowned. Life without Sean was so boring. She didn't even feel like going out alone, and since she couldn't cook, she was basically surviving on soda and chips. But under the looming threat of Sean's wrath, the little girl resisted the urge to raid the snack cabinet again. Just as she was about to resign herself to boredom, an idea struck her. She scrambled up and dug out her phone from her backpack. She'd recently made a new friend near her school, a runaway girl named Golly, who was just a few years older than her. With no money or ID, Golly had been working at a small pizza joint to get by. Golly, it's Mindy. The little girl chattered excitedly for 20 minutes before hanging up, thoroughly satisfied. Maybe it was the mutual understanding between 2 food lovers, but Mindy had hit it off instantly with the purple-eyed girl. With Sean away, this was the perfect chance to invite Golly over for their very own party. Glaring at the fully stocked snack cabinet, Mindy smirked triumphantly. He never said guests could only take 1 bag. Proud of her clever loophole, the little girl happily snuggled back into the sofa. Daydreaming about the glorious days ahead, she drowned in soda and chips. The world is changing. During the age of exploration, our ancestors crossed vast oceans to reach this fertile land. Through blood and fire, they built the prosperous, free nation we know today. Even now, their spirit lingers in the air of this continent. We are the protagonists of history, the agents of change. And change brings opportunity, we must seize it. At the Hilton Hotel's high-floor reception hall, Tony stood confidently on the podium, pride and self-assurance radiating from him. Since throwing himself into his clean energy projects, the Playboy had found renewed vigor. Tonight was Stark Industries' celebratory gala for its official entry into the energy market. After the assassination attempt, Tony knew he'd crossed a line with the oil tycoons and energy giants. Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vast resources had turned up nothing, proof of how deeply entrenched those forces were. Just as Pepper was struggling to break into the market, Koch Industries, a titan of the energy sector, had extended an olive branch. They'd proposed a smart grid partnership with Umbrella Corporation, then swiftly moved to collaborate with Stark Industries to revolutionize the energy landscape. The announcement sent shockwaves through the international futures market. Speculators who had bet against them were left bankrupt, their fortunes wiped out overnight. In this high-stakes game of power and money, the winners feasted on the spoils while the losers slunk away in defeat. With Stark Industries and Koch Industries forming an alliance, the high-end market was destined to shift toward renewable energy. Meanwhile, Umbrella Corporation leveraged its extensive distribution networks to effortlessly dominate the mid- to low-tier markets. Families across the coasts and heartland praised the affordable, efficient solar solutions that solved their heating and electricity woes. The writing was on the wall, the old energy order would crumble under this three-pronged assault. Those once mighty conglomerates, who had once manipulated small nations with ease, would either adapt or be left behind. The gala buzzed with excitement. Every guest here, impeccably dressed and exuding confidence, was a victor in this corporate war. They had bet on the right side, the alliance of Stark Industries and Umbrella Corporation. They cheer for the crumbs we drop, thinking they've been invited to the feast. Tony stepped down from the podium and joined Pepper, his gaze swept over the glittering New York skyline. The city's neon glow stretched endlessly, a sea of lights shimmering like a dream. I heard New Mexico got hit by a sandstorm. I wonder how Sean's doing. Tony chuckled, a shame he missed this. The head of Koch Industries was very interested in meeting him. His secretary said he's stranded there due to an accident. It might be a while before he's back, Pepper replied softly. With Stark Industries back on top, the burden on its new CEO had lightened considerably. And thanks to S.H.I.E.L.'s behind-the-scenes support, the pressure from the Pentagon had eased. Even without the Iron Man suit, Tony remained as self-assured as ever. As part of his deal with Nick Fury, he had agreed to serve as S.H.I.E.L.'s scientific advisor, and recently, Iron Man had officially joined their ranks. The one-eyed spymaster had pitched an idea, recruiting superhumans to form a team of Earth's mightiest heroes. The concept appealed to the usually flippant playboy. Leading a team of the world's most powerful individuals to fight crime and save the world. Now that was tempting. The Avengers. I like the sound of that. Taking a glass of champagne from a waiter, Tony smirked to himself. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Days Outside of New York, Part 2. At midnight, the main laboratory building of Umbrella Corporation remained brightly lit. For true scientists, there was no distinction between day and night. Gwen Stacy, clad in a white lab coat, stepped through the doors with a stack of documents in her arms. After verifying her ID badge, she took the elevator to the 24th floor, a restricted zone. This was the biogenetic storage area, which guarded by an airtight intelligent security system. Entry required both iris and fingerprint verification. Accessing the specially designated gene bank demanded direct authorization from Sean himself, otherwise, alarms would trigger immediately. After stepping onto the 24th floor, Gwen paused before the glass doors and placed her palm on the security scanner. Instantly, the holographic projection of the Red Queen materialized. The doll-like little girl appeared out of thin air, her gaze cold despite her childlike voice. "Welcome, Miss Stacy." The bulletproof glass doors slid open automatically. The AI, acting as a guide, walked ahead, her form shimmering like rippling water. Gwen followed silently whilst clutching her files. "Miss Stacy, as you possess Umbrella's A-level clearance, you currently have access to the monitoring zone, archives, storage area, and data room." Gwen hesitated for a moment before speaking, requesting entry to Gene Bank Number 2. The Red Queen's projection froze for a second before replying, "Insufficient clearance. Please obtain permission from Mr. Sean Cyphers first." The blonde girl's eyes flickered, a faint yellow glint flashing across them. She hadn't expected Umbrella's security to be this meticulous. The facility was divided with precision, public zones for researchers, and 3 labs requiring clearance, all marked by 4 colors, white for free movement, yellow for staff only, red for authorized personnel. And then there was the rumored black zone, Sean Cypher's private domain. Without his direct approval, infiltration was impossible. Gwen's eyes darted briefly before she said, "Access the data room." Perhaps she could find something useful there. With Sean away, this was her best opportunity. Missing it would mean facing insurmountable obstacles later. After verifying her credentials, the Red Queen confirmed her eligibility. The mechanical doors to the data room hissed open, lights flickering on one by one to reveal rows of neatly organized shelves filled with paper records. The moment Gwen stepped inside, the hydraulic doors sealed shut behind her. Before she could react, a massive, fur-covered hand seized her and slammed her against the wall with brutal force. "Intruder!" A deep, thunderous voice boomed. The enormous, dark-furred hand pinned Gwen against the unyielding surface. Under the sudden pressure, the blonde girl's form melted away, revealing a blue-skinned, red-haired woman. Who are you? The speaker was a near 10-foot-tall black ape, its eyes gleamed with startlingly human intelligence as it removed a specialized headset. Mystique's face paled with panic. Against such overwhelming strength, struggling was futile. This beast wasn't some mindless jungle animal driven by instinct, its gaze held calculation and understanding. Caesar, detain her in cell number 1 in the basement. Await Mr. Cypher's return for disposition, the Red Queen's hologram instructed, her childlike voice dripping with disdain. Did you really think a mere physical disguise would suffice? Your genetic data doesn't match Gwen Stacy's. The moment you stepped onto this floor, hidden alarms were triggered. Pray you haven't harmed Miss Stacy. Otherwise, when Mr. Cyphers returns, your fate will be most unpleasant. Under the AI's cold stare, Mystique shuddered. Thankfully, she'd only borrowed Gwen's ID badge, leaving the real girl asleep at home. Okay. Caesar rumbled, enunciating each syllable with deliberate care. Replacing his headset, the ape resumed listening to billboard pop hits, occasionally humming along, each booming note tortured Mystique's eardrums. I hate bananas. Burgers. Caesar wants burgers. And pizza. Before the Red Queen vanished, the ape voiced his demands like a petulant child, despite the effort it took to form the words. Hell's Kitchen. Once a breeding ground for crime and gang warfare, this neighborhood had undergone a dramatic transformation. City Hall's latest report celebrated record-low crime rates. Dark alleys and crumbling streets no longer hosted drug dealers or streetwalkers. Every resident knew, no gangster or rookie thug dared operate here. Those who ignored warnings ended up as concrete pillars at construction sites or spare parts in industrial mixers. The architect of this order? James Wesley, the man in Star Tower. Recently, the mayor had publicly praised this philanthropic real estate mogul for his invaluable contributions to Hell's Kitchen's revitalization. Matt Murdock navigated the bustling sidewalks with his cane, his once pristine lawyer's demeanor replaced by unshaven scruff and a cloud of defeat. He had abandoned his vigilante crusade long ago. After Danny Rand's death, Daredevil had topped NYPD's most wanted list. The Punisher vanished. Luke Cage retired to family life. Jessica Jones stuck to private investigations. Overnight, Hell's Kitchen's defenders had scattered like leaves in the wind. Matt had tried reaching Elektra again, only to find his ex-lover, now the hands-cold new leader, even more distant. It wasn't just the Black Sky's influence. Perhaps she has always craved the darkness, and he had foolishly tried dragging her into the light. Back in his dingy apartment, Matt collapsed onto the sofa, kicking over empty beer bottles. Dust-covered tables, a barren fridge, and liquor-strewn floors testified to his downward spiral. Why do you people never knock? Even dulled by alcohol, Matt sensed the intruder. They had a slow heartbeat and an unsteady gait. It was an elderly figure. Mr. Murdock. Long time no see. Madame Gao emerged from the shadows, leaning on her cane. I've brought you an employer. A great being in need of a capable lieutenant. I don't work with criminals, Matt spat. Even at his lowest, he wouldn't ally with the Hand. If he couldn't fight evil as Daredevil, he'd still wield the law to defend those who couldn't afford lawyers. Mr. Murdock, I am no thug. A silver-haired old man stepped forward, his silver skull-topped cane tapping softly. Matt's heightened senses hadn't detected him at all. I am Mephisto. And I seek a worthy knight. Chapter 170, Aftermath of Battle. Turning our gaze back to the small town in New Mexico, the aftermath of the battle had begun to settle. The streets were ablaze, with thick black smoke billowing from the damaged buildings. The destroyer armor, Asgard's mightiest construct, had unleashed devastating power under Loki's remote control, firing scorching rays indiscriminately and leaving destruction in its wake. The town lay in ruins, reduced to rubble. Amid the wreckage, Jane stood frozen, staring blankly at the metal hammer in her hand. She was still unable to process what had just happened. Beside her, Thor and the Forest Guardians were equally dumbfounded. While others might not grasp the significance of lifting Mjolnir, they understood all too well what it meant. A Midgardian woman actually lifted Mjolnir and defeated the destroyer. Fandral shouted in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had looked down upon the backward humans of this world. Now, reality had delivered a stinging slap to his face. Meanwhile, Thor seemed to have lost all spirit. Mjolnir had always been a symbol of his might and renown. His father had even declared that whoever wielded the hammer would be worthy to rule Asgard. The implications of this, for Odin's son, for Asgard itself, were staggering. Father, have you forsaken me? Thor murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on Jane, who stood amidst the ruins. Tiny arcs of electricity danced around her, lending her the imposing aura of a Valkyrie, untouchable and divine. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a streak of golden light shot toward Thor. Like an eagle snatching up prey, the towering Asgardian prince was hoisted into the air. At the same time, Mjolnir vanished from Jane's grasp. The Sentinel armor now held the hammer in one hand and Thor in the other, then vanished in another flash of light. Thor. His Asgardian companions cried out in alarm, but the golden figure radiated such terrifying energy that none dared intervene. It swept past them like an unstoppable tide, leaving them powerless to act. Another Midgardian. Just how many powerhouses does this world have? The Asgardians reeled from the shock. In their long-held beliefs, Midgard had always been a primitive backwater world. It was devoid of mighty warriors or legendary heroes, a world that survived only under Asgard's protection. Yet in a single day, they had witnessed two incomprehensibly powerful beings, a seemingly frail woman who lifted Mjolnir and destroyed the destroyer, and another who effortlessly seized the hammer and captured its rightful wielder. "Jane, are you okay?" Darcy rushed over, concern etched on her face as she studied her usually composed mentor. The astrophysicist looked utterly bewildered, as if she couldn't fathom the voice that had guided her. Everything had happened too fast. Jane had returned to the battlefield, searching for Sean among the evacuated crowds, only to be confronted by the destroyer's devastating attack. Then, the hammer had fallen into her hands, as if guided by some unseen force. "How dare you treat me like this?" Thor roared in fury. The proud, tempestuous son of Odin had never endured such humiliation, hauled around like captured prey, and his beloved weapon reduced to another's trophy. "Did your father never teach you? In this world, truth is decided by whose fist is harder. And right now, Prince of Asgard, mine is much harder than yours." The emotionless, mechanical voice from behind the Sentinel's visor was cold enough to send shivers down the spine. "Arrogant Midgardian. Release me. Fight me like a true warrior, face me in fair combat." Thor struggled with all his might, but his Herculean strength, which was enough to overpower multiple men, was useless against the golden figure's iron grip. If only Odin hadn't stripped him of his power. Never would the god of thunder have suffered such disgrace, left powerless to resist. Fair combat. So the future king of Asgard is just a muscle-brained fool? Or did you think Mjolnir could solve every problem? The Sentinel's mocking tone was laced with synthetic derision. The hammer in its hand crackled with electricity as white-hot energy coiled around it. Deep within Mjolnir's core, a formidable will clashed against the armor's control. From afar, Sean's eyes gleamed with golden light. The Allfather would never allow an Asgardian relic to fall into another's hands. In Asgard's royal chambers, the battle had ended. Laufey, the towering frost giant king, lay defeated at his ancient enemy's feet. Stripped of Jotunheim's frigid environment and without the casket of ancient winters, his downfall had been inevitable. Forced awake from the Odin sleep and drained from the fight, even the Allfather seemed weary. Striding from the chamber, he reclaimed the scepter from his adopted son's grasp. Vitality surged through his aged body as his two ravens circled overhead, their master's single eye burning with cold fury. Odin's indomitable will blazed like a sun, and within Mjolnir's stellar core, two forces collided in a cataclysmic clash of heat and light. Thor felt the shackles within him shatter. The power Odin had sealed away came flooding back, filling his veins with divine might. The Sentinel released its grip, and the Asgardian prince broke free. Mjolnir hovered midair, trembling violently as if caught in a tug-of-war between two titanic forces. "Midgardian. I will cleanse the shame you've brought upon me, in the name of Thor." Thor's voice boomed as his restored divinity filled him with unshakable confidence. Humbled by his exile, the arrogant thunder god had endured setback after setback. Now, with Odin's seal broken, his pent-up rage erupted in full force. So the mighty Thor is just a child who runs to his parents when things don't go his way. The Sentinel's synthesized voice dripped with scorn. Thor's fury ignited like a storm. Gripping Mjolnir, he unleashed a shockwave. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and their leaden masses crackled with energy. Lightning split the sky, thunder roared, and the world seemed to tremble before the coming tempest. Clad once more in his armor, crimson cape billowing, the god of thunder stood reborn. Electricity wreathed his form, and Mjolnir glowed with unleashed power. With a deafening battle cry, he hurled the hammer, a bolt of pure lightning aimed to annihilate the golden figure that had dared humiliate him. Boom. The air itself screamed as Mjolnir tore through the atmosphere, a meteor of divine wrath destined to reduce its target to dust. Chapter 171, the finale. The god of thunder's full-powered strike did not shatter the golden figure standing motionless before him. Instead, the Sentinel armor, which radiated formidable energy, suddenly dimmed. The power core in its chest disintegrated on its own, and the nanotech suit absorbed the last remnants of energy before exploding from within. The violent collision of energy and white-hot lightning unleashed devastating force. Amid the deafening blast, shockwaves swept through the rolling dust, leaving the once proud Thor covered in grime. Gone. He stood dumbfounded until a massive beam of light descended from the heavens, whisking the exiled Asgardian prince back to his homeland. At the same time, the warriors 3 and Lady Sif, who were still in the small town, were also retrieved by the Bifrost. In the royal palace of Asgard, Odin gazed down at the kneeling Loki, a trace of regret flickering in his heart. He had always seen Thor as the future king, yet he had given his adopted son too many false hopes. Once the seed of ambition took root, the thirst for power became impossible to suppress. You and Thor were both born to be kings. But Asgard can have only one ruler. Odin's voice carried genuine emotion as he looked at Loki, whose head hung low. You are Laufey's son, a frost giant. I had hoped, through you, to forge an everlasting peace with Jotunheim. Enough. Loki's head snapped up, his handsome face flushed with fury. You let me hope, only to cruelly crush it. From the beginning, you never intended to give me a chance. Thor was always your chosen king. Prideful to the core, Loki could not bear what he saw as Odin's hypocritical pity. In his eyes, Thor was nothing more than a reckless warrior, while Asgard needed a wise and cunning ruler. Seeing his adopted son's unyielding defiance, Odin sighed. Cold light gleamed in his single eye. The bond between father and son was beyond repair. Loki's heart was now filled with hatred and resentment. The Allfather had no choice but to imprison him in Asgard's dungeons, where perhaps time would cool the fire of his ambition. Weariness crept onto Odin's aged face. Forced awake from the Odin sleep, having battled Laufey and briefly clashed wills with that mysterious Midgardian, even the Allfather was exhausted. His towering frame swayed slightly. Seizing the moment, Loki subtly summoned an ancient, azure-hued casket behind his back, the casket of ancient winters. He would never accept imprisonment, stripped of his status, and being forced to watch Thor ascend the throne amid cheers and glory. Forgive me. The casket burst open, and its infinite frost unleashed by Loki's frost giant bloodline. This legendary artifact, said to be capable of freezing entire worlds, erupted with terrifying power. Even Odin, caught off guard, was encased in ice. The relentless cold pouring from the casket temporarily immobilized Asgard's mightiest. With one last glance at the throne, Loki turned away resolutely. The moment he decided to leave Thor stranded on Earth, there had been no turning back. The handsome prince, adorned with his horned helm and regal robes, fled the palace in an instant, and raced toward the Bifrost, the bridge connecting the 9 realms. With Laufey dead, now was the perfect time to incite war between Asgard and Jotunheim. And while the frost giants invaded, Loki would use the Bifrost's power to annihilate Jotunheim once and for all. Why bother with peace treaties when he could eradicate the enemy entirely? Soon, Asgard would see that he was the more worthy successor. All I wanted was fairness. You favored him too much, father. I just wanted to prove I was never inferior to Thor. At the Bifrost's observatory, even Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, could not stop Loki. The casket of ancient winters froze him solid. Gripping the massive sword that controlled the Bifrost, Loki unleashed a dazzling beam of energy, a radiant spear piercing straight into Jotunheim's heart. On the other end, the beam tore through the frost giant's palace. Loki had once struck a deal with Laufey. Once Odin was dead, the Bifrost would open, allowing the frost giants to invade Asgard and crown Loki as king. But Laufey was gone. Loki would twist the plan, lure the frost giants into Asgard to distract Odin, then use the Bifrost as a weapon to obliterate their frozen homeland. When Thor returned to Asgard, he found frost giants pouring through the Bifrost, clashing with Asgard's warriors. At the bridge's end, Loki stood at the controls, wielding the Bifrost's energy as a weapon against Jotunheim. The deep blast of war horns sent the realm into chaos. Asgard's battle-ready citizens rallied instantly, surging toward the palace. Elite soldiers flooded the Bifrost, meeting the frost giants head-on. Ancient enemies needed no words, only blood. Frost giants, born with the power to command ice, were towering and formidable, with crimson eyes and blue-gray skin. Their late king, Laufey, had once taken Odin's eye, marking him as the Allfather's greatest rival. Had he not trusted Loki's lies, he might not have met his end. What are you doing, Loki? Thor ordered the warriors 3 and Sif into the fray before turning on his brother. You're a master of lies, just for Asgard's throne, you sent the destroyer to kill me. Now you bring frost giants here. What madness is this? I'm ending the threat for good, Loki retorted, his voice trembling with fervor. Father killed Laufey. The peace between Asgard and Jotunheim is shattered. Why wait for war when we can strike first? You taught me that, dear brother. His eyes swept over Asgard's splendor and the starlit sky above. The Bifrost's energy beam, like a sword of the gods, carved through Jotunheim's mountains, reducing the frost giants' home to rubble. Father never gave me a chance. If I can't be king, then I'll give Asgard something to remember me by, the annihilation of Jotunheim. Loki's voice was thick with bitterness. He saw through Odin's plan. Thor, wielder of Mjolnir, would rule Asgard, while Loki, Laufey's son, would be sent to Jotunheim as a puppet king. A means to end millennia of bloodshed. I could have been better than you. But no one gave me the chance. Loki's roar was raw with fury. You can't do this, Thor pleaded, destroying a world will make Asgard the enemy of the 9 realms. The Bifrost's energy expanded, its destructive power growing. Loki stepped away from the controls, and smirked, it's too late to stop me. Not even Father can intervene now. On the bridge, frost giants and Asgardian warriors fought blindly, unaware their homes were at stake. Thor charged, Mjolnir in hand, but Loki's illusions deceived him. The god of mischief materialized behind his brother and thrust his dagger. The blade pierced Thor's armor, drawing blood. Still so gullible, Loki's taunt was cut short as Thor backhanded him with Mjolnir. Lightning lashed out, sending Loki crashing through the observatory wall. He tumbled across the Bifrost, disgraced. Gazing at the rampaging energy beam, Thor knew what had to be done. He raised Mjolnir and brought it down upon the Bifrost with all his might. The hammer, a divine weapon capable of shattering anything, struck again and again. Cracks spiderwebbed across the bridge, threatening to collapse. Why? Loki screamed. You'd spare our enemies. Your madness would doom Asgard, Thor replied coldly, Father was right. A true king doesn't seek war. His exile had taught him more than humility. With a final thunderous blow, the Bifrost shattered. Light erupted like a supernova, the resulting shockwave shook all of Asgard. Both princes were hurled into the maelstrom. Odin appeared just in time and seized Thor's red cape. Loki, however, plummeted into the abyss as he was swallowed by the void. Back in New Mexico, Sean gazed at the suddenly clear sky and smiled. If fate held its course, the lost prince of Asgard would return, leading an alien army of unimaginable scale. And honestly, he couldn't wait. Only by facing the universe's most feared tyrant would Sean truly measure his own strength. Chapter 172, The Return Journey. T/N, a reader asked for an auxiliary chapter listing the names of Sean's potential mates. Well, it's out. Coulson, the first to return from New Mexico, pushed open the door and entered Nick Fury's office. His superior was flipping through several documents, files previously transmitted from the town of Puente Antiguo, detailing all the events that had occurred. However, many specifics still needed to be filled in by his trusted aide, who had experienced them firsthand. I heard you encountered legendary figures from Norse mythology in New Mexico. Fury tapped his desk, a cold, hawk-like glint in his single eye. Let's hope these beings come to Earth with good intentions. They called themselves Asgardians. They came here to find their lost prince, Thor, the god of thunder. That metal hammer that fell in the New Mexico desert is called Mjolnir, a powerful artifact forged by dwarves. At first, I thought they were just a bunch of Norse mythology fanatics, but what happened afterward made it impossible not to believe. Coulson recounted everything he had witnessed in New Mexico. From his subordinate's account, Asgard's civilization was clearly more advanced than Earth's. They possessed space warping technology, reportedly had much longer lifespans, and wielded what could only be described as magical, divine power. So, they mean no harm. They only came to Earth because of a power struggle in Asgard. The one-eyed director spoke skeptically. When it came to unknown highly advanced civilizations, he always maintained deep suspicion. In S.H.I.E.L.'s buried classified history, before Fury became director, the world had nearly been destroyed without anyone noticing, precisely because of extraterrestrial beings who had arrived on Earth. They had shape-shifting abilities, which allowed them to infiltrate every corner of the nation. Later, this past was deliberately concealed, known to very few. After that incident, S.H.I.E.L.D. gained significant attention from the federal government, leading to the formation of the World Security Council. Nick Fury, who had lost an eye in that secret, unknown war, rose through the ranks until he eventually succeeded Alexander Pierce as director, steadily expanding the organization's influence. Over time, S.H.I.E.L.D. grew so powerful that even the federal government found it difficult to restrain. You could say that. Aside from being as arrogant as Tony Stark, they're actually quite reasonable. Coulson shrugged and continued, in that small New Mexico town, we also encountered the Sentinel. He clashed with that giant Asgardian armor, and... The middle-aged agent paused, hesitating. Sean Cyphers was there too, though outside the battlefield. They probably aren't the same person. Stay vigilant with everyone. Sean Cyphers is a ghost lurking at the edges of every major event, keep a close eye on him. Fury didn't elaborate further. After all, he had already sent Natasha. What about that female scientist who lifted the hammer? Did you secure her? The bald director's mind raced. According to Coulson, that hammer held significant influence over Asgard's royal succession. Perhaps they could use that to their advantage. Coulson shook his head. Jane Foster had been taken away by Sean Cyphers. According to the New York Genius, she was now an official employee of Umbrella Corporation, so he had to stop the black-suited agents from forcibly detaining her. Then bring in Dr. Selvig. He might be more useful to us. Fury leaned forward, his hands braced on the desk. He had already prepared a series of plans to strengthen S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power. First, by assembling the Avengers, they would showcase S.H.I.E.L.'s formidable military might. Then, with Tony Stark's technological support, they would construct the helicarrier, enhancing the agency's stealth and mobility. If everything went according to plan, S.H.I.E.L.D. would become Earth's strongest line of defense, a shield against all powerful enemies. A Gulfstream G650 soared above the clouds, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, its light spilling over the rolling sea of clouds like gilded silk. After cooperating with S.H.I.E.L.D. to provide a series of statements, Sean and Harry hitched a ride back to New York. Accompanying them were Jane, Darcy, and Dr. Selvig. The Asgardians had come and gone in a flash, vanishing as mysteriously as they had arrived. Jane was disappointed. She had hoped to gather more information about their otherworldly realm. The astrophysicist glanced at Sean, who sat by the window. If not for his intervention, she would have been taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. Truthfully, Jane still didn't fully understand what had happened. Why had that metal hammer ended up in her hands? Where had that sudden surge of power come from? A whirlwind of questions plagued her mind, leaving her restless and sleepless, with that deep voice echoing in her ears. Lost in thought, she barely noticed as Sean moved to sit beside her. Startled, she tensed, her gaze flickering away awkwardly. Nearby, Darcy and Harry were engrossed in lively chatter, their playful banter filling the cabin with an air of youthful energy. Nervous. His clear voice pulled her back to reality. Huh. Jane blinked at him in confusion. Once we're back in New York, compile your research. You can start by publishing a paper in a high-impact, credible journal. Dr. Connor should be able to help, he has plenty of connections. Sean spoke calmly, his tone reassuring. If anyone tries to challenge or discredit you, Umbrella can hold a press conference, present solid evidence, and use the media to spread the truth to the world. From his brief clash with Thor and his mental confrontation with Odin, the All-Father, Sean had gained a rough understanding of his own strength. Compared to seasoned powerhouses, he still had room to grow, but his rapid progress gave him confidence. One day, with the power of Sentry, he would stand toe-to-toe with these formidable opponents. Still, he lacked sufficient power. Otherwise, he would have considered exchanging Thor for Loki, Odin's adopted son. The cunning, silver-tongued Prince of Asgard knew countless secrets across the 9 realms and had studied countless historical texts. Unlike Thor, who had been raised as a future king, Loki, though less physically formidable, excelled in other areas under the tutelage of Frigga, Odin's wife. The proud and warlike god of thunder held little value to Sean himself. However, the spatial travel methods of Asgard were another matter. If he could capture Loki, he might extract some useful information. The young man was particularly interested in that gauntlet in Odin's vault, the one waiting to be embedded with Infinity Stones. I think I need to prepare myself, Jane said with a weak smile. She had always juggled part-time jobs while conducting her research. She had never been part of something this high-profile. Don't worry. You'll get used to it soon enough. Sean reassured the nervous astrophysicist. The Foster theory sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Jane blinked, then a faint smile touched her lips as she studied his youthful face. The warm, golden light streaming through the window cast a glow on his profile, and for a fleeting moment, he seemed to overlap with that mysterious voice in her mind. But when she looked again, it was just a trick of the light. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Plans for the Future of Mutants. Upon returning to New York, Sean found himself once again buried under a mountain of documents and meetings, Umbrella's energy initiatives, military contracts with the Pentagon, budget reviews and financial reports for various labs. And this was with the artificial intelligence, Skynet, handling a significant portion of the workload. Sitting back in his office chair, Sean exhaled deeply. The reason he had sponsored Jane Foster's research was to serve as a wake-up call for humanity. The vast depths of the universe were not barren. Earth was not the only planet harboring intelligent life. When the Chitauri army eventually descends, people would realize that their endless infighting and internal strife had only weakened the human race. Instead of endlessly squabbling over resources and territory, why not shift their gaze toward the stars? This blue planet could serve as a launching point for cosmic exploration, much like the Age of Discovery in the 15th century. Back then, transoceanic voyages and breakthroughs in geography had opened new trade routes, connected continents, and sparked fierce cultural collisions between East and West. Those explorers had braved life-threatening dangers, sailing into uncharted waters in pursuit of legendary treasures. It was undeniable proof that when presented with sufficient incentive, humanity never hesitated to pay the price. In today's world, nations were locked in a frenzy of resource plundering, while dwindling energy supplies signaled that conflicts would only escalate. That was why Tony Stark was so committed to promoting clean energy. Compared to the arms industry, that was the true inexhaustible goldmine. But Sean believed that establishing contact with advanced civilizations across the galaxy could trigger a technological explosion. Like the Europeans of old, humanity needed to look beyond their own planet. Once interstellar colonization became viable, issues like resource scarcity, territorial disputes, and population growth, all of humanity's pressing problems would naturally fade into obsolescence. Of course, it was still too early to discuss such things. Humanity's inherent flaws ensured that in times of peace, they would never set aside their conflicts of interest to unite in pursuit of a greater cosmic future. That was why Sean had prepared his first warning. Asgard. Of course, as long as Asgard showed no signs of hostility, humanity might still remain indifferent. But when the Chitauri arrived with their army, and the world witnessed the overwhelming might of extraterrestrial life, then they might finally start questioning why they had wasted so much time and energy on endless internal strife. A sense of impending danger, that was the best way to spur human civilization forward. Tapping his fingers against the desk, Sean set aside this grand vision for now. Rome wasn't built in a day. Before the Asgardian prince arrives with his Chitauri horde, Sean still has more immediate matters to handle, like the soon-to-assemble Avengers, or a certain troublesome mutant. Leaving his office, the young man stepped into a private elevator that descended into a classified sector. In Umbrella's security hierarchy, this area was designated as a black zone. It was accessible only to him. A massive chimp sat on the floor with headphones over his ears, his rough, gravelly vocal cords hummed along to Bob Dylan's Like a Rolling Stone. Sean's lips twitched. He had originally given Caesar the headphones to help him learn human speech faster, but the musically inept chimp had instead developed an obsession with music. Catching the scent of pizza, Caesar pulled off his headphones and turned his head. The moment he spotted his young mentor, the man who had taught him language and knowledge, the fierce glint in his eyes softened into docile obedience. Sean set down a towering stack of pizza boxes and nodded in satisfaction. The chimp, which was built like a small giant, was clad in an exoskeleton-like mechanical suit. His right arm was equipped with a pulse cannon, while a jetpack was strapped to his back. The power core embedded in his chest could even generate a semicircular defensive force field. This enormous chimp was the guardian of the Black Zone. Aside from the Red Queen and Sean himself, no one could command him. Caesar lowered himself, pressing his face gently against Sean's palm in a gesture of respect and submission, though his eyes never strayed far from the hefty pile of pizza boxes. Originally just a test subject for the Métis serum, Caesar had, under Sean's deliberate nurturing, developed learning capabilities rivaling that of a human. Later, Skynet had modified a failed version of the Goblin formula and injected it into the chimp, transforming him into a super-intelligent primate. Stay here and behave. When I have time, I'll have the Red Queen take you out for some fun, said Sean. Caesar's dark green eyes gleamed with joy at the promise. Still mentally immature, he sat on the floor like a small dark mountain, his thick arms pressed tightly against his body as if to say, I'll be good. Aside from guarding the Black Zone, Caesar was also the warden of a secretly established mutant prison. Under his rough management, even the most unruly members of the Brotherhood had been thoroughly subdued. Sean had given only one command, just don't kill them. Stepping into the vast shadowy space beyond, Sean surveyed the prison. Unlike Magneto's underground cells, the Brotherhood members here were housed in spacious enclosures complete with free food, water, electricity, and private suites. Aside from regular inhibitor serum injections and a lack of freedom, their treatment wasn't bad at all. This unexpected disparity left many Brotherhood members baffled. They couldn't fathom what the young man who had nearly wiped out mutant kind in one fell swoop actually wanted from them. Sean's arrival stirred unrest in the prison. Victor Creed, aka Sabretooth, bared his fangs, slamming his powerful fists against the reinforced glass until it vibrated. Toad crouched in a corner, his expression sullen and silent. Other Brotherhood members hurled curses, taunts, and even crude gestures his way. Red Queen, silence them. A sharp crackle of electricity surged through the collars around their necks. In an instant, the once rowdy prison was now filled only with twitching bodies writhing on the ground. Next time, if anyone makes noise without my permission, I'll blow their head off. Sean's tone was mild, belying the cold lethality of the threat. At the far end of the prison, Mystique remained quiet, sparing herself from the same fate as her foolish comrades. I've been waiting for you to walk right into my hands, Sean said with a faint smile. Later, I'll arrange a meeting between you and Magneto. The agreement I reached with the professor includes guarantees for both your safety. The shape-shifting mutant's golden yellow eyes flickered with wariness. She couldn't understand why Charles, who had always despised scheming, would collaborate with this shadowy young man. As if reading her thoughts, Sean murmured, Don't doubt the professor. Everything he's doing is for the future of our kind. Just like Magneto, they may take different paths, but in the end, they'll converge on the same road. I can release Magneto and the Brotherhood. But you'll have to pay the price. The young man's gaze darkened as he studied Mystique. Her abilities held immense value to him. In contrast, Magneto would be far more useful if redirected toward distant lands, like the African continent. The professor would cultivate a benevolent image for mutants, while Magneto embodied unyielding defiance. Working in tandem, they would push forward side by side. That was Sean's vision for the future of mutant kind. Chapter 174, News about Banner. After handling his affairs, Sean headed to Washington, D.C. by car, accompanied by his secretary, Yukio, and the unruly Ivan Vanko. The Russian brute had toned down his aggressive demeanor slightly since witnessing the Sentinel in action. He no longer carried himself with the same arrogant swagger as before. Gifted geniuses were often cut from the same cloth, unyielding pride and confidence in their areas of expertise, and a sense of superiority derived from their intellect that made them look down on ordinary people. Whether it was the mild-mannered Reed Richards or the narcissistic Tony Stark, they were all the same. And Ivan, who saw Tony Stark as his lifelong rival and a generational enemy of his family, was no exception. In the original timeline, Justin Hammer had tried every means to recruit him, but the Russian had never been tamed or bought. Instead, he had outmaneuvered Hammer, leaving the unfortunate man to rot in prison. Without backing from influential figures, these loosely organized civilian groups lacked the cohesion and support to cause any real waves. This is your chance to restore your family's honor, Ivan. Sean glanced at the Russian, who was dressed in a formal suit. Despite the attire, he looked more like a bodyguard than a weapons specialist. Prove to the generals at the Pentagon that Ivan Vanko is no less than Tony Stark. Sean spoke like a fisherman dangling bait. If Tony can build an arc reactor, so can you. If he can become Iron Man, then you'll create those flashy suits of armor. So I'm supposed to prance around like a monkey for those big shots to inspect. Ivan scowled. He disliked these convoluted games, preferring straightforward, brute force methods. Sean chuckled, giving the Russian a sidelong glance. Tony's father was Howard Stark, a founder of a military-industrial empire, a participant in the Manhattan Project, a colleague of Oppenheimer, and a founding member of S.H.I.E.L.D. With the military's full backing, his connections run deep, and his foundation is unshakable. Tell me, Mr. Ivan Vanko, what achievements do you have under your belt? A father deported for espionage, 15 years in prison. How exactly am I supposed to convince those military brass that the man standing before them isn't a dangerous ex-con, but a brilliant weapons designer? Sean raised a hand, cutting off Ivan's retort. His previously mild tone turned sharp, an invisible pressure radiating from him. The fierce Russian gradually lowered his head. Even geniuses need patrons, Ivan. The Stark family is already a towering tree, while you're just sprouting. To earn respect, you don't just need to deliver results, you also need to learn how to deal with those powerful men. Watching Ivan's deflated demeanor, Sean allowed a faint smile. His voice softened. Iron armor might be flashy and impractical, but if it makes the Department of Defense happy, serves as a propaganda tool, and projects an image of government strength, that's enough. To defeat your rival in a fair fight, you first need to stand on equal footing with him. He patted Ivan's shoulder in a friendly gesture. The car entered Arlington, along the Potomac River. The nation's highest military command soon came into view, the Pentagon, its distinctive five-sided structure often symbolizing U.S. military might. In the 1960s, it had been the epicenter of anti-Vietnam War protests. Instead of immediately meeting with Pentagon officials, Sean first rendezvoused with General Ross in the Hall of Heroes on the third-floor corridor. This level housed the offices of the Secretary of Defense and the Department of the Army, a place ordinary citizens couldn't even step foot in. The so-called Hall of Heroes commemorated recipients of the Medal of Honor since the Revolutionary War. Sean, with a now much more subdued Ivan in tow, surveyed the surroundings. Over 3,000 brass plaques lined the walls, each engraved with the names, origins, and records of distinguished servicemen. The adjacent memorial corridor displayed the exploits of three legendary generals, Marshall, Eisenhower, and MacArthur. General Ross arrived late, offering a slightly apologetic smile, an unexpected delay. I hope you haven't been waiting long. Sean shook his head, returning a faint smile. His relationship with Ross had begun as a transactional alliance, but over time, it had deepened into something inseparable. We've located Banner in Brazil. After this energy weapons symposium, I'm deploying a team to capture him. Ross got straight to the point, making no effort to conceal his intentions. I've assembled an elite unit. There's no way that big green bastard is slipping away this time. The old man brimmed with confidence, steadfast in his belief that every cell in Banner's body belonged to the military. With your energy weapons, our odds of success would be even higher. Sean could see Ross was consumed by a fervent obsession. The Hulk had become his white whale. Silently, he pitied Dr. Banner for a second. Being relentlessly pursued by his future father-in-law, a general with real power, couldn't be pleasant. Good luck, the young man said quietly. The two stood beneath a portrait of Douglas MacArthur. Ross instinctively reached for a cigar but quickly put it away, his expression one of deep reverence for the late general. As he read MacArthur's illustrious achievements, a hint of nostalgia flickered in the old man's eyes. The legendary general held the record for most medals in U.S. history, was the only one to serve in World War I, World War II, and the Korean War, and had been the youngest brigadier general, superintendent of West Point, and Army Chief of Staff. Many called him the Old Soldier. Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. This was a famous line from MacArthur's farewell address. Every serviceman dreamed of becoming such a legend. "I'll make them see, this country doesn't need costumed superheroes to keep its people safe," Ross declared firmly. Sean nodded, a shadow passing through his eyes. If the general didn't fail at capturing the Hulk at least once, how would he ever learn to value their alliance? He was rather looking forward to it, a clash with that green, rage-fueled beast. Sentinel, Sentry, versus Hulk. Now that would be a spectacle. Chapter 175, Hammer and his ex-wife. Edwards Air Force Base. A transport plane touched down on runway 22. Sean and high-ranking officials from the Department of Defense descended the ramp, the howling wind whipping at their clothes. Alongside General Ross were Tony Stark's close friend, Colonel Rhodes, and several government officials from the military committee. The Energy Weapons Symposium had begun at 8 a.m. Sean had submitted Umbrella's cooperation proposal, which thoroughly detailed the concept and design of their energy weapons. By the afternoon, they had arrived at the nearby Air Force Base for field testing. As they entered the base, Sean spotted Justin Hammer, a bespectacled, businessman-like arms industry tycoon. Ever since Hammer Industries acquired the weapons manufacturing plant sold off by Stark Industries, he had taken to calling himself a visionary. Some well-compensated newspapers had even embellished his image, trying to prop him up as a genius on par with Tony. Unfortunately, the public wasn't buying it. Hammer Industries had long been a second-rate player in the defense sector, far from the towering giant that was Stark Industries. Its leader, Justin Hammer, was thoroughly unremarkable, lacking any of Tony's dazzling credentials worth bragging about. Hammer Industries has always had good connections with the Pentagon's procurement officers, General Ross murmured under his breath. Sean smirked faintly. Opponents like this, who posed no real challenge, didn't interest him in the slightest. Even Ivan alone could easily handle him. "I don't recall Hammer Industries having any noteworthy new products," the young man remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. General Ross cracked a smile. As a high-ranking military official, he was well aware of Justin Hammer's actual capabilities. "We can't expect everyone to be Tony Stark. At least Hammer's stuff is cheaper than that Playboy's. The Pentagon needs something to show off, too. Since Stark refuses to hand over his Iron Man suits, we have to rely on clueless hacks like Justin Hammer. He's trying to replicate the armor, even claims each unit costs $120 million. I've seen the prototype, and a pile of dog's hit is the only way to describe it." For the general to resort to such language, Hammer's products must have been truly abysmal. As they chatted, Hammer made his entrance in what he probably thought was a cool, dramatic fashion, followed by two soldiers pushing carts loaded with crates, likely Hammer Industries' latest weapons for demonstration. "Ah, I know you, the famous genius of New York. And this must be your bodyguard." Hammer greeted them with exaggerated enthusiasm. It was clear he was trying to mimic Tony Stark's roguish charm, but the attempt was painfully clumsy. His expressions were forced, his demeanor overly theatrical. He was basically like a buffoon on stage. "This is Ivan Vanko, Umbrella's chief weapons expert," Sean replied with polite detachment. "I hear you're about to sign a 25-year contract with the Pentagon. Congratulations. Hammer Industries is about to claim the throne of this industry. I like the way you talk." Hammer burst into laughter. Before the field tests began, he pulled Sean aside and whispered, "I know Umbrella wants a piece of the military procurement market too. How about a partnership with Hammer Industries? I'm way more generous than Tony, you'll get a bigger slice. Together, we'll dominate the market. Just hand over some of Umbrella's shares, and I'll show you my sincerity." The men might as well have worn a sign saying, "I'm a gullible cash cow." Sean's lips twitched. He brushed off Hammer's pitch with a few noncommittal replies. The man was just another greedy businessman, eyeing Umbrella's potential and hoping to grab a share of the profits. What he didn't realize was that he was poking a sleeping dragon. Beneath Sean's calm exterior was a possessive streak. He hated when others touched what was his. Whether it was Umbrella or anything else, anyone who overstepped would find him more than willing to flip the table. A cold glint flickered in Sean's eyes, and vanished in an instant. Hammer, oblivious, continued smugly. In his mind, extending an olive branch to Umbrella with Hammer Industries' prestige should have left Sean groveling with gratitude. "It's your time to shine, Mr. Hammer," Sean said, steering the conversation away. Standing before the Pentagon and military committee officials, Hammer eagerly unboxed his new weapons, boasting. The Claridge semi-automatic pistol, 9mm rounds. The M24 shotgun, manual reload, 5 rounds per magazine. 40mm grenade launcher, capable of firing tear gas and smoke rounds. The M134 minigun, 6 independent barrels, a literal metal storm that turns enemies into tomato paste. The blank stares from the crowd made Hammer falter. Sure, none of this was groundbreaking, but was a little reaction too much to ask? Guess I'll have to bring out the real showstopper. The head of Hammer Industries opened a sleek black case. "This is the Sidewinder missile, packed with cyclonite explosive and cyclotrimethylnitronitramine. It can level a 3-story underground bunker in one hit. This is my Eiffel Tower, my Rachmaninoff's third, my magnum opus. Elegant design, devastating power, pure as my Statue of Liberty. I call it, the ex-wife. Hammer shamelessly hyped his own product. The Pentagon officials, long accustomed to such theatrics, were far more interested in Hammer's knockoff Iron Man suits. These weapons were irrelevant, what they needed was something flashy for next week's military expo, something to justify this year's exorbitant expenditures. You call this scrap metal a weapon? Ivan looked genuinely baffled. He couldn't comprehend how this junk, better suited for a pawn shop, had made it here. Sean patted the Russian's shoulder. Show them your masterpiece. This is your first step toward defeating Tony Stark. Let those Pentagon bigwigs see the arc reactor, the one no one could replicate in 20 years, solved effortlessly by you. Ivan nodded silently. He had waited a long time for this moment. The grudge between Howard Stark and his father had now passed to the next generation. Who would have guessed that behind Stark Industries' glittering empire lay 2 generations of the Vanko family's blood, sweat, and tears? While Tony Stark was hailed as a genius, Ivan had been struggling to survive the Siberian winters. Ivan opened a black case emblazoned with Umbrella's red and white logo. Inside lay a heavy metallic firearm, its center housing the glowing core of an arc reactor. The entire weapon gleamed with a cold silver light. The Russian hefted the weapon with one hand, activated the energy feed, and took aim at a thick steel plate in the distance. A beam of eerie blue light erupted from the barrel, the recoil forcing Ivan back a step. The 60mm steel plate was punched clean through, leaving a gaping hole in its center. The precision and lethality of the weapon visibly impressed the Pentagon officials. According to Umbrella's report, each energy weapon cost between $60,000 and $120,000. Far more affordable than the exorbitant Iron Man suits, yet just as effective. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer's eyes burned with naked greed as they were locked onto the arc reactor in the energy weapon. Though he tried to mask it, his expression was that of a starving wolf eyeing its prey, desperate to snatch that glowing prize for himself. Hammer had hoped to secure long-term Pentagon contracts by reverse engineering Tony Stark's armor, a deal that could propel Hammer Industries to new heights. But given his company's current R&D and manufacturing limitations, all he could produce were cheap imitations. Now, Sean's energy weapons had caught his attention, especially that power core. It was practically a copy of the arc reactor. If he could integrate it into Hammer's Iron Man suits, it would be perfect. Without a second thought, he tossed his beloved ex-wife aside. That toy was obsolete now. His mind was already racing with visions of Umbrella's energy weapons. Chapter 176, The Runaway Glutton. Ivan Vanko's energy weapons earned unanimous praise from the Department of Defense. The applications of the replicated arc reactor extended far beyond just weaponry. That small, glowing device meant military officials no longer had to pressure Stark Industries. After the live demonstration, General Ross was all smiles, clearly satisfied with Umbrella's performance. Sean wasn't surprised. Ivan Vanko's talent and capabilities had already been evident in the original timeline. Compared to the so-called genius Tony Stark, one raised in the harsh winters of Siberia without formal education, the other an MIT graduate backed by Stark Industries, their life circumstances were worlds apart. Yet Ivan had still managed to replicate the arc reactor using nothing but an old schematic from the last century. That alone proved the Russians' immense potential. On the way back, Sean once again ran into the overly enthusiastic Justin Hammer, who kept steering the conversation toward the arc reactor. Each time, the young man deftly sidestepped with a smile. He had no interest in partnering with this brainless capitalist, the cost would always outweigh the gains. Seeing Sean evade the topic, Hammer suppressed his frustration and turned his attention to the intimidating Russian instead. As the shrewd businessman rambled on, Ivan lazily closed his eyes, arms crossed, radiating indifference. From this angle, it was clear, geniuses rarely bothered with equal conversation when the other party's intellect didn't measure up. Whether it was Tony or Ivan, the principle was the same. After striking out twice, Hammer was fuming. If these guys were going to be so difficult, he'd have to resort to methods beyond business. Hammer Industries was no saint in the arms trade. Though a tier below Stark Industries, its massive scale still made it a corporate giant. Strong-arming competitors was nothing new to Hammer. Every business empire began with dirty, blood-stained origins. Even Howard Stark, hailed as the founder of the military-industrial empire, had kicked Ivan's father to the curb the moment he saw the arc reactor's potential. Even Tony, who had since distanced himself from the Merchant of Death label, had once been branded a cold-blooded arms dealer by the media. Reality was often bitter candy wrapped in pretty lies. Inspirational stories might sound sweet, but believing them as truth, that was just laughable. Tony and his friend, Colonel Rhodes, will be at the Military Weapons Symposium next week. Back in Washington, D.C., Sean got into the car heading for Manhattan. He glanced at the Russian and said softly, "Ivan, you'll restore your family's honor. But to catch up to Stark, That's not enough yet. Ivan Vanko fell into thought. He was beginning to understand the rules of the game at the top. Scientific genius alone wouldn't get him to Tony Stark's level, he needed a platform. I understand, boss. The Russian nodded. It was the first time he had addressed Sean so formally. The prideful brute from Siberia had subtly shifted his stance. Sean didn't return to Umbrella with Ivan. It had been a while since he'd been home, and he wondered how his lazy little gremlin was doing. Maybe he should bring Mindy a gift or a surprise. Arms loaded with snacks and game discs, Sean stood at his doorstep and quietly unlocked the door. Before he could even step past the foyer, a clear conversation reached his ears. Mindy, sweetest Mindy, I want more. No. You'll get fat. And this is the last bag. But I'm so hungry. Golly, why are you always starving? You've already eaten all my chips, soda, and ice cream. A pleading female voice tangled with a fierce little girl's protests. Sean set down the bags and took in the scene. The floor was littered with snack wrappers, Kill Bill played on the TV, game discs were scattered around, and soda bottles everywhere. Then I'll go clean. Mindy, what do you want for lunch? I can only make sandwiches. The meek voice asked. The maid is coming later. Anyway, since Sean's not here, I can finally enjoy my happy, free life again. The little gremlin sprawled on the couch, utterly carefree. Mindy sipped her soda, looking as content as a well-fed hamster curled up in the soft cushions. Meanwhile, the girl in the purple dress beside her suddenly froze, her expression turning strange. Why are you looking at me like AHH? Dangling in midair, Mindy kicked her little legs frantically. When she twisted around and saw the murderous expression on Sean's face, her own instantly shifted. Big eyes welling up with fake tears, she wailed, Sean. You're back. I missed you so much. Life's been so hard without you. Oh really? Sean remained unmoved. How many ice cream bars are left in the fridge? How many bags of chips? That wasn't me. Mindy shot a desperate look at her friend, but the purple-clad girl had entered some kind of trance the moment Sean appeared. Sean held the squirming gremlin like a misbehaving kitten, and pinched her chubby cheeks and stretching them outward. After some playful torment, he turned to the other girl and said gently, give me a minute. Then he marched straight into Mindy's room. Whack, thud, smack. A few minutes later, Sean emerged, looking perfectly composed. Hello, golly, he smiled at the girl. She didn't seem like a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, physically, she appeared completely ordinary. The girl nodded shyly, her nose twitching slightly as she stared at him with wide, innocent eyes. A pink tongue unconsciously licked her lips. In her perception, the young man radiated a golden glow. The glow was warm like sunlight, brimming with vitality and life, it felt incredibly soothing. As her face drifted closer, Sean raised an eyebrow. Was society this open now, or was this girl another one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s honey traps, like the neighbor Miss Scarlet? You smell really nice. The girl's eyes fluttered shut, as if intoxicated. Ever since arriving on this planet, she had never been truly full. Though she tried to suppress the gnawing hunger, her instincts sometimes took over. She didn't want to end up like her father, a terror whispered about across the cosmos, consuming without restraint. That wasn't the life she wanted. So instead, she hid among humans and enjoyed delicious food every day, even if it never truly satisfied her. But this was the life she chose. She just hoped her father wouldn't find her. That would be bad. She leaned even closer. To her, pure energy was the most delicious sustenance, and in her memory, nothing had ever smelled as intoxicating as the aura around this man. The vibrant, overwhelming life force was intoxicating, yet intertwined with something terrifyingly destructive. The paradoxical fusion was irresistibly alluring. Sean took a slight step back, pressing a finger to her forehead to stop her advance. He wasn't that desperate. The girl pouted as her bright eyes locked onto him. Her small nose twitched, as if savoring the scent of that pure, enticing energy. Can I kiss you? Golly asked, her eyes wide and utterly sincere. Read ahead on my Patreon. patreon.com/mymatangel. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, A Deal with the Devil. The spacious living room fell into an eerie silence. Mindy, who had been peeking out from the bedroom, immediately ducked back inside, her small face turning grave. She crossed one arm over her chest while pretending to hold a pipe with the other, smacking her lips thoughtfully. This is bad, really bad. Fully immersed in her inner monologue, she imagined herself as Sherlock Holmes, puffing on an invisible pipe. The little girl hadn't expected her new friend to make such a bold request to Sean. Golly didn't seem like the type to be so forward. She quietly pushed the door open again, peeking out to observe. Sean seemed to be caught off guard too, as he stared into the girl's earnest, sparkling eyes. Is society really this open now? He mused. You smell really good, Golly repeated, her eyes shining as if she had stumbled upon some dazzling treasure. You fit father's criteria for a mate. Sean pressed a hand to his forehead. What kind of upbringing had led to this girl's almost naive personality? Did her father never teach her basic restraint? Suddenly, the finger pressed against the girl's forehead trembled. The energy within him seemed to surge uncontrollably toward her. In that intangible mental space, Sean sensed something terrifyingly abnormal about her, a ravenous, devouring instinct, like a miniature black hole silently absorbing everything in its path. This was a cosmic entity beyond human comprehension. Beneath her slender and delicate frame lurked an overwhelming power, like a dormant volcano waiting to erupt. He hadn't noticed earlier because she had suppressed her instincts, masking her true nature. Sean's mind raced. If Mindy's description was accurate, this runaway girl's origins were anything but simple. Before facing the cosmic warlord who would soon arrive, would he first have to contend with a being feared across galaxies? Though the ancient entity known as Galactus lacked the vast armies of other cosmic overlords, his habit of consuming entire planets made him far more terrifying. Originally named Galen, he was the last survivor of TAA, one of the universe's most advanced civilizations. A cataclysmic explosion had bathed the planet in deadly radiation, wiping out all life except him. Infused with immense energy, he became plagued by insatiable hunger, a need that only grew as his power did. To survive, he had no choice but to consume vast amounts of energy. Over the eons, Galen forgot his name. As his power escalated, the intervals between feedings shortened. At first, he targeted uninhabited worlds, but eventually, he overcame his empathy for life, viewing himself as a higher existence. Thus, Galen became Galactus, the Devourer of Worlds. "Where is your father?" Sean asked softly. No wonder the girl radiated energy like a black hole. As the offspring of the universe's most fearsome devourer, she had indeed inherited his power. Somewhere far away. "I ran off without telling him," Golly whispered, clearly proud of her little rebellion. A runaway cosmic teenager. What kind of ridiculous plot twist is this? Sean sighed, then allowed his energy to flow freely. Golden light flickered at his fingertips and vanished the instant it touched her skin. Golly's cheeks flushed, her expression morphing into pure bliss. She licked her lips, her becoming voice soft as she pleaded, "More, just a little more." In the bedroom, Mindy's face was stern. She debated whether to intervene before her friend fell prey to Sean's clutches. Wait, no, actually, Sean seemed to be the one in danger here. The feeding lasted about 10 minutes before Sean exhaled and withdrew his finger. Seeing her still unsatisfied look, an inappropriate phrase popped into his head. "The ox plows until it drops dead." Golly's eyes sparkled even brighter. She hadn't expected to find someone who met her father's standards on such a backwater planet. "Don't worry, I'll be moderate," she said, twisting the hem of her dress. With her hunger slightly sated, she returned to a more composed state. Sean studied her gleaming eyes, and a strange thought crossed his mind. When Galactus finds out his daughter was whisked away by a man she barely knew, will he come to crush my skull? Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock's apartment. The blind lawyer stared at his hands in disbelief. He was actually seeing them, not just reconstructing their shape through heightened senses. For the first time since losing his sight, Matt Murdock could see again. The cluttered liquor bottles on the floor, the dust-covered surfaces, the two figures standing in his apartment, everything was vivid and real. One was Madame Gao, former leader of the Hand. The other was a silver-haired old man leaning on a silver cane topped with a skull. Dressed in a black overcoat, his pale face carried a faint scent of sulfur. "Who are you?" demanded the wary Matt. Half an hour ago, this man who called himself Mephisto had promised to restore his sight. With a wave of his hand, the darkness that had defined Matt's world vanished. No longer did he need sound waves or tactile feedback to construct mental images. His eyes did the work for him. The shift unsettled him, he could feel his resolve wavering. "I'm a demon from hell, or so your kind likes to call me," Mephisto chuckled, his sinister aura filling the room. "In truth, I'm merely a fair trader. I grant wishes and desires in exchange for delicious souls. I can smell it on you, Matt Murdock. The righteous lawyer. The vigilante. The devout Catholic." Mephisto glided closer, like a specter slipping into the mortal world. "Tell me, Mr. Murdock, has your God eased your suffering? Has that almighty being delivered salvation to the oppressed? You champion justice, yet become a demon by night. You revere the law, yet trample it underfoot. As a lawyer, you cannot defeat evil. As a vigilante, you're hunted, despised by the very people you protect." A grotesque laugh escaped Mephisto's lips as his eyes flickered with hellfire. Shadows twisted around him, forming horns atop his head. "What do you want?" Matt asked coldly. "A deal," Mephisto said, his gaze lingering on the lawyer. A sinister smile crept across his pale face. "I'm in need of a new knight. The last one was disobedient. He abandoned his task. This time, I want someone reliable. I don't make deals with demons, Matt refused, even if it means losing my sight again. Must you be so rigid, Mr. Murdoch? Justice and darkness are not mutually exclusive. You're a lawyer by day, and a vigilante by night, both serve your ideals. Mephisto gestured out the window. This place is called Hell's Kitchen. I rather like the name. On the surface, it's orderly. But beneath, crime festers. Drug dealers, prostitutes, smugglers, corrupt brokers. They leech off the weak, ruling through violence and money. The people are waiting for a hero, Matt Murdoch. The choice is yours. Embrace the dark to wield true power, or continue this futile, meaningless existence. Mephisto produced a parchment scroll, a contract for the soul. The archaic script, written with a quill, writhed like living tendrils and exuded malice. Complete one task for me, and I'll return your soul. A fair trade, no deception. Matt closed his eyes. Like a radar, he absorbed the cacophony of Hell's Kitchen, the hidden crimes, the violence disguised as order. The ugliness was always there, lurking beneath the veneer of civility. With a long exhale, he opened his eyes and took the contract. What do you want me to do? Nothing strenuous, Mephisto said, retrieving the signed parchment. My child is missing, and my previous knight fled. A mess, really. You may continue your vigilante work. When I need you, I'll come. When next I visit, I hope this place lives up to its name. Mephisto tapped his skull-topped cane against the floor. He and Madame Gao dissolved into smoke and vanished as if they had never been there. Matt clutched his chest, feeling a scorching power ignite within him. As he recalled the demon's parting words, doubt crept in. Did I make the right choice? Chapter 178, Ghost Rider. My name is Johnny Blaze. I used to be a motorcycle stunt rider. Maybe you've heard of me, or maybe you know nothing about me. I'm on the run, from one end of the world to the other. But no matter how far I go, some demons can never be escaped. This not-so-glorious story began many years ago. Back then, I had everything good in the world: family, loved ones, a future. I once performed 3 consecutive backflips on my motorcycle in front of 22,000 people. Yeah, there's probably still footage online if you want to look it up. People called me Johnny Blaze, the Burning Man. Then my father got sick. And I did something so insane that I still can't believe it. A demon came to me. He called himself Mephisto, a liar, a bastard, a schemer who lures souls into damnation. Yeah, you guessed it. I took that stupid deal. Signed a contract with the devil. Turns out, anyone trying to cheat fate never comes out ahead. I got bonded with a spirit of vengeance. Now, whenever I sense evil, I turn into a monster, hunting down criminals and scum, devouring their filthy, damned souls. But who hasn't messed up at least once? The world isn't just good guys and bad guys, most people are somewhere in between. They might not be killers, but they've lied, pirated movies, tricked their families, or pulled some stupid prank. Maybe they deserve punishment, but not death, right? So I fight it. I stay away from people. Ride my bike to the ends of the earth just to keep it locked down. It hasn't come out in a long time. But tonight, I feel it. A new Ghost Rider is born. Soon, Mephisto is gonna come knocking. I don't know how much longer I can run. My name is Johnny Blaze. The idiot who made a deal with the devil. It's screaming. Roaring. Howling. Ghost Rider. Hunt the darkness. Johnny jolted awake again, drenched in sweat. The angel driven mad by the world's sins, now a monstrous spirit of vengeance, lived inside him. Nearly every night, he heard its furious cries. It hungered for wicked souls. But Johnny fought it. He stayed isolated and hid in remote places, anything to keep the burning fury at bay. Splashing cold water on his face, he stared at his gaunt reflection in the mirror. This curse was his to bear. He was forever bound to Mephisto, forced to feed on the souls of the damned. Knock knock. Anyone home? A stranger pushed open the rusted metal door. Sorry to bother you. A black man in a leather duster stepped inside, only to get slammed against the wall before he could even steady himself. Who are you? Years of solitude had made the former stunt rider paranoid. He kept everyone at arm's length because truly sinless saints were rare. The moment he sensed corruption, the spirit would claw its way out, eager to claim another soul. Name's Moreau. I came for you. The men studied Johnny with an odd look. Johnny Blaze. Watching Johnny pack his meager belongings, Moreau casually grabbed a beer bottle from the table and smashed it through the window. Sunlight flooded in. Johnny instinctively shrank back. The spirit hated daylight, that's why it only emerged at night. His life had become a cycle of daytime movement and nighttime isolation. Ghost Rider. I know your story. Moreau's voice carried an eerie certainty. You think you can control it? Bend it to your will. You really think you're stronger than something that hungers like this? It's a curse, Johnny. And it's eating you alive. Johnny ignored the rambling stranger and pushed past him toward his Yamaha VMAX. If this place had been found, it was time to move on. His life had been nothing but rootless wandering for years now. I need your help. Moreau chased after him. Let's make a deal, you're familiar with those, right? He pulled a crumpled photo from his pocket and slapped it onto the bike's fuel tank. This kid. His life, his soul, is in danger. You have to save him. Johnny smirked bitterly. I punish sinners. Don't know shit about saving people. Then why are you here, Johnny Blaze? Moreau laughed, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. You ran halfway across the damn planet because you're terrified of becoming the Ghost Rider forever. This is divine providence. Your curse, this child, it all traces back to that contract you signed. He's Mephisto's kid. And Ghost Riders? They're great at sniffing out demons. You're the only one who can find him. At the demon's name, Johnny's eye twitched. He picked up the photo. What kind of deal are you offering? My order is ancient. Centuries ago, demons like Mephisto, lesser lords of hell, ravaged Europe. Witches burned. The occult was condemned as heresy. It wasn't until the sorcerers of Camartage established their mystical defenses that these soul-hungry bastards were driven back. Moreau belonged to that tradition, though he had chosen the path of a knight, not a sorcerer. We've studied demonic pacts for generations. We can free you, Johnny. Break the curse. Save your soul. All you have to do is bring us the boy. Johnny stared at the photo, temptation gnawing at him. He was sick of running. Sick of the isolation. To keep the spirit caged, he had left behind the woman he loved and rode endlessly down empty highways. No friends. No family. Just a nightly battle against the thing inside him. The sorcerers are searching too. But as the Ghost Rider, you've got an edge. Moreau had read the texts. Mephisto's first rider was a corrupt Texas Ranger named Carter Slade, a man who had traded his soul for freedom. Johnny was the second. And now, according to Camartage seers, a third had emerged. The sorcerers had also detected a surge of demonic energy in New York. It was brief, but unmistakable. In his desperation to walk the earth unshackled, Mephisto had chosen a new vessel. A child. A perfect vessel for his rebirth. Johnny's voice deepened, as if two people spoke at once. I'll find him. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Mercenaries. Justin Hammer returned to his company fuming with rage. In his eyes, Sean Cyphers was just as much of an arrogant bastard as the playboy Tony Stark. At least Stark's hubris was well known. Who would have thought that Sean, who seemed humble and mild, was the same? Hammer could reluctantly accept Tony Stark's insolence and debauchery. After all, Stark Industries had once been an untouchable behemoth at the top of the industry, while Hammer Industries had lurked in its shadow, barely clinging to a fraction of the market share with its own resources and connections. But Sean's Umbrella Corporation, a fledgling research institution with shallow roots, propped up solely by a few promising high-efficiency drugs. It had merely gotten lucky, hitching a ride on the coattails of Stark Industries and Koch Industries. How dare they ignore his offer of cooperation? Hammer's fury burned hotter as his fingers drummed violently against his desk, curses spilling from his lips. He had spent an astronomical sum acquiring Stark Industries' weapons factories precisely to make a grand entrance into the arms industry. He aimed to shatter years of frustration and devour the vacated market share. Not only that, he had poured massive funds into reverse engineering Tony Stark's Iron Man armor, hoping it would secure a long-term contract with the Department of Defense. Behind the scenes, he had even pushed for the military committee's hearings against Stark Industries, intending to force the seizure of their armor so he could snatch up the technical data. Yet Tony had outmaneuvered him, making a deal with Nick Fury and gaining S.H.I.E.L.D. as a powerful new backer. The military's pressure tactics instantly crumbled, and Hammer's plan collapsed yet again. With the military weapons symposium approaching, Hammer Industries' so-called Iron Man armor remained nothing more than a glorified mock-up. Without a functional prototype, no amount of influence or connections would secure the DoD contract. Thinking of the wasted fortune slipping through his fingers, Hammer felt an agonizing twist in his gut. Sean Cyphers. Umbrella Corporation. He muttered, his anger gradually simmering down. Perhaps this was an opportunity in disguise. A cold smirk curled across Hammer's lips, his eyes gleamed behind his glasses. He was an arms dealer, not some law-abiding citizen or philanthropist. If legitimate business measures failed, there was no harm in resorting to other methods. Send Fernando in. Hammer buzzed his secretary. Half an hour later, a tall, powerfully built man with a buzz cut walked in. Fernando Torres, formerly a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army 75th Ranger Regiment RSTB, Special Missions Battalion. A consummate soldier, after retiring, he had joined Hammer Industries' private security division, becoming the commander of a mercenary team. Across his 20-year career, he had assassinated a president of an African nation, incited tribal wars, guarded oil and mining magnates, and even trained militaries for South American juntas. Now, he was Hammer Industries' head of security, personally overseeing Justin Hammer's safety. "I need an elite team," Hammer demanded from his sofa, exuding his usual domineering air. As a successful arms dealer, Hammer Industries had its own private military company, with 2 top-tier mercenary squads composed of ex-special forces from elite units like the U.S. Marine Corps and Green Berets. Mercenary work wasn't as mysterious as the public imagined. Many ex-soldiers with combat experience took up the dangerous trade for money or survival. The rank-and-file cannon fodder got sent to war zones to guard corporate assets, while the more skilled handled VIP protection and security ops for small nations. The absolute best were recruited into PMC squads to carry out wet work for corporate entities or government agencies. How does a combat-hardened veteran make $2 million in a year? Join a private security firm, and without climbing the ranks, the salary caps at $500,000. But sign on as a merc, survive a year, and 7 figures is practically guaranteed. For soldiers already gambling with their lives, the rewards were too tempting. Of course, few actually walked away wealthy, let alone alive. "We have 2 teams, one is in Liberia, the other in the Middle East," Torres replied deferentially, "purely for the paycheck. I can recall them immediately. If time is tight, I can scramble another group." "No. I want the best." "Something untraceable, no links to Hammer Industries," the arms dealer growled, loosening his tie, voice dripping with menace. "I need cold-blooded professionals who leave 0 evidence." Torres stiffened. He knew exactly what his boss meant. Either someone had pissed off Hammer Industries, or something had been marked for acquisition. This wasn't his first time receiving such an order, but for Justin Hammer to be this serious, it was rare. Is he actually planning to assassinate Tony Stark? A dark joke flickered in Torres' mind. "Causing trouble in New York won't be easy," he answered carefully after a pause. Beyond the sheer number of intelligence agencies under the DoD keeping tabs on Homeland Security, any merc or foreign operative on watch lists would get flagged instantly, even with fake passports, then politely invited for tea. "Fernando, I pay you 7 figures a year to solve problems, not list them." Hammer's fist slammed the desk. "Money's no issue. Just find me people who get the job done. If Sean's ciphers could be taken off the board, perhaps that Russian weapons specialist could be swayed. Even if Umbrella couldn't be absorbed whole, the spoils would still be worth it." He wanted that arc reactor. Nothing else mattered. The risks of killing New York's golden boy were immense. Even with allies in the military committee, he might not escape unscathed. But the potential rewards? For a ruthless businessman like Hammer, the temptation was irresistible. Replicating Iron Man's armor would guarantee Hammer Industries a 25-year DoD contract, catapulting it to the heights Stark Industries once enjoyed. The security chief's eye twitched at the sharp reprimand. Then a name flashed in his mind. Hesitantly, he said, "I know someone. Wade Wilson. He's one hell of a merc." "Then what are you waiting for?" Hammer snapped. Blinded by greed, the arms dealer cared only about securing the arc reactor. Without it, the gleaming toys in his weapons factories would rot in obscurity. Sean had to be dealt with. Hammer couldn't wait to stride up to that playboy and flaunt his own functional armor, mocking him with all the vengeance of past humiliation. Chapter 180, Wesley's text message. Another weekend arrived. Sean arrived at Reed's home with a dressed-up Mindy and the newly added Golly in tow. Unlike his last visit, Dr. Richards, now free from financial troubles, had set up a small private laboratory and moved all his equipment there. Party culture was deeply ingrained in this country, tracing its origins back to ancient times when early tribes gathered to watch religious performances, or sang and danced around bonfires before feasting on hunted game. Which was the precursor to modern parties. Later, the lavish court balls of Louis XIV France popularized extravagant gatherings, bringing luxurious parties to their peak. Nowadays, parties had become mainstream. For Americans, holiday gatherings or family dinners happened at least once or twice a month, not to mention countless other types of parties. Any excuse would do, whether among close friends or strangers, people could enjoy themselves in a relaxed atmosphere. Many saw it as a form of socializing, a way to deepen old friendships while making new ones. Sean didn't mind this. Family-style gatherings like this usually involved neighbors or close friends, requiring little formality. Just enjoying the host's hospitality was enough. Sean brought some exquisite handicrafts as a token of gratitude. The guest list wasn't large. Aside from the now celebrity Fantastic Four, there was Ben Grimm's blind girlfriend and their new neighbor, Miss Scarlet. Johnny Storm, currently overflowing with hormones, strutted around the glamorous woman like a preening peacock. He was attentive and obedient, a far cry from his usual carefree demeanor. After shooing away the 2 gluttons, Sean caught up with Reed. The brilliant scientist was considering diving back into scientific endeavors but struggled to find investors, especially since the fall of Doom Industries was hard to separate from his involvement. Umbrella's doors are always open to you, Sean said, glancing at the two gluttons chattering with Susan at the dining table, but if you want to start your own private lab, I'd be happy to invest personally. Now aware of Golly's true identity, Sean couldn't possibly let her roam freely. If something went wrong, the planet-devouring cosmic horror might snack on Earth long before the warlord arrived. Fortunately, in this diverse nation of immigrants, obtaining legal residency wasn't difficult, at least not for Sean. He had taken care of everything for Golly and kept the perpetually hungry girl at home. Aside from regular feedings, she wasn't much trouble. Well, except for one thing. This clueless glutton kept insisting that Sean met her father's criteria for a mate, stubbornly demanding to share his bed. Honestly, Sean wasn't entirely opposed. After all, as a healthy young man, turning down such an offer felt almost cruel. But under Mindy's judgmental stare, he firmly declined. Thank you. I'm still figuring out which direction to take, Reed said gratefully. The scientist was tired of public life. He was a scholar at heart, and was happiest when buried in research. Sean waved it off, and they continued chatting. Meanwhile, Miss Scarlet, seated on the sofa, casually brushed a lock of her wine-red curls over her shoulder. Her pearl-hued wrap dress accentuated her curves without being overly provocative, a move that had Johnny utterly spellbound. Much like Tony Stark in his Playboy days, Johnny Storm, the wealthy scion of the Storm family, thrived on chasing fiery, passionate women, though his flings never lasted long. Proud of his reputation as a ladies' man, he rarely stayed interested in any one woman for long. But this new neighbor, Miss Scarlet, was different. She knew exactly how to wield her allure. She reeled in men like an expert angler, keeping them hooked with just the right mix of distance and interest, never too cold nor too eager. Inexperienced in such games, the young Johnny fell hard, showering her with attention in hopes of winning her favor. The red-headed siren neither encouraged nor discouraged him, leaving the usually confident Human Torch acting like a love-struck teenager. Watching this, Sean could only sigh inwardly. A man out of his depth against the Black Widow is doomed to be devoured whole. Scarlet, there's a fantastic show on Broadway tomorrow. Would you like to go? Johnny had clearly done his homework. Knowing her background as a Hollywood actress and magazine cover model, he figured a theater invitation would pique her interest. Languid as a cat, Scarlet reclined on the sofa and asked with interest, "Oh. What is it?" "Ah. The Phantom of the Opera." Johnny blurted after racking his brain. "I saw it last month," Scarlet said regretfully. Before Johnny could recover, she added, "Could you fetch me some water? The champagne has gone to my head." Once the hormone-fueled torch was dispatched, the redhead smoothly maneuvered toward Sean, who had just finished talking with Reed and stepped onto the balcony for air. "Miss Scarlet, I'd hate to have Johnny challenge me to a duel over you," Sean said, catching her scent as she approached. Her curves were impossible to ignore, and her wine-red curls only amplified her feline allure. "He's just a boy," Scarlet murmured and laughed softly, her eyes glinting with mischief. "I prefer mature men. More reliable, and better at reading the room." Faced with such a blatant advance, Sean feigned innocence. What a shame. "I guess a young guy like me doesn't stand a chance." Just as he considered teasing her further, his phone vibrated. He didn't need to check, Skynet would naturally inform him of any urgent matters. The playful glint in Sean's eyes vanished and was replaced by an icy sharpness. Scarlet caught the shift instantly. "Something wrong?" she asked, feigning concern. Sean smiled and shook his head, then he leaned in until his breath warmed her skin, her chest pressing against his. The sudden closeness flustered her, though she masked it quickly. "Nothing serious. A friend invited me to a play, but I'm tied up." His arm slid around her waist and pulled the red-haired beauty against him. Lowering his voice, he murmured in her ear, "Miss Scarlet, did your acting coach ever warn you? Getting too deep into character can be dangerous." The redhead froze, but before she could react, Sean released her, then stepped back to a polite distance. His smile was warm, his demeanor relaxed. It was as if the moment had never happened. The seasoned spy found herself unnerved. Was that a veiled threat, or just harmless flirtation? When she met Sean's gaze, his eyes held only gentle amusement. There was no trace of the earlier edge. Chapter 181, Burning Sin. 2 days earlier. Hell's Kitchen had been peaceful. Ramon sat in his private office. Just 3 months ago, he had been an ordinary senior executive at Rand Enterprises, responsible for market operations and public relations. But in the blink of an eye, he had risen to become the nominal head of the company. The thrill of power and wealth was intoxicating. "Yes, Mr. Wesley. I'll ensure the shipment goes smoothly. We're currently in talks with Japan's Yashida Pharmaceuticals. They're very interested in Umbrella's genetic drugs." "Correct, in 2 months, Rand Enterprises will dispatch a research team to Africa." Ramon's tone was reverent. It was hard to imagine the head of Rand Enterprises speaking with such humility, as if groveling before a superior. Many at Rand Enterprises whispered that Ramon's rapid ascent was due to his talent for flattery and fawning, which had caught the eye of Hell's Kitchen's new elite, propping him up as a puppet. Though envy and gossip swirled around him, Ramon was content. He wasn't an ambitious scheme, just a man of mediocre talent who had been lucky enough to be chosen by Mr. Wesley. To him, living as a wealthy puppet was far better than his former middle-class existence. Let the powerful play their games. My job is to stay in line. That was Ramon's philosophy. Since Kingpin's assassination, Hell's Kitchen had cycled through several rulers before settling under the control of a true master. Even the most well-connected informants knew little about this shadowy figure. He called himself King. James Wesley, who now commanded all of Hell's Kitchen's gangs, referred to him as boss. The Hand Soul leader was also closely tied to him. Those who dug too deep tended to vanish without a trace. The unspoken terror made King a taboo subject in Hell's Kitchen. Now, money and violence ruled these streets. A web of corruption ensnared the entire neighborhood. Rand Enterprises had become Hell's Kitchen's largest hub. On the surface, it thrived in international trade, its shipping empire expanding rapidly. Behind the scenes, it smuggled contraband for countless gangs, drugs hidden in toys, guns nestled among fruit, all tucked inside shipping containers at the docks. Hell's Kitchen was the nucleus of a criminal empire, its influence spread through the city like a malignant growth. Ramon hung up the phone and exhaled, then he gazed out at the city's glittering skyline from his dark office. Beneath the dazzling lights, sins festered unseen. The nominal CEO pondered his evening plans. The underground casino run by the Japanese? Or the secret club owned by the Russian mob? Ramon Phillips. A hoarse voice jolted him from his thoughts. Instinctively, Ramon reached for the panic button under his desk. But the intruder moved faster. A shadowy figure lunged forward, snapping Ramon's wrist with a sickening crack. A hand clamped over Ramon's mouth, stifling his scream. The puppet CEO writhed in pain as his attacker emerged from the darkness. It was a towering demon clad in black, a blood-red DD emblem emblazoned on his chest. Horns curled from his mask, and behind the lenses were eyes that burned with hellfire. Ramon Phillips. You conspired with James Wesley. You know every illegal operation in Hell's Kitchen. The demon forced Ramon's head up, forcing him to meet those flaming eyes. Tell me everything. The blood money. The crimes. Confess it all. The growled words rolled like thunder. Ramon trembled, too terrified to meet that fiery gaze. Dread coiled in his gut. I don't know anything. He gasped, suffocating under the pressure. Even in his terror, Ramon feared the Hand's retribution more. Their ninjas showed no mercy to traitors. And it wouldn't just be him, his family would pay too. As a puppet, he knew how ruthless these people were. You shouldn't fear them. The demon chuckled darkly, you should fear me. Flames erupted from the hollow eye sockets. The stench of sulfur filled the room as the demon hauled Ramon up, your sins demand judgment. Your soul is stained with innocent blood. Feel their pain. Ramon tried to scream, but no sound came out. The fire in his eyes seared his very soul, agony beyond comprehension racking his body. You took bribes. Crushed new hires. Betrayed love for gambling and vice. Ramon Phillips, your crimes are countless. Hellfire scorched the sinner's soul. Matt Murdock, once more clad in the devil's armor, could see every transgression, each sin a chain dragging Ramon deeper into torment. With every accusation, the pain intensified, until his consciousness fled entirely. James Wesley. Matt dropped Ramon's smoking corpse and spoke the name. The real estate mogul. Kingpin's former right hand. The man who now ruled Hell's Kitchen's underworld. Chapter 182, The Terrifying Night Demon. 32nd floor, Star Ring Tower. James Wesley sat by the window, with his arms crossed. Next to him was a glass of fine red wine. The crimson liquid swirled gently in the crystal goblet. This bespectacled, well-dressed man exuded the refined demeanor of an elite. The towering skyscraper on 8th Avenue was regarded by many gangsters as a sacred place, much like the former residence of the late Kingpin, the previous emperor of the underworld. Rumors circulating in Hell's Kitchen painted James Wesley as a cunning and scheming villain. Those who dug deeper could hear detailed accounts, how Wesley had meticulously climbed his way to become Kingpin's legal advisor, infiltrated the heart of the criminal empire, and, when the time was ripe, struck decisively to overthrow the crime lord and seize power for himself. These stories were shared as casual gossip in late-night bars and street corners. Yet, even if Wesley stood right in front of these storytellers, none would connect the men before them with the sinister mastermind of legend. Ramon is dead. The news from his subordinates made Wesley frown. That mediocre executive from Rand Enterprises had been his chosen puppet. Though lacking remarkable talent, Ramon had been obedient. He was a loyal dog worth training. His sudden rise to power at Rand Enterprises had inevitably drawn resentment. Even if the old board members knew who stood behind him, their dissatisfaction would fester. Isolating his puppet, and ensuring dependence, this was how one trained a hound. Neither overfed nor starved. Wesley had learned much from his young boss over the years, the most crucial lesson being, never trust loyalty blindly. Reduced to a charred corpse, sulfur traces at the scene. Religious fanaticism? Or has another foolhardy street hero emerged in Hell's Kitchen? Wesley drummed his fingers on the table. Something felt off. Since Ramon's death 2 days ago, others had followed, Vladimir of the Russian mob, key members of the Hand. Some vanished, others were found dead the next morning. Hell's Kitchen Northwest longer had street heroes. After the death of Iron Fist, Danny Rand, the vigilantes seemed to have abandoned their crusade. Even the Punisher had left the neighborhood, hunting elsewhere. Who could it be? Wesley doubted anyone would dare challenge him now. At least, not after he had allied with the Hand. With their martial prowess and his own tactics of coercion and division, he had long since tamed the gangs of Hell's Kitchen into something more docile than chihuahuas. Perhaps I should call the boss. It had been a while since Wesley last contacted Sean. Once Hell's Kitchen stabilized, the young boss had stepped back. And as Umbrella's influence skyrocketed, the gap between them had widened. The ever-perceptive Wesley hesitated. Sean was no longer the obscure figure he once was. Now adorned with multiple accolades, his partnerships had ascended to giants like Stark Industries. Would reaching out uninvited provoke the young boss's ire? As he pondered, the daredevil in black had already stormed Star Ring Tower. He made no effort to conceal his approach, triggering alarms instantly. Elite ninjas swarmed from the lower floors like lethal machines trained to perfection. Wielding katanas, shurikens, and chains, these assassins turned ancient weapons into instruments of terrifying efficiency. Even a squad of fully armed special forces would struggle to survive. The tower's lights flickered out. Shadows emerged from the darkness, silent as ghosts, their blades glinting coldly. Surrounded, the daredevil let out a cold snort. The spirit of vengeance within him roared, eager to feast on these blood-stained souls. To his enhanced senses, the ninja's slowed heartbeats, soundless footsteps, and ghostly movements unfolded like a stop-motion film, each frame clear as day. Twin batons, wreathed in hellfire, slid into his hands. Then he moved. Like a phantom in the dark, his eyes blazed like the pits of hell itself. The elite ninjas stood no chance. Numbers meant nothing. Crack. A baton caved in a red-masked ninja's skull, blood and brain matter splattered. Unfazed, the daredevil seized another by the head and, with a twist, snapped his neck. Fearless as they were, neither ninjas nor the tower's armed guards could stop the flame-eyed demon. Souls wailed as they were consumed, and the spirit of vengeance laughed creepily through its host. More. It hungers for more. Hellfire surged from the daredevil's eyes, engulfing the red mask until he resembled a true demon of the abyss. You. All of you are guilty. His rasping voice carried the finality of a judge's decree. Those who met his gaze burst into flames with their souls scorched to ash. The hellfire, a gift from Mephisto, could burn any soul. Paired with the penance stare, it was an unstoppable weapon. The demon lord himself couldn't wield full power in the mortal realm, not with the sorcerers of Camartage watching. Hence, he created enforcers like this. Yet Mephisto's luck was foul. Both his ghost riders had betrayed him, preferring cursed vengeance over servitude. 150 years ago, Carter Slade had stolen the contract of San Venganza, a scroll holding thousands of souls. The delicate fragrance of premium sandalwood wafted from a finely crafted copper incense burner. Dressed in her red and black bodysuit, Elektra knelt on a Japanese tatami mat, her eyes gently closed as she immersed herself in her daily meditation practice. This was part of the training regimen Sean had designed for her. The power of the black sky originated from the demon god worshipped by the Hand. Elektra had once been possessed by the beast, which awakened the darkness within her, turning her into Alexandra's killing machine. Later, with Sean's help, she overcame the bloodlust induced by the black sky, locking the malevolent will of the beast deep within the cage of her mind. Since then, Elektra had followed Sean's advice, meditating daily to strengthen her mental fortitude and tame the beast within. She believed that one day, she would fully harness the power of the black sky. Occasionally, she would spar with Sean, both in and out of bed. His growth in strength was something Elektra couldn't comprehend. After absorbing the dragon bones coveted by the Hand, Sean seemed to transcend human limitations, evolving from an equal sparring partner to an overwhelming force. In a remarkably short time, he had undergone an explosive transformation. Elektra sometimes felt as though she was facing a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. His strength, speed, reflexes, and overall physicality had shattered human limits, elevating him to a superhuman level. As the sole leader of the Hand, Elektra had delegated most of her responsibilities to Wesley. She relished the thrill of power, but had no interest in burying herself in mundane affairs. Whenever she gazed down at Hell's Kitchen from above, she was deeply drawn to its dark allure. The bustling streets and shadowy corners all lay beneath her feet. The most vicious thugs, the most arrogant crime bosses, and the most lawless desperados all had to play by her rules. This was the freedom Elektra craved, no longer bound by Styx's commands or shackled by morality and rules. As her thoughts shifted, the power of the black sky roared violently within her. Taking a deep breath, the current leader of the Hand suppressed the surge of bloodlust. This constant mental struggle only made her stronger. And with Sean as her ultimate safeguard, the risk of losing control was minimal. After subduing the beast within, Elektra received a message. Her brow arched slightly as she picked up a short sword from the weapon rack and strode out the door. Meanwhile, the daredevil, now transformed into the Ghost Rider, had stormed through the building, reaching the 32nd floor. His entire head was engulfed in flames, and his hollow eye sockets blazed with fire. The spirit of vengeance, having absorbed countless sinful souls, let out a bone-chilling cackle. James Wesley. The root of Hell's Kitchen's corruption. Daredevil's voice was hoarse as he gripped Wesley by the throat, roaring, "Bring me that man." Matt Murdock hadn't forgotten the mysterious figure who had turned Hell's Kitchen into a private kingdom. It was he who had led Elektra into the abyss of darkness, single-handedly defeated the Defenders, crushed the street-level heroes, coldly executed Danny Rand, the Iron Fist, and secretly controlled all the gangs, cloaking their crimes in a veneer of order. "I've gathered evidence of your crimes. Once the source of this evil is destroyed, Hell's Kitchen will return to normal." Wesley avoided the fiery gaze of Daredevil's hollow eye sockets, forcing a cold smile. "Return to normal? You mean, let the gangs run wild again, fighting to the death over street corners and port territories? Then you costumed vigilantes can swoop in, playing hero and basking in the adoration of the people." Though his voice trembled, Wesley showed no fear. He knew Daredevil's origins, a blind lawyer who had once fought Wilson Fisk, nearly dying at the hands of Bullseye, and later clashed with the Hand. It was only after the arrival of that young boss that the street-level heroes had been thoroughly driven out. "Is that how you justify your actions? Draping yourself in righteousness?" Daredevil's raspy voice sent chills down Wesley's spine. He lifted Wesley into the air, slamming him against the sturdy glass wall. "Look at this place. Hell's Kitchen. Has it become better under your rule? I've investigated Ramon Phillips. The Hand, through Rand Enterprises, has been greedily seizing land, trying to turn this place into a private kingdom for criminals and thugs. Developing shipping routes to smuggle contraband, weapons, and drugs. The crimes you've committed are countless. The poor are driven out, families torn apart, left to wander the streets. Meanwhile, you criminals live in luxury, indulging in decadent lives. You trample the law, scorn morality and justice, bribe officials, and threaten civilians with violence, yet you still get to play the philanthropist." Daredevil's voice was filled with rage. He was willing to make a deal with the devil, betraying his faith and principles, all to restore true peace to the neighborhood he had grown up in. Blind from birth, Matt had been sent to an orphanage after his father was killed by gangsters. Mocked for his disability, he later met Stick, who taught him Eastern martial arts. A kind-hearted director sent him to public school, but as a poor kid, he was often bullied. The introverted Matt buried his pain and anger, silently enduring it all. With his exceptional intellect, he excelled academically and was admitted to Columbia University to study law. Back then, Matt had aspired to be an upright lawyer, striving to uphold justice. But reality dealt him a harsh blow. "So what will you do, Daredevil?" Wesley gasped and struggled against Daredevil's grip, his eyes filled with mockery. "Kill us, let Hell's Kitchen revert to its old ways, and then what? Keep fighting gangs, sending greedy businessmen to prison. Will that eradicate evil? Tell me, Daredevil, what's your grand plan? Maybe you can curb crime for a while, but can you eliminate the selfish desires in people's hearts? Even God can't do that." Daredevil fell silent for a moment, the flames in his eye sockets dimming. But the spirit of vengeance within him roared in anger, craving more souls to fuel its wrath. "At least I won't let evil run rampant." Daredevil's voice was devoid of human emotion. Gazing out at the glittering city, the flames in his eyes flared brightly. "None of you understand. I can make this city better. So, before that happens, I'll wipe you all out." Chapter 184, Demon Lord and the Spirit of Vengeance. A sharp blade sliced through the darkness as a crimson figure, like a ghost, appeared silently behind Daredevil. The gleaming blade cut through the air, aiming for the flaming head. Daredevil, with his enhanced senses akin to a human radar, could monitor an entire neighborhood with extreme precision. He would never be caught off guard by an enemy closing in. Releasing the nearly suffocated Wesley, he sidestepped the swift strike, then grabbed the sharp dagger with his right hand. The intense heat instantly melted the weapon into molten metal. "You're here to stop me too." Daredevil's voice was icy. He stared at his once beloved girlfriend, yet his actions were merciless. Raising his baton with his left hand, he slammed it down with tremendous force. Elektra, empowered by the black sky, had her physical abilities greatly enhanced. Clang! She blocked with her other dagger, the clash producing sparks. Elektra's legs bent, and her body sank under the force. Her arm trembled from the impact. Daredevil pressed his advantage, flames erupting from his eye sockets as he delivered a devastating knee strike. With his current strength, it was enough to shatter the chest of a grown man. The black sky within Elektra let out a piercing screech. Black mist emanated from her body, forming eerie ripples. She hurled her dagger at Daredevil and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding his stomp that cracked the floor and sent shards flying. Sensing its host's peril, the black mist coalesced into a monstrous, beast-like head, the demon god worshipped by the Hand for centuries, the Beast. Simultaneously, the spirit of vengeance within Daredevil surged, its flames intensifying, turning the room into a scorching inferno. In an instant, Daredevil closed the distance again. Driven by the spirit of vengeance, his attacks became even more ferocious, as if he had completely lost his sanity. The moment they clashed, a tremendous force sent Elektra flying, crashing through the solid brick wall. Elektra winced in pain, feeling as though her bones were shattered. Through the black sky's violent reaction, she realized Matt must have been possessed by some mysterious force, which explained his explosive increase in strength. His power and speed had transcended human limits, and the fiery eyes radiating danger made it impossible to meet his gaze. Why don't any of you understand? This city is drowning in sin. I just want to eradicate crime. The dark figure, his head ablaze with fire, moved with the slow, deliberate steps of a demon Mornak. Daredevil's strength could tear through steel, and the spirit of vengeance granted him near immortality. Even modern weaponry couldn't stop him. No one in Hell's Kitchen could stand in his way. After dealing with you, I'll lock those criminals in prison and make them face their sins. Their violent, blood-stained souls will wail in the fires of hell. His raspy voice echoed through the hallway. Elektra unleashed the full power of the black sky, causing her bloodlust to surge. Like a coiled panther, she became a blur of speed, closing in on Daredevil. She dropped low, then leapt, driving her knee into the flaming head. A tactical dagger hidden at her waist slipped into her hand, and in the next moment, she swiftly and precisely thrust it toward Daredevil's neck. It was hard to believe these two were once lovers. They fought with the ferocity of predators, their movements savage and relentless. The intense flames melted the dagger. Daredevil's head, knocked lopsided, made a sickening crack. As he straightened it, he grabbed Elektra and slammed her into the ground. In her pained cry, the fiery hollow eyes locked onto hers. The black sky within her screamed, the demon god's soul trembling in fear. Meanwhile, the spirit of vengeance let out a chilling laugh, intoxicated by the delicious essence before it. You are guilty. The cold judgment of the Ghost Rider's penance stare activated. Hellfire burned the dark, sinful soul, spreading like a parasite along the black mist. Elektra's face paled, her mind convulsing with unbearable pain as her consciousness faded. No. I shouldn't do this. Daredevil's movements suddenly halted. He had momentarily broken free from the control of the spirit of vengeance. Let her go. I command you. His anguished plea didn't stop the spirit of vengeance. It was utterly captivated by the black sky's demonic power. Even 1,000 sinful souls couldn't compare to the twisted, roaring black mist before it. As the two forces clashed, a golden streak cut through the night sky and arrived at the scene. A tall figure stood in midair, the sheer force of his presence shattering the reinforced glass. A tidal wave of terrifying power surged forth, diverting Daredevil's attention. Such profound darkness. The spirit of vengeance seemed shocked, pointing at the golden figure. Arrogance, wrath, greed, lust, your sins are unforgivable. The Sentinel armor's faceplate retracted, revealing a young man's face. His cold eyes took in the injured Wesley and the nearly unconscious Elektra. Remember what I said? Sean, who had rushed to the scene, flashed a dangerous smile. Hell's Kitchen is no longer your hunting ground. It's my private kingdom. You've crossed the line, Daredevil. Boom. As his words faded, the air exploded with a deafening roar, like a bomb detonating. In less than a second, the golden figure closed the distance, his hand clamping down on Daredevil's flaming head before he could react. Boom. Another deafening crash. If time were slowed frame by frame, it would show the Sentinel pinning Daredevil down, the sheer force carrying them through the floor as they plummeted downward. Like a human missile, the golden figure dragged the spirit of vengeance possessed Daredevil through layer after layer of the building. The reinforced steel and concrete crumbled like fragile paper before them. Shards of debris rained down like a storm. No matter how Daredevil struggled, no matter how the spirit of vengeance roared within him, he couldn't break free from the iron grip. Sean's cold eyes blazed with fury. He hated when others touched what was his. The violent descent lasted about 15 seconds before Daredevil was slammed into the ground. A gaping hole stretched from the 32nd floor down to the earth. Rubble cascaded as Sean released his grip. The legendary hellfire, said to burn souls, was extinguished by the golden torrent as Sean clenched his fist. With his bones shattered, Daredevil groaned in agony. Sean lifted him, their cold eyes meeting. Tell me, how will you deal with a sinner like me? Chapter 185, Annihilation. The Daredevil was severely injured, with his eye sockets spewing raging flames. He let out a piercing shriek from the spirit of vengeance, a sound so intense, it reverberated through the basement of Star Ring Tower like a tangible shockwave. Feeding on the absorbed souls of the wicked, the surging power within him roared like a raging river. Daredevil suddenly threw his head back, and spewed a torrent of fire from his mouth, like a flamethrower, directed straight at the Sentinel. The distance between them was too close for evasion. The spirit of vengeance cackled with glee. It had sensed the overwhelming darkness within this man. The stench of sin was so thick it dwarfed even the black sky that once resided in Elektra's body. The 7 deadly sins from religious texts, excessive selfishness and suffocating darkness, all of it coalesced into an intoxicating aroma, like a delicious pastry luring in hungry eyes. You are more terrifying than any demon. I can feel it, your madness, your greed, your desire to trample the entire world beneath your feet. Despite the overwhelming aura of corruption that should have driven the spirit of vengeance into a frenzy, the Sentinel's soul remained untouched. I may not be a good man, but don't mistake me for evil. My soul isn't pure, but it is absolute. The massive energy released from the Sentinel's body had not only torn through the thick layers of soil in the basement, but also unleashed shockwaves that pulverized everything in its path. For Sean, this was the first time he had ever unleashed his power so freely. The faint golden glow around his body dimmed slightly. After absorbing the massive dragon bones from the hand, combined with his suit's amplification and energy absorption, his progress bar was now nearing the 50% threshold. He had a vague premonition, once he broke past the 50% barrier, he might achieve an unprecedented leap in power. However, the rate of his growth had begun to slow. Even with Dr. Otto's artificial sun, an immediate breakthrough was impossible. Planting his foot on the now flameless skull, Sean said softly, Matt Murdock, you made the wrong choice. Not everyone has Faust's luck, escaping a demon's carefully laid trap. Did you really think Mephisto would be so generous, granting you power to uphold justice in the human world? He was only using you to commit more atrocities, harvesting souls as fuel. He glanced casually toward the shadows and added, Am I right, Lord of Hell? Mephisto. A surge of frigid air erupted as dark currents coiled like living things, carrying the sulfuric stench of hellish magma. An old man in a black priest's robe materialized out of thin air, his silver hair meticulously combed, gripping a silver skull-headed cane. In demeanor alone, he resembled an aristocratic noble from the last century. You dare speak my name so freely? Are you not afraid of invoking a demon's curse? Amid the howling winds, the Hell Lord who enjoyed walking the mortal realm had finally appeared. He glanced at the fallen Daredevil and snorted, useless waste. Mephisto's original purpose in creating the Ghost Rider was to forge a hunter who would gather souls for him and strengthen the Hellfire. However, his own power was restricted in the mortal world, and the sorcerers of Camartage remained ever vigilant against supernatural invasions. Thus, the Hell Lord had no choice but to work through intermediaries. 150 years ago, Carter Slade had been his first test subject. He was a greedy Texas Ranger imprisoned for his crimes, and was easily ensnared. Mephisto traded freedom for his soul, and after signing the contract, the poor fool became the first host of the Spirit of Vengeance. Carter Slade's first mission was to collect the souls of San Venganza, a once peaceful town corrupted by Mephisto's temptations. The townsfolk, driven by greed, turned to sin, betraying and slaughtering one another until the place became a living hell. 1,000 damned souls were sealed within that contract. Any demon who obtained that contract could rapidly grow in power. For spiritual beings, souls were sustenance. The more they consumed, the stronger they became. While angels favored pure and virtuous souls, demons found corrupt, sinful souls far more delectable. Unfortunately, Carter Slade had not lost his compassion. Realizing the evil of his task, he fled with the San Venganza contract, denying Mephisto those tormented souls. 150 years later, the Hell Lord found his second Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze. Yet Mephisto's luck was abysmal. The second rider also betrayed him, fleeing to the far ends of the earth rather than serving as the demon's enforcer. Learning from these failures, Mephisto resolved to find someone more obedient. Return to where you belong, where the sorcerers will come for you. And when they do, pray that the Ancient One shows you mercy, Sean said coldly. He wasn't afraid of Mephisto. Even if the Hell Lord could unleash his full power in the mortal world, the Sentinel would not back down. The old man's expression darkened. You think invoking the Ancient One's name will frighten me? He despised the sorcerers, especially the Ancient One, a formidable enemy. Demons and angels had once walked freely across the world, leaving traces in medieval Europe and the untamed wilds of Africa. The witches burned at the stake, as well as the mad occultists, and the fanatics who sought immortality, all bore their influence. But when Agamotto established the triad of sorcerers, constructing 3 sanctums and countless monastic orders, they forged an impenetrable barrier around the mortal world. From then on, angels were banished, demons were slaughtered, and the twilight of spiritual beings began. Then came the Industrial Revolution. Humanity turned to science, abandoning gods and superstition, and casting theology into the dustbin of history. "I wouldn't mind fighting a Hell Lord," Sean said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I've recently developed an interest in magic and souls." Mephisto's face hardened. Then he gripped his silver skull cane, and hellfire erupted from his pitch-black eyes, one far more potent than the Ghost Rider's. The crater was engulfed in flames as the old man stared intently at the Sentinel standing at its center. The agonized wails of countless souls reverberated, tormented spirits from hell, unleashed to assault their target's mind. As a Hell Lord, Mephisto had his pride. He would not tolerate a mortal's defiance. Even if the Ancient One herself came, she might not be able to subdue this ancient demon who had endured the ages. In the sulphurous, lava-scorched realms of hell, power was absolute, and strength was sacred. No one was permitted to defy these laws. Chapter 187, Thunderous Strike. A fierce, icy wind accompanied by crimson flames surged toward the Sentinel from all directions like an overwhelming tidal wave. Mephisto's gaze was cold. Before the sorcerers had erected their formidable barrier around the mortal world, his presence had spread across the globe. Unlike his kin, who had languished in the dark depths of hell for countless years, he did not pounce upon human souls like a ravenous dog at the first sight of fresh prey. In the old demon's own words, he had taste, a sense of refinement that set him apart from lesser fiends. Not every soul was worth devouring. This Hell Lord preferred to toy with his victims, luring them into contracts laced with hidden traps, coaxing out their sins step by step, before finally claiming their delicious souls with ease. Just as depicted in Faust, he exploited humanity's most primal desires, compelling them to willingly offer up their souls. "I could grant you even greater power. In all my centuries, I have never encountered a soul as steeped in darkness and sin as yours." A glint of admiration flashed in Mephisto's eyes as he spoke in his usual beguiling tone. "Mortal, I see you for what you are, an insatiable tyrant, a conqueror. That greed, that hunger to possess and plunder everything, even demons find it chilling. How about a deal? Since you destroyed my Ghost Rider, why not take his place?" The Sentinel, engulfed by the raging inferno, paid no heed to Mephisto's temptations. His voice, muffled behind his faceplate, was low and rough. "I highly doubt you can give me what I truly want. A coward who hides in hell and trembles at the mere mention of the sorcerers, do you really think you're worthy of my submission?" His sharp words split the night sky. Amid the sea of flames, a brilliant golden light erupted. Sean clenched his fists, channeling every ounce of energy within his body. A solid, impenetrable golden force field repelled the crimson firestorm, while the sheer weight of his power shattered the bedrock beneath him with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves rippling outward. A flicker of wariness crossed Mephisto's mind. A black storm infused with a bone-chilling aura surged forth, attempting to halt the Sentinel's advance. The silver skull-headed cane in his hand transformed into a slender, razor-sharp rapier, and slashed through the air at blinding speed. The black tempest, condensed from the tormented wails of countless souls, resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, devouring both flesh and spirit while amplifying the chaos within one's mind. Few could withstand such an assault. The agony of eternal damnation, of being scorched by hellfire, was enough to strip away any will to live, reducing a person to a soulless husk. A mocking grin curled on Sean's lips. He had learned many useful tricks from the professor. His psychic energy sharpened into a blade and sliced through the endless tide of negative emotions. Like a frigid gale being forcibly repelled, the dark currents could only swirl helplessly around him, unable to penetrate even an inch. Golden flames surged like a tidal wave, condensing into a thick and devastating energy beam that erupted from the Sentinel's hands. The old man in the black priest's robe stiffened, his massive bat-like wings of flame unfurling behind him, cocooning his mortal vessel in a protective embrace. Like a hurricane, the residual energy tore upward, shredding the foundations of Star Ring Tower as if they were mere paper. The towering skyscraper groaned and swayed, its glass and debris raining down like a storm. Thick plumes of dust billowed into the air as a red and gold suit of armor hovered mid-flight. As one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers, he had been the first to receive Nick Fury's alert, an intense energy surge accompanied by seismic tremors in Hell's Kitchen's 8th Avenue. Tony Stark, self-proclaimed Guardian of New York, wouldn't miss such an event. Setting aside his work, he donned his Mark armor and rushed to the scene, only to find a crumbling skyscraper, its center gouged open from the 32nd floor down, as if some tremendous force had drilled straight into the earth. What the hell happened here? Tony activated his suit's thermal and infrared scans, only to detect a massive red mass hurtling toward him. Before Jarvis could issue a warning, the colossal fiery figure slammed into the Iron Man armor, sending it spiraling through the air. Swirling flames and howling winds coalesced into the towering form of a true demon. It was 16 feet tall, with bat-like wings that blotted out the sky, and was clad in black armor etched with skull motifs. It was the very image of the devils depicted in religious texts. Jarvis, tell me I'm drunk. Tony steadied himself midair, staring in disbelief, because I swear I just saw a goddamn demon in New York. Sir, you are not intoxicated. That is indeed a life form beyond conventional human understanding. Even the ever-composed AI struggled for words. Before they could continue, a streak of golden light shot upward. A molten energy beam, expanding like an endless tide, swallowed Mephisto's true form whole. The thunderous shockwave that followed was deafening. The Sentinel's fist, propelled by monstrous strength, struck like a cannonball, sending the hellish demon crashing backward. Enough. You insignificant worm. Mephisto's furious roar shook the heavens. Hellfire coalesced into a massive greatsword. In all his years walking the mortal realm, the Hell Lord had only ever been humbled by the sorcerers. Never before had a mere human dared to challenge him so brazenly. His demonic body, resistant to both magic and physical harm, stood firm against the energy bombardment like an unyielding cliff. Yet his wings were tattered, and the crushing blow to his skull sent waves of pain shooting through him, igniting his fury. Drop your delusions of grandeur. Angels, demons, you're just creatures with a bit more power. The Sentinel's voice echoed coldly across the night sky as he stood firm in midair. You are not invincible. And you are certainly not worthy of worship. Mephisto's retort died in his throat as an overwhelming surge of energy suddenly loomed. His grotesque, goat-like face twisted in genuine alarm. A circular portal, crackling with sparks, tore open in the night sky. A colossal pillar of golden light, infused with potent magic, crashed down upon the demon. Unlike the Sentinel's energy beam, this attack seemed far more effective. The intricate runes and geometric patterns etched into the light seared away Mephisto's hellfire, reducing half of his massive form to ash in an instant. No. Ancient One. Mephisto's roar of defiance was futile. The name, a taboo in both heaven and hell, did nothing to halt the Sorcerer Supreme's assault. The space around the demon solidified, trapping him in an invisible force, before a single finger tapped against it like a needle striking glass. Crack. The prison shattered. Mephisto, ruler of vast infernal domains, was reduced to countless fragments, his form dissolving into dust and carried away by the wind. The Sorcerer Supreme, sole guardian of the mortal world, struck with thunderous finality. In the blink of an eye, she had banished the Hell Lord back to his domain. No wonder the supernatural trembled at the name Camartage. Come with me. A whisper brushed against Sean's ear. Before he could react, a teleportation circle enveloped him, and in the next moment, the golden figure vanished without a trace. All that remained was a very confused Iron Man, hovering in the sky, his red and gold armor gleaming under the moonlight. Jarvis, Tony muttered, dazed, I'm definitely drunk. Chapter 188, Camartage. T/N, any good recommendations of fics with MC similar to this one? Kathmandu, an ancient city with a history spanning 200 years. Nestled on the southern slopes of the Himalayas, shielded from northern winds by this natural barrier while bathed in the warm currents of the Indian Ocean, it basked in perpetual sunshine and blooming flowers, earning its reputation among travelers worldwide as the heaven in the mountains. From above, the city sprawled beneath a dense tapestry of temples and towering palaces, their intricate stone carvings, spires, and Buddha statues filling every corner. Traditional brick and stone structures exuded an air of antiquity, standing as relics of a bygone era. The winding, narrow streets were thick with the scent of Indian incense. Children spun prayer wheels, vendors hawked fruits, Thangka paintings, and papyrus artworks, while countless budget lodgings and dimly lit, shabby restaurants flickered under the city's chaotic glow. This city was a melting pot of tradition and modernity. Grand temples squeezed between ramshackle slums, creating a jarring dissonance as if split into two worlds. To tourists, it was a sacred land of red-walled temples. To locals, it was a chaotic metropolis teeming with monkeys, beggars, and exhaust fumes. Of course, this wasn't the full picture. With enough wealth, even in this remote corner of the world, one could live like a god. Kathmandu was no stranger to luxury hotels and high-end boutiques. When Sean removed the Sentinel armor and opened his eyes again, he found himself transported from the bustling streets of New York to Durbar Square. The clamor of crowds washed over him, tourists and red-robed monks passing by, surrounded by undulating rows of ancient architecture, temples, and palaces of varied styles. Sean's gaze settled on the Ancient One, who was standing beneath a Buddha statue. I thought you'd take me straight to Camartage. The Sorcerer Supreme who had effortlessly banished Mephisto wore a flowing white robe, her expression serene, as if she were merely a traveler passing through the mortal world, untouched by its trivialities. Her transcendent aura made her gender and age irrelevant. The Ancient One shook her head slightly. You will set foot in Camartage soon enough. There is no need to rush. Mephisto has countless avatars. Destroying one vessel means little. This world will never lack fools willing to blind themselves, offering their souls to demons in exchange for fleeting desires. She walked ahead, her voice calm. Besides, before leaving, Mephisto took Matt Murdock, that poor soul drowning in fury yet powerless to change anything. With that, she cast a glance at Sean. The fate of Daredevil had been largely shaped by the young man beside her. Sean shrugged innocently. I was only trying to solve Hell's Kitchen's crime problem at its root. Who knew it'd put a bunch of vigilantes out of work? The Ancient One ignored his excuses. She had long transcended mortal concepts of good and evil. Individual sorrows and joys were but specks of dust in the grand scheme of the multiverse. They were unnoticeable and unworthy of attention. Do not underestimate Matt Murdock. His rage and justice are the strongest fuel for the spirit of vengeance. She recounted the origins of the Ghost Rider. 6,000 years ago, heaven created the spirits of vengeance, living weapons to monitor human sin and spread doctrine. Scientifically speaking, they were intelligent machines programmed to identify wicked souls. Later, they were abandoned for reasons unknown. After the last Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, established the complete mystical system, the three sanctums were built, fortifying the mortal world's defenses. Both angels and demons entered what they called the Twilight Era. Eventually, Mephisto acquired the spirits of vengeance, reforging them with hellfire and binding them to human hosts, consequently creating what he called Ghost Riders, specialized enforcers to harvest damned souls. Carter Slade 150 years ago, Johnny Blaze on the other side of the world, all were his pawns. Following the Ancient One, Sean arrived at the Degutoliju Temple. What made this temple unique, or perhaps most intriguing, were the exquisitely carved erotic figures adorning its supporting pillars. While the Ancient One remained unperturbed, Sean averted his gaze awkwardly. They soon reached the rear of the temple, where a large, ferocious relief was embedded in the corner, a depiction of Bhairava, Shiva's most terrifying incarnation. Adorned with a crown of gems and skulls, his white eyes bulging, fangs bared, multiple arms wielding swords, axes, shields, and a severed head, he stood trampling a corpse beneath his feet. Many were lost souls who had suffered setbacks in life, others were terminally ill patients who had lost hope, each discovering Camartage through different means and arriving after passing the trial set by the sorcerers. The devout chose to stay, delving into the mysteries of the soul and self. A few, unable to endure the ascetic lifestyle, left and returned to the mundane world. The Ancient One never interfered with such choices. Having lived through countless ages, privy to the world's deepest secrets, the great sorcerer who kept extra-dimensional threats at bay remained an observer, calmly watching the tides of mortal affairs roll forward. It's because the Ancient One knew that what was destined to happen would come to pass. Only when faced with a crisis that threatened the world's destruction would she step in, selecting the best outcome from countless possibilities. In essence, the sorcerers and superheroes performed the same duty. The only difference was that the former operated in the shadows. Their enemies were not mad scientists or lawless supervillains, but creatures lurking in the dark dimensions. Welcome to Camartage. The Ancient One repeated softly. She sat in a chair and prepared a pot of tea. Wisps of steam curled upward as Sean, still in his suit, sat across from her, an odd contrast in this ancient sanctum. You have an interest in magic and the soul. The Ancient One took a sip of the steaming tea, her voice light. Sean pondered for a moment before answering, I don't seek power from magic. I simply wish to understand the world and the universe from another perspective. The Ancient One's eyes flickered slightly. She studied the young man before her, her gaze piercing through flesh and bone, peeling back layers to glimpse the true self beneath. After a long moment, a trace of surprise surfaced in her expression. This current Sorcerer Supreme had just attempted to peer into Sean's soul. Unlike Charles, who wielded immense psychic power, Sean's spiritual presence radiated an intense, almost flawless aura, a fortress of will so unshakable that even the most refined mental assaults would struggle to breach it. Her expression grew solemn. Sean ciphers, you are the human with the greatest potential I have ever encountered. Your body is like a universe unto itself, containing a force of destruction and violence beyond imagination. She could sense an inexplicable force blocking her from delving deeper into his soul, a blinding white light shrouding his true nature in darkness. Sean smiled faintly. He knew exactly what the Ancient One was referring to, the terrifying energy within him, comparable to a supernova. If fully unleashed, it could annihilate a planet in an instant. Even the great sorcerer before him might not be able to stop him then. Seeing that Sean had no intention of elaborating, the Ancient One did not press further. Her curiosity was reserved only for magic and truth. Everyone had secrets buried deep within, and prying too deeply would only breed resentment and wariness. The ancient language that channels natural energy and weaves spells has existed since the dawn of civilization. Long ago, sorcerers called it incantations. If that sounds too abstract, think of it as code, the source programming that shapes reality. When Sean inquired about the mysteries of magic and the soul, the Ancient One did not withhold knowledge. At Camartage, wisdom was shared freely, provided one had the capacity to comprehend it. We gather energy, drawing from other dimensions of the multiverse. We speak the words, shape the forms, and thus cast spells. As she spoke, her hands moved in precise gestures, tracing simple lines in the air. Energy surged as intricate patterns formed, layers of geometric shapes overlapped, and a glowing Tau mandala materialized before Sean's eyes. Through mental perception, he tracked the flow of natural energy as it followed the lines drawn by the sorcerer's hands, syncing with the rhythm of her chanted words. It was like the inner workings of a machine, countless tiny gears turning in unison to drive the greater mechanism. Sorcerers operated the same way. They drew energy from the multiverse's dimensions, using it as a stable core, guided by incantations and sigils to form fixed constructs, thus harnessing magic. However, all of this hinged on one prerequisite, a powerful soul or mind. Without the mental fortitude to command energy, one could never even perceive the fluctuations in the void. To step into the world of magic, one first had to master ancient languages, Hebrew, Vedic Sanskrit, and others, then practice meditation to attune their soul's resonance. Only by establishing a connection with the Vishanti, the trinity of cosmic entities, could one gain the right to draw energy. Thus, not everyone could become a sorcerer. At the very least, they needed a gift for languages, an unyielding will, and the ability to shatter conventional perspectives to see the world through a different lens. Sean closed his eyes. Then with near-flawless precision, he replicated the Ancient One's gestures. A miniature Tau mandala began to take shape, but before he could rejoice, a dull explosion erupted as the structure collapsed, a bright flash of fire bursting forth. You have a rare aptitude for learning, but not everyone can command energy. The sanctum serves the Vishanti. With your pride, you would never bow your head in devout submission to a supreme deity. A faint smile played on the Ancient One's lips. The threshold to the halls of magic is not high, but it admits only those with humility and sincerity. The multiverse has countless dimensions. Why is it only the Vishanti that became the gods of magic? Sean's tone carried a trace of confusion. The Ancient One's brow lifted slightly, her eyelids lowering, because the great Vishanti do not refuse the summons of sorcerers. They are a trinity of pure spiritual entities. Other dimensions' energies always demand a price. That is the origin of African voodoo, medieval blood rituals, and dark magic. Fools blinded by desire forge pacts with dark dimensions and summon eldritch horrors for power, unaware that the cost is far greater than they can bear. Sean's gaze flickered toward the Ancient One. She herself drew power from Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, to sustain her life. However she managed it, the process couldn't have been easy. To siphon energy from the dark dimension while maintaining clarity of mind, and resisting Dormammu's corruption, even someone like Charles Xavier might struggle to endure such a relentless battle of wills. Yet this sorcerer supreme, whose name echoed across realms, wore her burden with effortless grace. Such unwavering resolve and profound mastery commanded Sean's admiration. You may stay at Camartage for a time if you are not otherwise occupied. The tea on the table had cooled. The Ancient One rose, concluding the lesson. Consider it payment for handling a troublesome matter. Payment. Sean was puzzled. For dealing with Mephisto, of course. He sought to use a child born of human and demon to complete a ritual of rebirth in this world. How could I stand by and let a Hell Lord walk freely in the mortal realm? The Ancient One turned to him, her eyes glinting with a childlike mischief. And you are such a convenient and free labor force. It would be a waste not to make use of you. Chapter 190, the first step in learning. T/N, for every 150 power stones, I will upload an extra chapter on top of the 2 daily uploads, with no upper limit of course. Sean was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the Ancient One to make such a request. Then, with a resigned shrug, he accepted. Being an enforcer for once wasn't so bad. After all, not everyone had the privilege of stepping into Camartage, glimpsing the true face of the multiverse, and uncovering the profound mysteries of magic and the soul. If he were to put it in mercenary terms, this was a no-lose deal. His feud with Mephisto was already irreparable. What was one more offense against the Hell Lord? With the Ancient One's permission, Sean didn't rush headlong into the library to drown himself in ancient tomes and powerful spells. As he had said, he wasn't desperate for magic. Instead, his focus lay in the secrets of the soul. Like a sightseer, he wandered leisurely through the vast expanse of Camartage. Sometimes, he would pause beneath a towering mage's spire, other times, he would engage in casual conversation with reclusive ascetics. The gates of magic were wide open to him, yet he showed no urgency, content to linger at the threshold. The Ancient One observed all of this with a glimmer of approval in her eyes. She stood in the central hall of Camartage, the nexus connecting the 3 sanctums, the heart of the magical world. Her fingers turned a metal wheel, adjusting the massive celestial sphere suspended above. This was the formidable barrier built upon the 3 sanctums, supported by countless smaller sanctuaries and secret orders, hidden relics of an ancient tradition thriving in the modern world. The colossal orb glowed like molten lava and shifted its trajectory as the wheel turned. Tiny points of light flickered, indicating dimensional rifts and fractures that required constant monitoring. Sorcerers were dispatched to repair or guard these breaches, preventing incursions from extra-dimensional entities. Over millennia, the defenses of the material world had grown ever more impregnable. Only beings of Mephisto's caliber, Hell Lords and their ilk, could bypass these barriers by possessing human vessels. Even then, their power was severely constrained. Under the watchful eyes of the sorcerers and the indomitable reputation of the Ancient One, even the mightiest of these entities dared not act recklessly. Since the dawn of the Twilight Era, the human world had ceased to be their playground. Instead, it had become a hunting ground where they, the interlopers, were the prey. You once said he was dangerous. Why bring someone like him to Camartage? Mordo, the Ancient One's foremost disciple, stepped into the Bronze Hall. His arrogance, his ambition, his tenacity, they all feel eerily familiar. The Ancient One gazed up at the shifting celestial sphere as she fine-tuned the vast magical network anchored by the three sanctums, ensuring it could detect any extra-dimensional incursion. Caecilius. Mordo uttered the name softly. The first in centuries to stain Camartage with blood, the betrayer who had spurned the Ancient One's guidance, stolen forbidden rituals of dark worship, and pledged himself to Dormammu. Sean Cyphers is gifted, perhaps even more so than Caecilius. He's the kind who refuses to follow the rules. That makes him dangerous, but also allows him to step into the halls of magic faster than most. Finishing her adjustments, the Ancient One exhaled deeply. She sensed unrest brewing in the dark dimension, minions of heaven and hell slipping through the cracks in reality like starving beasts. With Mephisto preparing his rebirth ritual, it was hard not to suspect some grand scheme orchestrated by malevolent spirits and dark gods. Perhaps this was the calamity that would claim her life. A shadow crossed the Ancient One's heart. She foresaw her end approaching, yet the when and how remained obscured. Even if Caecilius betrayed you, I never will. Mordo spoke earnestly, I sought power to defeat my enemies, and it was you who granted me that strength, who taught me to conquer the darkness within and abide by my own laws. Darkness is never truly vanquished. We merely learn to coexist with it. The Ancient One shook her head. Her disciple was steadfast in his faith, unwavering in his loyalty to Camartage and the Sorcerer Supreme. Yet his rigid adherence to rules made it impossible for him to transcend limitations and perceive his true self. Caecilius had once been a promising candidate, but the wounds in his heart ran too deep. Upon discovering the Ancient One's secret, that she drew power from the dark dimension to sustain her life, he had deemed all of Camartage a lie, plunging instead into the abyss as Dormammu's disciple. Do not trouble yourself with Sean Cyphers. He is a variable I intend to use to shape the future. I will keep watch over him myself. Mordo seemed on the verge of protest but swallowed his words. He would never defy the Ancient One's will, even if the young man's resemblance to Caecilius set his instincts on edge. If the master of Camartage decreed it, he would obey. Exploring Camartage took Sean roughly 3 days. During that time, he remotely managed affairs in New York via Skynet, even calling Dr. Connors and Harry to assure them he was taking an extended leave and not to worry. On the fourth night, beneath the heavy shroud of darkness, he arrived at one of Camartage's most vital locations, the library. Within its walls lay countless ancient texts, records stretching back to antiquity, and innumerable formidable spells. Here, every sorcerer could delve into the mysteries of the cosmos and the truths of existence. Camartage had many rules, but one stood above all: knowledge was to be shared. So long as one possessed the requisite ability, even the Ancient One's personal collections were open to study, though few sorcerers ever reached such heights. A stern, round-faced man greeted Sean. With the Ancient One's tacit approval, he was granted entry without objection. This humorless, solemn figure was Wong, Camartage's librarian. His predecessor had met a gruesome end at Caecilius' hands, beheaded in a bloody sacrifice. You may peruse the texts here freely. But damage even a single page, and you will answer to me. Wong's tone brooked no argument. Sean smirked, unfazed by the threat. He wandered among the endless shelves, each tome a thread in the tapestry of magical history. Forgotten secrets and buried truths awaited within these pages. His gaze lingered on a copper-bound book secured by delicate chains with a dull gem embedded in its cover. The Book of Cagliostro contained the secrets of entering the dark dimension and the incantations to wield the Eye of Agamotto. No need to rush. A faint smile curved Sean's lips as he plucked a hefty volume from a nearby shelf. The Key of Solomon, a Renaissance-era occult masterpiece detailing the rules and incantations for summoning demons, alongside dark magics that encouraged blood sacrifice. This particular copy was a 14th-century transcription by a sorcerer, a priceless antique that would fetch a fortune at Sotheby's, coveted by occult enthusiasts and religious magnates alike. Opening the book, Sean immersed himself, shutting out the world beyond. The gates of magic had swung wide, and he had taken his first step through. Chapter 191, The Vastness of the Universe. The days of learning were both fleeting and endless, fleeting because immersion made time slip away unnoticed, and endless because no matter how diligently one studied, the true depths of knowledge always remained just out of reach. Perhaps influenced by the tranquil atmosphere of Camartage, Sean found himself living the most routine life he had ever experienced. His days followed a steady rhythm, buried in the library's vast collection of ancient texts, studying the origins and evolution of magic, the founding and history of the sorcerers, and, in rare moments of leisure, practicing meditation as taught by the Ancient One to attune himself to the fluctuations of the soul and master basic spells. Unwilling to forge a connection with the Vishanti, the trinity of cosmic entities, Sean faced far greater challenges in wielding magic than an ordinary sorcerer. After repeated failures, he turned inward, attempting to draw energy from the invisible door within himself in hopes of completing the first step of a sorcerer's journey through sheer will. This unorthodox approach, of course, bore no immediate fruit. The current system of magic had evolved over millions of years, branching from ancient practices like witchcraft, rituals, and divination before converging into what was now called the arcane arts. It was the Ancient One's predecessor, Agamotto, who had established the Trinity system by forming a pact with the dimensional deity Vishanti, founding the three sanctums and ensuring magic's survival rather than being lost to the tides of time. Sean flipped through the pages of A New Cosmology of the Universe, a book written by an astronomer who had once walked the halls of Camartage. It viewed the cosmos through the lens of sorcery, chronicling the legends of the Nine Realms, such as Asgard's wars with the Frost Giants, or the Dark Elves' attempt to plunge the Nine Realms into eternal darkness with a terrifying weapon. These hidden truths broadened his horizons like never before. Even with his inherited memories, Sean had never grasped the world with such clarity. The vast knowledge within these ancient texts painted a grand, breathtaking universe before him. The legendary Nine Realms, led by Asgard, were forged through countless battles waged by Odin, the Allfather. He had expelled the Dark Elves of Vanaheim, crushed the Frost Giants of Jotunheim, and, in ages past, his name, along with that of his firstborn, Hela, had once shaken the Nine Realms to their core. The Valkyries, his elite warriors, had been unstoppable, their glory and authority casting a shadow over all kingdoms. Midgard, also known as Earth, was the realm of humans. A place considered backwater by the rest of the Nine Realms during its primitive eras, though once under Asgard's protection. Then there was Svartalfheim, home of the dwarves, master craftsmen whose innate talent for forging had birthed legendary weapons. Thor's Mjolnir among them. Helheim, the land of the dead, was a frozen wasteland shrouded in mist, accessible only to the deceased. The rulers of Asgard used it as a prison for the worst of criminals. And Muspelheim, the fiery realm guarded by the fire giant Surtur, a land of eternal flame. With each book, Sean's understanding of the vast and dark cosmos deepened. Even within Earth's own galactic neighborhood, countless civilizations and races thrived. And beyond that, endless wonders awaited discovery. Gently closing the ancient tome, Sean exhaled softly and murmured, "The universe is so vast. I want to see it all." At the summit of a towering mage's spire, the Ancient One stood with her wide sleeves billowing in the wind, gazing at Camartage bathed in the glow of sunset. Beside her, her first disciple, Mordo, reported on Sean's recent activities. On the first day, he read The Key of Solomon, the Book of the Vishanti, the Codex of the Sorcerer Supreme, nearly 11 books in total. As you said, his learning ability and talent are extraordinary. An average sorcerer would take at least half a month to digest such knowledge, yet he mastered it effortlessly. What's even more astonishing is that he only studies for 8 hours a day. The rest of his time is spent observing other sorcerers training or conversing with the reclusive monks. Mordo's tone carried a mix of admiration and unease. He had seen geniuses like this before. Caecilius, for instance, whose brilliance had far surpassed ordinary men. But it was precisely such individuals who were most prone to losing their way, falling into the abyss of the dark dimension. When Caecilius had first arrived, he had been a broken man seeking answers in the arcane arts. His intelligence and pride had gradually led him to question the Ancient One, until he was seduced by the power of the dark dimension, becoming a fallen zealot. In less than 3 days, he mastered the secret of astral projection. Even while asleep, he can engage in deep reading. This nearly breaks Camartage's fastest record. No sorcerer before him has so effortlessly shattered the constraints of conventional thinking, accepting the truths of the world and the cosmos without hesitation, transcending the boundaries of materialism and idealism. The more Mordo spoke, the more astonished he became. If not for Sean's clear unfamiliarity with magic, he might have believed the young man was already a fully trained sorcerer. "I told you, Sean's ciphers is extraordinary." The Ancient One seemed unsurprised. She ran her fingers along a sandalwood folding fan, her thoughts lingering on the enigmatic mist that shrouded the young man, a veil even she could not pierce. Not even the eye of Agamotto could reveal his presence in the river of time. Moreover, Sean possessed all the qualities of a sorcerer. The lengthy incantations, the obscure ancient scripts, the intricate spell formations, most sorcerers needed years of repetition to commit them to memory and wield them fluently. Yet for him, it was as if he skipped the intermediate steps entirely, absorbing knowledge with terrifying efficiency. Let him learn. At the very least, his thirst for knowledge is genuine. The Ancient One's voice was calm. But Mordo hesitated, his dark face set in determination. What if he opens the book of Cagliostro like Caecilius did? If he learns the secrets of the dark dimension? He won't. The Ancient One cut him off, her gaze shifting toward the library. Sean is far more prideful and stubborn than Caecilius. He refused to bow to the Vishanti, choosing instead to harness his own energy. Do you truly believe he would kneel before Dormammu? That young man is the most arrogant individual I have ever met. Not even gods could make him bend the knee. Mordo's mouth hung open, he was rendered speechless. Chapter 192, Journey Through the Dimensions. In the Grand Hall of Camartage, Sean sat cross-legged with the Ancient One, posing questions about the obscure knowledge he had encountered in ancient texts. Surprisingly, he rarely brought up difficulties regarding magic or the soul. Those lengthy, abstruse incantations and countless intricate spell formations seemed to present no challenge whatsoever to this young man. He could comprehend them at a glance and immediately put them into practice. This terrifying level of innate talent left Mordo, who had been secretly observing, questioning his own life choices. Even Caecilius, the most outstanding student Camartage had seen in a century, the one who had betrayed the Ancient One, was never capable of such feats. It was as if the world had never seen someone who could learn spells after a single glance. Mordo doubts your progress. He even suspects you might be a vessel for some dark god, demon, or a mysterious sorcerer. The Ancient One smiled faintly, well acquainted with this reaction. People always struggled to accept things that defied their understanding. Actually, he's not wrong. My real name is Gandalf, and I hail from Middle-earth. I love bashing people with my staff. Sean quipped. The Ancient One chuckled softly. She knew this was just the young man's playful humor. His unfathomable learning speed and innate mastery of magic undoubtedly had another explanation. Truthfully, I'm curious as well, how do you do it? I know your soul is powerful, granting you a photographic memory and rapid learning abilities. But magic is different from other disciplines. It was once known as the arcane arts. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity as she continued. In the American Heritage Dictionary, the arcane is defined as the study of the supernatural. It can also be understood as the secret knowledge and research of mystical forces, a purely metaphysical field, tracing its origins to ancient Egypt, Hebrew traditions, and Greco-Roman civilizations. Broadly, it encompasses four major branches: cosmology, esoteric psychology, divination, and thaumaturgy, countless schools and sects, all too numerous to tally. This nature means it doesn't have a systematic accelerated learning method like other disciplines. Your mind and will can carry you farther and faster in the halls of magic, but it's impossible to reach the pinnacle in one step. Sean pondered for a moment before carefully responding. I took inspiration from a friend who studies machinery. If we treat magic as a machine, the energy drawn from dimensions can be seen as the power core. The incantations are the activation switch, and the spell formations shaped by will are the circuit pathways guiding the energy. By breaking down each step and refining the process, I simply follow the procedure. The Ancient One's eyes flickered with surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. That doesn't make sense. It defies a sorcerer's understanding. A sorcerer's power comes from the Vishanti. We shatter preconceptions, perceive the world through the soul, sense dimensions and energy, and wield them with our will. Every sorcerer walks a different path into the halls of magic. But how can you quantify steps like the composition of a soul, the fluctuations of its aura, or the speed of thought? These are immeasurable. Sean was momentarily stunned. He suddenly remembered that the reason he could do this was entirely due to the system's precise data parameters and Skynet's immense computational power, which had synthesized a theoretical framework for him. It seems this is another one of your secrets. The Ancient One smiled knowingly before shifting the topic. Do you truly believe so easily in the existence of these unknown, illusory things? Sean nodded. He had no cognitive barriers or rigid worldly beliefs. Was there anything in this world more inconceivable than his own existence? You came to me today for another reason. The Ancient One's gaze was piercing, effortlessly reading his intentions. Sean didn't hide it. After mastering astral projection and soul meditation, his curiosity about the multiverse had grown even stronger. And the Ancient One was the only one who had truly traversed infinite dimensions and countless realms. How did you know I've journeyed through dimensions in astral form? The Ancient One seemed surprised. I spoke with a man named Pangborn. He was once paralyzed, but you made him walk again, and even run and jump. Sean replied. I didn't heal him. I merely convinced him he could walk like a normal person and overcome the barriers in his mind. She shook her head. His body was intact. I only made him believe that the power of his mind could move his limbs. After all, I'm no doctor. His cells and nerves healed themselves, the key was whether he believed it possible. Sean, you are not someone who views the world through a narrow lens. You've broken free from the prison of your own mind. That's why you were born to be a sorcerer. She raised a finger and lightly tapped his forehead. A powerful force yanked Sean's soul from his body, as if space and time had flipped. In an instant, he was pulled tens of thousands of meters into the sky. He watched the world shrink into a speck of dust adrift in the vast cosmos. His soul drifted between illusion and reality, phantasmagoric shadows flickered around him. Space twisted and warped as he plunged into an endless tunnel of light, where gravity and time lost meaning. The boundaries between dimensions blurred and overlapped like billions of tangled threads. His consciousness had never been so focused. His soul radiated intense light and pulsated with a peculiar vibration, as if it was dissolving and reforming over and over. And then, everything he saw became more real. At the source of reality, the spiritual connects with the material. Thought shapes existence. This world is but one of infinite dimensions. The Ancient One's voice echoed clearly in his mind. Sean no longer had a fixed form. His soul was distorted by dimensions, it was stretched and reshaped endlessly. His fingers multiplied infinitely as if countless versions of himself had split apart, each a fragment of his soul evolving independently. This state defied description. Sean perceived everything through his soul until... crack! He shattered an invisible barrier, his soul erupting in a blinding golden light. He broke free from the entanglement of infinite dimensions and observed them from a higher plane of existence. It was like examining the lines on his palm. He could vividly sense each world, real yet untouchable, like countless sheets of paper stacked together. Viewed from the side, they were but a thick line. From another angle, they were flat. Only by observing them three-dimensionally could their full nature be grasped. But as his soul delved deeper, a surge of overwhelming malice suddenly assaulted him. A terrifying entity, draped over the infinite dimensions, fixed its gaze upon him. A single glance was enough to send a chill down his spine, which made him extremely alert. "I see you." The voice boomed like thunder in the realm of the mind, reverberating endlessly. Had this been an ordinary soul, it would have shattered instantly. But before the Ancient One could intervene, a blazing halo of light enveloped Sean's soul. Countless rings of radiance intertwined and condensed, forming a psychic flame so bright, it was impossible to look at directly. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, The Battle of the Strongest. The illusory head loomed like a colossal mountain, its backdrop an endless expanse of dark space. The being's unimaginably massive body stretched across countless dimensions, binding barren planets together with invisible chains of rule, like a frozen and lifeless world. This was the ruler of the Dark Dimension, the Ancient One's greatest nemesis, a terrifying entity akin to an ancient evil god. Dormammu. Before he bore this name, he had once been an unknown sorcerer in ancient times, who, by chance, he discovered the existence of the Dark Dimension. In his quest for its boundless energy, he willingly discarded his physical form, encasing his soul in searing magical flames. After countless trials, he became the sole deity of that realm. Driven by instinctive greed, Dormammu sought to conquer more planets, absorbing them into his domain. His massive form, which forged from dark energy, stretched across dimensions, seeking to expand his influence. His ultimate goal: to become the supreme god above all dimensions, collecting life-bearing worlds like trophies and assimilating them into his essence. This ruler of the Dark Dimension had tried countless times to devour Earth, to place the blue planet among his collection. Yet he had never succeeded, but was thwarted each time by two sorcerers supreme. Agamotto, the first, had erected an impenetrable barrier around the material world, linking the three sanctums into a vast, unyielding magical network to maintain balance between reality and the dimensions. The Ancient One, the second, had used her absolute power to keep extra-dimensional beings at bay. Neither demon nor angel dared cross her line. "Human, your soul is enticing." The thunderous voice reverberated through the dimensions, crashing into Sean's mind like a cannonball, instantly triggering violent tremors. Dormammu's malevolent gaze locked onto the soul, radiating intense light. It had been so long since he had encountered such a vibrant, delectable morsel. Sean grunted as his psychic flames flickered violently. The mental assault from Dormammu nearly shattered his soul. The connection between reality and the dimension surged, causing golden energy to erupt like a tsunami within his body. His wavering consciousness blazed brighter, like a sun too radiant to behold. His mind and will intertwined, forging a brilliant sword of light that sliced through Dormammu's gaze in the Dark Dimension. His time in Camartage had not been wasted. Though his progress in spells had been modest, his understanding of the soul had deepened immeasurably. Insolent insect! The furious roar became a shockwave which shook countless overlapping dimensions. Dormammu's illusory head lurched forward like a meteor, smashing through the barriers between dimensions, intent on crushing the audacious human into dust. In the material world, Camartage trembled. The air cracked like glass as endless dark energy assaulted the barrier between worlds. The sudden disturbance alarmed every sorcerer in the sanctuary. Protective wards and spell formations activated automatically, their warning bells tolling ceaselessly. The Ancient One's expression darkened. With a flick of her fingers, space shattered like a mirror, forming a fractured mirror dimension that enveloped her and Sean. Then, a radiant flame ignited between her brows, blazing like a torch. Get back. Her voice, clear yet thunderous, unleashed a pillar of lightning and fire that slammed into Dormammu's spectral head like a hammer. Her soul appeared beside Sean's. Compared to his golden flames, hers was more solid, a distinct figure in white robes. Her wool was forged into a glorious crown from which streams of light cascaded like tassels. Could you cause any less trouble? Her mental voice carried exasperation. Not my fault. Who knew a rabid dog would show up? Sean retorted across the dimensional rift. Hearing their exchange, Dormammu erupted in fury. Drawing upon the infinite energy of the dark dimension, he flung 2 barren planets at them like stones. Ancient One. Soon, I will drag this world into darkness. You and your planet will become part of me. The ruler of the dark dimension roared. He had already planted his pieces, zealous followers who would tear down Camartaj's defenses. Once the balance between the material world and the dimensions collapsed, his full power would be unleashed, unbound by rules. Keep dreaming. The Ancient One raised her left hand, summoning a colossal axe that shimmered with blue light. With a single swing, she shattered the 2 oncoming planets into dust. The axe, which was forged from raw destructive energy, radiated an overwhelming aura. The shockwaves of its power trembled through dimensions, as if the world itself might split apart at any moment. Sean watched from the sidelines, awed. So this is the Sorcerer Supreme, the guardian of the material world. Her power was unfathomable. Even against the ruler of the dark dimension, she showed no fear. Dormammu's spectral head glowed with dark energy. From his maw, he unleashed a devastating beam of annihilation. The Ancient One was the only one who stood in his way. Without her, Earth would have been his long ago. He wouldn't need to manipulate followers with promises of dark power. Why waste your life and strength? Join me, transcend time, become immortal. The demonic temptation slithered into the Ancient One's soul. She sneered, and her psychic flames flared brighter, purging Dormammu's influence. She was no Caecilius. She was no broken, wavering soul easily seduced by darkness. She drew power from the dark dimension to sustain her life, but such petty temptations could not sway her. The clash of their energies ignited a cataclysmic storm. The shockwaves tore through dimensional space, obliterating countless overlapping worlds in a scene of apocalyptic ruin. Go. The Ancient One's command was curt. She seized Sean's soul, and like a streak of light, they shot back into the material world, back in Camartaj. Sean's consciousness returned to his body, and dizziness washed over him. He steadied himself, quickly regaining clarity. The Ancient One, however, looked pale. She braced herself against the table. There was a trickle of blood at her lips, she clearly wounded. From within the mirror dimension, Dormammu's roar still echoed faintly. Ancient One. You thief. Sooner or later, you will fall into the dark. The Sorcerer Supreme's lips curled into a mocking smile. She had no fear of his threats. I no longer fear death, she murmured softly. Chapter 194, The Showdown. The Ancient One wiped the blood from her lips, then took a deep breath before saying. You must be more careful when traversing the dimensional worlds from now on. Being marked by Dormammu is no small matter. The violent energy backlash had wounded even her. With the dark dimension as his foundation, Dormammu was nearly invincible, unless he foolishly entered the material world, where the Sorcerer Supreme could seize an opportunity to strike. Sean shrugged indifferently. He had already provoked Mephisto, a lord of hell, and now the ruler of the dark dimension had set his sights on him. But with debts piling up, what was one more? Sooner or later, they would all cross paths, and then, he'd settle the score. One day, he would stand among these ancient powers, towering at the pinnacle of the world. His gaze flicked to the Ancient One, and playful smirk tugged at his lips. If the sky falls, Camartaj and the sanctums will hold it up. The Ancient One shook her head with a faint smile and dispelled the mirror dimension that had enclosed them. Her first disciple, Mordo, stood waiting outside, his dark face etched with concern. The earlier disturbance had shaken all of Camartaj, the dark energy battering the material world's barriers had triggered the sanctuary's layered wards, setting off a chain reaction that even alerted the New York, London, and Hong Kong sanctums. For a moment, they had feared an all-out invasion by extra-dimensional beings. Are you all right? Mordo asked. As the Ancient One's direct disciple, he knew all too well that the ruler of the dark dimension was no easy foe. Dormammu had dragged countless life-bearing planets into his realm, assimilating them into his being. His unfathomably vast form stretched across endless dimensions. He was a horror beyond human comprehension, one impossible to kill or destroy. Even Agamotto, the first Sorcerer Supreme, could only erect impenetrable defenses to keep Dormammu at bay. This was not the first clash between the Sorcerer Supreme and Dormammu. Long ago, the Ancient One had discovered a way to draw energy from the dark dimension within the Book of Cagliostro. Through relentless refinement, she had exploited a loophole in the dimensional pact, managing to siphon power right under Dormammu's nose to sustain her ageless form. This act was no different from stealing treasure from Dormammu's own vault, inciting his boundless wrath. After several confrontations, Dormammu, unable to fully manifest in the material world, realized he could do nothing to her. All he could do was tempt and corrupt the audacious Sorcerer Supreme with the Dark Dimension's infinite power. "I think our little test ends here," said Sean. Once the Ancient One dismissed Mordo, Sean rose to his feet and looked down at the kneeling Sorcerer Supreme. "I'll be leaving Camartage soon. Before that, I'll settle your problem with Mephisto." The Ancient One fell silent for a moment before meeting his gaze. "You figured it out?" "Of course. I'm not arrogant enough to believe that the Master of Camartage, the most powerful sorcerer in the world, would risk charging into Dormammu's trap just to save me." A mocking smile curled on the young man's lips. "Mutual wariness is the natural state between us. Even though you granted me free access to the library and answered my questions without reservation, none of that hides the fact that you've always been on guard against me. And I could never truly believe that the great Sorcerer Supreme held me in such high regard. Just now, against Dormammu, you trusted me with your back, as if, had I joined forces with the ruler of the Dark Dimension, we could have trapped you there forever. But of course, that was all an illusion, one you deliberately crafted." His voice turned sharp. "Was it worth such a high price just to test your theory?" Faced with Sean's interrogation, the Ancient One remained composed. It was worth it. Even after recklessly confronting Dormammu head-on, she did not regret her decision. Her time was running out. She would soon depart this world. She had to leave behind a worthy successor to inherit her mantle and mission. This young man before her was the result of her deliberate indulgence. Yet, even with the Eye of Agamotto, she could not glimpse a single trace of him in the future. This uncertainty troubled her. She did not know if her actions were right, if Sean Cyphers, this man of unfathomable origins, would become the greatest variable in reshaping destiny. No one could perfectly predict the future, not even the Sorcerer Supreme wielding the Eye of Agamotto. The future was in constant flux, shaped by countless variables leading to an uncertain outcome. So the Ancient One needed an answer. Had Sean seized the opportunity to strike while she faced Dormammu, he would have been trapped in the Dark Dimension forever. It had been a test, a dangerous trap, but the young man had seen through it and called her out. "You thought you held all the cards. But what if I had already made contact with Dormammu? Could the great Sorcerer Supreme have remained so calm then?" Sean's voice was icy. "No matter the reason, entrusting your life to another is the stupidest decision of all. Yet I gambled correctly." The Ancient One smiled faintly, meeting Sean's indifferent gaze. "I am your only constraint in the material world. With me gone, even Camartage and the Three Sanctums would pose little threat to you." Sean shook his head. He and the Ancient One each had their own agendas. Their seemingly amicable cooperation was, in truth, mutual exploitation. She saw him as a variable in the future. While he merely avoided conflict with the world's most powerful sorcerer, there was no benefit in fighting her. To be blunt, the Ancient One's role in safeguarding this world was more crucial than anyone else's. Without her, the precarious balance between the Dark Dimension and the material world would shatter instantly. Heaven, hell, and the ever-watchful Dormammu would descend like starving dogs. On the surface, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers protected the planet from harm. But in the shadows, it was the Sorcerer Supreme who maintained the fundamental order of reality. "Sean Cyphers," the Ancient One called out as he turned to leave the hall, "you flaunt your darkness and selfish desires without hesitation, so why do you begrudge revealing the moral boundaries deep within you?" Sean paused at the threshold, his back still turned. "You know, great Sorcerer Supreme, most people in this world fear violent criminals, deranged madmen, and merciless executioners. But there's one thing they never fear, a good person." His voice was low, carrying an edge. "Never show others your moral limits. Once they see them, they'll push further until all reverence is lost. So I choose to be this world's sun, not a lighthouse for all mankind." His tall figure strode out of Camartage's grand hall, his back lit by the fading sunlight, leaving the Ancient One kneeling alone in contemplation. Such arrogance. She lowered her head, a faint smile touching her lips. The evening glow streamed through the latticed windows, gilding the white-robed Sorcerer Supreme in gold like a silhouette frozen in time. Chapter 195, Origins of the Supernatural. After reading most of the books in Camartage's library, Sean stepped through the Central Hall's portal and arrived directly at the London Sanctum, the magical heart of Europe. If he wanted to find traces of Mephisto, this was the natural starting point. The Hell Lord had countless avatars, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location even with Skynet surveillance. Moreover, Sean was deeply curious about the three sanctums that formed the material world's defenses. He wanted to understand how this hidden order of sorcerers operated behind the world's veil. Under Mordo's guidance, Sean entered the Sanctum's central chamber in West London. Sorcerers in red robes bustled about, their expressions grave. Above the front hall hung a massive celestial orb, pulsing with a molten crimson glow, displaying a vivid geographical map of the European continent. This is Master Lucas Manderley, the keeper of the London Sanctum. You may direct any questions to him. Mordo introduced a white-haired elder. Master Manderley also holds a position in the London Ministry of Education, so we jokingly call him Dumbledore. Sean chuckled and shook Manderley's hand warmly. After brief introductions, Mordo explained their purpose. The Ancient One had sensed an unusual surge of supernatural activity across Europe, with extra-dimensional incursions increasing by 20%. This was likely tied to Mephisto's impending rebirth ritual, drawing hordes of demonic minions. Manderley nodded with a sigh. It's not just demons from hell. Even the vampires and werewolves, who usually stay hidden, have been emerging more frequently. The knightly orders, demon/monster hunters, and monasteries have all suffered casualties. Hearing this, Mordo's expression darkened. The Ancient One's suspicions were correct. The heightened activity of these dark creatures suggested Mephisto wasn't merely seeking a human-demon hybrid vessel for his rebirth. He was likely orchestrating a far grander scheme behind the scenes. Vampires and werewolves. Sean raised an eyebrow. Though he had read about such beings in Kamartaj's archives, he still found it hard to grasp. Manderley gave him a knowing smile. The Sanctum's enemies aren't just limited to dimensional entities. There are also the creatures of myth, vampires, werewolves, vengeful spirits, fallen sorcerers, all beings inherently aligned with darkness. The elder led them through a corridor into a grand study. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, and a crystal chandelier cast warm light over the mahogany furnishings, exuding an air of refined elegance. With a wave of his hand, Manderley summoned a leather-bound tome and flipped through its pages. In the 5th century BC, the Black Death swept across Europe, claiming 25 million lives. Entire villages were wiped out, except for one man, Alexander Corvinus, who not only survived the plague, but awakened a latent gene within him, becoming the first immortal. Alexander had 3 sons. Marcus, who was bitten by a bat and became the progenitor of vampires, long-lived but vulnerable to sunlight. William, who mauled by a wolf and became the first werewolf, a savage beast unable to regain human form. The third bloodline remained mortal, living and dying as ordinary humans. For centuries, vampires and werewolves have waged war. But to sorcerers, they are all aberrations, dark creatures to be purged. Manderley handed the book to Sean. This contains extensive records on supernatural beings. Centuries ago, humans were mere livestock in their eyes. Vampires bred werewolves as slaves and allied with nobility for wealth and influence. That was until a werewolf named Lucian led a rebellion, becoming the first to regain human form. To this day, these two factions, born of the same bloodline, still clash across Europe. Some migrated elsewhere. The Volturi in Italy, for instance, a royal vampire clan who built Volterra, a city of their kind. A century ago, they signed a peace treaty with the Sanctum, swearing to conceal their nature and never harm humans. In return, sorcerers leave them be. Then there's the Cullen Coven in Phoenix. The vegetarian vampires, if you will. Quite admirable, really. Sean arched a brow. The Sanctum's influence ran deeper than he'd imagined, essentially a supernatural shield overseeing dark entities. Kamartaj stood as the sorcerer's sanctum, with the 3 sanctums beneath it monitoring extra-dimensional threats. Below them, knightly orders, monasteries, and secret societies trained mages and demon hunters under the guise of religion. This vast, intricate network was staggering. Flipping through the book, Sean asked, "The Sanctum issues bounties?" "Naturally. We even have a dedicated website." Manderley pulled out his phone, opening an app with a proud grin. "This is our latest innovation. Uber Hunt. Linked to Kamartaj Central Hub, it allows real-time mission postings and tracks nearby demon hunters. After a successful trial in London, we're rolling it out globally." He tapped the top-ranked demon profile, the Winchester brothers, New York's most notorious demon hunters. If their record holds, the Sanctum plans to recruit them formally. Sean's lips twitched. He glanced at Mordo, who looked mildly stunned. Clearly, not all sorcerers were hidebound traditionalists. This was far more entertaining than he'd expected. "What's Mephisto's bounty?" Sean inquired with interest. Manderley's eyes widened. The top 10 bounties were rarely claimed, most lacked the power to challenge such foes. Only someone on the Ancient One's level could hope to defeat a Hell Lord or high-ranking vampire. Mephisto, a Lord of Hell. Ranked top 3. Bounty, 100 million euros, redeemable at any sanctum. Sean couldn't help but marvel internally. No sorcerer was ever poor, it seemed. That sum was enough to make anyone temporarily forget a Hell Lord's terror. Skimming the list, he noted other infamous demons. Sidorak, ruler of the Crimson Cosmos. Zarathos, an ancient elemental demon. All once mighty beings now reduced to sanctum bounty targets. With a flick of his finger, Sean selected Mephisto's bounty. Smiling at Manderley and Mordo, he said, playing Demon Hunter for a day sounds like fun. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Hell is Empty. T/N, this arc will last until Chapter 210. The Sanctum is tracking a mercenary named Kerrigan, the leader of a Romanian criminal syndicate with his own private armed forces. He is involved in arms smuggling, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. After confirming that Sean wasn't joking, Master Manderley handed over all the intelligence gathered by the London Sanctum to the young man, though he still didn't believe this person could actually deal with Mephisto, that infernal lord who plagued the mortal world. Human trafficking in Eastern Europe is rampant. Kerrigan collaborates with the Russian mafia and Albanian gangs in the sex slave trade. These armed syndicates, smuggling rings, traffickers, and pimps form a dark economic chain. They abduct and deceive young girls from conflict zones and impoverished nations before selling them to underground brothels in Western Europe, Belgium, Italy, and the Netherlands. The elderly master brought over stacks of books. Though the Sanctum had adapted to modern times, they still preferred paper records for archiving. He glanced at the attentive young man and explained, Mephisto made a contract with a Romanian girl named Nadia, promising her freedom and life in exchange for bearing his child. Once that child grew strong enough to serve as a vessel for demonic power, that scheming Hell Lord could descend into the material world in that young body. But something went wrong. Perhaps out of maternal instinct, Nadia fled with the child. Now both the Sanctum and Kerrigan are searching for them. So the Sanctum sent multiple sorcerers, yet all failed. Sean was surprised. The London Sanctum commanded numerous enforcers, like the Knights Templar and War Angels, all specialized in hunting and exterminating supernatural threats. They had nearly wiped out the vampires and werewolves that once plagued Europe, leaving only a handful of bloodlines surviving. After the Soviet Union's collapse in the Balkan Wars, Eastern Europe's order crumbled into lawless chaos. Kerrigan works closely with the Russian mafia and Albanian gangs, operating a human trafficking and sex trade empire radiating from Brussels across Western Europe. In Italy alone, their monthly profits reach €9,300, all built on darkness and blood. These people maintain private militias capable of clashing with actual armies. Master Manderley sighed helplessly as he pointed at a photo of a cold-eyed man. We sent many sorcerers to retrieve the child, but on their turf, the Sanctum holds no advantage. Worse, they have covert ties to dark creatures. Sean lowered his gaze and flipped through the files. The mercenary Kerrigan was suspected of dealings with vampires and werewolves, selling abductees from war-torn nations as blood bags for vampires, or tossing them into kill clubs where the wealthy hunted humans for sport. Werewolf blood sport had become one of the hottest entertainments in recent years. For just €100,000, you could get a loaded gun and a victim to slaughter. Or, if hands-on wasn't your style, you could hire a butcher from a roster and stage a real-life battle royale. Why hasn't this evil been stopped? Mordo, standing nearby, had veins bulging on his forehead. Such brazen cruelty shook his righteous heart. The dark-skinned sorcerer, who had spent most of his time in Camartage, had never witnessed such depravity firsthand. His fists clenched, wishing he could send these monsters straight to hell. Before Master Manderley could explain, Sean, still reviewing files, spoke flatly, sorcerers aren't gods. The Sanctum maintains the world's order, not acts as its police. Even gods can't erase sin from human hearts. What more do you expect from mortal sorcerers? But Master Mordo, do you know what hides behind a well-organized, profit-churning black market? The young man's face was cold as marble. A mercenary that became a warlord and a few armed gangs are just the grunt workers. Without protection from higher powers, governments would have crushed this trade long ago. These people snatch girls and laborers from Romania, Ukraine, Moldova, Kosovo. Eastern European syndicates ship these, fresh meat, to Western Europe's underground brothels. And it goes deeper. After being drained in brothels, victims get sold to organ harvesting clinics or left to die on streets. Migrants. Most become slave labor. Some go to kill clubs for the elite's amusement. The premium stock, young men and women, goes to vampires as blood bags or toys. Unlucky ones get turned into monsters, or become playthings for werewolves. Sean shut the file, his voice icy. Shall I continue? Mordo slammed a fist onto the mahogany desk, his eyes bloodshot. He has always believed supernatural creatures were sorcerers' greatest foes, the ultimate evil. Yet he had never imagined humans could surpass demons in cruelty. The Ancient One must have told you. Darkness can't be destroyed. It coexists with you. Sean's stern expression softened slightly as he traced the sprawling criminal network. Mephisto's plans go beyond rebirth. Something deeper is at work. I find myself eagerly anticipating this Eastern European trip. Clapping Mordo's shoulder, Sean turned to Master Manderley. Book me a ticket to Romania. A land of vampires, werewolves, and warlords sounds like a perfect vacation spot. As the young man left the study, Mordo gritted his teeth. His gaze fell on a painting behind the desk, a hellscape empty of demons, its horned inhabitants instead walking the earth as humans. The grotesque style was hypnotic. Master Manderley, book me a ticket too. Mordo's voice was steel, perhaps he's right. Sometimes, humans are worse than demons. My duty as a sanctum sorcerer isn't just fighting monsters, it's sending scum to hell. The old master hesitated before nodding. Strangely, he felt the departed young man was the real demon, one who effortlessly swayed hearts. It made him shudder. May the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit protect you. Clutching his crucifix, he murmured a prayer. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, The Spokesman. Bucharest, the capital of Romania, was also the nation's economic and cultural center, often hailed as Little Paris. Nestled along the Dambovita River, a tributary of the Danube, its northern outskirts boasted the famed Beniza Forest. Historically, this garden-like city had been a fiercely contested strategic stronghold among European powers like the Ottoman Empire and Tsarist Russia. At Henri Coanda International Airport, Sean, dressed in a leather jacket and sunglasses, emerged from the bustling terminal, holding a tourist map like any ordinary sightseer. Behind him followed the burly Mordo, with his face stern and unsmiling, resembling a dutiful bodyguard. So, where do we go now? Mordo asked in a hushed tone, eyeing the young man with the map. I know Kerrigan lives in a manor on the outskirts of Bucharest. There's an underground casino there. We could head straight for it. Sean gave the impatient sorcerer a strange look before turning away with a faint smile and replied, Then I won't stand in your way. I've booked a premium suite at the Hilton Garden Inn in the city center. I plan to rest, enjoy a French gourmet meal, and maybe tour the Palace of the Parliament. I heard it's the second largest administrative building in the world after the Pentagon. It's definitely worth a visit. Mordo's eyes widened before anger surged within him. He hadn't come all the way from the London sanctum to Romania for a vacation. The atrocities detailed in those files made his blood boil. As a sorcerer molded by Camartage, he yearned to storm Kerrigan's manor and deliver divine judgment. Sean sighed softly, why do sorcerers always think with their muscles? He then explained, the London sanctum sent plenty of sorcerers and monster hunters before. Why did they all fail, some even ending up as food for vampires and werewolves? This is Kerrigan's territory, a black zone beyond the sanctum's reach. Even if you are Rambo, charging in blindly would get you turned into Swiss cheese. Mordo frowned, and pondered the words. Eastern Europe was a den of supernatural creatures, vampires, werewolves, even angels, and demons walking in human guise. They treated this lawless land as their last paradise, evading the sanctum's watch. Beneath its beautiful facade churned a whirlpool of sin, the perfect breeding ground for darkness. Then what's your plan? The sorcerer's sole virtue was perhaps his willingness to listen. Exactly as I said, enjoy the city's finest services. Play the tourist. Sean folded the map as a black Bentley pulled up outside, the hotel's courtesy car for VIP guests. After a brief hesitation, Mordo followed. He had witnessed Sean's extraordinary talents at Camartage. The Ancient One seemed to share some unspoken understanding with him. In this deceptively calm city, going alone against ruthless thugs and the lurking shadows of vampires and werewolves was a death wish. I get it. Mordo suddenly brightened upon entering the car, you're waiting for nightfall to infiltrate Kerrigan's manor and capture the demon-dealing bastard. Sean nearly face-bombed. Shouldn't sorcerers prioritize wisdom? Why was this Camartage-trained and orthodox mage all brute force, like some berserker? No wonder the Ancient One eventually chose Strange as successor. Kerrigan will come to me, he said flatly, as the city's kingpin, he'll know instantly when a young tycoon from New York arrives, itching to splurge. I doubt the mercenary-turned-warlord would miss the chance to offer his hospitality. Seeing the speechless sorcerer, Sean patted his shoulder with a smile, money makes you a god in any city. Bucharest outskirts, an ancient manor. The sprawling estate, once belonging to an Ottoman noble, had been purchased and fortified by Kerrigan after Romania's liberation. Even in broad daylight, armed gangsters patrolled openly, unafraid of exposure. Bucharest, dubbed the City of Joy, was practically their fiefdom. Mayors from all 6 districts frequented this place, and even national police dared not intrude. But their backers ran deeper. Kerrigan's true patrons were beings beyond ordinary imagination, long-lived creatures lurking in the shadows. In truth, all of Eastern Europe was a playground for vampires and werewolves. They had infiltrated governments, seized power, and could trigger chaos at will. As Sean had guessed, no mere mercenary-turned-warlord or armed gangs could sustain such an empire. The real puppeteers were the supernatural beings of lore, confined to this lawless land, towing the sanctum's red lines while secretly expanding their influence. Have you found that bitch yet? Kerrigan, the local kingpin, was in a rage. Sweeping everything off his desk, he grabbed a subordinate by the collar, snarling, well. And not yet. The trembling reply oddly calmed him. Releasing the men, Kerrigan adjusted his collar, his sinister face twisting into a smile that only terrified the underling further. Throw him to tonight's club. Those dignitaries are tired of slaughtering commoners. Time for something fresh. The merciless ex-mercenary waved, and two brutes dragged the failed subordinate away. Screams and pleas echoed across the manor, a living hell even demons would admire. Crimes and bloodshed had piled into mountains of wealth. Keep searching. I want that whore and Danny by dawn. Our esteemed client has placed an order. If I suffer, you'll suffer worse. Kerrigan's nose twitched, his pale face and sinister aura cowing his men. They'd all witnessed his cruelty, like the time he threw a fleeing Ukrainian girl from the third floor into a werewolf's cage. Such savagery was routine. Dismissing his men, Kerrigan collapsed onto a sofa, his hollow eyes burning with craving. Like an addict, he shakily pulled out an ornate tin, extracting a syringe filled with crimson liquid, and plunged it into his arm. His body convulsed as color flooded his gaunt face. Feeling the surging power, he grinned in ecstasy. Damn, this vampire shit's good. The ex-mercenary tossed the syringe, ambition blazing in his eyes, better than any drug. Mass-producing this could take us further than ever. But first, find that slut Nadia and her bastard child. His curses dripped with venom. The mere thought of that old man calling himself Mephisto chilled his bones. Dealing with demons had one universal downside: fail your end of the bargain, and the consequences were creative. Kerrigan owed his rise to that mysterious old man. Without him, vampires and werewolves would have never glanced his way. As the devil's spokesman, he'd amassed unimaginable wealth, but also become a puppet. Fucking demons, he spat inwardly. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, The World of Darkness. As night fell and the city lights came to life, Sean, having enjoyed the finest services at the Hilton Garden Inn, was now seated in a black sedan heading toward the suburban manor. Accompanying him was the tense figure of Mordo, the sorcerer dressed in a well-fitted suit that accentuated his muscular frame, perfectly embodying the image of an intimidating bodyguard. 6 hours earlier, Sean had arrived at his reserved hotel suite, instantly winning the personal attention of the hotel manager with his extravagant, free-spending demeanor. From his demeanor to his attire, this young tycoon exuded an aura of wealth. The sharp-eyed manager could tell at a glance: bespoke luxury clothing, polished leather shoes, a limited-edition wristwatch, a bodyguard in tow, and a demand for the hotel's most exclusive services. Every detail screamed that this young man was not only wealthy, but utterly unconcerned with the thickness of his wallet. So when, after a lavish French dinner, Sean subtly inquired about entertainment options in the area, the manager wasn't the least bit surprised. Men of such wealth weren't like ordinary tourists, content to snap photos at famous landmarks and post them online. They sought far more thrilling games. Pocketing the generous tip, the manager discreetly made a call. Within half an hour, a black Chevrolet waited outside. After a brief exchange to confirm identities and security, Sean calmly stepped inside. As the engine roared to life, they left the bustling city behind, the sprawling manor looming ahead in the outskirts. Through the car window, Sean glimpsed a sea of luxury vehicles and a steady stream of VIP guests, powerful figures in opulent attire, each flanked by personal bodyguards, as though attending a grand gala. Unfazed, Sean maintained his indifferent expression as the sedan rolled into the manor's inner grounds. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. He could sense a thick, oppressive darkness shrouding the estate like a living shadow. His fingers twitched imperceptibly, casting a subtle glow over his eyes. It was a minor trick that he borrowed from Camartage's libraries. His vision pierced through the manor's facade, revealing wailing spirits and sinister energy woven into every brick. The lingering anguish of countless victims had festered over time, transforming into wraith-like entities. Probing deeper, Sean detected a vast subterranean chamber pulsing with a grotesque, shifting sigil, a forbidden black magic array designed to distill suffering into raw power. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of vampires. What's our move? Mordo whispered through gritted teeth, equally aware of the horrors around them. Sean snapped his fingers and grinned. We join the party, of course. Inside the manor, 8 heavily armed mercenaries stood guard at a metal gate, distributing handmade white masks to each guest. One held a card reader for identity verification. Sean produced the magnetic card given by the hotel manager, noting the complete loss of signal. It seems jammers ensured total isolation beyond this point. Past the gate, they descended 3 floors into a brightly lit corridor lined with metal doors. Guests were ushered into different rooms based on status, while regulars strode confidently down the opulent hallway. Mr. Cyphers, this way. As a newcomer, Sean was led to an exquisitely furnished VIP room. Its centerpiece was a massive one-way glass window, offering guests a front-row seat to the depravity below. Rumor had it many elites enjoyed watching the bloodshed while taking their companions against the glass, chasing heights of pleasure unattainable elsewhere. For those without female company, the manor provided. To Kerrigan, beautiful young women were an inexhaustible resource. Any nationality, any skin tone, for the right price, he could procure them all. To some, this place was hell incarnate. To the wealthy and powerful, a paradise of unbridled indulgence. The dark space suddenly flooded with light, revealing a colossal 9-foot werewolf roaring in a steel cage below. Thick fur, razor fangs, and an electric collar around its neck, its opponents were burly mercenaries armed with shotguns and cookery knives. Victory promised a €1 million prize, driving these battle-hardened desperados to fight without fear. The blood-soaked cage match was merely an appetizer. Sean flipped through the menu of activities, each more grotesque than the last. The so-called hunting games were child's play compared to what else was offered. No wonder many called this manor hell on earth. Mordo stared at the caged beast, a low-grade werewolf that was unable to shapeshift, pumped full of stimulants to heighten its bloodlust. The crowd's frenzied cheers reached a crescendo as the creature lifted a mercenary overhead and tore him in half. Shotgun blasts tore chunks from the werewolf's chest, yet it charged forward, slamming another man into the cage with enough force to embed his shattered body into the bars. Blood sprayed as the beast ripped off its victim's head, sending the audience into euphoric hysterics. The raw brutality electrified their numb nerves, delivering a high no drug could match. How much longer must we watch this? Mordo's eyes burned crimson as fury boiled in his chest. With a sigh, Sean rose, his white mask gleaming. A flicker of gold passed behind its hollow eyes as he pressed a palm against the one-way glass. In the cage, the last surviving mercenary knelt before the werewolf and begged for mercy. The crowd roared for the kill, their collective bloodlust cresting like a tidal wave. Crack! The reinforced glass of the VIP box shattered. Amid the falling shards, a tall figure in a white mask stepped into view. Chapter 199, Blooming in Carnage. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for interrupting your delightful entertainment. The man in the white mask spoke with elegant composure, his voice carrying a faint rasp, like a refined gentleman. With a graceful leap from the viewing box, he landed steadily on the ground. The arena's massive spotlight immediately swung over, illuminating the unhurried figure as if he were the true protagonist of this blood-soaked gala. The vast space transitioned from stunned silence to boiling chaos in an instant. A wave of noise crashed forth as shadowy mercenaries trained their guns on the intruder. Kerrigan's manor had operated for years, and it wasn't without its challengers. Once, a local Romanian gang which coveted the immense profits of human trafficking had hired a group of Chechen militants after negotiations with Kerrigan collapsed. Infamous for giving even the Russian military headaches, these cold-blooded brutes had stormed the manor gates on modified motorcycles, wantonly blasting every inch of the estate with handheld grenade launchers. With heavy firepower support outside, their arsenal rivaled that of a national police force. In under a minute, they breached the manor's defenses, leaving Kerrigan's mercenaries dead or wounded. The Chechens, hardened by years of combat against the Russian army, were a cut above the usual rabble in both tactical skill and coordination. 5 minutes later, they burst into the manor's inner sanctum. The local gang had offered a king's ransom for Kerrigan's head, a sum beyond ordinary imagination. Yet, to everyone's shock, not a single soul emerged alive half an hour later. It was as if they had been silently devoured, no gunfire, no signs of struggle, they just vanished without a trace. Afterward, the Romanian gang was purged in a bloodbath. Its leaders were tossed into cages as fodder for the beasts. From then on, no one dared challenge Kerrigan, who had solidified his position as Romania's undisputed crime lord. So when the white masked man made his entrance, the elite audience felt neither surprise nor fear. If anything, they roared with excitement, eager to see how events would unfold. No one believed the intruder would leave the manor alive. Kerrigan's temper was notorious, and bets were already being placed on whether the fool would be wolf chow or handed over to sadistic patrons for entertainment. The party ends here. Sean strode calmly into the cage. The werewolf, having just ripped off the last challenger's head, glared at this suicidal human with its blood-drenched fangs bared. With a slight gesture, Sean traced a shimmering arc in the air. A faint ring of sparks materialized, coalescing into a small, intricate band. After days of training at Camartage, his energy control had refined. It no longer displayed the chaotic and unstable surges of before. This was his latest innovation, drawing inspiration from Camartage's magical systems. He'd crafted a mental construct to stabilize energy output. The idea of forging weapons through sheer will had even earned the Ancient One's approval. Slipping the radiant golden ring onto his finger, Sean pointed at the charging werewolf. His mind channeled energy and constructed a form. A searing spear of molten fire erupted into existence, its blistering heatwave exploding the beast's skull before it could take another step. Before the audience could even gasp, Sean's consciousness expanded, weaving a web of fiery sigils across the arena. From the darkness, 100 flaming javelins lanced down, piercing through the armored mercenaries like divine retribution. Flesh turned to ash under the scorching judgment. The righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. For those who try to poison my companions, I will kill them with great hatred and incomparable anger. When I deliver retribution, they will know that I am the Lord. As the Manor's security systems crumbled under Skynet's assault, the booming chorus of Messiah's Hallelujah flooded the speakers. The majestic hymn intertwined with Sean's recitation of Old Testament verses casted an eerie sanctity over the den of sin. It was as if the devil's lair had been transformed into a cathedral. Meanwhile, Mordo stood guard at the metal gate. A shield of conjured flames was erected before him, deflecting a storm of bullets. In his hands was a machine gun scavenged from a dead mercenary. The staccato, rat-tat-tat, mowed down charging security like wheat before a scythe. The scene was violent and bloody. Listening to the Hallelujah chorus, the master of the mystic arts murmured, "I carry out God's righteous judgment." At the arena's heart, Sean stood within the massive cage. The wealthy elites who had come for a show now screamed and scrambled like rats exposed to light. The hymn's grandeur tore away their veneer of sophistication, revealing the ugliness beneath. Stripped of wealth and power, these high and mighty figures were no different from common folk. With a metallic groan, four walls of the arena split open. Hulking werewolves burst forth, roaring. These inferior beasts which were unable to shapeshift at will were outcasts. They were rejected by their own kind and shunned by humans. Kerrigan and his vampire allies had captured them, turning the creatures into the arena's star attraction. Those Chechen militants. They were torn apart by these good dogs. Now, the ex-mercenary unleashed them on Sean. The young man smirked. His ring pulsed with viscous light as a tremendous amount of energy flowed from his body to the ring, which was a stable conduit. A miniature golden Gatling gun materialized in midair. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, a leaping werewolf was shredded, its chest blown open before it collapsed. The remaining beasts skidded to a halt and retreated tremblingly. However, Kerrigan, who was watching through the cameras, wouldn't allow retreat. Their collars crackled with electricity and delivered agonizing shocks that forced them forward as they whimpered in submission. No one leaves tonight. To the hymn's majestic rhythm, Sean advanced whilst holding the golden Gatling in one hand. Dazzling flames erupted from its barrels. The slaughter began. Chapter 200, The Rider Returns. Electric currents surged through the werewolves' hulking bodies. Having been tamed by Kerrigan and the vampires, the beasts could only roar madly, their blade-like claws raking bloody gashes across their own chests. Their powerful hind legs carved deep furrows into the ground as their bloodshot eyes locked onto Sean, emitting low, feral growls like rabid dogs. Centuries ago, werewolves were kept as slaves by the vampires. That was until Lucian, the great wolf king, rose in rebellion, allowing them to stand as equals against their shared ancestors, the bloodline of Alexander. Now, aside from the angels and demons exiled by the Three Sanctums and Camartage, they were the two reigning monarchs of the Dark World. Though forced to lurk in the chaotic shadows of Eastern Europe, they at least preserved their dying species. When the previous Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, established the Three Sanctums around Camartage and trained sorcerers and monster hunters, the golden age of these dark creatures came to an end. In the old days, vampires had been the protectors of human nobility, and the werewolves, upon their rise, saw the weakest humans as mere cattle. But as time marched forward, they failed to become the world's true rulers, instead being swept into the dust-laden corners of history. Once the sorcerer system was fully established, these creatures hiding within human society faced a brutal purge. Confronted with the cruel reality, the leaders of vampires and werewolves were forced to discard their pitiful remnants of pride and bowed before the Sorcerer Supreme to beg for peace and survival. The golden Gatling spat fire like the furious roar of a dragon. Driven forward by their collars, the werewolves fell with mournful howls as their massive bodies were blown apart. The arena had emptied. The wealthy elites scrambled for cover, terrified that the men who had effortlessly slaughtered werewolves would turn his attention to them. However, the metal gates leading back up were blocked by a dark-skinned man unleashing carnage, his brutal efficiency freezing them in fear. The panicked VIPs scurried like ants on a hot pan, desperate for an exit. Sean lifted the energy-forged weapon, then his gaze shifted to the shadows where figures writhed. Then he said with a smirk, "How long do you plan to hide?" From the darkness at the end of the corridor, a blond man emerged, leaning on an ornate cane with aristocratic grace. A sharp-eyed guest spotted the hidden passage behind the wall and began shouting orders, demanding the men open the secret escape route. The blond man grinned, revealing sharp fangs as cruel amusement flickered across his pale face. "Why leave so soon? The party has only just begun." His figure blurred like a ghost as he snatched up a trembling beautiful woman. His elongated fangs pierced her veins, his crimson eyes gleaming with satisfaction. As a vampire of the illustrious Volturi clan from Italy, he prided himself on refinement. By tradition, blood constituted 8% of a human's body weight, but he only took the purest eighth, which was drawn from the heart and brain. The Volturi were considered royalty among vampires, and their standards for blood was comparable to a sommelier's for vintage wine. In under 10 seconds, the unfortunate woman who was chosen as an appetizer withered into a pale doll, and was discarded without a second glance. Trash, not even fit to be food. His indifferent gaze swept over the cowering elites before his bat-like wings unfurled, spinning like blades as he unleashed a storm of slaughter. Human, whether you are a sanctum sorcerer or a monster hunter, you will not leave here alive today. Having disposed of the helpless VIPs, the blond man stood atop a viewing box and looked down at the figure in the cage. The white-masked youth held the golden gatling, and was surrounded by fallen werewolves. The fading strains of Hallelujah gave the scene a grotesque beauty. Violence and blood intertwined with redemption and justice, like a religious oil painting steeped in darkness. Breathe your last. You will not see tomorrow's sun. The vampire's wings folded as he prepared to strike. As a high-ranking bloodsucker, his strength and speed surpassed human limits, and his near-immortal regeneration made him a match even for London's sanctum sorcerers. It might rain tomorrow. Sean's dry joke hung in the air as countless pairs of crimson eyes gleamed from the shadows, all fixated on him with predatory hunger. The blond man snapped his fingers like a nobleman summoning servants. The darkness surged as a tide of ravenous bats swarmed forth, engulfing the young man in a living black wave. These pets of his were insatiable. They once reduced a grown man to a shriveled husk in 20 seconds. For an immortal being, such diversions were necessary to stave off the boredom of eternity. That useless Carrigan. Always forcing me to clean up his mess. Were it not for fear of Mephisto's power, he would have long since torn the filthy ex-mercenary apart. Soon, the Hell Lord capable of rivaling the Sorcerer Supreme would be reborn into the mortal world, and with his patronage, vampires and werewolves could finally defy the three sanctums. Their era would rise again. A detonation of flames shattered his grand vision. From within the bat swarm, a fiery lotus bloomed, its scorching tongues reducing the creatures to ash in an instant. The golden gatling dissolved as the ancient ring flared with blinding radiance. Sean extended his hand, and in a flash, thousands of magic circles materialized, each birthing a flaming javelin aimed at the motionless vampire. I've always wondered, just how far can a high-ranking vampire's regeneration go? Sean's outstretched hand clenched into a fist. A tsunami of energy erupted. The Volturi noble's handsome face twisted in terror as the crushing pressure stifled even his immortal lungs. His wings snapped open like blades, but before he could take flight, the inferno crashed down. Hundreds of flaming spears fell like artillery shells. The bombardment left a smoldering crater where the vampire had stood. The amount of energy that Sean had unleashed overloaded the ring, and it shattered into embers as the thunderous roar faded. The VIP room was obliterated, its remnants now a charred fissure. Within it, a blackened, twitching mass of flesh struggled weakly, GH. Somehow still alive, the high-ranking vampire's mutilated form writhed as his regenerative abilities fought against annihilation. His hollow eyes which scorched blind flickered with primal fear. TSK. Impressive resilience. You might make decent test material. A demonic voice whispered as Sean crouched beside the creature and poked at the seared flesh with clinical interest. The genetics of these immortal species fascinated him. Alexander's bloodline had 3 branches: vampires, werewolves, and humans with recessive genes, each wielding unique gifts. Before he could ponder further, a roaring engine echoed through the ruins. A section of the wall exploded inward as a flaming skeletal rider atop a ghost-faced Yamaha VMAX burst into the arena in a spectacle of hellfire and fury. You all have sinned. Read ahead on my patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 201, Dawn's Light. The skull wreathed in flames spewed thick smoke. The charred leather jacket, studded with sharp spikes, bore a crimson chain coiled over its shoulder. The most eye-catching of all was the Yamaha VMAX, which resembled a dazzling war chariot straight from hell. Its body was adorned with intricate patterns that captivated the gaze. High-temperature flames engulfed the cold metal, as if imbuing it with a strange vitality. Azure fire spewed from the exhaust pipes, forming a demonic skull-shaped front that swayed slightly, as if ready to charge at any enemy. I sense overwhelming sin, like a torch in the night. The flaming skull unwound the fiery chain from its shoulder, its raspy voice dripping with hatred and disgust. You are unforgivable. The Yamaha Max's engine roared, its spinning tires leaving scorching flame trails on the ground. Like a nightmare steed rearing its head, the front wheel lifted impossibly into the air as the flaming chain lashed out, tearing through the wind with a vicious crack. Not even giving me a chance to explain. Sean sidestepped with a light tap of his foot, narrowly avoiding the serpentine chain. The barely recovered vampire behind him wasn't so lucky, it was instantly ensnared. Have mercy. The Volturi noble begged pitifully. Sorry, none for you. The spirit of vengeance cackled as the Ghost Rider yanked the chain, reducing the regenerating flesh to ash in an instant. The hellfire-filled eyes then locked onto the only remaining figure standing tall in the arena. Johnny Blaze fought against the spirit's bloodlust, growling, I'm looking for a child named Danny. Sean smirked and said, funny, so am I. Compared to Daredevil, who had been completely overtaken by the spirit of vengeance, this second-generation Ghost Rider who had escaped Mephisto's grasp was far more lucid. At least he could restrain the insatiable hunger for sinful souls and maintain some semblance of self-awareness. I've got a long list: vampires, werewolves, the mercenary Kerrigan, the Hell Lord Mephisto. That child you mentioned just happens to be on it. The young man spoke casually. Mordo stepped up beside him. The master of mystic arts had spent the night delivering brutal justice, his stern face now carrying an air of lethality. A single evening had shattered his Camartage teachings. He was now aware that humans, when consumed by their darkest desires, could rival demons in depravity. Johnny Blaze. The London Sanctum has been searching for you. Mordo eyed the Ghost Rider atop the Yamaha. The Sanctum's monasteries had once tracked him, hoping to use the spirit's demonic senses to locate the child born of human and demon. A drunk priest named Moreau found me. He said you could free me from this curse and get my soul back from Mephisto. Johnny clutched his flaming skull as the spirit battered against his consciousness, fighting for control. He pointed at Sean, gritting out, "Can you keep this guy away from me? The thing inside me sees him as a damn delicacy." The young man shrugged in amusement and said, "No need for that." Then he raised a hand and fired a searing energy beam, blasting through the thick ceiling above like a hot knife through butter. Sunlight poured in, bathing Johnny just as the spirit threatened to take over. "Dawn's here. It's your time now." Under the sunlight, the Ghost Rider's flames dimmed. Flesh slowly regrew over the skeletal face as the spirit's furious howls faded into Johnny's subconscious. The Yamaha's hellfire extinguished, its demonic skull and reverted to its original form. Damn it. Finally gone. The once famous stunt rider exhaled in relief at being human once more. His gaunt face was haggard, his eyes bloodshot, every transformation was a battle against the spirit's bloodlust. If he loses control, he would become a monster slaughtering in the name of judgment. "So, did you find that bastard Kerrigan?" Mordo shook his head, glancing at Sean. "We let him go." The young man strode through the rubble, Mordo followed, while Johnny wheeled his Yamaha out of the ruined underground passage. Dawn's light crept over the horizon, banishing the night's darkness. Behind them stood the sprawling manor which was once a hell on earth, a den of unspeakable sins where the wealthy treated lives as playthings. Why let Kerrigan escape? Johnny could tell Sean was the real leader here, with the Sanctum sorcerer merely a follower. So he runs. When the kingpin of Romania's underworld realizes even vampires and werewolves can't protect him, what do you think he'll do? Sean gazed at the rising sun, smiling. A loyal dog always returns to its master. Tracking a demon sent in a sea of humans is tedious. Better to follow the trail straight to the source. Mephisto. He's the Sanctum's real problem. With vampires and werewolves entrenched in Eastern Europe, the Hell Lord's plans go beyond rebirth. If he unites all dark creatures to breach the Sanctum's defenses, he will topple the balance between dark dimensions and our world. Sean paused, watching Mordo's face pale. When Dormammu invades, tying up the Sorcerer Supreme, Mephisto's forces could destroy centuries of the Sanctum's work in one stroke. Though Johnny didn't fully grasp the stakes, he understood this was no simple soul-collecting scheme. Mephisto was making his move. In urgency, Mordo prepared to head back to Camartage. "I must warn the Sanctum." Sean cut him off. "You think the Ancient One hasn't anticipated this?" "She's prepared. Our job is to find Mephisto, and send him back to hell." Mordo hesitated, then nodded. Glancing back at the manor, he asked, "What about this place?" Kerrigan's stronghold likely still housed werewolves, maybe even hidden vampires, along with untold blood-stained wealth. "Master Mordo, remember, we are not gods. We can't save everyone." Sean slid into the black sedan that had brought them here. "You can stop evil acts, but not the darkness in men's hearts. Kill one Kerrigan, and another will take his place. Unless you build a new order and nail every vampire, werewolf, and corrupt elite to the wall." Mordo stared back conflicted, before finally entering the car. Johnny revved his bike, and soon, the three vanished into the distance. 10 minutes later, cowering vampires crept from the rubble. Only after confirming the coast was clear did they emerge. "Damn those sorcerers. We must report." The vampire's words died as a fiery streak split the sky. A Tomahawk cruise missile detonated overhead. The manor vanished in a sunbright blast, the shockwave rattling windows miles away. Mordo spun in his seat and spotted the mushroom cloud rising behind them. "What did you do?" He glared at Sean. Sean kept his eyes on the road. The car stereo was playing Gregorian chants. It sounded solemn and mystical, and echoed like a divine judgment. "Exactly as you said. Delivering God's righteous verdict." Sean replied. The dawn's light illuminated the three figures, as if heralding the battles yet to come. Chapter 202, Before the Storm. Kerrigan sat in the jeep, his face a mask of panic and terror. He kept glancing backward, terrified that the white-masked monster might be in pursuit. Even the savage werewolves which were capable of tearing apart elite special forces had been nothing more than stray dogs before that man. The former mercenary leader had encountered powerful beings with extraordinary abilities before. Take the Hell Lord Mephisto, for instance. He hadn't even dared to meet the old man's gaze, fearing he might be dragged into a lava-filled hell on the spot. Then there were the high-ranking vampires and werewolves, inhuman dark creatures who, once enraged, could only be stopped by a team of over 100 elite soldiers. Countless sorcerers and monster hunters who had infiltrated Eastern Europe had ended up as nothing more than desert, devoured without a trace. Kerrigan had always considered himself worldly. Before becoming Romania's crime lord, he had graduated from the Ryazan Higher Airborne Command School and joined Russia's Alpha Group as an elite operative. Perhaps driven by an innate thirst for danger, the bloodthirsty man chose to become a mercenary after retiring, operating in perilous regions like Chechnya and Albania before eventually rising to become one of Romania's top crime bosses. In less than 2 years, Kerrigan had shed the one of and seized complete control of Romania's largest criminal syndicate, crushing local gangs with his ruthless methods. And the turning point in his fate. A white-haired old man who called himself Mephisto had appeared when Kerrigan was on the brink of death, 2 bullets lodged in his chest. In exchange for a new life, he had offered up his soul. From then on, Kerrigan became a puppet, serving as the middleman between vampires and werewolves while expanding his empire, amassing wealth, and wielding enough hidden power to send shockwaves across Eastern Europe. I can feel it. That bastard is after me. The former mercenary leader urged his subordinate to drive faster, his earlier aura of dominance utterly shattered. The white-masked man had effortlessly slaughtered werewolves and crushed a high-ranking Volturi vampire like an insect. That overwhelming power had broken Kerrigan's spirit, especially the final spectacle, when hundreds of flaming javelins had rained down like a storm of absolute destruction, shredding everything in their path. Without hesitation, Kerrigan had fled through a secret tunnel in the manor. And just as Sean had predicted, he now scurried back to his master like a beaten dog, begging for protection. The jeep roared past Bucharest's Arc de Triomphe, its tires screeching as it nearly lifted off the ground. Pedestrians were ignored as the vehicle barreled toward the Bucher Church, a historic, low-lying chapel nestled among rows of buildings, a silent witness to the city's past. Legend had it that the city's founder, a shepherd named Bucher, had inspired its construction. The weathered walls bore the marks of centuries, having survived countless wars and foreign rulers. Kerrigan shoved open the church doors. It wasn't a service day, so few worshippers were present. A priest moved to confront the intruders, only for a gunshot to ring out, the bullet striking a biblical mural and shattering its compassionate face. Get out. Or your gods won't save you. After driving out the priest and worshippers, Kerrigan knelt before an ornate statue and retrieved a strange disc engraved with a massive pupil. Holding it above his head, he whispered Mephisto's name. A chilling wind howled as grey mist swirled, the stench of sulfur filling the air alongside flickering flames. The silver-haired old man in a black trench coat materialized, leaning on his signature silver skull cane. This wasn't the same human vessel as before, proof that the Sorcerer Supreme's attack had left its mark. Kerrigan. Have you found Danny? My treasured descendant. Mephisto glanced at the crucifix above with a depiction of the Savior nailed to the cross, the inscription, INRI, Jesus Nazarenus, Rex Iudiorum, etched into the wood. My esteemed master. I've encountered some trouble. Kerrigan crawled forward on his knees, trembling. 2 sorcerers came for me. They the slaughtered vampires and werewolves. They're clearly targeting you. Mephisto's brow furrowed. He wasn't surprised the Ancient One had noticed his schemes, but why had she only sent 2 people? I had hoped to lure Ancient One out of Camartage. The old man sighed. He kicked aside his groveling servant in disgust, useless. Fortunately, he'd already contacted the vampire elders. Danny would soon be in his grasp. The rebirth ritual was merely a decoy to distract the Sorcerer Supreme. Even at full power, Mephisto stood no chance against her in the mortal world. The legendary Eye of Agamotto could trap any fool daring to challenge Camartage in an endless time loop, driving them to madness. Even Dormammu, a being beyond time and dimensions, hesitated to provoke the unfathomable Ancient One. A cunning demon like Mephisto wouldn't recklessly antagonize her. His true goal was to use the ritual to divert her attention, ideally drawing her out. He had even prepared a grand surprise, but the Ancient One seemed to have sensed something, refusing to leave Camartage. This ruined his plans to exploit Caecilius, the fallen sorcerer turned Dormammu worshipper. Without the Ancient One present, Caecilius could strike at Camartage's heart, toppling the 3 sanctums and shattering the balance between the dark dimension and the mortal world. And Mephisto. He would seize the moment to establish a dark dynasty, a lawless realm for dark creatures, free from the sanctum's shadow. Only then would he descend in his true form, crowning himself its sole ruler, commanding vampires, werewolves, and demons as he carved his dominion into the mortal world. It seems we must accelerate the plan. The old man sighed, removing a glove and pressing his palm to Kerrigan's head. Fangs peeked through his human guise as sulfur and lava churned behind him, black mist swirling like water. No. Master, give me another chance. Kerrigan thrashed, sensing his impending doom. Relax. This is your reward. Mephisto's tone was almost kindly. You'll shed your human shell, and become a true demon. Corrupting energy ate into Kerrigan's body. His skin withered like flesh dunked in acid, his hair turning ashen. Only his eyes, which once burned with ambition, remained, now glowing with bloodthirsty crimson light. Foul spawn. Take every vampire and werewolf in this city, and stall those 2 sorcerers. Mephisto smirked. If the Ancient One refused to act, he'd proceed with the rebirth ritual and launch his grand scheme. And you, my knight, join them. From the shadows emerged a blackened figure, hellfire burning in its eyes, and a glaring double D emblem staining its chest like fresh blood. The newly transformed foul spawn instinctively recoiled from its presence. The former daredevil, now a hollow puppet, nodded mechanically. He was the Ghost Rider now. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 203, Nightfall approaches. When Sean and his group arrived in Bucharest, it was already 6:30 p.m. Their journey toward the dawn had proven far from smooth. They hadn't even covered half the distance before their car broke down on the highway. Fortunately, fate smiled upon this peculiar team of Camartage sorcerers and Ghost Riders when they encountered a hippie band on a road trip in their RV. After a not-so-friendly but ultimately amicable exchange, these self-proclaimed demon-slaying, world-saving warriors were back on the road. With frequent stops along the way, Sean showed no urgency in catching up to Kerrigan. As he put it, no matter how much they rushed, Mephisto wasn't going anywhere. Before charging headlong into battle, they might as well enjoy a proper lunch and take a short rest. Mordo had grown accustomed to the young man's occasional laziness and lack of urgency. And time and again, Sean's reasoning had proven sound. No one knew what awaited them. Eastern Europe had nearly become the last stronghold of dark creatures, and who knew how many vampires and werewolves lurked in Bucharest, their final destination. Before battle, a soldier should prepare their weapons and ammunition, and be ready to face any emergency. The newly recruited Johnny had no objections. He was desperate for a steak and some creamy meat rolls to fill his empty stomach. Each transformation into the Ghost Rider took a heavy toll on his body. And so, while Mephisto marshaled his forces and waited for them, the group feasted on hearty food and wine at a roadside motel before collapsing onto the not-so-soft beds for an afternoon nap. Meanwhile, in Bucharest, the vampire elder Amelia, also of the Volturi royal line, glared disdainfully at Kerrigan, who was now transformed into a hellish ghoul. Using the city hall's emergency alert system, they had evacuated most of the civilians. The child born of human and demon had already been found. Once the clock struck midnight, the Lord of Hell would break free from the material world's constraints and descend upon this earth. Yet at this pivotal moment, they stood like fools at the city's entrance, waiting for 2 sorcerers. Didn't you say 2 powerful sorcerers were hunting us down? The beautiful vampire elder side-eyed Kerrigan, her tone icy. Half of Eastern Europe's vampire guards had gathered here, waiting for 6 long hours. Tell me, where are they? Who knows? Maybe they heard our great master's name and ran off in fear. Kerrigan, now a servant of Mephisto, grinned with his ghastly pale face, no longer afraid of these vampires. The proud vampire elder could not tolerate such insolence. Vampires prided themselves as noble, eternal beings, and she regarded Kerrigan, a groveling sycophantic wretch, with nothing but contempt. The stench of sulfur in his filthy, rotting body filled her with disgust. A silver flash tore through the air, faster than the eye could follow, slicing open Kerrigan's withered, bark-like face. Amelia doubted Mephisto would raise a fuss over an incompetent servant. The era of dark creatures was dawning, and both vampires and werewolves would be at the forefront of this new power. But Kerrigan's split face twisted into an eerie smile. The gash from forehead to jaw revealed no gore, only the texture of rotten wood. A chill crept up Amelia's spine as her vision suddenly darkened. A cold hand rested on her shoulder. You cold-blooded creatures, ever wondered what rotting flesh feels like? Kerrigan's voice slithered into her ear. Ghouls were a kind of blessed servant transformed by a lord of hell. They could conjure zones of darkness and corrode organic matter. As Kerrigan's decaying fingers touched Amelia's flawless skin, the vampire elder finally felt fear. Her smooth, porcelain-like flesh began to crack and wither like parched wood. Enough. A muscular arm shoved Kerrigan away. A wild, powerfully built man glared at the furious ghoul and barked, "This is no time for infighting. Until the great Mephisto descends, anyone who causes trouble will lose their head, this I swear on my honor as a werewolf." This bare-chested savage man was Lucian, the werewolf king who had once nearly overthrown vampire rule, freeing his kind from centuries of enslavement. Unlike the vampires who were fractured into countless factions, the werewolves had only one leader. Lucian. Now, these ancient enemies stood united under Mephisto's banner. Compared to their bloody feud, the true threat looming over them was the sorcerers and demon-slash-monster hunters. They had been driven into hiding across Europe and forced to accept humiliating treaties. Any who broke the rules, vampire or werewolf, would be dragged into sunlight to burn or nailed to a pyre. With her withered skin restored as her blood surged, Amelia shot Kerrigan a venomous glare but held her tongue. Hundreds, no, thousands of dark creatures flooded into the city, occupying every shadowy corner. Spreading outward from the palace of the Parliament, they formed a vast, encircling ring. These vampires and werewolves who are now Mephisto's pawns moved along predetermined paths, splashing pungent blood across streets and buildings. The blood of countless livestock poured like buckets of red paint, as if enacting some sinister ritual. From above, the blood seemed drawn by an unseen force, converging into streams that traced countless crimson threads. It was like an invisible hand was sketching an intricate design. A massive outer circle enveloped the city, its interior a web of overlapping, interwoven veins of blood, forming a colossal, crimson eye. Slowly, the scent of sulfur permeated Bucharest. The temperature rose, as if hell itself were seeping into the world. And outside the city, a Ford RV rolled leisurely down the highway. Its powerful speakers blared, "Voyage, voyage," the deep male and ethereal female voices weaving a grand melody. From their perch atop the city's towering structures, the vampire elder and werewolf king watched as their enemies arrived in such brazen fashion. The sun hung low, its golden afterglow casting warm light as dusk settled over the horizon. Chapter 204, A City of Enemies. Don't you guys think the atmosphere is a bit off? Johnny pushed his beloved Yamaha VMAX forward, scanning the eerily quiet streets. Every door was shut, and every window closed. There wasn't a single soul in sight. The silence was suffocating. Sean and Mordo exchanged a glance as they stepped out of the RV, the latter shaking his head with a wry smile. The dark energy in this city is so thick, it's like a storm cloud. Even with magic, I can't detect a single trace of human presence. Johnny's face twisted in shock. Did they slaughter everyone? The sudden outburst made the master of the mystic arts expression darken further. Ignoring the Ghost Rider's dramatics, Mordo explained, unlikely. There's no sign of mass killings. Bucharest has over 2 million people. If Mephisto had carried out a massacre on that scale, the Sorcerer Supreme would never stand by and let it happen. A gust of wind swirled past, flinging a flyer into Sean's hand. It was an emergency evacuation notice. The vampires must have used their influence over the city's officials to evacuate most of the population. Bucharest, nestled in the heart of the Wallachian Plain, was an open expanse, split neatly by the Danube River. Moving millions wouldn't have been as difficult as one might think. What intrigued Sean was what exactly Mephisto was planning. Satellite images had revealed the entire city covered in an enormous blood sigil, streets and landmarks forming the nodes of a colossal crimson eye, its intricate patterns overlapping and intersecting in a grotesque, esoteric design. It seemed the long-dormant Hell Lord was preparing something big. The three of them walked down the deserted avenue as the last remnants of sunlight faded, replaced by the veil of night, and with it, the shadows stirred. From rooftops, alleyways, and darkened corners, countless figures emerged. Their eyes gleamed with malice, their hostility pressing in like a suffocating tide. Hulking werewolves clung to eaves and lampposts, their claws digging into wrought iron lanterns. On the other side stood the vampire guards, pale aristocratic warriors clad in ornate armor, wielding an array of archaic weapons. In their hands, these outdated blades became deadly instruments, their speed and strength making up for the lack of modern firepower. A sea of enemies surged forward, an endless tide of darkness descending upon the three lone figures standing in the middle of the street. "Hey, buddy," Sean nudged the Ghost Rider, "you might want to transform now, unless you want to get torn apart by werewolves." Mordo needed no reminder. He already had a double-barreled shotgun in hand, courtesy of the Sanctum's armory. It was loaded with UV rounds and silver nitrate, more than enough to turn any vampire into dust. His other hand conjured a shimmering energy shield. Beside them, Johnny let go of the restraints on the spirit of vengeance. Hellfire erupted from his body, his flesh burning away as his skull erupted in flames. The sheer sin permeating the city was intoxicating. The Ghost Rider threw his head back and roared. "You two handle the Arc de Triomphe and the Bisserica Bucher," Sean directed. "I'll head to the Palace of the Parliament." His time at Camartage had taught him enough to recognize key nodes in the massive spell work. The palace was the heart of it all, where Mephisto himself would be waiting. The black tide crashed down. Vampires lunged, only to be met with Mordo's shotgun. The explosive rounds tore through their ranks, bodies bursting into flames as silver nitrate ravaged their undead flesh. When the gun ran dry, the sorcerer whipped out a beast-headed staff, its enchanted strike sending vampires flying. But the horde was endless. Shadows converged from every direction, blades flashing like the sting of wasps. A crimson chain lashed out like a striking serpent, flinging attackers aside. The Ghost Rider, now astride his hellish steed, revved the engine, tires screeched against the pavement as flames erupted beneath them. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed through the night as he barreled toward the Arc de Triomphe, the chain in his grip reducing any werewolf foolish enough to charge into smoldering ash. Sean, however, remained where he stood. He was blocked by a vampire elder. Amelia. The elegant, noblewoman-like vampire licked her lips, her eyes burning with hunger. She had fed just hours ago. This craving was unnatural, even for one of her rank. Hungry. Sean tilted his head in amusement. Amelia swayed closer, her rapier tracing silver arcs in the air like blooming flowers. Be a good boy, don't resist. It'll hurt less that way. Her voice was smooth and seductive. Sean merely smirked. Sorry, you're not really my type. Behind her, more vampire guards gathered like a swarm of bats with bloodlust in their eyes, ready to tear him apart like piranhas. The young man pressed a hand to his chest. The black sun emblem flared. Then, golden light erupted. Amelia froze. Her pupils dilated in horror. She didn't even have time to scream. A beam of raw, obliterating energy filled the street, vaporizing her and the entire swarm behind her in an instant. The shockwave reduced buildings to rubble. Dust and debris exploded outward in a deafening roar. The remaining vampires skidded to a halt as they stared at the devastation. Then, like startled birds, they fled. Sean glanced at the smoldering trench his attack had carved into the city. I prefer them, demure. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, City of Hell. The Palace of the Parliament was one of Romania's most famous landmarks, recognized by the Guinness World Records as the second largest administrative building in the world, surpassed only by the Pentagon. Its sheer scale was staggering, though its Soviet-era architecture-influenced design lacked the elegance of Europe's many exquisite structures, appearing rigid and austere in comparison. Sean landed in Constitution Square, where the vast ground was etched with winding, blood-red patterns. The intricate sigils pulsed with an eerie glow. As if burning with invisible flames, they emitted a dense sulphurous mist. The temperature here was significantly higher than the outside world, like a boiling cauldron. A suspicion gnawed at the young man's mind. He hadn't anticipated that the Hell Lord would attempt something of this magnitude. If Mephisto's ritual succeeded, the age of dark creatures would return. The formidable defenses erected by the three sanctums and Camartage would face unprecedented upheaval. Gazing at the imposing palace in the distance, also known as the People's Palace, Sean took in its grandeur. Built from rare marble and high-quality timber, the 16-story structure stood 275 feet tall, housing over 1,000 rooms. The Ceausescu regime, which once ruled Romania, had spent 6 years and $2 billion constructing this colossal edifice. Yet even after the political upheavals of Eastern Europe, it had never been fully completed. Through his psychic senses, Sean perceived a swirling mass of dark energy, interwoven with molten fire. Undoubtedly, this was Mephisto's power at work. The demon lord had already begun his rebirth ritual. The violent energy fluctuations triggered unnatural phenomena, thunderclouds gathered, lightning split the sky, and deafening roars echoed through the night. As the temperature in Constitution Square continued to rise, the massive blood sigil at its center emitted a faint crimson mist, transforming the area into a ghastly, hellish landscape. Reality itself seemed to warp, light refracting unnaturally as pale grotesque faces materialized in the air, accompanied by harrowing spectral wails. Sean ignored them. By now, Mordo and Johnny should have reached their respective targets, engaging powerful foes. The Camartage sorcerer was likely facing the vampire lords of the Volturi, and Lucian the Wolf King, while the Ghost Rider, desperate to break his curse, would have encountered Daredevil lying in wait. A fierce battle was inevitable. The young man ascended the palace's grand staircase and pushed open the massive wooden doors, turning all of Eastern Europe into your dark empire. Now that's ambition. Inside, the cavernous hall was bathed in dazzling light, crystal chandeliers hanging from above like glittered constellations, creating a scene of opulent splendor. At the center stood a silver-haired old man, kneeling before a child, undoubtedly Danny, the boy the sanctum had been searching for. The offspring of a human and a demon, the perfect vessel to bear the full might of a Hell Lord. Stepping onto the plush hand-woven carpet, Sean observed Mephisto, who was wholly focused on his ritual. The vast blood sigil enveloping the city pulsed with crimson light, its energy nodes surging violently. Suddenly, scarlet beams erupted from multiple points across Bucharest and converged above the Palace of the Parliament in a dome of colliding and merging energy before crashing down like a spear. The force tore through the palace's upper floors, blasting straight into the central hall, where it poured into the human vessel Mephisto had been using to walk the mortal world. The silver-haired elder's skin cracked like dried earth, his human form disintegrating as a towering, 16-foot demonic figure emerged. The figure was crimson-skinned, wreathed in flames, and had massive bat-like wings. The stench of sulfur intensified, as if hell itself had erupted into the material world. Four colossal runes, forged like iron, materialized in the air, linking to the city-spanning sigil and siphoning molten energy from the depths of hell. The true form of Mephisto now knelt before the unconscious boy, Danny. Sean raised his palm and fired a beam of energy at the barrier surrounding the ritual. Boom. The black mist trembled but remained unbroken. The cunning Hell Lord had prepared thoroughly, the core of the spell was anchored to Constitution Square, binding it inextricably to Bucharest itself. Short of annihilating the entire city, there was no way to disrupt the ritual now. A boiling, blood-red barrier solidified around Mephisto, who gazed at the young men with thunderous disdain. Give up. No one can stop this. Ancient One cowers in camartage, too afraid to step foot outside. And you? You lack the power to break this defense. It is rooted in the earth itself, it's unshakable. A rebirth ritual doesn't require something this elaborate. This city-wide spell must serve another purpose. Sean's voice was calm, his expression unreadable. His mindset was far more composed than Mephisto anticipated. If he had truly been desperate to stop this, he could have sent the Hell Lord back to the abyss long ago. This was, after all, merely a transaction with the Sorcerer Supreme, one he had approached with a detached curiosity. But now, Mephisto's true plan was unfolding. It wasn't just about rebirth. He had spent years consolidating power, manipulating pawns, rallying the vampires and werewolves nearly driven to extinction by the sanctums, amassing wealth, and infiltrating human governments. The effortless evacuation of Bucharest citizens was proof of his deep-rooted influence. Bucharest. You're planning to drag this city into hell. Or perhaps you aim to shatter the dimensional balance, merging the infernal realm with the material world. Sean's eyes widened as the full scope of Mephisto's scheme became clear. A reborn Hell Lord alone might not be enough to challenge the Ancient One. But on his own turf. More ambitious than that. Mephisto conjured a blazing greatsword from hellfire and plunged it into his own chest. Molten blood gushed forth, seeping into the intricate patterns on the floor like crimson serpents slithering into Danny's small body. Hey! I will turn Eastern Europe into a forbidden zone for humanity, a dark empire in the mortal realm. The Hell Lord's voice dripped with triumph. For this grand design, I have plotted for over a century. The vampires, the werewolves, they are but new pawns. The Asgardians once left behind records on this planet. Their ancient enemies, the Dark Elves, sought chaos, forging weapons capable of plunging the 9 realms into darkness. I took inspiration from them. Using myself as an anchor, I will pull hell into this world layer by layer, until they overlap. The infernal realm of myth will expand and swallow Bucharest whole. It shall be the first city of hell. Sean's gaze darkened. He looked up at the crimson energy pouring through the shattered ceiling and murmured, if you succeed, you could replicate this plan, conquering Eastern Europe nation by nation, building your so-called Dark Empire. You've stalled long enough. Your rebirth ritual must be complete by now. The young man's voice turned hoarse as his helmet sealed shut. Mephisto's demonic form withered rapidly, while Danny's body grew at an unnatural pace. The boy's limbs stretched, his frame expanding into adolescence in seconds. Then, his eyes snapped open, blazing with bloody light. An invisible hurricane erupted. Crystal chandeliers exploded, marble cracked, and the very air trembled as the newly reborn Mephisto, now wearing Danny's matured form, locked eyes with the golden figure standing before him. This time, the Ancient One won't be here to save you. The words were a death sentence, colder than the void. In the next instant, the reborn Lord of Hell blurred forward. Chapter 206, Turning the Tide. Compared to their last encounter, Mephisto's power had multiplied exponentially. Freed from the shackles of the material world, this Hell Lord whose life spanned tens of thousands of years had previously been forced to walk the mortal plane in fragile human vessels, unable to unleash his true strength. If he wanted to accomplish anything, he had to rely on contracts with Ghost Riders, otherwise, crossing the line would provoke the Sorcerer Supreme's wrath. But now, everything was different. Mephisto had used the perfect vessel to complete his rebirth ritual, and torrential power surged through his new form. The Hell Lord took a step forward, and the white marble beneath him exploded. His figure shot forth like a blade, carrying devastating force as he slammed into the unmoving Sean. Mephisto hadn't forgotten how this young upstart had humiliated him in New York, forcing him to lose a precious avatar to the Ancient One's destruction. Like a volcanic eruption, his molten fist tore through the air with a piercing shriek. The grand hall was ravaged by hurricane-force winds, overturning tables, chairs, and candelabras in a chaotic mess. Sean took a slight step back, his posture lowering slightly before unleashing a terrifying energy beam. It collided with Mephisto's hellfire in a cataclysmic explosion, the shockwave blasting upward and nearly tearing through the entire palace of the Parliament. I've never met a human like you. Mephisto's massive bat-like wings unfurled behind his youthful form. The wings spun like deadly saw blades as they slashed toward the golden figure. Moving with lightning speed, Mephisto closed the distance, refusing to believe his opponent could sustain such an overwhelming energy output. The air twisted like a vortex as golden flames of raw power erupted from Sean's body, compressing the atmosphere until invisible shockwaves shredded everything nearby. Behind the golden visor, a sharp glint flashed in Sean's eyes, boom, 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 boom. The energy beam expanded like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire hall. Even the cunning Mephisto couldn't suppress a flicker of shock, and then, a long dormant fear. The explosion was like 1,000 tons of high-grade dynamite detonating at once. Blinding light consumed everything, drowning out all senses in a deafening roar. Once the second-largest administrative building in the world, the Palace of the Parliament collapsed under the force, rubble crashing down like tidal waves as thick smoke billowed into the sky. The chain reaction lasted a full 3 minutes. The 275-foot-tall palace was reduced to ruins, its sturdy framework disintegrating from the bottom up. The residual shockwaves even reached Constitution Square, sending tremors throughout Bucharest. Vampires, werewolves, the dark-skinned sorcerer, and the Ghost Rider all froze mid-battle, sensing the terrifying presence the moment the explosion erupted. A battered figure clawed its way out from under the rubble, gasping for breath. How can such a monster exist? Crimson energy surged from the citywide sigil, pouring into Mephisto's nearly obliterated body. His flesh knitted back together at a visible rate. As the massive spell continued to operate, Bucharest and hell began to overlap. In half an hour, the legendary realm of sulfur and molten fire would swallow Romania's capital, turning it into a true city of hell. And until then, no one could stop him, unless someone was insane enough to drop a nuclear bomb on the so-called City of Joy, wiping it off the map entirely. You're annoyingly tenacious. Golden flames lifted Sean into the air as he hovered above the wreckage. Ha 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 ha. Mephisto laughed triumphantly, you can't kill me. Not even the Sorcerer Supreme could halt my grand design now. Freed from his demonic form, unshackled from the material world, and sustained by the endless power of hell itself, he was untouchable. Even the Ancient One who had fought Dormammu to a standstill and banished angels and demons alike would struggle to stop him. The golden figure before him was undoubtedly powerful, but truly killing Mephisto, that was beyond his reach. Tell me, have you ever wondered why I let you complete your rebirth ritual? Sean looked down at the smug Hell Lord, his voice laced with mockery. Great Mephisto, what's the best way to solve a problem permanently? The question hung in the night air. To the Sorcerer Supreme, you're nothing but a persistent pest, hard to eradicate, yet too dangerous to ignore. Even if she destroys every avatar you send, there will always be fools willing to bargain with demons. They sell their souls for petty rewards, never realizing the true cost. Mephisto's expression darkened. He couldn't find any flaw in his plan. Dormammu and his fanatics had the Ancient One pinned down. She wouldn't recklessly abandon Camartage and risk giving Caecilius an opening. With no interference, his rebirth was complete. The descent of hell into the material world was inevitable. The vampires and werewolves served as his claws, the corrupted Kerrigan as his blade, and Daredevil, now a Ghost Rider, as his pawn. Who could possibly stop him now? After running through every possibility, Mephisto scoffed, what's the point of bluffing at this stage? Sean didn't argue. Instead, he activated his comms. Mordo, are the energy nodes destroyed? I might need more time. The master of the mystic arts was locked in brutal combat with the vampire elder and the werewolf king. Even as a disciplined master of Camartage, he was outmatched by these apex predators of the dark. What about Johnny? Not looking good either. Sean sighed, so much for relying on teammates. Then he said, evacuate the city. You have 10 minutes. You're giving up at the final. Shut up and take Johnny with you. Sean's sharp interruption cut off Mordo's protest. The sorcerer glanced at the towering Lucian and the relentless vampire leader before turning and fleeing without another word. Pathetic humans, the two Dark Lords sneered. They didn't bother giving chase. Hell's descent was imminent. As long as these meddling sorcerers didn't interfere with Mephisto's plan, letting them go meant nothing. The Age of Darkness was coming. After sending the message, Sean stood atop a crumbling spire, the black sun emblem on his armor dimmed slightly, as if the earlier onslaught had drained too much energy. Human, stop this futile resistance. Last-minute heroics only happen in movies and books. Despite the unease gnawing at him, Mephisto refused to back down. I've always wanted to know just how far I can push my limits. Sean's voice was calm, thank you for giving me the chance to find out. The moment the words left his mouth, light erupted. Chapter 207, Light descends upon the world. Slicing open a portal, Mordo arrived beneath the Arc de Triomphe in Bucharest, only to be greeted by the sight of two Ghost Riders. Johnny lashed out with his crimson chain, whipping up a fiery tornado that sent the other towering black figure flying, crashing straight through the massive arch behind him. With hollow eye sockets burning with hellfire, the resurrected Daredevil flipped back up, wielding his batons. Using his enhanced senses, he dodged the writhing chain and delivered a devastating uppercut to Johnny's jaw, nearly sending the flaming skull flying off its neck. Two men bound by the spirit of vengeance, both having made pacts with Mephisto, now locked hands on each other's shoulders and each activated the penance stare. Amid the seething hellfire, they witnessed each other's sins, their inner torment and suffering. Johnny, sign the contract with me. I'll restore your father's health. You'll be free of him, able to chase your own happiness. Attorney Murdoch, the only way to end violence is with greater violence. Go forth, destroy the criminals, cast their souls into hellfire. Their past killings and sins replayed endlessly, as if they were trapped in molten hell, their bodies and souls scorched by unbearable agony. For Johnny, his father's death was the wound that never healed. The former stunt rider hadn't made the deal just for his father's health. Young Johnny had wanted to escape their small-town circus life, and to build a future with his girlfriend in the city. If his father were healthy, he could leave it all behind. So he sold his soul to Mephisto, only for his father to die in an accident anyway. The demon had tricked him, taking his soul in the process. Daredevil, his own eyes aflame, saw these memories clearly. Guilt and hatred intertwined, tormenting this wretched man just as they tormented him. Neither could find true redemption. Two lunatics. Mordo swung his beast-headed staff, knocking both Ghost Riders unconscious. The spirits of vengeance within them roared in fury before reluctantly receding. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from Constitution Square. Struggling, Mordo tossed the two unfortunate souls into the car. A primal fear gripped him as he turned to see a blinding light erupting into the sky like a sun being born, radiating endless heat and brilliance. The shockwave rolled outward, the earth groaned as buildings were swallowed whole and pulverized into dust, then vanished into nothingness. Silently, the apocalyptic force expanded. The grand structures around the square, parked cars, dim billboards, and shops, all disintegrated in the searing light. Dear God! Mordo was paralyzed by the sheer scale of destruction. Space itself seemed to tremble, making even opening a portal impossible. The sorcerer jumped into the car, slammed the accelerator, and roared away as the shockwave chased him. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the annihilating force spreading. It was slow but unstoppable, like a miniature nuclear detonation. Metal vaporized, concrete dissolved. The heat was enough to melt steel, the pressure enough to shred flesh. Is this the young man's true power? Terror flooded Mordo's mind. This level of pure devastation might even surpass the Ancient One. As the shockwave gained speed, he stomped the gas harder. Only now did he understand why Sean had ordered him to flee. At this rate, Bucharest would be wiped off the map. Dear God, he whispered again. Constitution Square. Or what was left of it. The historic plaza, where the first shot of the Cold War had been fired, was gone. Within the endless light and heat, a lone figure stood, the Sentinel. An unfathomable energy stormed from his body, the radiance forming a miniature supernova. Having completed his rebirth, Mephisto desperately conjured hellfire barriers only for them to shatter instantly under the onslaught. His demonic flesh, which was capable of withstanding artillery fire, held for less than a second before dissolving into ash. No. You can't do this. The city-wide blood sigil flared once more, pumping crimson energy into the nearly obliterated Hell Lord. His body reformed, only to be annihilated again a second later. How many times can you come back? 100. 1,000. Sean's voice was cold. As he unleashed his full power, his consciousness brushed against a door, one leading to an unknowable realm. Beyond it lay a destroyed universe. The force of 1,000,000 dying stars, unimaginable, untouchable, erupted in an instant, reducing all matter to its most basic particles. Sean's soul ached to step through that door. For a fraction of a microsecond, he almost did, before the vortex of annihilation erased even that thought. This power was beyond mortal comprehension, it was beyond control. In the physical world, Mephisto kept resurrecting, each rebirth now a torment. Flesh peeled away, bones powdered, his very existence erased before reforming. The Hell Lord clung to his will, refusing to die, just a little longer. His energy isn't infinite. Just a little longer. The battle had become a war of attrition. Sustaining this output was tearing Sean apart, every cell in his body screamed in protest. The pain was beyond any torture known to men. Time crawled. Every second felt like an eternity of blades carving into their souls. 30 seconds. 3,000 microseconds. An eternity later, the black sun on the Sentinel's chest dimmed. The Hell Lord, who was being reborn countless times, finally begged, "Kill me. Kill me." The once proud deceiver of souls was now broken, driven mad by endless cycles of agony. As the golden light faded, Sean staggered, barely standing. Before him, half of Bucharest, 0.5 square kilometers, 500 years of history, was gone. Like an eraser dragged across a canvas, the city's heart had vanished, leaving only barren earth. Amid the swirling dust, the reborn Mephisto babbled incoherently, pleading for death. Sean obliged and vaporized him one final time. Dawn broke. The panting Mordo leaned against the jeep, staring at the half-erased city before bursting into laughter in a mix of relief and exhilaration. Behind him, the two Ghost Riders sat dazed in the truck bed, watching the sunrise. It was over. Senator Hunter and Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter exchanged knowing smiles. Just as they had once indulged Tony Stark, these powerful figures always exhibited immense patience toward young men of talent and value, dismissing their eccentricities as charming quirks of genius. Of course, the prerequisite for such preferential treatment was possessing the outstanding ability or considerable worth to earn their admiration. Tony stood at the edge of the banquet hall, muttering sarcastically, "Back then, they couldn't wait to fawn over me the moment they saw me. Now, they've grown accustomed to ignoring my existence." Pepper held his arm, covering a light laugh with her hand. This was, after all, a celebration for Umbrella Corporation securing the Department of Defense contract. Naturally, all eyes were on the absent Sean, while she and Tony were merely background decorations. Stark Industries hadn't even been on the original guest list, partly because it had withdrawn from the defense industry, and partly because the Department of Defense wasn't particularly fond of the playboy. Every procurement officer or military official who had dealt with Tony Stark had to possess two essential qualities: extraordinary patience and mental resilience. God only knew just how caustic and sharp-tongued that unrestrained playboy could be. He might start by critiquing your attire, then move on to disparaging your taste in wine and cigars, reducing everything about you to worthlessness, all while effortlessly flaunting his own wealth and extravagant lifestyle. The most infuriating part? It wasn't even deliberate. Enjoying the finest things had become second nature to Tony, it was ingrained into his very bones. If you tried to cater to his interests by bringing up women, a topic Stark was well versed in, you'd be making an even bigger mistake. He would launch into a detailed discourse on women of different nationalities and skin tones, from cover models of fashion magazines to A-list Hollywood actresses, even delving into the charms of female academics, leaving you questioning the meaning of your own mundane existence. And that was precisely Tony's goal, to make everyone believe he was one of a kind, and that his brilliance impossible to overshadow. He aimed to be forever the center of attention. However, after many twists and turns, things had changed. A new focal point had emerged, which eclipsed Tony Stark's dazzling aura to the point where no one even noticed his arrival. Defeating me without even showing up. Tony seethed inwardly, though there was little he could do about it. "The military brass are all waiting to see you humiliated," Colonel Rhodes said as he approached, glancing at his indignant friend. "You said it yourself at the hearing, no one would be able to replicate the arc reactor for at least 20 years. Tony fell silent for a moment. This was precisely why he had attended this celebration. Even though Stark Industries had exited the defense sector, its connections and influence remained. When news of Ivan Vanko's successful energy weapon research reached him, Pepper had informed him immediately. Energy weapons had remained conceptual for two main reasons: energy consumption and miniaturization, the two biggest hurdles in transitioning from conventional firearms to energy-based arms. Yet that Russian bear of a man, Ivan Vanko, had done it. Not only had he successfully reverse-engineered the arc reactor, solving the energy supply and conversion loss issues, but he had also achieved miniaturization. Though there were still minor flaws like recoil and accuracy, there was no denying that this was the prototype of a true energy weapon. From this foundation, laser weapons, ray guns, and particle beam weapons could be developed, high-tech equipment capable of long-range precision strikes and wide-area directional damage. It was only a matter of time before they were adapted for infantry use. The last time Tony had seen Sean, he had condescendingly warned him that the military procurement field was treacherous and best avoided. Ivan Vanko's achievements now served as a brilliant, wordless rebuttal. I looked into that Russian's background. His father was once a partner of mine, it's no surprise he had the arc reactor blueprints. What shocks me is that he managed to replicate it using just a rough sketch. For once, Tony expressed genuine admiration. He had examined the first-generation prototype of the energy weapon, and its design and energy core were nothing short of genius. Still, he's not quite at my level, he added immediately. Colonel Rhodes and Pepper simultaneously turned away. Silence was the wiser choice at this moment. Though the true star of the banquet was absent, the weapons designer, Ivan Vanko, made his first public appearance under the guidance of Harry and Sean's secretary, Yuriko. Remembering how his father had been humiliatingly expelled by Howard Stark decades ago, then deported back to the turbulent Soviet Union where he was ostracized and discriminated against by his own countrymen due to his past work for the Americans, Ivan's resentment burned fiercely. Exiled to Siberia, his father had wasted away in alcoholism and despair. All of it, every last bit, was thanks to the Stark family. His gaze locked onto Tony, who was standing at the periphery, and a ferocious grin split his face. Sooner or later, he would crush that mustachioed man. The humiliation the Starks had inflicted on the Vanko family would be repaid tenfold. The VIP swarmed around Ivan, blocking his line of sight. Recalling his young employer's advice, the hulking Russian forced himself to appear amiable, suppressing his innate aggression as he exchanged pleasantries with the crowd. Meanwhile, Harry and Yuriko worked the room, engaging with military officials and elevating the banquet's atmosphere to its peak. Tony felt the weight of Ivan's hostile stare. A chill ran down his spine. Sean had truly found him a worthy adversary. He still has time to vacation in Eastern Europe. How enviable, Tony muttered self-deprecatingly. Since throwing himself into the promotion of new energy initiatives, Tony had rarely had time to enjoy life. Most days were spent either in the underground workshop refining the next generation of Mark armors, or jet-setting around the globe with Pepper. He had nearly forgotten his former playboy lifestyle. The idea of abandoning his busy work to vacation abroad alone could only flit through his mind before being dismissed. Maybe this is what Pepper calls maturity. As he prepared to leave, Tony suddenly remembered something. He strode over to Sean's personal secretary and lowered his voice, "Tell your boss to watch out for Justin Hammer." Though any smart person knows no one can touch Umbrella at this stage, not everyone is that smart. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Pepper to offer an awkward smile. That's just Tony's unique way of showing concern. Chapter 209, The Time Reversal. Bucharest lay in ruins. It was now a shocking crater that stretched as far as the eye could see, with only a solitary figure standing at its center. The black sun on his chest had dimmed, and the Sentinel armor retracted like flowing water. Sean exhaled a heavy breath, his pale face showing signs of exhaustion. This had been an unprecedented battle. It was a mental duel with Mephisto, where both sides had pushed their willpower to the absolute limit. One had endured endless cycles of death and torment, while the other had strained under the overwhelming burden of energy output. Comparatively, the latter had it slightly easier. Being torn apart thousands of times, flesh stripped away again and again, had robbed the Hell Lord of any desire to live. That unending, horrifying agony was enough to shatter even the strongest will. Meanwhile, every cell in Sean's body trembled, his muscles ached as if they had been pushed beyond their limits. His indestructible body now felt like a machine that had been overclocked to the brink. Yet, he hadn't come away empty-handed. The faintly glowing progress bar in his mind had shifted slightly, inching ever closer to the 50% threshold. Early explosive growth naturally led to slower progress later on, and Sean wasn't surprised by this. As long as he kept moving forward steadily, he would eventually reach his goal. A circular portal, traced by sparks, expanded to human size. The Sorcerer Supreme, draped in a flowing white robe, stepped through, her bald head gleaming under the morning sun. You Kamartaj sorcerers are like the police, always showing up after everything is over to clean up. Ignoring the young man's teasing remark, the Ancient One stamped her foot. Invisible ripples spread outward from her, cracks like spiderwebs fracturing the surrounding space as if a giant mirror had shattered, its fragments reassembling into countless tiny pieces. In less than 30 seconds, the near-flattened ruins of Bucharest were enveloped within the mirror dimension. With a flick of her sleeve, the Ancient One brought her hands together in an intricate gesture, and the emerald glowing gem in her possession responded, its layered forbidden spells unraveling to reveal a shimmering, oval gemstone. It was the Eye of Agamotto. The supreme artifact wielded by each Sorcerer Supreme, capable of manipulating time and bending the laws of reality. A massive green ring of light materialized at the Ancient One's fingertips. She froze Bucharest's ruins in this moment, studying them briefly before dispelling the mirror dimension. Her hands rotated, guiding the esoteric incantations from the Book of Cagliostro. The power of the Eye of Agamotto surged, its emerald glow flickering like countless illusions collapsing and reforming in an endless cycle. Caecilius invaded Camartage again, the Ancient One explained as she worked. He sought to use the Sanctum Sanctorum to destroy all three sanctums and disrupt the material world's nodes. You don't look so good, Sean observed, frowning at the Sorcerer Supreme's weakened presence, as if she had just endured a brutal fight. Dormammu, she replied, her hands never stopping as the green ring pulsed with hidden runes. I was nearly dragged into the dark dimension by Caecilius' forbidden spell. I briefly clashed with Dormammu before barely escaping. Her tone was light, but the implications were clear. Mephisto had rallied every possible ally, vampires, werewolves, the rogue sorcerer Caecilius, even Dormammu himself. All to keep the Sorcerer Supreme occupied while he carried out his grand design. What the Hell Lord hadn't accounted for was Sean, a variable that shouldn't have existed in this game. Yet through an unspoken alliance with the Ancient One, he had stepped onto the board and turned the tide. So this is the power of the Eye of Agamotto. Sean studied the supreme artifact hovering between the Ancient One's palms. Its emerald light cascaded over her arms like liquid, weaving into intricate rings. As she rotated her hands, time itself manifested in tangible form. It was as if Sean stood above the river of time, unaffected as he witnessed this breathtaking spectacle. The world rewound like a film reel being dragged backward. Swirling dust and smoke dissipated into nothingness. The towering plume of ash in the sky shrank as if erased by an unseen hand. Shattered matter reassembled from nothing, ruined buildings first reverting to broken debris before rapidly repairing themselves. The colossal crater beneath their feet filled with soil and sand, grain by grain. Constitution squares surrounding structures, the cars parked along the roads, the faded billboards, the countless shops, all were restored to their former states at a steady, unyielding pace. Time. An abstract concept, a parameter describing the progression of events, one of the 7 fundamental dimensions of physics, it now revealed itself to Sean in a way he had never imagined possible. This region's flow of time existed independently from the rest of the world, as if a single fragment had been plucked out and reversed. Bucharest was being rewound. This is the power of the Eye of Agamotto, the Ancient One confirmed. She and Sean walked side by side through the recovering city. Countless particles of dust reassembled into bricks, steel, and concrete, reforming into towering skyscrapers and elegant buildings. But using it comes at a cost. The Sorcerer Supreme glanced at the emerald gemstone bending the laws of reality. Everything has an end. Disturb the natural order, and unexpected consequences will follow. No one can predict when a single pebble dropped into water might eventually stir a tidal wave. Her gaze lingered on Sean's youthful face, a silent warning in her eyes. By now, most of the city had been restored. The Ancient One stepped into a cafe, pulled out a chair and sat down with visible exhaustion. Wielding the Eye of Agamotto clearly took its toll, especially after her confrontation with Dormammu. My perspective is the opposite of yours, Sean said softly, taking a seat across from the world's most powerful sorcerer. Only change can bring life. Stagnant waters hold no hope. Time will judge all things in the end. The Ancient One closed her eyes briefly. The cafe, now perfectly restored, was quiet and peaceful, a vase of blooming carnations resting on the table. Sean tapped his fingers lightly against the wood and gazed out the window. Through the glass, he could almost feel time itself. Its presence was tangible as it meticulously reconstructed the city he had half destroyed. It was as if time had reversed. The shattered buildings, the obliterated palace of the Parliament, the vast crater that had been Constitution Square, all were being meticulously undone. As for Mephisto, the annihilated vampires and werewolves, they seemed to exist outside the reversal's scope. The Ancient One had excluded them, leaving their fates unchanged. Time to go back. Sean leaned back in his chair, his thoughts drifting. This journey had ended, but an even greater one awaited. The glittering cosmos, the boundless universe. All infinite wonders and futures yet to be explored. Chapter 210, The Hulk appears. T/N, notice, this translation might be dropped soon. Also, the MTL is actually pretty decent. The banks of the Potomac River lay in silence, dotted with faint lights in the heavy darkness. The clock had just struck midnight when Nick Fury received an urgent report from Agent Coulson. An abnormal high-energy reaction had been detected in Bucharest, Romania, in Eastern Europe, approaching the warning level of a small nuclear detonation. The sudden, shocking news made the one-eyed director's expression turn grave. S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately mobilized its vast intelligence network, but the only clue they had so far was a clear satellite image showing an enormous blood-red sigil enveloping the entire city. At the center of Constitution Square, a blinding sphere of light churned violently. This is the epicenter of the energy release. The intense fluctuations interfered with the imaging, so the details are unclear, Commander Maria Hill explained, pointing at the holographic projection. The massive orb of light covered nearly half the city. Why did it take so long to get this intel? Fury frowned. Logically, if a terrorist group or criminal organization had secretly planned to nuke a city, they should have gotten wind of it much earlier. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network, almost no large-scale terrorist attack in the world could escape the notice of their agents. There's a 7-hour time difference between New York and Romania. And the local government doesn't seem keen on outside interference, Coulson explained. The middle-aged agent, whose hairline had been receding noticeably, had recently enjoyed a rare stretch of peace, assigned as Captain America's liaison. Getting to interact daily with his childhood idol had put Coulson in high spirits. A keen observer might notice he had swapped into a brand new suit, and his thinning hair was meticulously combed. To an outsider, it might seem like he had a new girlfriend. According to the Romanian government statement, they detected a minor earthquake in Bucharest and evacuated the city's residents. As for the high-energy reaction, they claim it might have been caused by strong seismic activity. Bullshit. Fury's eyes sharpened. This flimsy excuse was utterly unconvincing. Sir, we need the World Security Council's approval before intervening in another nation's affairs, Coulson reminded quietly. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't operate unchecked. All their authority was overseen by the Council. The reason Nick Fury could disregard the Pentagon and the White House was that the U.S. held only one seat on the Council. To issue him direct orders, at least 3 members had to convene and approve. How long did the high-energy reaction last? The director asked. Less than a minute. The satellite captured it, and Intel relayed the info immediately. Even after enlarging the image, all we could make out was a blurry humanoid figure, Hill answered precisely. The hologram indeed showed an indistinct silhouette at the energy blast's core. Judging by the energy wave trajectories, the massive surge that had engulfed half the city seemed to have emanated from this humanoid entity. Fury braced his hands on the table. The office fell silent, no one dared interrupt the stern director's thoughts. Hydra. Aliens. An unknown force. One by one, potential global threats flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he turned and asked, "Where's Sean Cyphers?" I recall he's been absent from New York for a while. Eastern Europe. Ukraine, he'll swipe the screen. An hour ago, he posted a hotel check-in on social media. You follow him on Facebook? Fury's tone carried a hint of strangeness. Monitoring high-risk individuals is part of my job, the agent replied impassively. Dismissing the odd thought, Fury rejected his own wild suspicion. He didn't know why, but he couldn't shake his wariness toward that seemingly bright young man. It reminded him of the prelude to last century's secret invasion, a looming threat he could sense but couldn't pinpoint. Sean Cyphers was a ghost skirting the edges of the storm. He had strong ties to Stark Industries, General Ross as an ally, and a rising vice president as backing, all while remaining shrouded in shadows. To the public, he was just another brilliant New York genius. Even Natasha's surveillance hadn't turned up anything suspicious. Yet, Fury's gut instinct refused to quiet down. Years as a spy had honed his intuition, it had saved his life countless times. His scarred eye, hidden beneath the black eye patch, twitched faintly. The long-healed wound was a reminder to never let his guard down. Next time, he might lose more than just an eye. Dispatch our Eastern European agents to Romania immediately. Keep monitoring Bucharest, Fury ordered after a long pause. Since the Soviet Union's collapse, Eastern Europe had been a hotbed of instability. Hydra had turned the chaotic region into a stronghold, secretly collaborating with certain factions. Sir. Coulson swiped the live holographic feed, the high-energy reaction is gone. Bucharest is, nothing happened. First-class cabin, flight to New York. Sean leaned back in his seat and gazed out the window as his thoughts drifted like the passing clouds. This Eastern European trip had concluded successfully. From Camartage, he had learned to perceive souls and explore minds, a skill more valuable than any magic. He had witnessed the true power of an Infinity Stone, eliminated Mephisto, and nipped a future threat in the bud. The only surprise was Mordo, the Ancient One's top disciple, who had refused to return to Camartage. Instead, he chose to remain in the turbulent Eastern European nations, establishing a new order for the Sanctum and rounding up the remaining vampires and werewolves to prevent further chaos. Daredevil, who was now freed from his demonic influence, decided to join him. Though Mephisto was dead, the spirit of vengeance within Matt Murdock remained. Having reclaimed his soul, the devout Catholic became a new member of the London Sanctum, seeking redemption and solace in the mystic arts for the rest of his life. As for the other Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, he had ridden off on his beloved Yamaha VMAX. The spirit of vengeance was exorcised from his body. Now, he was ready to reclaim his own life. Before leaving Romania, Sean had caught a distant glimpse of Matt Murdock sitting on a park bench in a black priest's robe and dark glasses. The rage that once consumed him had faded, replaced by a quiet yearning for justice and peace. Golden sunlight painted the clouds outside the window. Sean closed his eyes briefly. He had recently received word about General Ross. The high-profile manhunt had ended in disastrous failure. Despite assembling an elite team, even the most skilled soldiers were powerless against the Green Beast. A quick online search would show Rio de Janeiro terror attack as the hottest headline. Countless eyewitnesses claimed to have seen an 8-foot-tall green giant rampaging through the favelas, demolishing buildings and causing a catastrophic pileup before vanishing into the dense rainforest. Some, now racking up millions of views, had even uploaded shaky footage of the Hulk roaring at the sky, his voice like a thunderous wave.